Let go, forward.
Fire away.
Let go, aft.
Let go.
Passage of the Tangmar. The story of a ship and its cargo of death.
Mr. Kendall, you're new aboard the Tangmar, and I'm glad to have you. But understand one thing from the start. This voyage to Savannah-la-Mar means a devil of a lot to all of us. Without it, the Tangmar would probably be tied up, rotting.
Captain Goddard of the Tangmar clenched his teeth on the worn briar and continued to pace alongside me as we waited for the passengers to come aboard. To the skipper of the Tangmar, I was the new mate who'd reported the day before. But there wasn't the whole story, not by a long shot. I watched a gull scream high above the deck, motionless in its flight against the wind squall. Rain clouds pressed down on the coat-hanger arc of the bridge. It had been raining that night in London, 2 months before, when I'd first heard of the $1 million estate of Victor Wherryman and the Tangmar's projected voyage from Sydney to Jamaica.
Come on, Kendall.
Right, sir.
You'd better stay in the car, Dobson. Look after that cold.
Yes, sir.
It was just over here by the embankment that they found Slavin, Kendall. Too late to do anything for him.
Colonel Hacking...
Wait a minute, Dirk. Let me finish. I've chosen you for this assignment because of your merchant navy background. You have got a mate's ticket, haven't you?
Yes.
Well, you're going back to sea. You will join the Tangmar in Sydney. How does that sound?
Staggering.
Yes, I thought it might. Well, this was the place. Lonely spot to finish up as violently as poor Slavin did.
But what connection is there between the death of Slavin and my flying to Australia to join the crew of the Tangmar?
That's why you're going, to find out. Come on, let's go back to the car. Miserable night to be revisiting the scene of the crime, isn't it? It was a blunt instrument job. Slavin was pretty well unrecognizable. Not a pleasant sight at all.
Colonel Hacking, isn't it more of an ordinary Scotland Yard job? How does Interpol come into it?
We don't, actually, except that we've got the right man for the job. You. I went round to see the commissioner this afternoon, and we agreed that you're it. Sorry about that leave you were looking forward to. Had to defer it. All right, Dobson, let's go. My rooms. Well, that's where it happened, Dirk. Now we'll go to my place and I'll bring you up to date. Fascinating case, really. And I've got a new brand of scotch you might care to try. You look as if you could do with one. How are you going to spend your leave anyway, Dirk? Here.
Thanks. Fishing.
Sheer waste of time. Much better for you to be working. Cheers.
Well, if I'd left town tonight instead of going to my club, I'd have been out of sight and out of mind. Some other poor blighter would have had to be the bunny.
Oh, I'd have located you, Kendall. How can Interpol find anyone if we can't keep track of our own chappies? Well, half your luck anyway. If I had the chance, I'd be going myself. But since the Paul Saracen affair, I haven't been out of England. Oh, that reminds me. It seems a long time ago. Sign of the scimitar. Go again if you like, Kendall. I shan't be a minute.
Thanks. I will.
Remember Brian Darrington, don't you? He's become a father. Oh, hello. Is it you, Brian? Hacking. I'm sorry, I won't be able to make it after all. What? Oh, thanks. I'd be delighted. Give my regards to Claire. Bye. Now I'm a godfather, Kendall. You see, each of us roped in for something we don't want. Now, let's see. I better start with Peter Slavin, I think.
It is a good Scotch, Colonel. Here.
Thanks. You can't put me off that way, my boy. Now, pay attention. Firstly, Slavin was killed 3 weeks ago, on the 14th of May, on the day that his photograph had been published in the paper, asking him to contact a law firm by the name of Brancher and Smith in Jamaica.
Jamaica?
That's right. The firm had been searching for Slavin for weeks.
Why?
Because under the terms of Victor Wherryman's will, he's the old fellow who's behind Slavin's death, in my opinion. You see, when he died, Wherryman left an estate valued at well over £1 million and an enormous plantation in a place called... just wait a minute, I've got the name here somewhere. Yes, here we are. Savannah Lamar, on the island of Jamaica. Apparently he was a somewhat eccentric chappie, this Wherryman. Bachelor. Not that that makes him eccentric, I thoroughly approve. He had no relatives, and having made his money in diamonds some years ago, he travelled extensively until he settled in Savannah Lamar.
What's that got to do with Slavin?
During those travels, Wherryman naturally met a number of people. Slavin was one of them.
And because of that, this eccentric millionaire left Slavin part of his fortune?
Along with 5 other people. £1 million, Dirk, to be divided equally amongst them when they reach Jamaica. If they reach Jamaica.
Why shouldn't they?
Well, Slavin won't, will he? It was Wherryman's express wish that these people, from varying walks of life, all of whom had given him pleasure in one way or another, should travel from Sydney to Jamaica together, in order that they should come to know each other. Wherryman, somewhat illogically, assumed that because he liked them, they should like each other.
I see. And the Tangmar is the ship chartered to make the voyage.
A voyage well worthwhile, since Victor Wherryman left £5,000 to cover the cost. The owners of the Tangmar are not fools, Kendall. With cargoes as difficult to locate as they are, freight prices cut to ribbons, this is a godsend for them. But Peter Slavin's death wasn't.
And so to protect their interests and these 5 beneficiaries, I'm to join the Tangmar as mate, eh? You've already arranged it?
Yes, Dirk, you leave England in 2 days' time. Fly to Sydney and report to, Captain John Robert Goddard, the skipper.
What about the fellow I'm relieving?
No, he won't suffer, the owners assure me. Anything else you want to know, Dirk?
Anything else? You mean that's all?
Generally speaking, yes. Oh, yes, there was something else. The Tangmar sailed from Tilbury docks the day before we found Peter Slavin.
The day before? Well, then...
I didn't say the killer was aboard the Tangmar, but he might be when you leave Sydney, mightn't he? But I think that's enough for tonight, Dirk. I'll see you again in the morning. Good night.
What? Well, good night, Colonel. You've given me plenty to think about.
And, there is one other thing.
Yeah?
We decided Victor Wherryman was eccentric, didn't we? Well, should any beneficiary fail to arrive in Jamaica on the Tangmar and on the date specified, his or her share will go to the others. So already they're all considerably better off by virtue of Slavin's death, aren't they? Good night, Dirk.
Seems odd to me, Mr. Kendall, the owner is deciding to replace my first officer at this time.
That's the cheapest way of getting me to Jamaica, I think, sir.
Why?
Well, I'm only with you for this voyage. In Jamaica, I expect to find orders to join another ship there.
All this chopping and changing of the crew isn't a good thing, Kendall.
Passengers coming aboard, sir.
Going to meet some of our precious cargo at last, eh, Kendall? Come on, let's get it over. Turning me into a blasted passenger skipper at my time of life. Empty holds and full cabins. Huh.
Why the devil they couldn't get us a decent ship, I don't know, Shadow. This tub looks like a...
Father, don't. Captain.
What? Where? Your name Goddard?
Yes, and...
Challoner. Major Basil Challoner. This is my daughter Sharon. Send someone down to get our stuff, will you? Then show us to our cabins.
What does my ship look like, Major?
What? Why,
I think it looks very nice, Captain. I'm sure we'll be very comfortable.
I hope so, Miss Challoner. My first officer, Mr. Kendall.
How do you do? How do you do, madam?
Mr. Kendall will show you to your cabins. Chips, get that luggage aboard, will you?
Okay, skipper.
This way, Major. Miss Challoner.
Coming out here to Australia, having to pick up a ship like this. First good seawood capsizer, I should think.
This is your cabin, Miss Challoner. Actually, it's a little smaller than your father's. As soon as it comes aboard, I'll have your stuff sent down.
I wish we'd come from England by ship, but Daddy insisted on flying. Said we might as well look at Sydney while we had the chance.
Your father doesn't seem awfully impressed.
I loved it. It's exciting, and I wish we were staying longer. Mr. Kendall, you mustn't mind Father. He just seems abrupt and...
Yes, of course. Is there anything I can get you? If not, I'd better get back on deck and meet the rest of the passengers.
Of course, I'm making this trip under false pretenses. It's Daddy who has to go to Jamaica. He knew this man Wherryman in India when he was in the army there.
Really?
Yes. You see, Daddy was a subaltern at the time, and this Victor Wherryman came to the mess for dinner.
Sheridan, I've told you before I don't like to tell you my business to every Tom, Dick, and Harry. And since you know nothing about the army, there's no need to mention it. Now your name's Kendall, isn't it?
Yes, Major.
Well, you get back on deck where you belong.
Father?
And stay away from my daughter's cabin, Kendall. If there's anything you want, come to me. Now get out.
That was how it began. In Sharon Challoner's cabin aboard the Tangmar. I'd met the first of the beneficiaries under the terms of Victor Wherryman's will. But there were 4 more to come. 4 people who stood to gain a fortune, providing they lived through the passage of the Tangmar.
Get that luggage aboard and stowed away, Bolton.
Passage of the Tangmar. The story of a ship and its cargo of death.
Kendall, if the rest of these passengers are anything like Major Challoner, this voyage from Sydney to Savannah Lamar is going to be a devil of a lot tougher than I thought.
Captain Goddard's weather-beaten face was set in a scowl as we leaned over the after-deck rail of the Tangmar, watching the wharves and waiting for the rest of the passengers. All told, there would be 6 of them. The Major and his daughter Sharon, who were already aboard, a Miss Ilona Fedorov, Dr. Martin Lawler, Ben Miller, and a certain Edwin Tucker. 6 people bound together by the will of the late Victor Wherryman. I thought back 2 months to the last time I'd talked with Colonel Hacking of Interpol in his office on the embankment. I'd been told by the colonel that I was being flown to Australia to join the crew of the Tangmar. All that remained was the final briefing.
Sit down, Kendall. Sleep well?
No, scrappily, sir. I was too busy thinking of everything you told me last night.
Yes, I imagined you might be. Oh, while I think of it, here are your plane tickets.
Thank you.
Yeah.
Getting back to Peter Slavin for a moment.
Yes?
In the 3 weeks since he was killed, no clues have come to light.
Nothing. Except that he was to get a 6th share, in effect, in Wherryman's estate. We know how he died and when, but why has yet to be proved.
But you're pretty convinced his killer will be aboard the Tangmar when she sails from Sydney Harbour.
If my theory is correct that Slavin was killed to prevent him sharing in the estate, yes. For one reason, Dirk. It'll be the killer's last chance to narrow the field, as it were. He must act between Sydney and Savannah Lamar, Jamaica.
Isn't it odd that all these beneficiaries should be living in Australia?
Not all of them do. Slavin didn't. And according to Scotland Yard information, another of the beneficiaries flew to Australia a few days ago, apparently to wait for the Tangmar. A Major Basil Challoner and his daughter Sharon.
Then he was in England when Slavin was killed.
Along with 60 million other people, yes. Oh, where the devil's that file? I've got the details on all of them here somewhere. Not much, but it might help you. Really, Dobson's devotion to cleaning up this desk of mine is something touching, but a jolly nuisance. In tray, out trays, and nothing that I want, when I want. Oh, wait a minute, here we are. Challoner Basil, ex-Major, Indian Army, MC, age 55, Khyber Rifles, 1929-34, Staff College, Quetta, Middle East, 39, invalided out, 42. Thereafter known to have shunned all contact with former Army associates. Retired to a cottage in Petworth, Sussex. Source of income not known, but small Army pension probable.
Well, what about the others?
Well, here we are. Ilona Fedorov, age 32, white Russian, migrated to Australia 1938, unmarried, parents died in Australia. That's all we have on her.
The rest?
Dr. Martin Lawler, aged 48, FRCS, went to Australia 1948, successful surgeon, bachelor. Well, we know where he met Wherryman, in Wilton, Yorkshire, 1937, Lawler's first practice. Had to operate on Wherryman in a hurry instead of carting him to York.
How did you know that?
The solicitors in Jamaica, Brancher and Smith. Apparently old Wherryman was always chuckling about it. How he'd convinced Lawler that he was a pauper and couldn't pay. He never did either. Thought it devil of a joke.
Why?
Apparently he wanted to see if the young doctor would take the same pains with a pauper as he would with a wealthy client.
Pretty drastic way of finding out.
Here's another. Ben Miller, age 40. A report on him from the Australian police. His record goes back to his childhood. One conviction after another for petty theft. There's a whole list of them here. Known as the amateur in underworld circles because of regularity of arrest. Apparently the police over there will be happy to see the last of him.
Well, where the devil would he have met a man like Wherryman?
No idea. And here's another. Edwin Tucker, age 50, convicted poisoner. Convicted of killing his wife in 1935. Served 15 years of life sentence. There you are. That's the lot, Dirk. Interesting assortment, aren't they?
Well, do I protect or suspect them?
Both, and any other passengers aboard. And, of course, the crew, and even Goddard, the skipper. Scotland Yard want this case solved, Kendall. It's my guess you'll find the answer aboard the Tangmar.
And you'd be delighted if Interpol do it smartly.
Be a feather in our cap. Good luck, Kendall. See you when you get back. Don't forget to catch that plane, will you?
This looks like one of them coming up the gangplank now, Kendall. Seems a downside pleasanter than Challoner at all events.
It'd be Dr. Lawler, I should think.
The first time the Tangmars had a fully qualified doctor on hand.
You think we might need one, Captain Goddard?
No, why should we?
Captain Goddard, my name's Lawler, Martin Lawler.
Glad to meet you, Doctor. This is Kendall, my first officer.
Mr. Kendall.
How do you do, sir? I'll show you to your cabin.
No, thanks. Let it wait. Do you mind? I'll stay up here on deck for a while. Captain Goddard, you don't know what this voyage means to me.
I've got a pretty fair idea.
Oh, not the money. It's the first holiday I've had in years. I was beginning to hate that surgery of mine. Amazing. Fresh air. No antiseptics. Wonderful. I hope you've got a fit crew, Captain. I don't want to even think of treating a patient between here and Jamaica.
Well, they're fit enough. Too darn lazy to do anything to hurt themselves. Bolton! Those two men fighting are sleeping. Sorry, Skipper. You lazy misforgotten.
Yes, if it hadn't been for this letter from Jamaica telling me about my share in Victor Merriman's estate, well, I wouldn't have had an excuse to leave.
Captain Goddard tells me it's a pretty worthwhile excuse, sir.
Yes, I suppose it is. Very worthwhile. Yes, it was funny how I met Wherryman. Back in Wilton in Yorkshire. I was a struggling young doctor.
Can I get someone to bring your luggage aboard, Mr. Miller?
Well, me? Luggage? Are you kidding? Got it all here in this little bag. Yeah, not a bad little cabin. Bit like a police cell. Yeah, sure there ain't one hidden under the bunk? Better have a look. And up. Safe as houses I'm gonna be. All the way to Jamaica, not a copper in sight. Hey, you see those two plainclothes boys down on the wharf? Guard of honor for me, they are. Make sure I leave Sydney. Hey, what'd you say your name was again?
Kendall.
Yeah. Well, listen, Kendall. This is the start of a new life for me. Wow, all that money. Just can't wait.
It must have come as a surprise to you, this letter from Jamaica.
Are you kidding? No, I still reckon it's some kind of joke. But if they'd like to pay my passage for me to find out, why should I complain? I don't remember anyone called Werryman. I bet I never tried to lift his wallet.
Mr. Miller, do you always tell people that you've been in jail?
Well, why not? Nothing to be ashamed of. That's what I call my college background. I graduated from prison, I did. No more. Hey, look. Talking of prisoners has given me claustrophobia. Get back on deck. Hey, shut the doors as we go out. Never trust the people you find on ships. The ones that look honest are the worst.
Captain Goddard, you will look after dear Edwin, won't you?
Mrs. Tucker, we...
Tucker, Captain. It's pronounced Tucker.
Oh. Well,
You see, Captain, I worry about Edwin so much. He's not very strong, you see. And if he should be seasick, why... So promise me you'll be all right, Captain.
Mrs. Tucker, we...
Tucker, Captain. It's pronounced Tucker.
We have a doctor traveling with us, is what I was trying to say.
Oh, then people do get sick at sea, Captain. Is that what you mean? I knew I should have made this trip with you, Edwin, dear. Now I'll be worried more than ever.
Mr. Kendall, will you show this passenger to his cabin?
This way, Mr. Tucker.
Tucker, Mr. Kendall. It's pronounced Tucker.
And please lock my trunk for me. It's time I was leaving for the ship.
Oh, Lona, won't you change your mind? Even though it's not too late, we could be married at
Keith,
once and then...
for the last time, there was never any question of marrying you. We've had some fun together, that's true, but there is the end of it.
Fun? Is that all you have to say?
My trunk, Keith, please. The taxi will be here any moment.
Is it just the money alone?
Oh, what else is there? I'm sick and tired of depending on people like you, Keith. Waiting for men to fall in love with me and buy the thing I want. Now I will be able to get it for myself.
You mean there have been others?
You did not for a moment imagine you were the first, did you? Keith, you are a charming boy, but so very young.
I can't let you go like this.
There is no way in which you can stop me.
There is one way, Lona. This way.
A gun? Oh, please don't be so childish. You're like a little boy deprived of the sweet he wants so badly. Now put it away, my dear. You wouldn't have the courage to use it anyway.
Didn't you ever love me, Alona?
I was fond of you. Please, lock my trunk.
You're not going anywhere.
No, I'm going now, my dear. I will wait for the taxi downstairs. If it's any consolation to you, I think you had much better taste than the others. What is it they say? That each man kills the thing he loves? Men do, Keith, but not children. Goodbye.
Ilona Fedorov had still to come aboard before the Tangmar could cast off. Before the passenger list was complete, my assignment would begin. The voyage from Sydney to Savannah La Mar, Jamaica. These were the people who stood to gain by the death of Peter Slavin, the one beneficiary who would never report for this passage of the Tangmar.
Kendall, is there any sign of Miss Fedorov yet?
Still hasn't come aboard, Skipper.
I'll be in my cabin. If she's not aboard in half an hour, we'll sail without her.
Passage of the Tangmar. The story of a ship and its cargo of death.
You? Are you the captain of this ship?
No.
Then take me to him. And I think that your crew might show more respect to your passengers.
I'd watched Ilona Fedorov step from the cab that had brought her to the wharf. And in the long moments she'd taken to smooth her skirt over slender, shapely legs, work on the wharf came to a standstill. I'd never seen a woman command and retain so much attention and accept it so casually as her right. She stepped in front of me now, waiting for me to take her to the captain, with the faintest of smiles playing at the corners of her mouth. The combination of auburn hair and black costuming, the snow-white gloves and bag, spelt out a different kind of danger to the one Colonel Hacking had warned me of. As I led her below, I wondered how many other men had waited at the whim of Ilona Fedorov.
Yes?
Our missing passenger, Captain.
Bring her in.
Miss Ilona Fedorov, Captain Goddard.
Miss Fedorov, your things aboard?
This gentleman has arranged that. I would like to go to my cabin at once. I'm rather tired.
So am I, with waiting. Weren't you aware that we sail this afternoon?
I was unavoidably delayed.
Mr. Kendall, I'll show Miss Fedorov to her cabin.
But how kind of you, Captain. I do not wish to be a nuisance, but...
It's not a question of kindness. My first officer is needed on deck. All right, Kendall.
We can be ready for sea in half an hour, Skipper.
Excellent. I'll join you in a few minutes.
Right, sir.
There is a sense of efficiency about sailors that appeals to me greatly, Captain Goddard.
Miss Fedorov, I think we better understand each other from the start. I don't like carrying passengers, but Tangmar is first and foremost a cargo ship. Cargoes normally don't keep me waiting. That's why I prefer them.
But Captain Goddard...
Since I've accepted this charter to Savannah Lamar, there's nothing I can do about that now. I've contracted to take you and the rest of Victor Wherryman's beneficiaries to Jamaica, and that's the end of it. But I'm not commanding an ocean-going playground. Is that clear? I'll do everything in my power to make your voyage as pleasant as possible. But I expect you to be aboard when I'm ready to sail.
Captain, you are very attractive when you are stern.
Miss Fedorov, the Tangmar could have been outside the heads by now. You may think you had some good reason for delaying my departure, but don't let it happen at any of our ports of call or you'll find yourself stranded. If you'll come with me now, I'll take you to your cabin.
Bosun, double-check the hatch covers. We'll be taking some heavy seas.
All right, Mr. Kendall. All right, take on the hand covers there, Rick.
Get the gangplank inboard.
So I'm coming aboard, sir.
Go, all right. Hold it. Bring them to the bridge.
Right.
What the devil would this be? Kendall, you've seen the passengers. What do you think of them?
They seem all right, sir.
Did the owners tell you there should have been one other? A certain Peter Slavin?
Yes.
He would have had Miss Challoner's cabin. Oh, let's hope there won't be any more trouble.
You afraid there might be?
5 people sailing to Jamaica to share in a fortune. I suppose you know the old chap Wherryman stipulated that any one of them who didn't arrive automatically loses his share.
The owners did say something about it, Skipper, but...
Slavin's not going to be there when that million is carved up. I just want to make sure that my passengers are. Keep your eyes skinned, Kendall. The first sign of any funny business, report to me.
Going to Captain on the bridge, sir.
Okay, thanks. Captain Goddard?
Yes?
Glad to know you. The name's Lee Blake. I want you to take me to Jamaica.
You what?
That's right, Captain. Oh, there's nothing fishy about it. I've got my papers, passport, and so on. And I can afford to pay whatever you think it's worth.
Aren't you cutting it pretty fine? I mean, what's so important about making the trip in the Tangmar?
Well, let's say I'm restless, and I don't like big passenger liners. Well, is it a deal?
Mr. Blake, this ship has been chartered for a special reason. My passengers are all aboard, and we're preparing to sail now.
Yeah, that's the reason I'm here. I want to sail now.
What do you think, Kendall?
Well, it sounds peculiar to me, but...
Afraid I'm running from the police? And stop worrying. I've been globetrotting since I left the States 2.5 years ago. I've been in Sydney for more than 6 months now. I figure that's long enough when I've never seen Jamaica.
Mr. Kendall, have the gangplank secured.
What do you mean we're taking him?
It'll be a relief to have a passenger on this ship that I don't have to wet nurse, if you know what I mean. Come on down to my cabin, Mr. Blake. We'll check your story there. Yeah, and you can vouch for him? Good. I see. Thanks very much. Goodbye.
Well, satisfied, Captain?
I suppose so, yes.
Well, you've checked with my hotel, my bank, sort of bringing the police. You better accept me, I guess.
All right, Blake, I'll take you.
Fine. Thanks, Captain.
There are 6 passengers besides yourself, so you ought to find someone to talk to and make... come in.
I'd like a word with you, Captain Goddard.
Oh, it's you, Challoner. What is it?
In private.
Do you mind, Mr. Blake?
No, not at all. And thanks.
I'll get someone to fix you up with a cabin as soon as I'm through with the Major.
Great.
Well, Major Challoner,
Who is that?
a passenger.
For Jamaica?
I'm not heading for Malta, Major.
I understood that the ship had been chartered for a special reason. Another passenger is going to seriously affect my comfort and my daughter's.
Is that what you wanted to see me about?
It is. I haven't traveled all the way from England to spend weeks sitting down for meals with a man who's probably on the run. Doesn't it strike you as strange, sir, that he should come aboard just now?
I've known it happen before. Haven't you ever had to make a dash to get a train connection, Major?
Never. In the army, sir, one learns to be punctual.
How did you hear about Blake anyway, Major? He hasn't been aboard longer than half an hour.
I heard some of the crew talking on deck. Well, it's bad enough having to make this trip at all, but at least we don't have to make it in the company of a fellow like that. If you ask me...
I haven't.
If you ask me... This man Blake isn't telling the truth. It is my belief that he's here because of the money.
Major Challoner, I can assure you that Lee Blake knows nothing of the reasons for this voyage. I'm taking him aboard because I've made inquiries and I'm satisfied...
That you can pocket a few extra pounds for yourself by doing so.
I think you'd better return to your cabin.
Either you put this fellow ashore, or my daughter and I leave this ship.
Then leave, and good riddance to you.
Why, you... I'll write to the owners about this,
That sounds like our tug, Major Challoner. If you're going ashore, you better make it fast. Between leaving the ship and writing, you're going to be a busy man. With the Tangmar leaving harbor, I am going to be busy too, Major Challoner. Now get out of my cabin. Let go, forward. Let go, aft. Right. Did Major Challoner leave the ship, Mr. Kendall?
No.
And I wish he had. It served him right if he hadn't reached Jamaica. Slow astern.
Slow astern, sir.
I didn't think the unpleasant old fool would risk losing out on his inheritance.
Yeah, I fixed up a cabin for Blake.
Good. Steady she goes.
There she goes, Skipper.
As though I haven't got enough in my mind without putting up with Challoner.
Well, his daughter rather makes up for it, so...
Does she? She'd need to. Looks like dirty weather coming up.
You mean at sea or aboard, Captain?
Both. Hard a port, quartermaster.
Hard port it is, sir.
I checked on Blake before Challoner came to my cabin. He's all right.
I'm glad to hear it.
Thank heaven we're getting to sea. I hate being in port. Half ahead.
Half ahead, Skipper. Tug's clear, Skipper.
Now, all we've got to do is get this bunch of passengers safely to Jamaica. The less of Challoner I see on this voyage, the better I'll like it. Helm amidships.
Helm amidships.
And there it is, Kendall. I never believe I'm leaving Sydney Harbor until I see that bridge over me. I'll take the watch. You better check that our passengers are comfortable.
Oh, Mr. Kendall. We're looking for you.
Why, Mr. Blake.
Getting pretty fresh up here already. I thought it was only the passengers who watched the sea.
It's a long time since I was at sea.
Yeah, I know. Tell you what I wanted to know, Kendall. Have you worked out who killed Peter Slavin yet?
The storm clouds were gathering on the horizon, and through the flying spray as we hit the rollers outside the heads, I stared at Lee Blake. So he'd known all the time. He'd lied to Captain Goddard. And now he'd admitted that he knew why I was aboard for this passage of the Tangmar.
You seem kind of surprised, Mr. Kendall. Seems like a straightforward enough question to me. Who did kill Peter Slavin? You know yet?
Passage of the Tangmar. The story of a ship and its cargo of death.
If you do know, Mr. Kendall, I'd advise you to tell me. Might save a lot of trouble all around.
It seemed as though the two bells of the afternoon watch came from a long way off. As I stood there looking at Lee Blake, the American who'd revealed his reason for being aboard the Tangmar just 1 hour from port. Ahead of us was a voyage of 8,546 miles. A month at sea at least, allowing that the Tangmar of 6,000 tons cruised at its maximum speed of 12 knots. And aboard the Tangmar, 6 people vitally concerned with the will of the late Victor Wherryman of Savannah-la-Mar, Jamaica. And now, Lee Blake, who'd paid for his passage as we were preparing to leave Sydney Harbor, had come up to me as I leaned on the deck rail watching the storm clouds on the horizon.
I guess I've given you an even bigger surprise than I figured on, Kendall. But I know that Peter Slavin was murdered in England nearly 3 months ago.
Have you got a cigarette, Blake? I could do with one.
Yeah, sure. American, all right?
Thanks.
All right?
Yes, thanks. Well, perhaps you better tell me what else you know. Or imagine you know.
Okay. Your name is Dirk Kendall, ex-merchant Navy Interpol agent. You're serving as first officer on the Tangmar because Colonel Hacking, your superior, arranged it. For this one voyage, to find the killer of Peter Slavin and protect the lives of the 5 beneficiaries who are aboard. 6 if we count Major Challenger's daughter.
And you, Blake?
I'm not a guy who goes to sea because he likes to travel.
I gathered that. Just why are you aboard?
Colonel Hacking thought it might be a good idea. In case you got into any trouble.
I don't have any way of checking that, do I?
Well, you'll have to take my word for it.
When did you see Hacking?
2 weeks ago, in London.
But I thought...
That I'd been living in Sydney for some time? Yes, Hacking arranged that. An obliging hotelier and bank manager. After all, I didn't want Captain Goddard to know that I'd just left England.
So you're with Interpol yourself?
No, I'm not.
Well, you a private detective or something?
No.
Then what?
My father owns the Tangmar. If there's going to be trouble aboard, I want to protect our interests.
Oh, of course, Blake. The Blake Shipping Company. But how come Goddard doesn't know you?
Well, he's always dealt with the old man. Until now, I've kept well away from the family business, but with the death of Slavin, my father decided it was time I showed some interest.
So you went to see Hacking?
I was carted off to see him, pretty forcibly. Scotland Yard didn't like the idea of an American snooping around asking questions. So I was duly ushered into that dingy office of Hacking's and told to keep my nose clean.
Very politely, I'm sure.
Oh, very. However, after I'd told my story and why I was interested, Colonel Hacking decided I might as well put my enthusiasm to some use, and in the process of looking after the family interests, keep a watchful eye on one Dirk Kendall.
Have you met the other passengers?
I've seen them. I've met Major Challen.
You want your identity kept secret, of course.
I do. I'm simply Lee Blake, a Yank with itchy feet. But I'll be on hand if you need me, Kendall. Remember that.
I will. It's nice to have you aboard, Blake.
Oh, by the way, I've got one piece of news for you. Dr. Martin Lawler was in England at the same time Slavin was killed, attending a medical conference. See you around, Dick.
Mr. Kendall, isn't it considered polite for the captain to join the passengers on the first night out at least?
Well, Captain Goddard asked me to make his apologies. He's taking the first watch. I relieve him at 8. Miss Challoner, isn't your father joining us for dinner?
He's, well, not feeling awfully well.
Touch of seasickness, eh? Poor cow. Like me to go down afterwards and cheer him up, miss?
You're very kind, Mr. Miller, but, well, thanks all the same.
Ben, that's the name. Call me Ben, miss. Oh. After some of the food I've eaten in my time, this is all right. This is good. Hey, talking of that, where's the little bloke?
Who?
Tucker. He's seasick too? Talk of the devil. Come and sit down, Mr. Tucker.
Please, all of you, the name is Tucker. I do wish you try to remember that.
Oh, well, does it matter what they call you as long as they got your name spelt right in the old bloke's will? That's the main thing as far as I'm concerned.
You're a man after my own heart, Mr. Miller. You're concerned only with the essentials. Mr. Kendall, how long will we be at sea?
At least a month. We'll water and bunker at Papeete and stop over at Panama, of course.
There is one thing I do not understand. Why was it so necessary that we travel like this together?
Miss Challoner, that was made quite clear in the letter from Jamaica. After all, who are we to argue with the eccentricities of such a very generous man as Mr. Werriman? I do wish I could remember where I met him.
Yeah, me too. Why would a complete stranger up and leave me all that beautiful money? Should be more of it, of course.
My father remembers meeting Mr. Werriman in India in 1933. Daddy was a subaltern in the Khyber Rifles. Mr. Werriman came to the mess.
That the only time they met?
Yes, I think so.
Well, what did your old man do for him? Must have been something pretty worthwhile. No, that doesn't follow. I don't remember ever doing anything for anyone. Certainly not for any stranger.
I have no memory of this man either. And I always remember the men that I have known.
Well, if you'll excuse me, I'd better be getting on my way. Next 4 hours are mine.
Oh, but it's only 7:30.
So I'm relieving the skipper at 8 bells.
Before you go, Mr. Kendall, I should like to ask you one question. According to the letter I received from Jamaica, there were to be 6 of us who were going to share in Mr. Werriman's will. However, there appears to be only 5 of us.
Mr. Tucker, Tucker, perhaps the captain can tell you.
But there are 6 of us.
No, Miss Federoff. I'm only traveling with my father.
Oh, how interesting. Then, if there are only 5 of us to share everything, we'll be better off, won't we?
Oh, how?
Well, don't you remember the letter you received, Mr. Miller? Oh, that letter is engraved on my heart. Should any one of us fail to arrive in Jamaica on the Tangmar, then that person forfeits his or her share. So already we are all even richer than we thought.
Yeah, well, if you'll excuse me.
Does that sound callous, Mr. Kendall?
Well, it's not my place to say, Miss Federoff, but I think it could have been better put.
I wonder why it is that men look so much more attractive when they frown. Steward, may I have some more coffee, please? Black?
Certainly, madam.
And, Steward, I would like to stand the spoon in it. Thank you.
Oh, could we talk of something else, please? I dislike thinking we might be talking lightly of someone who's dead.
What? Who?
Why, the missing person. The person who did not come aboard. We should respect the dead.
How the heck do you work out he's dead?
Is there any other reason that could prevent a man sailing to collect his share of a fortune?
Perhaps he couldn't be located. In time, I mean.
Miss Challoner, that's a much nicer way to put it. But for me, the fact that he or she is not here is the important thing.
Hey, what's up with you, Tuka?
Tuka, please.
Well, what is it? You're sitting there looking as if the world had come to an end. Nothing to be morbid about. Yeah, just eat your dinner and be thankful. Might have been you, Mr. Beck. Then you would have something to complain about.
Of course, catching the boat was not everything. The letter said we all had to arrive in the ship.
Miss Fedorov.
Why do you say it like that?
Oh, don't look so alarmed. I will be more than happy with my share. I'm only quoting the letter, that's all. It would be a pity to have come this far and then not arrive.
Your coffee, madam.
Oh, thank you.
I don't think I feel hungry after all. I think I'll go up to my cabin.
I'm sorry.
Pardon me, Dr. Laura. Excuse me, not feeling at all well.
What's wrong with Mr. Tucat?
I should not worry, Doctor. He is nervous, I think. I somehow think that to guarantee his arrival in Jamaica, he will lock himself in his cabin.
Miss Fedorov, he's such a frightened little man. Was there any need to make him more so?
Oh, it amused me.
Steward, am I too late? I'm afraid I took 40 winks.
No, sir, it's perfectly all right.
Doctor, we were just talking about this Victor Wherryman. Did you ever meet him?
I'll have the beef, thanks, Steward.
Right, sir.
Yes, I met him. A long time ago, though. In fact, I operated on him back in 1937. Hadn't any option, really. A little place called Wilton in Yorkshire. My first practice, you know. I was as nervous as a kitten. I'd have taken him into York if there'd been time.
Then perhaps he was grateful to you, Dr. Lawler, for saving his life.
I'm afraid he wasn't grateful enough to pay his fees. He let me think he was a pauper and couldn't pay.
You're getting paid now, Doc, with interest.
Dr. Lawler, did you know that there was to have been a sixth member of our party?
Oh, yes, I did. I know his name, too. Peter Slavin. He was killed while I was in England 2.5 months ago. The papers were full of it. Why?
Don't you think it is a coincidence, Doctor, that you were in England at that time?
I was attending a medical conference.
Or a post-mortem?
Miss Fedorov.
Oh, there's no need to be upset. But it seems odd, that is all. It was greatly to your advantage that Peter Slavin should die. Was it not, Doctor?
Eight bells rang out as I climbed the companionway to the bridge for the 4-hourly watch. But I knew that already the seeds of suspicion were sown in this passage of the Tangmar. What's our rate of knots, Quartermaster?
10 knots, sir.
Not bad in this sea. Hold your course, steady as she goes. Passage of the Tangmar. The story of a ship and its cargo of death.
After all, Dr. Lawler, though in a way the death of this man helped us all. You were there. You were in England at the time. It is a coincidence, isn't it?
I'd come up to the bridge for the 8 till 12 watch, relieving Captain Goddard, who'd brought us to sea. As I peered through the glass at the half-gale that we were bucking on our northeasterly course to Papit, Tahiti, where the Tangmar would bunker, I didn't know that in the dining room Dr. Martin Lawler had just informed his fellow passengers of the name of the missing beneficiary. I was thinking back to my talks with Colonel Hacking of 2 months before. Standing there, feeling the lift of the ship beneath my feet, it wouldn't have been hard to forget that I was Dirk Kendall of Interpol. Lee Blake, the American, had told me earlier that besides Major Challoner, Dr. Martin Lawler had been in England at the time of Slavin's death. But I was to find out later that the doctor hadn't attempted to hide the fact.
You do see what I mean, Doctor, don't you?
You've made yourself pretty clear, Miss Fedorov. Do you think I'd admit that I was in England if I'd anything to do with Slavin's death?
You might, if you were very clever.
My father and I must have been in England, too. Are you forgetting that?
Then that only makes it more interesting.
I don't like your implication, Miss Fedorov.
But I've said nothing. I've only pointed out that
the doctor and Miss Challoner's father both had good reasons for wanting Peter Slavin, if that's his name, out of the way. But aren't you forgetting something, miss? Under the terms of our Wherryman's will, we all have. The fewer of us to get to Savannah Lamar, the better for the rest of us.
You are so right, Mr. Miller. Where were you at the time?
In jail. I got the best alibi a man could have, with every copper in Sydney to back me up.
Just a moment. Isn't all this rather pointless? The police will find who killed Peter Slavin. It's not our job.
Surely, Doctor, they must have questioned you.
Why?
Once it was established that this dead man was a beneficiary.
Well, when I said I was in England at the time, that's not strictly true. I was on the plane coming back. We'd just taken off. I read about it in the morning paper.
How very fortunate for you. Then it must have happened the night before you left.
Probably, yes. I was interested only because I read the report that Slavin was killed, oddly enough, just after his picture was published. The solicitors in Jamaica had been unable to contact him. It was none of my business. I had to get back to my practice. If you don't mind my asking, Miss Fedorov, why are you so anxious to pin this on me?
I'm not a bit anxious. But someone must have done it.
Someone undoubtedly did. But I don't think it was the doctor, and it certainly wasn't my father or myself. And if you don't mind, Miss Fedorov, I'd rather not talk about it anymore.
That goes for me, too. First you have a go at poor little Tuka, now the doc and Miss Challoner. We've got to spend a lot of time cooped up on this ship, you realise that? It isn't going to be very pleasant walking around accusing people of being murderers just because this poor bloke got himself bumped off.
I only want to make sure that I reach Jamaica alive. I'm sorry to have upset you. Good night. And, Doctor, should any of us become sick on this voyage, I think you had better see that we recover very quickly.
Please believe that we had no part in this, Dr. Lawler.
Oh, forget it, Miss Challoner. Well, I think I'll take a walk around the deck. Either of you care to join me?
Not me, Doc. When you've humped the blue as long as I have and you get a chance like this, you sit down. On this voyage, Ben Miller's going to be waited on, hand and foot.
I must get back to my father. He'll be waiting for me.
If you see that American bloke anywhere, Doc, tell him I'd like to see him. I knew some Yanks during the war. He might know of them.
Is that infernal American in the dining room, Sharon?
No, Father.
I don't trust that fellow. Coming aboard at the last moment is not right. Only a captain like Goddard in command of a tub such as this should allow it. I shall continue to eat in my cabin.
But that's silly.
I don't think it's silly. Bad enough having to make this trip at all, but at least I don't have to make it in the company with a lot of riffraff.
Why do you automatically assume that the passengers who are going to Jamaica to share in Victor Wherryman's will are all right? We don't know anything about them, and...
I knew Wherryman. I know the type of person he'd leave his money to. Wherryman may have been eccentric, but he was a gentleman.
I've met the other passengers, Daddy.
Something wrong with them, is that what you're trying to say?
Of course not. But they're from every walk of life. There's Dr. Lawler.
English?
Yes, I think so.
That's all right, then. What about the others?
Miss Alona Fedorov. She has an accent, European, I think. And I think Mr. Miller is Australian.
Australian? Pour me a drink, Sharon.
Daddy...
A stiff one.
But...
Sharon, I will decide when I wish to drink, and I wish to drink now. You will save us both a lot of unpleasantness if you remember. I did not bring you with me on this trip in order to change our relationship in the slightest. At least when I get my hands on this money, I'll be able to live like a gentleman again.
Here, Father.
Thank you.
Well, I think I'll go to my cabin if you don't mind, Father. I'm very tired.
It's about time someone did something for me. The devil, it couldn't have happened years ago, I don't know.
Good night, Father.
Just a moment, my dear. I want to drink your health.
I'm very tired.
To you, Sharon Challoner. 25 years old with your life in front of you. My daughter. If you hadn't been born, my dear. My wife. My dearest Catherine would be travelling with me. Sleep well, Sharon. Sleep well.
Only another 2 hours, Quartermaster. We can turn in. Oh, I'm glad it's not us for the dog watch.
Oh, you can say that again, Mr. Kendall. Billings is the second mate. Do that one.
Well, she rides it well, though.
Laid down 1920, she was, sir. And they were still building them to take to the sea.
Captain Goddard allow visitors on the bridge?
No, sir.
Well, then I better hop down the companionway and cut off Dr. Lawler. Looks as though he's heading this way.
What would a passenger want to be on deck at this time of night for? If it was me, I'd be in my bunk.
Harris, I'll only be a couple of minutes.
Okay, Mr. Kendall.
Nothing a junior officer likes better than having the bridge to himself, Mr. Kendall.
Fine.
Oh, well, sir. While I think of it, on this watch, we don't ring the 7 bells. Skipper don't approve.
Why not?
Well, there's a lot of old-timers like that, sir. That was the time they started the mutiny on the Bounty, you know. 7 bells. 11:30. Superstition, I suppose. Anyway, we don't ring them.
Lawler! Dr. Lawler! I think you'll be safer below, Doctor, unless you feel like setting your own broken leg.
Yes, it is pretty rough, isn't it? As a matter of fact, I'm walking off my temper.
I thought you were heading for the bridge. Captain Goddard wouldn't approve.
Well, I was.
There's something wrong?
No, not really. But it's a little annoying, to say the least, on your first night at sea to be accused of murder.
What? Come back here, out of the wind.
Yes, I am sorry to bother you on our first night out. I'd probably have thought better of it anyway.
The skipper's below, Doctor. If there's anything on your mind, you better tell me.
Well, we were talking at dinner, that's all, and the subject of the 6th beneficiary came up. I was the only one who knew his name.
You knew? How?
I read it in the paper, just after the plane that was bringing it back from England had taken off. Apparently, he'd been killed the night before.
Dr. Lawler, when you came aboard, didn't you say that this was the first holiday you'd had in years?
Have you ever attended a medical conference? No, I don't suppose you have. Well, I can assure you that for a doctor, it's a pretty solid grind. To be like you, taking a holiday and spending it, well, skippering a tug.
Yes, go on.
Oh, well, that's all, really, except that Miss Fedorov seemed to think that because I knew Slavin's name, and he was the chap who was killed, I must know something more. Stupid, really. That's all.
Well, I'm new to this berth, but I've heard enough already to know why you and the others are going to Jamaica. It's not unnatural for people to be a little edgy when there's £1 million involved.
No, I suppose not.
You say none of the others knew this man's name?
Well, they said they didn't. No, of course, Tuka had just gone, and the Major wasn't at dinner.
Well, I better get back to the bridge, Doctor. I wouldn't let it get you down.
No, he doesn't anymore. But I do wish Wherryman hadn't made that asinine ruling.
Ruling?
In his will, that any one of us who didn't arrive on the Tangmar loses his or her share of the estate. It seems to me we're going to be watching each other like hawks. Well, good night, Mr. Kendall.
I watched Dr. Martin Lawler edging his way along the sloping decks, and remembering Colonel Hacking's instructions, I found myself wondering if he was as straightforward as he obviously wanted me to believe. Or was he the killer I was searching for on this passage of the Tangmar?
Fog's getting worse.
Slow ahead, Quartermaster.
Slow ahead, Captain Goddard.
Passage of the Tangmar. The story of a ship and its cargo of death.
Hey, listen, Edwin Tuker. Ain't I met you someplace before? I've been trying to place you for the last 2 days.
For 48 hours, the Tangmar had ploughed steadily along at between 10 and 12 knots. First in the teeth of a gale, and then a fog. Fog that parted reluctantly, just enough to let us through, and then blanketed the decks. On watch, peering into it for hours at a time, it wasn't long before you started to see things. Shadows that might be ships steering a collision course. In that 48 hours since the first night at sea, none of us had set eyes on Edwin Tuker, and I'd gone below to make sure that the poor fellow was all right. The frightened little man who'd let me into his cabin was hard to reconcile with the wife poisoner Colonel Hacking had claimed him to be. Tuker had been taking his meals in his cabin, and while he thanked me for looking in on him, he made it pretty clear that he wanted to be left alone. It was at that moment that Ben Miller appeared at the door, and as he spoke, the color drained from Tuker's face.
No, Mr. Miller. I'm quite sure we haven't met. Gentlemen, if you don't mind, I'd like to rest at my bunk.
No one's going to eat you, Ed. What are you so bloomin' scared of? You're not still thinking of what that Miss Federoff said, are you? She was only ribbing you.
It was the way she said it, Mr. Miller. You remember that to get this money, each one of us had to arrive in Savannah Lamar?
Listen, if that's the reason you're remaining in your cabin, then forget it. Nothing's going to happen to you aboard the Tangmar.
Before, Ed.
Mr. Kendall, when we get to Jamaica, I mean, is this ship going straight to Savannah Lamar?
No, you'll travel overland from Kingston. As I understand it, you'll be met in Kingston by Victor Wennerman's solicitors, Brancher, and Smith.
Do you have to go now?
No, I've got the dog watch, 12 till 4 a.m., but I thought you wanted to rest.
No, I've changed my mind.
You ever been inside, Ed?
Inside?
Clink. Jail.
I don't know what you mean, sir, and...
don't get on your bike, Ed. Only a question, same as any other. Nothing to be ashamed of if you have. Me, I've been inside so many times, you know what the cops call me? The amateur. Insult, that is. But they got a reason. Doesn't matter how I plan it, it's always the same. They know it's me. Just when I'm congratulating myself that I got away with a neat job, I open the door, and there they are. 2 hulking great blokes in blue waiting to lumber me. It's heartbreaking.
How can you joke about having been a jailbird, a convict? How can you...
I got it. Tucker. Edwin Tucker. Melbourne. You didn't want to be known as Tuker then, did you? And what were you in for?
Really, Mr. Miller, I assure you, you have the wrong man. I've never been in prison.
1935. Doesn't that ring a bell, Ed? Come on, tell us. Pentridge it was, it? Yeah. I remember the case. And you know what told me? You, just now. How can you joke, you said. How can you joke about a woman who slurps her soup? That was what you said in court when they tried you for killing your wife. You poisoned her and watched her slurp her soup for the last time.
Mr. Miller, please.
Why have you got to be afraid of this Federoff woman for, eh? Always give her some of the soup, can't you?
Miller.
Oh, forget it, Mr. Kendall. I'm only joking.
Promise me you won't tell any of the other passengers, please. I've made a new life for myself.
I saw her on deck seeing you off. Nah, I ain't gonna blab on you. How long do they keep you in?
15 years. That's why I've been staying in my cabin. If anything happens, I shall be blamed. I know I will. The police wouldn't bother to look any further. They just pin it onto me.
Well, I told you I've been inside myself. They might just as soon pin it on me.
Did you ever kill anyone?
Me? I couldn't. Wouldn't have the nerve.
Listen, both of you, just because Peter Slavin was killed in England doesn't mean that the rest of you are in danger.
I can look after myself.
Was that his name?
Yeah. Doc Lawler told us. He read about him in the paper. On his way home from England.
He was there at the time?
Now, don't you start. We had enough of that from a loner bloomin' Federoff.
If you're really concerned about being brought into this, Mr. Tuker, there's an easy way out. Were you in England 3 months ago? That was when Peter Slavin was killed.
Why,
Well?
3 months ago.
Almost, yes.
After we heard the news about the Wherryman estate and how wealthy I was to become, well, Myrtle, that's my second wife, insisted that as she couldn't come along with me on the Tangmar to Jamaica, we should go for a trip. You see, we never had a honeymoon. Mr. Kendall, we sailed to England.
When?
That's why Myrtle was so very worried when I came aboard the Tangmar. She knows how frightened I am of the sea. She knows because we made that trip. We stayed in England for a fortnight only, Mr. Kendall. It's 10 weeks to the day since our ship left on its return voyage to Australia. But I didn't kill anyone, Mr. Kendall. You've got to believe that. I didn't.
Steady now. No one's accusing you of anything. Take it easy.
I'd like to be alone, if you don't mind. Please. I'm feeling very tired.
Come in. Oh, Dick, come on in, sit down. If you can find a space. Drink?
No, thanks.
Don't mind if I go ahead?
Not at all.
Something on your mind?
Supposing I told you that Major Challoner and Dr. Lawler weren't the only people in England at the time Peter Slavin was killed.
Oh, I'm all ears.
Edwin Tucker, or Tucker as he was called when Ben Miller knew him in Pentridge Jail, he was there. He just admitted it to me in his cabin.
You don't say. The wife poison, eh?
Yeah, he's petrified with fright. According to Ben Miller, the little fellow didn't even know the name of the missing beneficiary.
Could be he's the guy we're looking for.
Yeah, it could be. What I can't understand is this. If all these people were there at the time, why weren't they rounded up? I wonder if Colonel Hacking knew they were there.
Not from what he told me.
Well, I don't know. He's got his own way of doing things. He knew that everyone who had a reason for wanting Slavin dead would be aboard the Tangmar for this trip. Even the cleverest killer makes a mistake somewhere along the line. I've got a month to watch for that mistake.
Dirk, what's your opinion of the skipper?
Well, good sailor. First rate.
He's been with my father a long time. Joined the Blake Shipping Company years ago as third officer.
What's that got to do with Tucker?
Nothing, but I was thinking, shouldn't we take him into our confidence? I mean, after all, it's his ship if there's a killer aboard.
No dice, Lee. Sorry.
Okay, I'll go along with that. But he's not going to like it when he finds out the truth.
Well, let's hope he doesn't have to.
Uh-huh. How's the fog? You been on deck at all?
Clearing. Must be. We're picking up speed.
3 of whom we know, but I don't see Challoner in the role of murderer.
Or Dr. Lawler.
So, that leaves Tucker.
Perhaps.
What will you do when you pin it down?
Well, I'll attend to that when the time comes. Because there's one thing about Challoner that neither of us should overlook. This inheritance means a devil of a lot to him. According to the colonel, he hasn't much money.
Who does? I saw the major on deck this morning, but he made a point of not seeing me. I gather he doesn't approve the way I came aboard at the last moment.
Well, I've yet to find anything the major does approve of, including his daughter Sharon.
She seems a nice enough girl, but a very quiet one.
I showed her to her cabin just before we sailed. Challoner came in as she was trying to excuse his rudeness about the ship. And he went for her. Then me. I don't envy Miss Challoner one little bit.
I heard her crying in her cabin our first night out. I think before we reach Jamaica, I might have me a piece of the major.
That I would like to see.
Sure you won't?
Positive, thanks.
Just tell me one thing, Dirk. Do you really think Peter Slavin's killer is aboard the Tangmar?
I wish I knew. But you can't escape the fact that Wherryman's solicitors had been unable to trace Slavin, and yet on the day they ran his photograph in the paper, he was killed. Colonel Hacking is sure that the murder was committed by a person or persons who knew the terms of Victor Wherryman's will. That anyone not arriving in Jamaica aboard the Tangmar automatically lost his or her share of the loot.
£1 million between 6, and now between 5. That's a lot of loot. I'll drink a toast to the 5 of them. Here's to Victor Wherryman. You won't forget, will you, Dick? If anything comes up, I want to be in on it.
Likewise.
Well, I'll be seeing you, pal. Me, I have a date with the glamorous Ilona Fedorov. Wish me luck.
You can even see the stars now, Quartermaster. Going to be a nice night after all.
Be a change after all that fog, sir.
Yes. I think I'll go below. You take over up here, Harris.
Aye, aye, sir.
Harris, this is the Merchant Marine, not the Royal Navy.
Aye, aye, sir.
Look, Harris. Oh, never mind.
Captain Goddard, sir.
What the... Stop engines, quartermaster.
Man overboard! Man overboard!
The night was clearing as I came on deck, and then I heard the scream and saw the head bobbing in the phosphorescent water. Was Death already a passenger on this passage of the Tangmar?
Pull ahead, quartermaster.
Pull ahead, sir.
We'll bring her around and make a search for Tuka.
Passage of the Tangmar. The story of a ship and its cargo of death.
We should pick him up on this circle if he's still afloat. I hope the little fool can swim, that's all. Keep your eyes skinned up forward. We don't want to be searching all night.
Our third night out from Sydney, and the stars clear in the cloudless sky. I'd heard the scream as Edwin Tuka went overboard, and Captain Goddard had ordered the engines stopped at once. Now we were beating back in a circle to starboard, with every member of the crew peering into the night. Not half an hour before he fell or was pushed overboard, I'd been talking to Edwin Tuka in his cabin. And when we picked him up, I wanted to know one thing. Who or what was it that had been important enough to drag that frightened little man on deck? If the killer of Peter Slavin, the sixth beneficiary, was aboard the Tangmar, then he wasn't wasting any time. And then the cry came back from the bows.
There he is, sir. On the port bow.
He's lucky the fog cleared. Darned lucky. Stop engines.
Engine stop, sir.
Get a boat away, Mr. Kendall, and jump to it.
Can see him clearly now, sir. Seems to be struggling to stay afloat.
Bosun, number one boat, port bow, get it swung out.
Lower away there! Lower away!
I knew it before we left, Harris. This is one charter that Tangmar should never have taken on. Get that boat away! Lower away there!
Figured you wouldn't mind my coming along, Dick.
All right, keep at it, boys. Come on, come on.
You realize you've busted my date with the LOANDA.
When we get back, Captain Goddard's likely to bust your neck. Passengers are supposed to stay out of this kind of job.
There he is, dead ahead of us.
Hold on, Tuka!
For a guy who can't swim, he's done all right so far.
He's so frightened he's throwing his arms about enough to stay afloat.
He's gone under, Mr. Kendall.
I'll get him. Shipboard.
Nice night for a dip, Dick.
Let's hope I'm not wasting my time, that's all.
Tuka! Tuka!
I'm going to drown.
Look, I've got you. Don't struggle, you fool. Don't.
Save me! Save
Look, just lie back, Tuka. I've got you.
No, help me!
All right, Tuka, you asked for it. I'm sorry. Sorry about that, Tuka, but I don't intend to lose you now.
Nice work, Kendall. Here, give me a hand. Grab the little black boy.
Yeah. Looked like he was going to take you with him to a watery grave, Kendall.
At least I didn't have to go under for him. He came up right in front of me. All right, get those oars moving. Let's get back to the ship. Yeah, Chuka. Hey, Chuka. You all right now? Chuka.
Oh, don't let me drown. I'm going to drown. Don't leave me. No.
I'll let him be, Kendall. You won't get anything out of him now. The sooner we get back aboard and let Dr. Lawler take a look at him, the better.
How is he, Doctor?
No, he'll be all right. I've given him a sedative.
Did he say anything about how it happened?
No, Captain. I couldn't get anything out of him at all. The poor little blighter still can't believe that he's on board again. He kept grabbing at me.
If you ask me, Captain...
I didn't, Mr. Blake. And I'd be grateful, mighty grateful, if you'd go about your own business. You had no right to join that boat's crew. I'll take that up with you later, Mr.
No good
Kendall.
blaming Dirk, Skipper. If he stopped to argue with me, we would have been wasting time, I guess. Main thing was to get Chuker. I only wanted to help.
When I need you to assist my crew, I'll let you know, Blake.
Okay. I can tell when I'm in the way. So long, folks. Looks like I'll make that date with the loaner after all. Sorry if you're going to collect on my account, Dirk.
All right if we go in and talk to him, Doctor?
It might be an idea if I came too, just in case he needs calming down.
Come on, then. Let's get it over. Well, there's no need to look so miserable, Kendall. I saw you arguing with Blake in the boat. But if it had been me, I'd have thrown him out.
Yes, sir.
Well, how are you feeling now, Mr. Tucker? Any better?
Yes, Doctor. I want to thank you, Mr. Kendall. You saved my life and...
Well, that can wait. How did it happen?
I don't know.
What?
Well, you see, I was up on deck. I wasn't feeling very well, and... I just went to the side of the ship and...
Nothing wrong with that. You're not the first man to be seasick.
But I never was before on the way to England, never.
Oh, that's the way it goes. Well, then what happened?
It just seemed to be falling.
Were you pushed?
I don't think so.
What the blazes does that mean? Were you or weren't you?
It all happened so fast, you see. I don't think so.
I see.
You weren't feeling sick when I talked to you, Mr. Chuka.
No, Mr. Kendall, but after you left, I had my dinner, and then, then it happened. I felt I just had to get out on deck.
Well, you'd better get some rest.
And in future, I'd advise you to stay away from the decks at night.
Oh, I will, Captain, I will.
Good. If we'd still been in that fog, you wouldn't be here now, Mr. Tuker. Remember that. And there's another thing. It's my job to get you to Jamaica. And if I have to lock you in your cabin, I'm going to do just that. You'd better come to my cabin before you go and watch Mr. Kendall to make a report for the log. Good night, Tuker.
Good night, Captain Goddard.
You think you'll be all right now?
Yes, Doctor, thank you.
Well, I'll be in my cabin if you want me. Good night, Mr. Kendall.
Good night.
Just as well you're safe on board. I'd have hated to face Miss Federoff if we'd lost you.
Chuka, listen to me. When you went up on deck, did you see anyone?
No, not a soul.
You sure?
Quite sure. Oh, please don't frighten me any more. I don't want to believe that anyone pushed me.
All right, you fell. We'll leave it at that. But if you notice anything suspicious, the slightest thing at all, I want you to come straight to me now. Is that clear?
Quite, yes. And Mr. Kendall, thank you again. There's only twice in my whole life I've ever been afraid of dying. Once in the dock when I was on trial for my life, and just now in the water.
Well, what do you figure happened?
He was pushed, I'm sure of it.
Why?
Do you know why we are all going to Jamaica? The Major, the Doctor, Mr. Miller, Mr. Tucker, and myself?
I have heard something about it, yeah.
If only one of us were to arrive, then he would collect all the money.
You say he. But supposing it was a she?
Since I am the only woman who is included in the will, that must apply to me. Do you think we're capable of murder, Lee?
Loner, I have the feeling that you always get what you want.
I want you to kiss me, Lee.
I figured you might.
Now.
You know something, Loner? I like a woman who makes the nicest tasks so easy. Loner.
What could be more romantic? The night sounds of a ship at sea and being held in your arms like this.
See, where did you learn to kiss like that, honey?
Mm-hmm. Was something wrong?
No. But when I kiss someone, I like to feel that I'm not being compared to a long line of embraces. Compared and filed away for future reference.
How dare you?
Take it easy.
I thought you might be different to the others, but you're just the same. Smug and so sure of yourself. You want a woman to fall into your arms and sigh that she loves you. Don't you think she has a right to make her choice?
Nothing wrong that I can see, providing the choice agrees with her.
I find you very excitingly different.
To whom?
Oh, the ones in China, Hong Kong, and in all the places.
England?
England? Oh, they are so stuffy. They do not want to be. They can desire you and long for you, but when they kiss you, it is as if at the moment of reaching for you, they become frightened. Frightened that the mask of Anglo-Saxon reserve might fall and reveal them for what they are.
And that is?
Oh, I don't want to talk about them. I would much rather talk about us. We could make this voyage so pleasant for each other.
Why not? When were you in England, Ilona?
Oh, just a few months ago when... Why? Why do you ask?
Oh, no reason. Just talking, that's all.
Lee, I would rather, much rather, that this is a secret between us. I do not want anyone to know that I was in England. Do you promise?
So Ilona Fedorov had been in England just a few months before, and she wanted it kept secret. Lee Blake was not slow to keep me posted with developments. Now it seemed that besides Major Challoner, Dr. Lawler, and Edwin Tuker, Miss Fedorov might have been the killer we were searching for on this passage of the Tangmar. Good night, Harris.
Hello, Dirk. Hey, you feeling all right? Cannot you on the bridge till 8 bells?
Passage of the Tangmar. The story of a ship and its cargo of death.
Please, Lee, it is very important. You must promise me that you will never tell anyone that I was in England when this man Slavin was killed.
I'd gone up to the bridge of the Tangmar at about 20 to 12 midnight. I was due on watch at 8 bells, but pacing up and down in my cabin, trying to work out whether or not Edwin Tuker had been pushed overboard, wasn't getting me anywhere. It was a clear night. I could see Lee Blake and Ilona Fedorov standing close together on the deck. Lee might have been aboard to help me find Peter Slavin's killer, but it was pretty obvious he wasn't letting business interfere with pleasure. I didn't know until later that the American had just found another passenger who had been in England at the time of Slavin's death. The exotic Miss Fedorov, who'd been so anxious to make us all suspicious of Dr. Lawler and the Major. If the last 48 hours were a sample of what the voyage to Jamaica was going to be like, it promised that at least I wouldn't have time to be bored.
You must do as I say, Lee. Promise that you will.
Well, what makes it so important?
The fact that I ask it, isn't it enough?
Is it something to do with the murder of Peter Slavin?
How do you know anything about that?
On this ship? Are you kidding? Seems to be the main topic of conversation.
Frightens me. To be so close to security at last. So close, and yet...
And yet what?
I will try to make you understand. Ever since I can remember, I've had to fight for the things I wanted from life. Fight with the only weapons I have.
You must have won a lot of victories.
Oh, let us walk a little, please. I grew up in China. I was born there. My father was killed in the Russian Revolution, and my mother fled along with thousands of other white Russians to China. I suppose she was luckier than some of her friends. She married again. But it made no real difference to her. She lived only for the day when we would return to the world she had known as a girl. The luxury and glitter of the Russian court. I don't think she even saw the teeming millions of people who fought daily to get enough to eat, but I saw it. I saw it all. From as far back as I can remember. In Hankow, Canton, Hong Kong.
But you managed to get away from China.
I came to Australia as an immigrant, just after the war. My mother was dead. There was nothing to keep me with the man she'd married. Since then, Lee, there have been only little times when I was short of money. It's not so difficult to find a protector.
And after you collect your share of the Wherryman estate?
For the first time in my life, I shall be able to please myself. Not to listen to this dull talk and laugh. Not to look interested when I'm so bored I could scream.
Yeah, I get your point. But why is it so important that no one should know you were in England?
Because of a man, the man who took me there.
Not Peter Slavin?
No. I left this man and returned to Australia and found the letter from Jamaica waiting for me. And I found something else. A man named Keith who wanted to marry me. Oh, he was such a child. I said goodbye to him on the day we sailed.
This other man...
Oh, Lee, isn't there any part of your life that you would like to forget? Well, that is why I do not wish to talk of England. It is finished. All the past is finished.
Yeah, I guess we'd better turn in, Ilona.
You haven't promised?
No, I guess I haven't. And you haven't told the truth, have you?
What?
There wasn't any man who took you to England. That's an excuse you dreamed up because you're terrified of one thing. Now that you're so close to this independence you speak of, you might miss out. And for why? Because you were in England at the time of Slavin's death, and you had as good a reason as any of the other beneficiaries to bump him off, right?
How dare you speak to me like this?
Look, Ilona, whether you did or not is beside the point. But don't bring me out here on deck and think that you can twist me around that little finger of yours by falling into my arms. You can't. Forgetting an episode, unpleasant episode. What do you take me for? Good night.
Lee, please come back, Lee.
What now?
You're right, I am frightened. I read of this man's death and returned to Australia at once.
Then you heard from Jamaica before you went to England, huh?
Yes. Oh, Lee, can't you understand? It was as if the money was already in my hand. I wanted to spend it, to enjoy life,
So you decided to take a sea trip, huh? And then when you read of Slavin's death, you remembered the letter which stipulated that should any one of you fail to arrive in Jamaica, his or her share went to the others. So you panicked and ran, right?
Right.
There's only one thing, Ilona. If I were you, I'd go easy on the other passengers. The way you've been trying to point the bone, they're likely to point it right back if they ever find out.
Isn't that up to you?
I promise you one thing, Ilona. They won't find out, not from me. Come on. I'd better take you to your cabin.
You're very quiet, Sheldon. Going wrong?
I didn't sleep very well, that's all.
Well, then let's step it out a little, blow some of the cobwebs away.
You go on, Father. I'll sit here.
You're not sickening for anything, are you?
Would it matter? I'm sorry, I didn't mean that. Please try to make an effort, Father. We've been in this boat for 3 days now, and apart from this early morning walk around the deck, you stay in your cabin. I have to face the other passengers.
To make excuses? Is that it? Well, don't. Tell them the truth. But I prefer my own company. Fine bunch they are, anyway. Do you expect me to take kindly to a fellow who's such a fool that he falls overboard?
They seem very nice people.
Well, then you talk to him. Make up for both of us.
Why did you bring me with you, Father?
You're my daughter, aren't you?
You insist that I go everywhere with you, and yet all you do is remind me that...
Sometimes when I look at you, Sharon,
felt as if your mother was still here. I almost started to call you Catherine, and then I remember.
Is Mother the reason you gave up the army?
I've told you before, Sharon, I don't want to talk about the army. Those days are finished. It's an army I don't understand anymore, when any trumped-up little fool can get a commission. You have to meet them in the club. They're not interested in the army as a career. Never even think of it in peacetime. Then when war starts, they get promoted over the heads of men who've given their life to the army. Major in 39, Major in 42. I was glad to get out of it.
But it seems such a waste.
Does it? Let them have their amateur soldiers. But when we get back to England, I'll meet those fellas on their own ground. No need to try and make a pension stretch out any more, Sharon. When we get back home, Major Challoner will be somebody. I'll bet there'll be a few of them who'll come begging for favors then.
Is that all this money means to you?
I think I'll finish my walk, Sharon. You arrange my breakfast to be sent to the cabin?
Yes, Father.
And ask that infernal steward if he can't arrange to serve my toast without burning it to a crisp. Morning, Kendall.
Morning, Major. Taking a turn around the deck, eh?
Remarkable deduction, Kendall. Remarkable.
What kind of a reaction do I get if I mention that you appear not to be taking a turn around the deck, Miss Challoner?
I'm so used to apologizing for Father's rudeness that it's almost second nature.
Do you mind if I sit down?
Not at all.
As first officer, it's my duty to see that the passengers are enjoying themselves, Miss Challoner. You don't appear to be.
Well,
If there's anything I can do, anything at all.
It's not anything to worry about.
All right. Change of subject coming up.
No, don't change the subject. I'd like to talk to someone.
Go right ahead.
Mr. Kendall, if you were... Supposing you were an only child, and... Why is it that some men... My mother died when I was born, and I seem to have been living with that ever since.
Doing a sort of perpetual penance.
Yes. Over the years, I seem to have worked up such a feeling of guilt about it that... I'm sorry to trouble you with all this, but, well, everything that happens. The fact that Daddy didn't get promoted during the war. The fact that he was invalided out of the service and watched his junior officers get ahead. All because I had the bad taste to be born at all. Do I sound very disloyal?
You sound heartbroken, crying yourself to sleep in your cabin.
I didn't know that anyone could hear.
Did you ever try to leave him?
Once. Went up to London, but he came after me, and it was much easier to go back. In a way, that's why I'm glad about the money. Because I think he'll be so busy putting up a front that he won't know whether I'm there or not.
Well, he's coming back. I better be on my rounds.
Oh, get up, Kendall. I think you'll need a chair for this.
Father, don't start anything now,
Sharon,
please.
Go to your cabin. I wish to speak with Mr. Kendall alone.
Mr. Kendall.
Sharon, please.
All right.
Kendall, is it usual for first officers to lounge around on deck when there are things calling for their attention?
Major Challoner, I think we'll both enjoy this voyage a lot more if we get one thing straight.
And that's what I'm trying to do. Remember, I objected to that American fellow Lee Blake coming aboard. But I told you he was probably connected with the Wedderman of Fortune in some way.
Yes.
If you care to go up to the boat deck, you'll find the body of that Australian, Ben Miller. He looks very dead.
The Major's voice was dispassionate, and he smiled crookedly as I left him and raced along the deck. As I looked down at the body of Ben Miller, I suddenly realized that he was the only passenger aboard who'd possessed a cast-iron alibi for the time of Peter Slavin's murder in England. The murder before this passage of the Tangmar.
Have the body taken below, Kendall, and then bring Major Challoner to my cabin. If the rest of the passengers find out Miller is dead, we're likely to have a first-class panic on our hands.
Passage of the Tangmar. The story of a ship and its cargo of death.
Now listen, Kendall. I don't care how it's done, but I want the killer of Ben Miller found before we reach Papeete. There's a murderer aboard my ship, and he's got to be found. Whoever used that knife on Miller is going to finish this voyage in irons.
Captain Goddard emphasized each word with a jab of his pipe as we waited in his cabin for Major Challoner to show up. The army officer had refused to leave his cabin until he'd finished his breakfast, although how he could eat after discovering Miller was beyond me. I'd found the Australian just as the Major had said I would, sprawled on the boat deck with a knife in his back. And now there was no doubt in my mind. Colonel Hacking of Interpol had been right in his hunch that the person who killed Peter Slavin in England would strike again aboard the Tangmar in a bid to inherit a larger share of the Wherryman fortune. The sea was calm that third morning as the Tangmar eased along at a comfortable 11 knots. But as I faced the skipper, I realized that I was still fighting shadows. I joined the Tangmar to find a murderer, but Ben Miller, the fifth beneficiary, had died in spite of that. Captain Goddard paced up and down as he continued.
I've had a feeling about this voyage from the start, Kendall. For 2 pins, I'd have refused the charter. But when old man Blake makes up his mind, his captains jump through hoops.
Do you think the death of Miller is tied in with the death of Slavin?
I don't know. Anyway, what do you know about Slavin's death?
Well, you mentioned it just before we left harbor.
Oh, did I? Why does this have to happen on my ship, Kendall?
Captain Goddard, when the Tangmar sailed from England, did you have a full crew?
Of course I did. Why?
There wasn't anyone who rejoined the ship later, en route.
Of course not. What the devil are you getting at, anyway?
Well,
Now, you listen to me, young fella. Find the murderer by all means. But if you're trying to pin it on a member of my crew, you've got another thing coming. It should be obvious to you that one of the passengers is responsible. Find out the ones who were in England at the time Slavin was killed, and you've got what you're after. But don't think you can frame one of my men, because you can't.
Captain Goddard.
It may interest you to know that the Tangmar sailed from England the day before Slavin was killed. I got it from the owners when they arranged for Miss Challoner to have his cabin.
If there is a connection between the deaths...
Of course there's a connection. But there isn't a man in my ship I wouldn't vouch for with my life. Except for the passengers.
As far as I'm concerned, Ben Miller could have been stabbed by anyone aboard, including you and me.
You'll have a job fitting me with it.
That's not the point. I know the passengers who stand to gain more money by Ben Miller's death are the obvious suspects, but we can't rule out the possibility that he was killed for a totally different reason.
All right, Kendall, handle it your own way. But I don't want anyone to know what you're after. You do all the sleuthing you want, but keep Miller's death a secret. Come in.
Morning, Captain Goddard. You sent for me?
I hope you enjoyed your breakfast, Major.
I did, very much. Well, don't look so horrified, Captain. If a soldier allowed the sight of a corpse to put him off his food, he'd rarely eat anything.
Well, let's get on with it. First of all, I take it you've kept quiet about this?
It's not exactly the kind of thing one mentions in polite conversation.
Well, suppose you mention it to us now. Just how did you come to find the body?
I was taking a turn around the deck, to use Mr. Kendall's expression. He met me, in fact. Isn't that so?
Yes.
Oddly enough, it occurred to me after I'd gone back to my cabin that you could have been coming from the boat deck. But I imagine not.
You imagine correctly.
I am glad. Anyway, it wasn't really a case of finding Miller. He was there in front of me. Almost fell over him. When he had to look at the knife to tell me he was dead. Must have been attacked by a man, that's clear.
Why?
And the force of the blow. Knife was buried in his back up to the hilt. Reminds me of a similar case in India. Pathan tribesmen ran amok and attacked one of the havildars. The poor fellow didn't have a chance. But what I am getting at is that fellow who did the stabbing was an enormous brute. Now, that American, Lee Blake. A pretty big fellow, isn't he?
Now, listen to me, Major. Just because you objected to Blake coming aboard, there's no point in trying to hang a murder charge on him.
Well, someone must have done it.
Even you.
I think you'll find he's been dead for some little time, Mr. Kendall. And even when I was serving in the army, I didn't find it necessary to kill a man by stabbing him in the back.
And I don't think Lee Blake would find that necessary either.
I do hope you're right. But I told you when he came aboard in Sydney that I didn't like the look of the man. I still don't.
Be that as it may, I want you to understand one thing, Major Challoner. We need your help to keep this thing quiet.
I don't think murder should be kept quiet.
All right, then. What happens if we broadcast the fact? Have everyone aboard suspecting everybody else? Of course, if you feel so strongly about it, I could put back to Sydney.
But you can't do that now. We're due in Jamaica. You've contracted to take us there.
Well, then, you'd better make up your mind to keep Miller's death as quiet as possible. Apart from the three of us, Dr. Lawler is the only one who knows a thing. He's trying to establish the time of death.
And how do you intend to explain his absence?
I hope to get Dr. Lawler to help us there. Put out a story that Ben Miller's confined to his cabin, sick. Can we count on you, Major?
I don't appear to have any choice, do I? All right, Captain. Mr. Kendall, you have my word. But I'd suggest you find the murderer of Ben Miller very quickly. For I, for one, intend to stay alive until we reach Savannah Lamar.
I'd say it's pretty clear that Miller was killed about 2 hours before he was found. Say about 6 o'clock.
Anyone could have been up there on the boat deck.
The point is, what was Miller doing there?
If I knew that, Lee, I'd know who killed him.
I suppose we're all under suspicion, eh?
All of us, Doctor.
But as Miss Federoff would say, there are some of us who had a very good reason for wishing him dead.
Have you talked to the crew, Dirk?
Well, that's not so easy. Captain Goddard wants me to find the killer, but he also wants Miller's death kept quiet. He's tied my hands very neatly. Short of checking everyone's alibi for 6 o'clock this morning, I can't do a thing.
Alibi? I'm afraid I don't have an alibi. I was asleep in my cabin.
Yes, so was I.
Me too. I'd come off watch at 4. There are 55 crew members on the Tangmar and 6 passengers. Now, where do I start?
I don't see that you can do a thing. You can't very well put out that Miller is sick and then casually accuse people of murdering him.
I don't think the Major will keep it to himself for too long anyhow. And if it's going to be talked about, I'd like to get in first.
You know, Kendall, I was really looking forward to this voyage. But I'm beginning to wish I'd never heard of the Wherryman estate. At least in my surgery, I don't have to walk about with my eyes in the back of my head.
I think you'd better talk to Goddard again, Dirk. Convince him that the only way to get to the bottom of this is to admit what's happened.
It only needs one person to take a look in Miller's cabin, and they could see that he wasn't there.
Well, I'll leave you to it. If you want me, I'll be on deck. I think from now on, I'll give the deck a wide berth after nightfall.
Well, at least the doctor shares the universal opinion that Miller was bumped off by one of the beneficiaries.
Incidentally, just to add to your problems, Ilona Fedorov was in England.
At the time Slavin was killed, I know.
They were all there.
Dr. Lawler, Tuka, Ilona Fedorov, and the Major. All of them except poor Miller. Well, that settles it, Lee. I'm going to see Goddard. It's time he knew the real reason I'm aboard. Hacking wouldn't approve, but it's the only way out.
You think it's one of the 4?
Yes, but which one, Lee? Which one?
Course, Harris.
Go northeast.
Hold on that quartermaster.
Okay, skipper.
What is it, Kendall?
Can I see you a moment, Skipper? It's urgent.
You mean you found that... Oh, come over here. Take the bridge, Harris.
Aye, sir.
If you worried less about spit and polish, Harris, you'd realize you should have rung 3 bells 2 minutes ago. Well, Kendall?
Captain Goddard, I think it's time you knew that I'm not on this ship merely as your first officer.
What?
You've heard of Interpol?
Yes.
They want to find out who killed Peter Slavin, and that's why I came aboard.
I see.
I was under strict orders to keep that fact a secret. I have to ask you to do that.
Well, go on.
But now that Ben Miller's been killed, it's time you knew the truth. I can't let you or anyone else aboard interfere with finding the murderer.
Well, I haven't interfered.
I can't keep Miller's death a secret just to help you, Captain. I'll handle it as discreetly as possible, but saying Miller's confined to his cabin won't get us anywhere.
What do you want to do?
I'll go on with my normal duties. I want the crew and the passengers to accept me as your first officer. But I've got to find that killer before he strikes again. From now on, I want the passengers guarded day and night, and I intend to handle the investigation in my own way.
You can count on me, Kendall. I'll do whatever you say. I never thought I'd be happy to have a policeman for a first officer, but I am. Good hunting, Mr. Kendall.
I knew that Colonel Hacking wouldn't approve. But the only way to get Captain Goddard's assistance was to tell him the truth. I left the bridge and went below, sure that now I'd find the murderer who had come aboard for this passage of the Tangmar.
For Pete's sake, Harris, I turn me back and you're off course. We're heading for Papeete, Tahiti, not the South Pole. Nor east, man. Nor east.
Passage of the Tangmar. The story of a ship and its cargo of death.
Well, Kendall, you've called us together for some good reason, I imagine. Am I talking out of turn when I assume it's connected with the death of the Australian, Mr. Ben Miller?
As soon as I'd informed Captain Goddard that I was an agent for Interpol, and that I had to have a free hand to investigate the death of Miller, I'd gone below and requested the passengers bound for Savannah Lamar to meet me in the forward lounge. While we waited for the Major, I watched the others. Ilona Fedorov, Dr. Martin Lawler, and Edwin Tuker. And I listened to the nervous small talk that eddied and died in sudden self-conscious coughs. Lee Blake looked in for a moment and signaled that he was leaving me to it. Apart from anything else, he was the one man aboard who couldn't have killed Ben Miller. The American had shipped out on the Tangmar only to protect the interests of his father's steamship line. He and the captain were the two men who knew that I was with Interpol. I wondered how soon I'd have to reveal that fact to the others. Then the door opened to admit Major Basil Challoner, ex-Indian Army. And his first words killed the small talk.
Death, did you say, Major Challoner?
Why, yes. I'm sorry, Kendall. Is that still on the top secret list?
Dr. Lawler, would you mind shutting the door?
Yes, certainly.
Very hush-hush. Behind closed doors, eh?
You are joking, aren't you, Major Challoner?
No, he's not, Mr. Tuker. That's why I asked you to meet me here.
You feel that we are the logical suspects, is that it?
Let's hear it from Mr. Kendall, eh, Major?
Oh, but I thought it was to be treated as taboo. Weren't you and Mr. Kendall conspiring to keep Miller's death a secret?
Then why did you mention it when you came in?
At my age, one has very few chances of making a sensational entrance.
Well, as it happens, it doesn't matter now. I persuaded Captain Goddard that the only way to find the person responsible was to start from scratch. Miller is dead. He was murdered. Stabbed in the back with this knife at 4 bells this morning.
Mr. Kendall, do you mind? 4 bells means nothing to me.
At 6 o'clock.
Thank you.
The Major found his body on the boat deck at about 8 o'clock, right, Major?
Correct.
But how dreadful.
I cannot believe it.
I assure you there's no mistake. I examined the body.
Although Miller could have been killed by anyone on board, it seems logical to assume that the people who stood to gain most by his death should be cleared first.
Is that a tactful way of accusing us, Mr. Kendall?
Miss Federoff, I think you should know one thing. There has been considerable talk on this ship about the death of Peter Slavin in England, the beneficiary who was killed nearly 3 months ago. I believe that the same person killed Ben Miller. Whether or not that person also pushed Mr. Tuker overboard is not yet clear.
In any case, Mr. Tuker found a dramatic method of removing suspicion from himself.
Perhaps the rest of us should fall overboard and be unable to remember whether we were pushed or merely fell.
Do you seriously think I'd risk drowning for such a reason? Mr. Kendall, I beg you...
forget it, Mr. Tuker. It seems that on this ship it's quite a parlor game to suspect each other.
Isn't that what you're doing now?
Yes, Major. For a very good reason. How I know doesn't matter, but each one of you were in England when Slavin was killed. Each one of you was aboard the Tangmar this morning when Miller was murdered.
Whoever told you that I was in England was lying.
Just a moment, Miss Federoff. Do you deny that you were in England 3 months ago?
The American told you. He promised me.
Then you were there.
Yes.
Well, now, is that why you were so anxious to pin Slavin's death on me, Miss Federoff, on our first night out?
Dr. Lawler, I had a very good reason for not admitting I had been overseas.
Or that you even knew Slavin's name?
I'm not a murderess.
I'm glad to hear it.
Instead of accusing each other, supposing I tell you that I resent your suspicions, Kendall, that I am not in the habit of being insulted in this manner.
Major
I
Sharon.
can assure you that if you try to accuse me of this crime, you will regret it. I would like nothing better than to have you air your libelous remarks in a court of law.
I might yet have to do that. But the fact remains that now there are only 4 beneficiaries under Victor Wedderman's will. 4, Major. You will admit that the million that you were all to share will go considerably further now.
It is a matter of supreme indifference to me. I've always been poor at mathematics. Divide £1 million by 6 or 4. There's not much difference, surely.
At the moment, it seems there's enough difference to account for 2 deaths. All you have to do is to answer a very simple question. 2, in fact. Firstly, have you, any of you, ever seen this knife before?
Of course not.
Never. I have a phobia about knives, Mr. Kendall.
Dr. Lawler?
No.
Major Challoner?
Yes, I've seen it before.
You have?
This morning, of course, very firmly planted in Miller's back. I find this discussion quite pointless, Mr. Kendall. If you'll excuse me, I have some letters to write. Perhaps when we reach Savannah Lamar, this matter will be handled by a professional investigator. I suggest you leave it to him, Mr.
Just
Kendall.
a moment, Major.
Well?
The second question.
Where was I at 6 o'clock this morning? Supposing you find that out.
The Major is right. You have no reason to question any of us.
I agree. How dare you assume we would resort to violence?
If that was the second question, Mr. Kendall, I've already told you I was in my cabin, asleep.
Thanks, Doctor. Well, for the time being, that's all. But it's not the end by a long shot. We won't reach Jamaica for almost another month. That's a long time for a killer to lie low.
Drink, Kendall?
No, thanks.
You know, I've been thinking about what you said to me on the bridge. Why didn't the owners tell me that you were from Interpol?
I suppose they didn't want you to be involved in any way. It's your job to run the ship. Mine to protect the passengers.
Do you have to do that?
Oh, sorry.
I've seen hundreds of knives like that. I dare say there are dozens of them aboard. Seaman's knives.
There's nothing special about it, except that it killed a man.
I've arranged for a couple of crewmen to patrol the passengers' quarters tonight, just in case.
Thanks.
You know, Major Challoner might have something. I've been worrying about taking Lee Blake aboard ever since I heard about Miller.
You don't have to worry in regard to Blake, Captain. I give you my word, he's on the level.
Supposing, for the sake of argument, there was something we didn't know of in Wedderman's will.
What do you mean?
Well, perhaps it's to someone's advantage for none of the beneficiaries to arrive. Perhaps there's an outsider who stands to gain by that.
You mean that Wedderman might have left his money to these people provisionally, that if none of them show up, then it goes to someone else?
Exactly.
Well, aren't you going back on what you said before? That implies that the murderer we're looking for must be one of your crew.
Oh, Lee Blake.
Oh, I see.
Cheers. It's just a thought.
Captain, do you mind if I wire ahead to Jamaica? It might be possible to get a complete copy of Werriman's will.
Not at all. Give Sparks something to do.
Brancher, and Smith. Werriman's solicitors. I'll get Sparks onto it straight away.
I'm flattered to be getting all this attention, Dirk. First the major, now the captain. I can see the way things are going. I'll be in the brig before we reach Jamaica.
The major's kept hammering at the skipper ever since you came aboard. Suspicious character, that Lee Blake. Now he's got the skipper doing it, too.
He's a good man, Goddard. My father's got a lot of time for him. Says they don't make masters like him anymore. I did a lot of sleuthing myself this afternoon, by the way. It seems that none of the crew have lost a knife.
How did you explain that question?
Said that I'd found one, that's all.
Did you get the feeling that they know what's going on?
Well, they know something's up. Could feel it. Miller's death will be all over the ship by morning.
Incidentally, I'd say Lona Fedorov was gunning for you. I had to reveal the fact that I knew she'd been in England at the crucial time.
Yeah, I know. She ignored me in the dining room tonight. Very Slavic, very haughty.
Sorry. You had better company than me last night up here.
Oh, so you saw us, huh? Well, she's a very attractive girl.
I don't think there'll be too many of them willing to face the deck after nightfall from now on.
No, I guess not. Well, I think I'll be turning in. You coming down?
No, I'm due on the bridge. Almost 8 o'clock.
So long, then. Oh, Dirk. Watch your step. I gather you're number one unpopular boy in the Tangmar right now.
I'm glad I'm not coming into any of that money, then. Good night. Oh. Colonel Hacking, you sure handed me a prize job. Should have just stayed at sea, Dirk, my boy. No complications, no Interpol. I'm tired. Who killed Cock Robin? Who? What the? A knife! Oh, no, you don't. Give me that knife. In the darkness on deck, I swayed back, holding the wrist of my unknown attacker. Above me, the knife gleamed dully as I staggered across the rail. In that moment, I knew that I was fighting for my life in this passage of the Tangmar. Drop that knife, you murdering swine! Drop it! Passage of the Tangmar. The story of a ship and its cargo of death. Now, supposing we have a look at you, my friend. As I fell to my knees, gasping to get my breath back, I could hear the racing feet on the deck. They almost seemed to be running in time with the bell from the bridge. I'd been trying to force my attacker into the light when he'd lashed out with his foot and cut my wind. More than anything, I wanted to go after him, but all I could do was stagger to the rail and gulp in the night air. Then my foot kicked the knife along the deck, and as I bent to pick it up, I knew before I touched it that this was the same knife that had killed Ben Miller that morning. I'd left the knife in Captain Goddard's cabin, and suddenly I remembered Colonel Hacking's words. Even the skipper of the Tangmar was a suspect. I made for the bridge with my mind racing. Had someone tried to kill me because they knew that I was an Interpol agent? Or was it a mistake in the darkness? Had the killer assumed that I was one of the passengers bound for Savannah Lamar and the Wherryman Fortune?
Little late, aren't you, Kendall?
Captain Goddard, if the person who tried to knife me on deck just now had got away with it,
What? What are you talking about?
This.
Why, that's... But it couldn't be.
It's the knife that killed Ben Miller, Captain. There's a nick here in the handle. I noticed it this morning.
But when I left my cabin, that knife was on the table.
Do you lock your cabin?
I've never found it necessary. I trust my crew,
Well,
Kendall.
I don't, Captain. Not when one of them tries to kill me.
Did you see him?
Not clearly. I couldn't make out his face, but he was wearing a seaman's vest. I felt it as we struggled.
Thompson, arrange for Mr. Harris to take this watch. I'll take over myself at midnight.
Right, Skipper.
You better come down to my cabin, Kendall. You look all in.
Yes, come in. Oh, why, Miss Challoner, is something wrong?
Please don't send me away, Dr. Lawler. Not until I've talked to you.
Oh, here, sit down. Crusty old bachelors like myself never send a pretty woman away. You've saved me from my own company, and for that I'll be very grateful. Now, what is it?
I want you to tell me what's going on aboard this ship. Why did Mr. Kendall summon all of you to the lounge this afternoon? I can't get anything out of my father.
Miss Challoner, your father's right. There's no need for you to worry. We've had a little trouble, that's all, and Mr. Kendall was trying to straighten it out.
If it concerns my father, I have a right to know.
Then I think you'd better wait until he tells you, don't you?
Dr. Lawler, it's bad enough my father treating me like a fool, but do you have to do the same thing?
Oh, now, wait a minute.
I know that Mr. Miller is dead.
You do?
I think everyone on board knows. I've heard it from at least 3 of the crew. But what has it got to do with Daddy?
Well, nothing really, except that, like the rest of us, he's going to Jamaica. After all, everyone on board is a suspect if it comes to that.
I never heard anything so ridiculous. I think it's like Mr. Kendall's cheek to accuse people.
Now, listen to me, young woman. Dirk Kendall hasn't accused anyone. But murder is a serious business. All he wanted to know was where each one of us was at the time of the murder.
Did my father say where he was?
Well, as I remember, he invited Mr. Kendall to find out.
And then came down to my cabin in a fiendish temper.
Now, look, Miss Challoner, if this murder isn't solved, then the Major will have to answer all kinds of questions when we reach Papeete. Or perhaps not until we get to Jamaica, but the questions won't be as tactful as Kendall's were. Now, I suggest that you advise your father to cooperate for all our sakes.
But it's unthinkable.
Well, I don't like it much either. But aren't you forgetting the important thing? Miller was killed by someone on this ship.
When did it happen?
At about 6 o'clock this morning.
6 o'clock?
Yes. Now, I expect that, like the rest of us, Major Challoner was curled up in his bunk fast asleep.
But he wasn't.
He wasn't?
Dr. Lawler, I didn't mean that. It's just that he must have been in his cabin. I mean, where else could he be?
Yes, exactly. Where is your father now, Miss Challoner? I'd rather like a word with him, if I may.
Oh, please don't. If he thinks that I've said anything, then it'll only make it more difficult. Anyway, I don't think you'd find him. He said he was going to take a stroll around the deck.
Now, look here. If your father wasn't in his cabin this morning, where was he?
I don't know. And I don't want to talk about it, Dr. Lawler. I must have made a mistake about the time. Good night, Doctor.
Yes. I think the sooner you and I have a talk, Major Challoner, the better.
That's the story, Captain Goddard. Either the person who attacked me was out to prevent this investigation going any further, or he mistook me for one of the beneficiaries.
You say you'd been walking with Lee Blake just before it happened?
Yes, he left me when I started towards the bridge.
Did you see him go below?
I didn't wait to see him. But it wasn't Lee, if that's what you're thinking. And it's about time you stopped trying to protect your crew at all costs, Captain Goddard.
I've spent my life at sea, Kendall. And I've never known anything like this to happen to a command of mine. I still keep hoping I'll wake up and find it's all a bad dream. What are you going to do about it?
Find out who took this knife from your cabin.
How?
Well, who has access to it?
My steward. Do you want me to get him in?
No, I'll see him later. You didn't tell anyone else that I was with Interpol, did you, Captain?
What do you take me for, Kendall, a fool? Of course I didn't.
Well, then you and Lee Blake are the only two who know that.
Did you tell Blake? What for?
Oh, he knew before he came aboard. You see, we'd met before, when I was on another assignment. That's why I trust him.
Oh. Then that leaves me, doesn't it?
Well, you couldn't be on the bridge and on deck, could you?
This business gets crazier and crazier. You'd think that a sixth part of £1 million would be enough for anybody. Yes? Oh, yes, Sparks, what is it?
The information Mr. Kendall was after, sir, from Jamaica.
Oh, thanks.
It's all here, sir.
Oh, Sparks, there's no need to talk about this, right?
Right.
That's all.
Weather report's good, sir.
Fine.
Skipper, is there any truth in the rumor about that passenger? A man named Miller?
Where did you hear that?
It's all over the ship, sir. Everyone's saying he was murdered.
Oh, they are they? Well, tell him to... Yes, it's true, Sparks. Now get out of here.
Yes, sir.
Yeah, I should have known it couldn't be kept quiet. Well, anything there, Kendall?
I don't know, Captain Goddard. Just let me read through this, will you? Challoner? Major Challoner, is that you?
Yes?
Oh, do you mind if I have a word with you?
If you must.
I didn't think there was another passenger who'd have the courage to face this deck after nightfall, bearing in mind what happened to Miller. Seemed like a good time to be alone, but I see I was wrong.
Yes, the wake looks exciting at night, doesn't it? My favorite spot on deck, too. Standing here at the stern rail.
It's like watching the past. Nothing you can do can bring it back. Gone. And back there, where you lost sight of it, it's as if the screws had never been there at all. It's like life, Doctor. Already it's as if Miller had never been.
Oh, you think so?
No, there'll be the usual rigmarole of questions and answer, but in the long run, it doesn't matter. All the questions in the world won't bring him back.
I've got a question for you, Major.
Another amateur sleuth, eh? Well?
Where were you at 6 o'clock this morning?
In my cabin, where else?
I don't believe that.
You calling me a liar?
I don't want to.
I was in my cabin, Dr. Lawler. If you don't mind, I prefer my own company.
Good night, Major Challoner. You leave me no option but to inform Mr. Kendall of what I know.
Well, Kendall, does Weddyman's will tell you anything?
No, Captain Goddard, it's perfectly straightforward. He left his money to these 6 people on condition that they arrived in Jamaica together aboard a ship specially chartered for that purpose. No one else stands to gain by his death, and...
Come in. Oh, yes, Dr. Lawler. What can I do for you?
I have something to tell Mr. Kendall. May I come in?
Of course.
What is it, Doctor?
One of the passengers aboard this ship killed Ben Miller, and I think I know who it is.
As Dr. Martin Lawler spoke, I found myself thinking again of the passengers. The doctor himself, Ilona Fedorov, Edwin Tuker, and Major Challoner. Or was Lawler speaking of Sharon Challoner? Or Lee Blake? As Goddard and I waited for the doctor to go on, I could hear the steady, rhythmic beat of the engines that propelled us forward to Jamaica in this passage of the Tangmar.
All All right, Dr. Lola, let's have it. I want my ship clean again. If you know the person, man or woman, who killed Ben Miller, then speak up.
Passage of the Tangmar. The story of a ship and its cargo of death.
Very well, Captain Goddard. As you know, Major Challoner was in England with the rest of us when Peter Slavin was killed. But at 6 o'clock this morning, he wasn't in his cabin. It's my belief he was on the boat deck stabbing Ben Miller to death.
There was a calmness about Dr. Lawler's statement that impressed me. It was as if he'd completed a diagnosis on a patient and was left with the unpleasant task of breaking the bad news. Major Challoner, who'd refused to explain his movements that morning. Major Challoner, who had made no secret of his dislike for everything connected with the Tangmar. As the doctor finished speaking, I found myself wondering if that obvious dislike had been a cloak for something deeper. An irresistible urge to gain the Wetherman million for himself. But there was one thing wrong with the doctor's theory. Not half an hour before, I'd been attacked on deck by a man I'd been unable to see in the darkness. But I was sure of one thing. My attacker had not been Major Challoner. Captain Goddard was almost biting through the stem of his pipe as he waited impatiently for my reaction.
Well, dash it, Kendall. Say something, man. Here you've got the whole thing solved, dumped in your lap. All we've got to do is shove the Major in the brig.
Now, wait a minute. Dr. Lawler, how do you know the Major wasn't in his cabin this morning?
I can't tell you that. But I assure you my information is correct.
I see. Have you spoken to the Major about this?
Yes, just now on deck. That's why I've come to you. When I faced Challoner with what I knew, he claimed he was in his cabin. I believe he was lying.
Well, that's all very well, but who told you this? Come on, Lawler. Sooner or later you'll have to tell us, you know.
Then I'm afraid it will have to be later.
You saw the Major on deck. Have you any idea how long he'd been there?
Oh, some little time, I imagine. I was talking to to one of the passengers who told me that he was on deck.
And how long ago were you talking to Miss Challoner?
Oh, about half an hour, I suppose. I didn't say it was...
But it was Miss Challoner. And it was Miss Challoner who told you her father wasn't in his cabin this morning. Is that right, Doctor?
Yes, for an amateur sleuth, you're pretty quick off the mark, Kendall. And she let it slip and then tried to cover up.
And if Major Challoner were on deck half an hour ago, he must have heard the struggle when I was attacked, Captain Goddard.
You were attacked?
By a fellow with a knife. I couldn't see him, but I was pretty sure until now that it was one of the crew.
Anyone could put on a seaman's vest, Kendall.
When was this?
About half an hour ago. Did you say the Major was still on deck?
Yes.
I think it's time I took the gloves off with that gentleman. Oh, don't worry, Doctor. I'll keep Sharon Challoner's name out of it.
Ah, your drink, Miss Fedorov.
Thank you. I'm amazed to find such a civilized drink as vodka on this ship.
Oh, we don't usually carry it, miss, but, I believe it was fixed up before we left. Orders from Jamaica. The passengers were to have every comfort.
Wonderful.
I don't know how you can be so calm, Miss Fedorov. Sitting there drinking
That's all, Steward.
Right, miss.
There is no need to let the crew see how frightened you are, Mr. Tucker. Oh, Steward.
Yes, miss?
What is your name?
Henry, miss.
Well, Henry, I should like you to attend to my needs for the rest of the trip. You can start by tidying up my cabin.
Yes, miss.
I feel that a good-looking steward is so important, don't you, Miss Challoner?
I've never really thought about it.
No, I don't suppose you have. Or if you have, your father would see that such thoughts were never aired more than once.
Miss Fedorov.
To you, my dear. You know, If you would only take the trouble, you could be such an attractive child.
I think that's a most unpleasant thing to say, Miss Federoff.
So, at last, we hear our frightened little passenger in a new role. It is a change. You found a protector, a champion, Miss Challoner.
Haven't we got enough on our minds without being unpleasant to each other?
I've no doubt you have a great deal on your mind, Mr. Tucker. Tell me, why is it that you found the courage to leave your cabin tonight and join us in the lounge? I should have thought that after the affair of poor Mr. Miller, you would have locked yourself in.
Well, it's nice in here. Company.
Oh, how flattering.
Doesn't it matter to you at all, Miss Federoff, that this man was killed?
It means that I am much richer, that's all. I didn't kill the poor fellow. And poor Mr. Tucker is so frightened of his own shadow, I can't see him in the role of murderer.
Can't you?
Can you, Miss Challoner?
Mr. Tucker, don't take any notice of her.
Ever since I came aboard, Miss Federoff...
Ilona, please. Miss Federoff sounds so formal.
Miss Federoff, ever since I joined this ship, you've made fun of me. I'm frightened. I'm very frightened. Not for the reason you think. I did kill someone once.
Mr. Tucker.
Oh, don't be alarmed, Miss Challoner. I stayed in my cabin only because I know perfectly well that the police would regard me as an obvious suspect. You see, I've been in prison.
Oh, very interesting. You have quite an imagination, Mr. Tucker. Edwin.
You can find out if I'm telling the truth very easily, Miss Federoff. You've only to ask Mr. Kendall and Mr. Blake. They know.
Oh, imagine. A killer who falls overboard. Oh, very funny. Or have you made up your mind yet that one of us pushed you?
Oh, don't keep making fun of me, please. I'm not very proud of what I did in the past. I have to live with it.
What did you do?
You don't have to tell us.
That I do. You'd find out anyway. My first wife, I poisoned her.
Yes. I imagined that you wouldn't have the courage for anything else but poison.
I loved her so much when we were first married. But she made fun of me. She made fun of me, too. She never stopped. It was always what a funny little man I was. And then, as the years passed, I knew that she'd begun to hate me. She didn't even try to please me anymore. Not even in little things. It's just that I think table manners are so important. And she knew that. She used to enjoy upsetting me at the table.
Mr. Tucker.
It doesn't matter now. It was the way she ate her soup that proved the final straw. Noisily, day after day, and watching me to see if I was noticing, and then laughing. If you'll excuse me, I think I'll go to my cabin.
Mr. Tucker, are you married now?
Yes.
Does she know?
Yes.
And she doesn't mind being married to a poisoner?
No.
Oh, before you go.
Yes.
I promise you that we shall all watch our table manners very carefully, just in case. Good night, Mr. Tucker.
Good night.
Do you enjoy doing that kind of thing?
Only to the unattractive ones, my dear. Oh, are you going?
I'd like to keep my temper.
Then as you pass my cabin, would you tell Henry that I'm ready for another vodka?
Looking for me, Mr. Kendall?
Yes.
I thought you might be.
I've been around the deck 3 times, Major Challoner, and down to your cabin.
Yes, I know. I saw you headed this way the first time, but I wanted to enjoy my own company a little longer, so I ducked out of sight. But here I am.
I imagine you know why I want to talk to you.
I'm afraid so.
Dr. Lawler claims that you weren't in your cabin this morning when Miller met his death. Is that true?
It might be.
Look, I'm tired of sparring with you, Major. You've been going out of your way to make things difficult ever since we left Sydney. I want an answer to my question, and I want it now.
Very well. I wasn't in my cabin.
Where were you?
I have answered your question, Mr. Kendall. Incidentally, there was quite a fight you put up. My congratulations.
You saw it?
Yes.
You wouldn't be lying about that, too. By that I mean, Major Challoner, that it might have been you with the knife.
I assure you it was not. And in case you're wondering why I didn't interfere, let me point out that I do not believe in being involved in brawls between common sailors.
I see. In other words, I could have been killed and you wouldn't have lifted a finger.
Very succinctly put. And completely accurate. I intend to reach Jamaica alive, Kendall. And by coming to your assistance, I just might have been hurt. I weighed your probable fate against my share of £1 million, and you finished a bad second.
If you managed to recognize me, then you must have recognized my attacker.
Sorry.
If you were up here at the stern, you must have seen him as he ran away.
No, I kept out of sight.
Not even a glimpse?
Sorry.
All right, Major, now get this straight. Either you account for your movements this morning, or you're going to have a long time to enjoy your own company in the ship's brig. You'll have all the solitude you require.
Mr. Kendall, do you really think that if I'd killed Miller, I'd have gone out of my way to report his death?
It was I who discovered him.
I'm waiting, Major. Where were you at 6 this morning? In the dim light, I watched Major Challoner's pale, lined face as he leaned over the stern rail, seemingly immersed in the creaming wake. We were 3 days out with thousands of miles to go. Miles in which a killer might strike again in this passage of the Tangmar.
Mr. Kendall, I told you before to stick to the thing you know. You're the first officer of the Tangmar, and as such you have no right to query any movement of mine. At 6 this morning, I was minding my own business. It's now just after 9 p.m., and I suggest you do the same. Good night.
Passage of the Tangmar. The story of a ship and its cargo of death.
So that's his game, is it? Well, if you don't want the Major to know that you're with Interpol, you better bring him to see me, Kendall. As captain of the Tangmar, I've a right to know exactly what that ex-brass hat thinks he's playing at.
Captain Goddard was even angrier than I was myself. But in the back of my mind, I couldn't help feeling that Challoner was innocent. The Major's cold-blooded determination to arrive in Jamaica and collect his share of the Wherryman fortune impressed me more than anything else. I couldn't see him prejudicing that by murdering anyone. To him, with years of half pay to remember, a sixth and now a fourth share of $1 million would be money enough. I was with the skipper in his cabin and leafing through the pages of the Wherryman will as he paced up and down, his teeth clicking almost like castanets on the stem of his worn briar.
Well, what are you waiting for, Kendall? Go and fetch Major Challoner in here.
Let's go through this will first, Captain.
While that murderer moves freely on my ship? Are you out of your mind, Kendall?
It won't take more than a moment or two. Plenty of time to get Challoner. After all, he can't go anywhere. Listen.
You said that the will looked perfectly straightforward.
It was very good of Brancher, and Smith to go to all this trouble.
Will you please get Challoner in here, or do I have to go after him myself?
Hey, Skipper, take it easy. He'll be here.
How do you know?
To complain of my impertinence, I should think.
Oh.
Can't see him missing an opportunity like that. It's the thing that's fascinated me all along with this case.
What?
The reason that Victor Wherryman chose these 6 people to inherit his money.
Has it got it there?
Yes. Listen. This is the last will and testament of me, Victor Arkwright Wherryman, etc., etc. I hereby revoke all other wills and testaments, so on. Here it is. That my estate should be divided evenly between the following 6 people. And then he lists them. Major Challoner, Miss Federoff, Ben Miller, Edwin Tucker, spelt Tucker here, Dr. Lawler, and Slavin.
Well, why did he choose these people? If you know... Come in.
Oh, Major Challoner. I've been waiting for you. I thought you might be. I understand that Mr. Kendall here has been tipped off, shall I call it, that I had something to do with the death of Miller. Now, you listen to me, Challoner. I'm becoming just a little tired of your high and mighty attitude. You may think you're slumming by being aboard my ship, but while you're aboard, you'll behave yourself. Mr. Kendall has my permission to ask any questions he thinks fit. I want this whole business cleared up. Now, where were you at 6 this morning? I see I wasted my time in coming here, Captain Goddard. Do you think I've got nothing more to do than listen to your complaints? I take it you came to report Kendall? Yes. Well, I'm not interested. Mr. Kendall is acting under my instructions. Even when he says that I may well finish this voyage in the brig? Yes, Major Challoner. Very well, gentlemen. I'm obviously holding an untenable position. I had a very good reason for being out of my cabin this morning, and it was not the reason you seem to think. I did not kill Miller, just as I did not kill Peter Slavin. Then what were you doing this morning? You'd have made a first-rate drill sergeant, Captain. Since you insist, I left my cabin because I heard the sound of 2 people running in the corridor outside. Looking back, it's probable that one was Miller. Anyway, I got up and opened the door, but then, of course, they'd gone past. So I went up on deck for a moment.
In spite of your intention not to become involved in anything that might prevent you reaching Jamaica.
Good point. But at that moment, I didn't think there was anything to become involved in. I was curious, that's all. I suppose I was out of my cabin for, 10 minutes.
And you didn't see anything on deck that looked suspicious?
Not a thing.
Did you see anyone who can back up your story?
Not a soul. But then I didn't look in the direction of the boat deck.
They were men's feet that ran past your cabin,
I should say so. Well, do we head for the brig now?
No, Major.
Well, if you don't mind, I'll go back to my cabin. Oh, and Kendall, the next time my daughter tries to get me accused of murder, I'd suggest you remember that she has very good reason to hate me. Good night.
I wonder how the devil he worked that out. That Miss Challoner passed on the information that he wasn't in his cabin when Miller was killed.
I'm wondering why the devil he didn't arrest him. Hang it all, Kendall. That's about the weakest alibi I've heard.
And that's why I believe it, because it sounds weak.
Oh, I'll go back to the bridge. Do the job I understand. Let me know if anything turns up, Kendall. Well, Sharon, don't look so alarmed. I merely wanted to make sure you were safe.
I don't feel like talking, Father.
No, I imagine not. Why did you tell Dr. Lawler that I wasn't in my cabin this morning? Or am I wrong?
Couldn't we talk in the morning?
No. Now. Well, why?
Because I'd gone to Dr. Lawler to find out what was going on. You wouldn't tell me anything. And then when he mentioned 6 o'clock as the time of the murder, I just couldn't stop myself.
Or wouldn't? Sharon, if anything happened to me, you'd be pretty well off. Isn't that what you think?
Father.
It is natural enough to assume that I should leave everything to you. And of course, by seeing that I was accused of murder, you'd get it all that much quicker, wouldn't you?
How can you talk like that? Do you honestly think that Oh, it's horrible.
Yes, isn't it? But just in case you're ever tempted to try anything like that again, remember one thing. My share of the Wedderman estate will never pass to you, Sharon. So thinking up ways of getting rid of me is rather pointless. Good night, my dear. Pleasant dream. Pleasant dream.
But for Pete's sake, man, everything points to the guy. He's not in his cabin when the murder takes place. He's on deck tonight when you were attacked. Just how much proof do you want?
Listen, Lee, all right, so I arrest the Major. Then if my theory is correct, I'm merely inviting the real killer to pick his time and place again.
What? Well, how do you work that out?
Well, I'll tell you, if he was confined in the brig, I think Major Challoner would be the next on the list.
Well, of all the cockeyed hunches...
I don't think so. Supposing our killer is a member of the crew, at some time he'd be bound to draw guard duty on the brig, and he'd be alone with the Major. You see?
Yeah, but I thought you decided that one of the passengers must be guilty.
Well, they're the obvious suspects, Lee.
Well, I don't figure it at all. Here you are, going out of your way to protect a man who'd stand by and let you be knifed rather than raising a finger.
That's mainly the reason. The Major told me himself nothing is going to stop him reaching Jamaica. The man who's been on half pay for years, $600,000 is a peak. He doesn't want more.
But he's getting it now, isn't he? $250,000?
And so are the others. Ilona Fedorov and the doctor and our convicted prisoner Edwin Tuker.
Well, for my money, you can write him off. I've never known a poisoner to use a knife.
It wasn't Tuker who attacked me on deck.
That's what I'd like to know. Why were you attacked?
Well, in the darkness, I could have been mistaken for someone else. But I can't escape the feeling it's because the man with the knife knows I'm on his trail.
Knows you're from Interpol, is that what you mean?
Yes.
But only Goddard and myself know that.
Well, that's what I thought until now, but supposing we were wrong. A murderer has a sixth sense about a man on his trail. Faced with a month at sea, he might have decided to get me before I get the evidence to convict him.
Well, I guess I'd better stay pretty close to you, Dirk, just in case.
You won't be watching me any more carefully than I will myself, but thanks anyway. I found out one thing tonight, Lee.
Huh? What?
I had the wireless operator contact Jamaica. I got the details of the Wetterman will from Brancher, and Smith. I know why the old boy chose these 6 people.
But we know about Dr. Lawler and the Major.
Yes. They're the only 2 who remember Wetterman, and their stories are true. Lawler did operate on Wetterman in England, and the Major did meet him in India.
Uh-huh. And the others?
Well, listen. To Mr. Ben Miller, who probably will not recall ever meeting me, I leave a 6th share of my estate for the following reason. Traveling in 1937 from Bathurst to Sydney by car, I met the above-named gentleman who was, to use the correct term, humping the bluey. I gave him a lift, and as we traveled, he stole my wallet. Shortly afterwards, the car broke down, and due to Mr. Miller's mechanical ability, we were able to resume our journey. I was so gratified that I told Miller he could keep the wallet, which he then handed back, saying that if he was that easy to pick, he was in the wrong line of business. My admiration for Ben Miller stems from that moment, and since his pride in his artistry was greater than his desire for my wallet, I leave him enough to obviate any necessity to steal again. Signed, Victor Wherryman.
And now Miller's dead?
The amateur, he called himself. He only had to reach Jamaica alive to be on Easy Street for the rest of his life.
Well, it's no good blaming yourself, Dirk.
No. I fell into a trap, Lee. I didn't think the killer would strike so soon. I was caught off guard, and Ben Miller paid the price. You know, when I find that murderer, it's going to be pretty hard to remember that Colonel Hacking wants him alive. I had the details of Victor Wherryman's will in front of me, and almost a month in which to trap a murderer who'd outwitted me all along the line in this passage of the Tangmar.
Just listen to him, will you, Andy, lad? Engines built by the Scots and nursed by a Scots engineer. Is it any wonder that they run so sweet, eh?
Passage of the Tangmar. The story of a ship and its cargo of death.
We know why Wherryman left part of his fortune to Ben Miller, Dirk, but what about the others? You say you've got all the particulars there. Let's hear them. Might be a lead in it someplace.
It was after 10 on our third night out from Sydney. The sea was calm and the Tangmar hardly rolled at all as she ploughed steadily on at nearly 10 knots. We'd come almost 800 sea miles, and in that time Ben Miller had been killed, and I'd come within an ace of death myself. There was still the unexplained mystery of Edwin Tuker going overboard. But if the little man couldn't or wouldn't remember whether he'd been pushed, there was nothing I could do. I was talking with Lee Blake, the American who was aboard to protect his father's interest in the Tangmar. And while my thoughts went back to the knife that had killed Ben Miller and had also been used by my unknown attacker, I looked down again at the details of the beneficiaries I'd received from Brancher, Brancher & Smith in Jamaica. Perhaps Lee was right. Maybe we would find a clue in Wherryman's reasons for leaving his £1 million to these passengers on the Tangmar.
Well, go on. What have you got on Miss Fedorov?
Oh, not much. But here it is. To Miss Ilona Fedorov, who should remember me very well since we travelled from Hong Kong together by ship in 1938, when she was going to Australia as an immigrant and... Was something wrong, Lee?
Oh, go on.
I leave 1/6 of my fortune because of Miss Fedorov's devotion to her ailing parents. I was relieved to find that in spite of the many attractions of shipboard life, this young woman of 17 years should prefer in this modern age to discharge her duties as a daughter. Her care and attention to her father and mother were a constant reminder to me that the younger generation is capable of proving we oldsters wrong when we say young people are not what they were. Signed, Victor Wherryman.
Doesn't sound like the same Ilona, does it?
What are you getting at?
Well, she told me a story that her parents died in China. Now, why would she do that if, as she now claims, she brought them with her? And another thing, according to Ilona, she came to Australia after the war.
Well, there's something else, too. She denies ever knowing Victor Wherryman. Why?
Oh, I think there's a simple enough explanation, Dirk.
Well, let's have it.
Well, if she came to Australia in 38, that's 21 years ago, and she was 17 at the time, it's obvious that Miss Fedorov is a little older than she would have us believe.
Well, what's that got to do with her denying that she remembers Victor Wherryman?
Well, I think if she admitted it, she'd have to admit that she's not quite the tough baby she pretends to be. You know, I find myself liking Ilona Fedorov more than I thought possible.
Well, this story about her parents dying in China...
Oh, at the time, I had the feeling it was a very practiced line. I dare say she's told it so often she almost believes it herself. You going to mention this to her?
Not for the moment. Because she's lied doesn't make her out to be a killer.
Someone on this ship is.
Listen, Lee, I've got two jobs. One to find a killer and the other to protect these passengers.
Yeah, sure. You know, she doesn't look a day over 30.
I thought we were going through this stuff to look for clues.
Of course, she was in England when Slavin was killed.
In that case, if you're trying to pin it on her, then there are two killers aboard. It wasn't Miss Fedorov who attacked me on deck. But she could have been an accomplice.
I doubt it. What have you got on Slavin?
Nothing. That's funny. He was a beneficiary, and yet Brancher & Smith didn't send any details on him.
Yeah, I guess they decided you were interested only in the ones who were living.
Yes, I suppose so. Listen, Lee, if you like, I'll leave this stuff with you. I don't think you'll find anything in it, but you're welcome to try.
Say, where are you off to?
Find a steward who attends to Captain Goddard's cabin. I want to know if he saw that knife one.
Course, Harris.
You ready, sir? 22.5 east.
Course, Harris. On the Tangmar, we steer the old-fashioned way. Course, Harris.
Go northeast, sir.
Yeah. Quartermaster, did you speak to the engine room? Tell him we wanted more ribs.
Yes, sir.
And why the devil don't they give them to us?
Because we can't, that's why.
Oh, hello, Chief. There's something wrong.
Something wrong, he says. You do want to reach Jamaica, don't you?
Now, look, Chief.
The way you're driving those wee engines of mine, you'll be lucky to get to Papiti. And if you do, there'll be no need to bunker. For 3 days now, I've given you all the speed we're capable of.
Now, Chief, even a couple more ribs and...
Not one. In fact, it might help if you travel slow for a while. Give me a bit of time to nuss them along a bit. You know, you're not skippering a big liner, you know, just because we've got a few passengers for once.
Half speed, Quartermaster.
Half speed, skipper.
Satisfied now, Mr. Cregan?
And there's another thing. I'd like to know what's all this talk is about a murder on the Tangmar, what it means.
I'll tell you later, Chief.
Very well. I don't care who gets killed, Captain Goddard, as long as it's not one of my engineers. And you're not going to murder my engines, Captain Goddard. Remember that.
Wait till he gets back to the engine room, Harris, and then ring down for full speed. Make the old buzzard burst one of his own boilers.
Mr. Kendall, are you in there? Mr. Kendall,
Oh, Dick just stepped out, Miss Federoff.
Something wrong?
Oh, I merely wish to talk to him, that's all.
All I do?
So that you can report everything I say back to him?
Haven't you forgiven me for that yet?
There is nothing to forgive. I trusted you, and you broke my trust.
Now, wait a minute. I told Dirk you were in England at the time of Slavin's death because I had to. If you had nothing to do with Slavin's murder, there was no reason to hide the fact.
Who are you, Mr. Blake?
A talkative and traveling Yank.
That is what you want us to believe.
If I don't tell you any more, I won't have to lie.
Why do you say it like that?
Because you lied to me. You lied about your parents dying before you went to Australia, and you lied about when you went there.
How did you know that?
Never mind how I know. Supposing you tell the truth, huh? Why did you go to England 3 months ago? Forget that stuff about the man who spoke of the second yarn about wanting to feel what it would be like to spend money. I want the truth.
Well, before my parents died, I promised them that I would go to England as soon as I could. My uncle lives there, and there was an icon my father wished him to have. As soon as I knew that I was to come into this money, I took it to him. I do not ask you to understand,
I do understand. And you got frightened when you read about Slavin's death, is that it?
Yes.
Well, why should you be, if you had nothing to do with it?
No, I didn't. But how can I explain to you that the fear of men in uniform that lasts long after there is no need to fear? I grew up with that fear. I cannot shake it off as if it had never been.
Yeah, it's getting late, Alona. I'll walk you back to your cabin. You sure you can't tell me why you wanted to see Dirk?
No, it was only that sitting in my cabin, thinking of all that had happened, I felt frightened. I began to think that perhaps I was the next one to...
Yeah, I know. Come on, I'll be glad to leave this stuff anyway.
Are you making out a report?
No, I've been reading one. Say, did you like Victor Wherryman, Alona?
He was very kind to me. A charming old man with a little white beard. Until I met him, I'd never known the meaning of the phrase English gentleman. It seemed part of a lost era, even as far back as 1938.
Oh, Jones, I've been waiting for you.
I'm busy just now, Mr. Kendall. I've got to clean up the captain's cabin.
At this time of night?
Well, if you'll move away from the door, sir.
I won't take up very much of your time. I just want you to answer a question or two.
Is it the murder, sir?
Not actually, no. I left a knife in Captain Goddard's cabin.
Knife, sir?
Knife. K-N-I-F-E. I thought you might have seen it.
Oh, I haven't been near the cabin tonight, sir.
I didn't say when I left it. How did you know I was talking about tonight? Well, come on, Jones.
Well, I thought you meant tonight, sir. I just...
Have you been on deck in the last couple of hours?
Mr. Kendall,
Have you, Jones?
No, sir.
And, of course, you didn't see that night.
No, sir.
Do you mind if I ask you one more question, Jones?
Sir, I'm very busy. And
yes, I know that. But how did you get that bruise on your cheekbone? Someone tried to kill me tonight, Jones, and he was about your size. During the fight, I managed to hit him in the face. How did you get that bruise, Jones? The captain's steward was the kind of man you'd find in a prize ring. Built like an ox. And beneath the jacket he wore, I could see the seaman's vest. We faced each other outside the captain's cabin. And at that moment, Jones looked like the killer I sought in this passage of the Tangmar.
I'm waiting, Jones. That bruise on your face, how did you get it? Well, come on, man, answer me.
Passage of the Tangmar. The story of a ship and its cargo of death.
All right, Mr. Kendall, I'll tell you. It was me up on deck. You're right. I'm the man who tried to knife you.
The captain's steward stood looking at me without blinking an eyelid. It was almost as if he didn't care about the fact that he'd been found out in an attempted murder. It was just after 6 bells on the third night out from Sydney, bound for Papeete and then Jamaica. Already, Ben Miller, the casual Australian, who'd been one of the 6 beneficiaries under the will of Victor Wetherman of Savannah Lamar, was dead. And earlier that night, I'd been attacked on deck by a man with a knife. The same knife that had been used to kill Ben Miller early that morning. While I'd questioned the obvious suspects, until now I'd overlooked Jones. I'd wasted valuable time while the answer had been within my grasp.
Well, you satisfied, Kendall? I admit it.
But why did you do it?
Orders.
Whose orders?
Skipper's.
What?
You heard me. Captain Goddard wanted you out of the way, and I said I'd take care of it for him.
You must be out of your mind, Jones. Why would Captain Goddard want me killed?
You better take that up with the skipper.
What about Ben Miller? Was that done at the captain's order?
Now listen, Mr. Kendall, I don't know anything about that bloke Miller's death, so don't try and pin it on me.
Maybe we'd better go up to the bridge and see Captain Goddard, and then we...
Me, Kendall?
Yes, sir, I do. Mind if we step into your cabin?
Oh, come in. Don't let's make it into a session, though. I'm tired. Sit down. Oh, trying to persuade Keegan to give me a few more revs is more exhausting than piloting the Tangmar through a hurricane. And what's the trouble?
Well, go on, Jones. Let the skipper hear what you told me.
He knows, Skipper. About tonight.
Knows what? What the devil are you driving at?
Oh, don't try and back out on me now, sir. The knife business, remember? You told me to take that knife that killed Miller and do a job on Kendall.
What in tarnation are you talking about?
A plan to get rid of Mr. Kendall. You got a short memory, ain't you, Skipper?
Why, you... get up, Jones. You wharf rat. Get up off the floor and I'll beat the living daylights out of you.
Now, let him alone, Captain Goddard. Beating up Jones isn't going to help either of us.
It's going to help me a lot. Why, that lying rat. You don't believe this, do you, Kendall?
I don't want to, sir. But why would he make up a yarn like that?
I don't know, but by heavens, I'm going to find out.
He been with you long, Skipper?
Joined the crew at Tilbury just before we left. Why?
You never set eyes on him before?
Never. And as soon as we reach Papeete, I'm going to make sure I don't have to again. Yes. All right, Jones, let's have the truth. Why did you try to implicate me in this?
Okay, you win. It was all my own idea. The whole thing.
But why bring me into it?
Well, because I thought Mr. Kendall might stop rushing around asking questions, poking his nose in where he ain't wanted. Well, if he thought you wanted him to keep quiet.
Mr. Kendall is asking those questions because I told him to. There's a murderer aboard my ship, and I want him found. Do you understand that?
I was only trying to scare him off, Skipper. I wasn't going to hurt him.
Well, it didn't look that way to me. If you didn't have something to hide, you wouldn't care a brass razoo about answering any questions.
I don't like coppers, that's all. Yeah, I know you, Mr. Kendall. I can smell a policeman a mile off. You might fool some of the people on this ship that you're a sailor, but not me. I've seen too many of you.
Oh, you've got a record, eh?
So what?
Get him out of here, Kendall, before I...
Now, wait a minute. And you thought that because one man has been killed, you'd join the party too. Is that it?
Work it out for yourself. I just don't like your kind, Kendall.
Didn't you like Miller either?
Yeah, I knew you'd get round to blaming that on me, but you can't because I got a foolproof alibi. Miller was killed this morning, wasn't he, at 6?
That's right.
Well, I was in the galley, see, getting some coffee for the skipper. You can ask anyone you like. I was in the galley from about 5 till after 7.
The cook see you?
Yeah. And before 5, I was in me quarters. I walked to the galley with Pete Jenkins.
Did it take you 2 hours to make coffee?
We was just talking, that's all. Too bad, copper.
He brought my coffee to the bridge at 7, Kendall.
Well, there's no need to lock him up, Captain. I don't think Jones will try anything again. He might as well work his way to Pepite.
But he tried to kill you.
And threw me off the trail. I started to think there was a connection between the deaths of Slavin and Miller and the attack on me. I should have realized there'd be someone on board who'd recognize a policeman.
I can smell him.
And get this clear, Jones. You put 1 foot wrong between here and Tahiti and you leave the ship under guard. I'll prefer charges and I'll make them stick.
You don't scare me.
Perhaps not, but I've got bigger fish to fry than a petty criminal who thinks he can scare me off. And there's another thing. Mention to one person on board that I'm with Interpol and you'll regret it. Is that clear?
Okay. You hold all the cards.
Now get out. And stay off the deck at night. That's an order.
Looks like I gotta thank you, Mr. Kendall.
Just get out.
Listen, Kendall, you don't think that I...
Oh, forget it. I'm grateful to Jones in a way. He explains how the knife was taken from your cabin and he explains the attack on me. Now I can concentrate on finding who killed Ben Miller.
This is an unexpected pleasure, Major Challoner. Since we left Sydney, you have never joined us in here.
In 5 days, it is possible to grow very tired of your own company, Miss Federoff. My cabin was starting to give me claustrophobia.
I hope you don't hold a grudge against me, Major, but it was necessary to tell Kendall what I knew.
I would not be here in the lounge if I held any grudge, Doctor. But I am here about the death of Mr. Miller.
You know something?
Not yet. And it seems that in the 2 days since Miller was killed, something should have come up.
We were saying that just before you came in.
Death is an after-dinner conversation.
Major, it's no laughing matter.
My dear Dr. Lawler, I'm very well aware of that. Mr. Kendall's inquiries don't appear to be producing results. It occurred to me that perhaps we might be able to solve the mystery.
How?
We each of us stand to gain considerably by Miller's death. We all of us appreciate that, I'm sure. Just as we gained by the death of Peter Slavin. Mr. Tucher, do come in. Good evening, Mr. Tucher. You're just in time to assist us all.
Me? In what way, Major Challoner?
Simply by being here. Now, we are the 4 remaining beneficiaries. We each of us want desperately to reach Jamaica alive, correct?
Oh, yes.
I suggest, therefore, that we are faced with 2 alternatives. One, that someone in this room is a murderer.
If that is meant for me, Major...
My dear Tucher, I have been acquainted with your unfortunate background. I'm speaking only of the present.
Oh?
If we are all of us sure that we are innocent of the murders of Slavin and Miller, then there is a second alternative. That we form ourselves into a mutual protection society.
How, Major?
Mr. Werriman's will states that only those who arrive in Jamaica on the Tangmar share in the million he left. $250,000 each. It's more than enough for me, I assure you.
I don't see what you're driving at.
No? Well, then let me finish quickly. I'm convinced that the killer Mr. Kendall is after is unknown to us. But for some reason of which we know nothing, there's a person on this ship who stands to gain considerably by our deaths. In other words, a person who has been engaged to see that none of us reach Jamaica alive.
What?
Major,
That's preposterous.
that sounds horrible.
It is horrible. It reminds me of the sniping tactics we encountered on patrol in India. A column of men being whittled down, the stragglers being picked off one by one as we are being picked off.
Don't say that, Major Challoner,
Dr.
please.
Lawler, instead of accusing each other, as has been the case since we left Sydney, let us pool our information and our resources. We 4 of us stand alone. Our chance of survival will depend on how quickly the murderer is arrested. Agreed?
Of course.
Good. And this is what I suggest. That we meet here after dinner each night to discuss the day's activities.
But if Mr. Kendall is unable to find out anything, how can we?
We are 4, Mr. Tucher. At some stage, one of us will be approached by the killer. When and where, I can't say. But any suspicious action by anyone on board must be relayed to the rest of us at once.
Don't you think you're being a little melodramatic, Major?
I want to live, Doctor. Believe me, I've given this matter a great deal of thought.
But how do we signal for help?
That is a problem, I agree. I suggest you each take one of these whistles.
How many times should we blow?
2 long blasts, Tuka. If they're blown hard enough, one of us should be somewhere close enough to hear.
Oh, it seems so silly.
Now, look here. I know what I'm talking about, Dr. Lawler. As individuals, we may well go the way of poor Miller. At least this way, we stand a chance. 2 blasts means that one of us is in danger and the rest of us will come to his or her assistance.
Like this.
Exactly. Blowing that whistle at the right time may save you £250,000. Incidentally, of course, it will also save your life.
Tangmar steamed steadily northeast to Papeete. And in the 2 days since the death of Ben Miller, I had come no closer to finding his killer. At that moment, I didn't know that before we reached Papeete, death would strike again in this passage of the Tangmar.
Voice pipe. I'll get it, Harris. Bridge?
Regan, I'm on my way up to talk with you, Skipper. Bad news.
Passage of the Tangmar. The story of a ship and its cargo of death.
Now listen to me, John Goddard. I know my engines, and I warned you not to push them too hard. Well, now it's happened. There's an oil blockage, and the main shaft bearing is running red hot. I'm going to need time to fix it.
It was the morning of our 6th day out from Sydney, heading due east from the southernmost tip of New Caledonia, steaming easily through the long, flat swells of the Tropic of Capricorn. I was in my cabin going over the details of Victor Wherriman's will once again, trying to find some clue that might lead me to the murderer of Ben Miller, who'd been knifed on the boat deck 2 days before. Before we bunkered at Papeete, I wanted the killer under guard, but so far I was still searching in the dark. I didn't know at this stage of Major Challoner's plan to protect the 4 remaining beneficiaries, and I was unaware that at that moment Cregan, the chief engineer, was on the bridge.
It's the truth I'm telling you, John. You've got to stop engines and give me time to find the trouble.
How long will it take?
Oh, I don't know until we start. But I can't even touch the blasted thing while we're moving. It's too hot.
Cregan, for Pete's sake, haven't I got enough trouble right now?
You'll have more trouble if the whole shaft freezes solid.
Thank heaven for a calm sea. All right. Stop engines.
Thank you, Skipper. And don't look so blasted upset. After all, we'd never get there if we had to drift to Jamaica.
Looks like we'll be longer at sea than we figured, Doctor.
Yes. Any idea of the trouble, Lee?
Oh, something wrong with the engines. I saw Captain Goddard come storming off the bridge and decided against asking him. It didn't seem like the time or the place.
No, I can imagine. Have you heard about Major Challoner's plan to keep the murderer at bay?
Boy Scout stuff.
Yes, it might work, but I doubt it. Still, at least it meant that the old boy was trying to be sociable.
Pleasant change, anyway.
Yes. I didn't like to point out to him that if there is a killer after us, he'd hardly give us time to blow a whistle twice.
Must have been a nice, leisurely kind of war that Major Challoner fought in India.
Yes, I can see him going out on patrol, issuing his troops with whistles. If you get cut off, men, blow twice. Remember that? Twice.
And then instead of the cavalry, you know our cavalry that always arrives too late on the films? A detachment of the Khyber Rifles will come to the rescue.
Yes, must have been sheer bedlam with all those whistles being blown at once.
Oh, don't say that. You chaps have got such stiff upper lips you probably couldn't even blow a whistle. Say, tell me, Doctor, what are you going to do with your share of the Wherriman estate?
Oh, beyond hoping I live long enough to collect it, I haven't even thought.
Good point. Do you have any ideas yourself about who killed Ben Miller?
Well, if you remember, I was convinced it was the Major.
Oh, Dirk knocked that on the head. He said he didn't believe it.
Yes, the awful thing is, it could be any one of us. I find myself wanting to look under my bunk every time I go into my cabin.
Yeah, I know how you feel.
6 days. Well, maybe it's going to be all right now. I mean, nothing's happened for 2 days, has it?
Well, I'd say that was largely thanks to Dirk. You may not know it, but he's got you 4 passengers for Jamaica under guard.
Yes? To protect us or to spy on us?
Yeah, a little bit of both, I guess.
On a morning like this, it's hard to think of what happened to Milan. The sea looks so peaceful. Yes, and there's another thing I was thinking.
Say, listen.
Come on, that came from the stern. In broad daylight.
Look, it's the Major. He's lying on the deck.
Major Challoner. Major, are you all right?
Doesn't seem to be hurt.
I am not hurt, Mr. Blake.
What?
I merely wish to see if my little scheme would work. If I blew the whistle, someone would come to my assistance. I see that it does work. Even though it was you who came, Mr. Blake, I'm grateful.
Listen, Major.
Don't get excited about it, young man. Just as we have boat drill at sea, so I felt we should have whistle drill that might apprehend a killer. Good morning, gentlemen.
And when we get there, Dirk, there's Major Challoner lying on the deck. Whistle drill, he called it. I'd like to break that old buzzard's neck.
Well, if he's organizing an alarm system, it doesn't sound as if he's a murderer, does it?
No, I guess not. You still hoping to find out something from that report from Jamaica? Didn't tell me anything.
Well, I like Werriman's reasons for leaving money to Tuca. He was at his trial in Melbourne, heard the little bloke's defense that his wife's manners at the table were deplorable. He says here that anyone should kill in order to preserve a grace of living that is essential in this modern age is almost excusable. And therefore, to this man, Edwin Tucker, whom I have never met, I leave a 1/6 share of my estate, signed Victor Werriman.
Yeah, I think Werriman had a pretty morbid sense of humor. You any closer to finding Miller's killer?
No. We've proved one thing. That on the 14th of May, the date of Slavin's death, each of the beneficiaries was in England, and each of them left hurriedly for one reason or another.
And they must have been aboard the Tangmar when Miller was killed. That's Stuart Jones.
Oh, he dislikes policemen. I met his type before. They've got something to hide. A record. He thought that if he did get away with bumping me off, it would be blamed on Miller's murderer anyway.
You don't think it's kind of dangerous, a guy like that walking around free?
Not anymore, I don't. Jones will behave himself. He's got too much to lose if he doesn't.
Well, I hope you're right.
There's only one thing about Werriman's will that puzzles me. This. Yeah, did you read it, this clause?
Oh, yeah. What's wrong with it?
Should any of the above-named persons sell or wish to sell their share in my estate, then they have my full permission, and providing the purchaser has legal proof of the transaction, then he will be entitled to such portion of the estate.
Say, can you see anyone selling a 6th share of £1 million?
But then why put it in?
Look, Werriman was an eccentric, an old guy as rich as Croesus who toured the world. I think he only chose these people to spite someone. Why, I'll bet there's some person in Werriman's family who is gnashing his teeth right now, furious that he isn't getting his share of... Say, wait a minute.
Yes, I thought of that too. But as far as we know, he didn't have a family. There'll be no difficulty about the beneficiaries collecting. We know, too, that none of the beneficiaries sold their share.
So we're right back where we started, huh?
Yes, well, it's 11 o'clock. I wonder how long before the chief gets the engines going again.
Busy life we've led for 6 days.
Well, what do you mean?
Oh, Tucker falls overboard. Miller is killed. You're attacked on deck, and now the engines are on the blink. Do you think we'll ever get to Jamaica?
Oh, you're just the kind of pessimist I need right now. The trouble is that Miller could have been killed by any one of dozens of people. Hardly anyone's got an alibi that stands up. 6 in the morning's a difficult hour to have a witness standing by.
Jones did.
He's a lucky man. Oh, you should have seen Captain Goddard's face when Jones accused him of ordering the attack on me.
Well, I don't know what Jones hoped to achieve.
No, me neither. He took it back quickly enough. I think if he hadn't, Goddard would have killed him. That's what gets me about this case. The Tangmar's full of people who accuse each other at the drop of a hat.
Yeah, I wish we'd get on our way again. I don't like this being stranded in the middle of the South Pacific. You might encourage that killer you're looking for to break the monotony.
Well, at least when you report to your father, you'll have news for him. This voyage of the Tangmar will fill a volume for the Blake Shipping Company.
The old man will read it and then claim I fell down on the job. I'm supposed to be watching our interests, seeing that nothing happens.
Yeah. Oh, well. I'm due on the bridge, Lee. I'll see you later.
Slow ahead.
Go ahead.
A ship without engines is like a dead thing, Kendall.
Well, she's all right now.
It took long enough. Bridge, what is it, Chief? More bad news?
Just a warning, that's all. I fixed the oil blockage, but treat her gently, Skipper. Give me time to watch the bearing.
All right, Chief.
Now, look, Skipper, there's no need to sound so miserable about it. We're not competing for the blue riband. Just keep her at half speed and I'll be grateful.
Right. And thanks, Chief. Half speed, Quartermaster.
Half speed it is, sir.
Never had a breakdown before, Kendall. I'm beginning to think there's going to be a ton of bad luck before this voyage is over.
Would you like me to take the bridge for a while?
No, you might as well go back to your normal duties, Kendall. You don't seem to be getting anywhere in your investigation.
I'll find who killed Ben Miller if I have to go through the Tangmar with a fine-tooth comb.
Bring her back on course, due east.
Okay, Skipper.
I'm sorry, Kendall, but I'm worried. Worried sick. Every time I go below, I expect to hear that something else has gone wrong. When we reach Jamaica, I'll be the happiest man alive. And that's what's beginning to get me down. I want my passengers to be alive, too.
I knew how the skipper felt. It was like finding yourself in a blind alley. Amongst the crew or the passengers was a murderer. He'd struck once and left no trace. I could do nothing but wait for his next move in the passage of the Tangmar. Bridge.
Cregan, engines, Mr. Kendall. You can have maximum revs for a spell. Just don't go mad, that's all.
Thanks. Full ahead, Quartermaster. Full ahead. Passage of the Tangmar. The story of a ship and its cargo of death.
I don't understand seamen anymore, Mr. Kendall. I don't understand them at all. I've been talking to the skipper, and I never thought I'd see the day when an ordinary seaman would try and involve his captain in murder. That fella Jones, you ought to be put in irons.
After I'd come off watch, I'd been asked by Cregan, the chief engineer on the Tangmar, to bring him up to date on what had been happening on the ship since we left Sydney. It hadn't made pleasant listening, as I'd listed Tuker's fall overboard, Ben Miller's death, and finally the attack Jones had made on me with a knife. The chief's seamed red face was set in lines of indignation as I told him of how Jones had claimed Captain Goddard had ordered the attack on me, and the indignation didn't disappear as I went on to explain that Jones had admitted he was lying. But Captain Goddard had had nothing to do with the knife episode.
So, we've a murderer aboard, eh? It's not a very pretty thought, Mr. Kendall. You're quite sure it wasn't the skipper's steward, this Jones, who killed Ben Miller?
Quite sure.
Then who?
I don't know.
Well, it's 4 days now since Miller's death. You should have found the man by now.
I better put you right in the picture, Mr. Cregan. I'm not what I appear to be. Not just the first officer of the Tangmar. I'm with Interpol.
That doesn't surprise me. I had a feeling about you when you came aboard in Sydney. I didn't quite swallow that story about the owners wanting you to make this one trip to Jamaica.
That's why Jones attacked me. He picked me for a policeman. Wanted to get even with all policemen, I imagine. He's got a record back in England.
I see.
I could have had him placed under guard, but he may as well work his passage. That's what he's getting paid for.
But what I don't understand is this. Did you come aboard expecting this man Miller to be killed?
It's a long story, and it began with the death of a man called Peter Slavin 3 months ago on the 14th of May in England. He was the 6th beneficiary under the terms of Victor Wetherman's will.
I see. And all the others are on the Tangmar.
5, and now 4. And if you say they're the obvious suspects, I'll heave you out the porthole, Chief. Of course they are. Staring me in the face. They all stand to benefit by Miller's death.
Well, then?
I could have arrested Major Challoner like that. His alibi is too weak for words. He wasn't in his cabin at the time Miller was killed. But I believe his story that he heard 2 people run past his cabin and went out to investigate.
And why should you believe it?
Because Major Challoner is determined to collect his share of the Wetherman estate. He has a single-minded ambition about that. His share. It's all he lives for. I don't think he'd kill to increase it.
Aye. Well, I hope you're right.
I am, I'm sure of it. I don't much like the Major, but I don't see him stabbing anyone in the back. He'd be more inclined to take a gun or a sword.
And what about the other 3?
Well, there's Dr. Lawler, successful surgeon. Do you see him stabbing clumsily, killing by brute force? There's Edwin Tucker, convicted poisoner. Poisoner, Chief. Hates knives. And Ilona Fedorov.
No?
Well, she looks daggers when she wants to.
Aye, 4 o'clock. I'd better take a look at those engines of mine. That second engineer is a good lad, but, well, they don't have the same feeling for him, these young ones. I'll keep my eyes and ears open, Mr. Kendall. I'll let you know if I hear anything.
Come in.
Well, Sharon, this is unexpected.
I'd had the distinct impression since our last little talk that you've been avoiding your father.
I have.
Might I ask why?
Father, I want to talk to you.
About what?
About us.
I'm waiting, my dear.
I could put up with the fact that you hated me because of Mother's death.
I don't feel strongly enough about it to hate you, Sharon, but go on.
But I will not be accused of trying to implicate you in the death of Mr. Miller in order to...
Oh, that. Why did you tell Dr. Laura that I was out of my cabin at that time, then?
I tried to explain. You wouldn't tell me what was happening, and so I asked the doctor. When he mentioned that Mr. Miller had been killed at 6 in the morning, I remembered knocking on your door and finding you out. If I could stop myself, I blurted it out to Dr. Lawler. It wasn't done intentionally, Father.
Just what's all this leading up to?
Just this. You hate everyone and everything. The army because you were invalided out with the rank of major instead of staying in for the whole war and becoming a general or something. The rank of major isn't good enough for Basil Challoner.
You're quite right, my dear. It is not.
You hate me because Mother died when I was born. I've lived with that fact all my life, and now I've had enough. I'm through, Father. The moment we reach Jamaica, I'm going my own way.
You did try that once before.
And you came after me. Not bullying then, were you? You didn't want me to think you hated me then because you wanted me back. You couldn't bear to be alone. Well, I don't wonder. With your thoughts, I'd hate to be alone, too.
Have you quite finished?
Not quite, no.
I didn't know you had it in you. It's amazing. When you're angry, my dear Sharon, you're quite disturbingly like your mother.
I want you to know that I wouldn't touch a penny of the money you're coming into. I hope it makes you happy, Father.
Sharon, come back here.
Those days are over, Father. But I wouldn't worry too much. With £250,000, it shouldn't be too hard to find another whipping boy.
Challoner, you out to set a record for walking around the deck?
I'm walking off my temper, Mr. Kendall.
Oh.
And I don't want to talk about it.
Obviously. I hope you told him off but good, Miss Challoner.
Mr. Kendall? Mr. Kendall? Mr. Kendall, I want to talk to you.
Yes, Mr. Tucker?
Thank you for getting my name right at last, Mr. Kendall.
Is that all you...
No. Will we walk?
Why not?
It's about the murder.
What about it?
I can't sleep.
Oh.
I mean to say, if you were going to find out anything at all, you should have done so by this time, wouldn't you say?
Wish I had.
It's 7 days now since we left port. 4 since poor Mr. Miller was...
Yes, I get the general drift.
And I can't sleep.
So you said?
Every time I shut my eyes, I hear things. I keep thinking there's somebody sneaking into my cabin, and a whistle isn't any good.
I beg your pardon? Oh, that. You mean the whistle that Major Challoner gave you in case you were attacked?
Yes.
Look, Mr. Tucker, why don't you have a word with the doctor? Perhaps he can give you something to help you sleep.
Would not know if somebody comes into my cabin.
Mr. Tucker, wait a minute. It seems to me there are quite a few things you don't know. Do you still claim that you can't remember whether you were pushed or not that night you fell overboard?
Well, it all happened so quickly that I... No, I can't remember. I felt ill and I came up on deck to recover. I was standing with a rail and... I don't want to talk about it, Mr. Kendall.
All right. Well, now listen to me. We're doing our very best to find out who killed Ben Miller. But we can't work miracles.
Just wish we'd come much further, that's all.
What?
Well, I mean, I wish we were closer to Jamaica. We'll be at sea for at least another 3 weeks now, and... Oh, well, never mind. Let me know if I can help you in any way, Mr. Kendall. Any way at all.
You're likely to die of fright if you keep this up. Colonel Hacking, I'd like to have 5 minutes alone with you right now. I suppose you're sitting in that ruddy office of yours laughing your head off. I just wish...
Talking to yourself, Mr. Kendall?
Oh, Miss Federoff.
Ilana, please don't.
How are you?
Lazing here in the sun, it is very pleasant. I've been watching you, Dirk. It seems we are all on deck this afternoon. The pretty little Sharon and Mr. Tucker and you.
Are you up here to get the sun or to show off that very pretty dress?
Oh, how charmingly put. Pretty. Thank you.
I'm sorry to go back over this, but on the morning Ben Miller was killed, you were in your cabin, weren't you?
Sit down beside me, Dirk. There is something rather exciting about being suspected of murder.
You haven't answered my question.
I was in my cabin fast asleep. If I wanted to kill anyone, it would have to wait until after breakfast. I'm quite incapable of doing anything constructive. Or should I say destructive? At such an early hour. Oh, don't look so sad, Dirk. I feel so safe sitting here with you like this. Safe and very contented.
I'd realized Ilona Federoff was beautiful the moment I'd seen her coming up the gangplank back in Sydney Harbor. But 7 days at sea had done her no harm at all. Her auburn hair was loose on her shoulders, and the long, slim legs were distracting as she leaned back in the deck chair, laughing at me and my search for a murderer in this passage of the Tangmar.
Hmm. 8 days at sea. Course east for Pepite. Weather clear, sea calm. My first officer, Dirk Kendall, no further advanced in his attempts to find who killed passenger Ben Miller.
Passage of the Tangmar. The story of a ship and its cargo of death.
Of course, Dirk, you're overlooking two suspects, are you not? Admittedly, they are not going to Jamaica to share in the Wherryman estate, but they were on the ship with the rest of us when that poor man Miller was killed.
I was sitting in a deck chair next to Ilona Fedorov as we cruised east through the Tropic of Capricorn en route for our bunkering depot for Pete. I'd spent another fruitless day trying to track down the killer of the friendly Australian, Miller. And now, looking into Ilona's green eyes, I couldn't make up my mind whether she was serious or not. Her moods changed like the colors of a chameleon. The late afternoon sun was warm on our faces. And for a moment, I tried to imagine Miss Fedorov waiting, crouched on the boat deck for the unsuspecting Miller, and then stabbing viciously as he turned his back. It didn't work. Somehow the scene didn't ring true. And I realized that she'd been talking and was waiting for an answer.
Well, didn't you hear what I said?
Sorry, no.
I said that there were two other people who might have killed Miller.
Who?
The American, Lee Blake. The man of mystery who will not tell me why he is aboard.
It won't work, Ilona.
What?
You don't believe Lee is a murderer, do you?
But I would like to know more about him.
And you decided that I might know, and if you accused him, I might just leap to his defense and in the process tell you what I know about him.
You are cleverer than I thought. Oh, he intrigues me.
Well, you'll have to continue to do that.
Then there is some mystery about him, isn't there?
You take it up with Lee.
You don't want to know the other suspect?
Oh, I can guess. I just didn't think you disliked Sharon Challoner that much.
Dislike? Oh, no, Dirk. But it stands to reason that she will be better off if her father is the only one of us who reached Jamaica. £1 million better off.
I won't buy it.
Oh, I don't myself, really. It's only a thought.
Ilona, you left England in a hurry, didn't you? After the death of Peter Slavin?
We are back to that.
Well, didn't you?
Yes. When I read of his death, I was frightened. I left at once. Partly because I didn't want to be involved, but partly because it seemed unsafe to remain. If he could die, so could I. There were people who knew that I, too, was a beneficiary under the terms of Victor Wherryman's will.
And you're not frightened now?
No, you cannot remain in a state of panic. After the death of Miller, I was frightened again, but... Well, 5 days have gone by since then. Only Mr. Tucker continues to be terrified.
Did you ever meet Slavin?
Never.
Mr. Kendall, may I speak to you for a moment?
Oh, would you rather that I left?
Not at all, Miss Fedorov. I was very rude just now, Mr. Kendall. I apologize. That's all.
Forget it.
I assure you it won't happen again.
Is that why you were striding round the deck, Sharon, like an English gym mistress looking for truants?
That's all I wanted to say, Mr. Kendall. Thank you.
Why is she so upset?
I should think her father's behind it. He seems to get a kick out of making her unhappy. Will you excuse me? Sharon! Miss Challoner, just a moment.
I don't have any choice, it seems.
Miss Challoner, if there's anything worrying you, anything at all...
It's all right, Mr. Kendall. But you were kind to me when we first came aboard the Tangmar. It's not fair to take my bad temper out on you.
Well, if it's anything to do with your father, then...
From now on, Mr. Kendall, my father will not affect me in the slightest. I don't want to talk about it anymore, please.
Are you walking round the deck again?
But slowly this time.
Fine. I'll walk with you.
Well, have any of you anything to report? No one. And it seems that we're not doing very much better than Mr. Kendall, doesn't it? The past few nights we've been meeting here in the lounge, and it seems rather a waste of time.
Well, I didn't want to say that at first, Major Challoner, but from the start I couldn't see what good it would do. Either meeting like this or carrying these silly whistles.
Aren't you forgetting something, Mr. Tucker?
We are all still alive.
And you think your scheme has something to do with that, Major?
Doctor, any plan for survival is better than no plan at all. I should have thought you as a doctor would appreciate that.
I don't quite get the connection.
Survival, Doctor, saving lives.
Oh. Sorry.
Major Challoner, I've cooperated with you and your plan. I've joined you here every night after dinner, but from now on you can count me out. I have much better things to do with my time than to go over and over the morbid details of Mr. Miller's death.
I quite agree, Miss Fedorov.
Oh, it's taken 8 days, Edwin, but at last we found something we have in common. How delightful.
Then you spoil it by laughing at me.
Please. Am I to understand that none of you wish to continue with my idea?
Now, listen, Major.
Doctor, let me. Major Challoner, it seems to me that you could better use your energy in looking after your own family.
What?
I think you understand. It is obvious to all of us that you enjoy tormenting your daughter Sharon.
How dare you!
We have 3 weeks at least at sea together before we reach Jamaica. I'm sure we will all enjoy it much more if Sharon occasionally smiles. Good night, Major.
Miss Fedorov, I demand that you...
You're not speaking to a subordinate officer, Major. Good night.
Who else has he talked to? To you, Doctor? Who? My daughter, of course, you fool!
Yes, Major, you were saying?
I think if you'll excuse me, I'd rather like to... you see, it's getting rather late, and... excuse me.
You left off at the word fool, Major.
Incredible. Insufferable. Running around complaining to every Tom, Dick, and Harry. An army man's daughter. Can't even keep her mouth shut.
Major Challoner, I can assure you that your daughter has been loyal to you for a darn sight longer than you've deserved it. I wouldn't have brought this up, but since Miss Fedorov mentioned it, let me add that a blind man could see what you've tried to do to that girl. I'd suggest that the next time you feel like calling someone a fool, you apply it as a very apt term to a certain selfish, arrogant, and boorish ex-army man named Challoner. Now, having got that off my chest, I'll buy you a drink. Steward?
Oh, what's got into the chief, Kendall? We've been running at maximum revs for more than 2 hours now. Not a squawk out of him.
I have a feeling he's as anxious to reach Pepite as we asked of him.
Maybe. Nice night to be taking watch.
Captain Goddard, if you want to go below, I can take this one.
Why are you always so infernally anxious to get me off my own bridge? 10 o'clock. Who's got the dog watch, Quartermaster?
Harry, sir.
The spit and polish boy. Yeah, never worked out why that lad didn't join the RN. It's disgraceful, Kendall. On the bridge of the Tangmar. He looks as smart as a full-dress admiral. Going to be a good officer, though. Why are you looking at me like that, Kendall?
Oh, nothing, Skipper.
All right, I'm talking for the sake of talking. I admit it. At least it takes my mind off the other thing.
How's Jones behaving?
I don't know. I kicked him out of his job as steward. I hope he's working down in the bilges.
Oh.
Who did it, Kendall? Who did it? That's all I want to know.
Don't we all?
A murderer loose on my ship. Yeah, I still think I'll wake up and find it's all a bad dream.
I spent most of the early evening questioning the crew, Captain. Nothing. They've cooked up alibis for each other, I'd say. You know, Joe was with me, I was with Bill, and so on. They've decided to stick together. And the lower decks are bound with knives like the one that killed Miller.
You've got to find the killer before we reach Pepite. If you don't, Kendall...
I know. We'll be detained until we do find him.
I wasn't going to say that.
What then?
If you don't, I'm bypassing Pepite. I'm not going to risk being held up by a police investigation.
Oh, now listen, Skip.
I mean it. I've contracted to take these people to Jamaica. And that's where we're going if I have to drift without engines. Oh, all right. I'm only letting off steam, but I'm tempted, Kendall.
Well, I'd have to insist, Skipper. If I need help in this investigation, I could get it at Pepite.
I think I will go below. Good night, Kendall.
Skipper, just one thing.
What?
You remember I asked if you had a full crew when you left Tilbury? The day before Slavin was killed? You're sure about that? There wasn't anybody who joined you en route?
Oh, of course there wasn't.
Sorry to disagree with you, Skipper, but there was. Don't you remember? Mr. Price, the first mate. The officer Mr. Kendall replaced in Sydney.
Beneath my feet, I could feel the throbbing of the ship's engines in the sudden quiet on the bridge. The officer I'd replaced in Sydney. Mr. Price. Was he the man I was searching for? Could it be that he was hidden somewhere aboard, waiting to kill again in this passage of the Tangmar?
You remember Skipper, don't you? Mr. Price. He was sick and he rejoined us at Gibraltar.
The quartermaster's right, Kendall. Every time you've talked with the crew, I've been thinking of the crew as it is now. Mr. Price didn't leave England.
Passage of the Tangmar. The story of a ship and its cargo of death.
But I don't see that it helps you anyway. Even assuming that Mr. Price might be the man who killed Slavin in England, he couldn't have killed Miller. He left the Tangmar when you came aboard.
It was shortly after 4 bells on the 8 to midnight watch on our 8th day from Sydney. I joined the skipper on the bridge and asked him once again if he was sure that the crew of the Tangmar had been complete when he sailed from Tilbury 3 months before on the 13th of May. And then the quartermaster, a fellow called Sweeney, had reminded Captain Goddard that Mr. Price, the mate I'd replaced, hadn't joined the ship on the voyage to Australia until they'd reached Gibraltar. I'd only seen Price for a minute in port at Sydney, but even in that short meeting, I'd seen enough of him to think twice about branding him a killer. And yet, Slavin had been killed in England on the 14th of May, the day after the Tangmar sailed. It was possible. But the captain was right. Unless Price was hidden somewhere on the Tangmar, he couldn't have killed Ben Miller.
And in any case, Kendall, I'd vouch for Price with my life. We'd served together for more than 4 years. It's unthinkable, the whole thing.
I'm going to enjoy meeting Colonel Hacking again.
What's that got to do with it?
You made a mistake. I may as well tell you, Skipper, since you know the rest of it, that you and the entire crew are just as much suspect in the Slavin case and the Miller killing as are the passengers.
You mean you're supposed to watch me, too?
Uh-huh.
Well, why not? You've got a job to do. You might as well be thorough.
I'm glad you see it like that.
I'll admit I didn't want to. Not at first. The thought that someone in my crew on ship might be a killer seemed like a reflection on myself.
Do you mind if I go and have a word with Sparks? I'd like to get a message off to Colonel Hacking. Arrange for Price to be checked on.
Go right ahead.
You say you saw him leave the ship?
Price? Yes. We're not carrying any stowaways, Kendall.
I hope not.
This Colonel Hacking, what's the mistake he's supposed to have made?
Price. In arranging for me to replace him as first officer, he removed a prime suspect. This is one message I'm going to enjoy.
The quartermaster, you're not a word about this to the rest of the crew, right?
Right, sir.
Dirk Kendall's job is hard enough without spreading all kinds of rumors.
Okay, Skipper. But, Skipper.
What?
Who do you reckon done it?
I haven't enjoyed myself so much in years, Lee. You should have seen the Major's face. If he could have, he would have had me court-martialed.
There's only one thing, Alona. Your taking off the major isn't going to make it any easier for Sharon.
Oh, it's time he was ticked off, as you put it. He's such a selfish, aggressive man.
You sure do seem to have got over the scary feeling you had the night Miller was killed.
With two men like you and Dirk on board, even a woman cannot be scared for too long.
Even though she knows nothing about me?
I tried to get Dirk to tell me what you are, who you are, but he saw through my little scheme. He told me to ask you.
I'm Lee Blake.
I know, traveling American footloose yank.
Right. Another drink?
No, thanks.
Well, you telling the major off did one thing.
What?
Made it easy for me to have you to myself here in the lounge.
Yes. I noticed the way the major got up and walked out as soon as we came in. It was very obvious.
When he ignores you, he isn't very subtle. He's been giving me that treatment pretty well ever since we left Sydney.
Lee, do you think he could be the killer?
Oh, well, he could be, yeah. Oh, let's talk about something else, Alona. I'm going around in circles thinking about Miller.
All right, you name it.
You.
Not until we have talked about you. And in any case, you know all there is to know about me. Now.
I didn't until I read that copy of Werriman's will that Dirk sent for.
I thought that was how you found out. When I came to your cabin, you were reading it.
I was.
But what business is it of yours or Mr. Kendall's?
He was Dirk just a minute ago.
I shall find out about you, Lee.
Why not accept me as I am, face value?
In some way you are connected with Mr. Kendall. Both of you are pretending to be what you are not.
That's a very shrewd guess.
Then I'm right, and you...
I didn't say so.
But you are interested in the will of Victor Werriman.
No, not the will. The people who stand to gain by it.
Is that your only interest?
Now, let's not start that again.
Suppose I claim to feel frightened again. Afraid that I might be the next victim. What then?
Elona, I'll walk you back to your cabin and stand guard outside.
I would feel much more secure if you stood guard inside.
And I wouldn't.
Very well. Let us remain here then and talk.
Fine. And just for once, let it be about something we don't have to fence with, huh? A nice, safe subject like, say, how do you feel about baseball?
Oh, I hate it.
All right, well, give me a rundown on what you remember about China, huh? Go ahead, I'm all ears.
Your move, Major.
I'm well aware of that fact, Dr. Lawler.
Tell me, do you always invite people to play chess with you after they've told you what they think of you?
I'm trying to work out my move, Doctor, if you don't mind.
Sorry.
That's the way I strike you, eh? As an irascible old boor.
Forget it, Major. It's over now.
On the contrary, it's anything but over. The taut nerves which seem to be prevalent on the ship, I've no doubt I'll be insulted again before we reach Jamaica.
If that's all that happens to you, then you won't have much cause for complaint, will you?
If anything else more serious happens to me, I won't be able to complain. There. Check.
Yes, I thought you'd do that.
You can't escape, Doctor. It'll be far more graceful to resign.
Really? There. Discovered check, I think, and your queen.
Well, it's impossible. Oh, I am sorry. My arm brushed the table with my sleeve.
Don't bother picking them up. I'm finished.
Oh, but surely one more game. Well, it's not that late yet.
Major, it's way past my bedtime. We've played 2 games, and I'm playing with you, and your sleeve becomes tiresome.
Are you accusing me of cheating, Dr. Lawler?
Let me put it this way. Did you ever lose a game of chess, Major?
Rarely.
I thought so. Good night, Major.
Dr. Lawler, come back, will you?
Yes, what is it?
I want to talk to you about my daughter.
Yes?
Now, I know you share the general view about her, that she's a dutiful gal putting up with a particularly unpleasant father, but...
Yes?
She's a murderess, Dr. Lawler. You heard me. A murderess. She killed her mother.
What the
By being
devil?
born, Dr. Lawler, she snuffed out the life of the only woman I've ever loved. Catherine. I met her in India. Oh, she was beautiful, Doctor. Beautiful. If she'd only lived, I could have stood atop the highest peaks. I could have rolled back the ocean for her. When Charlotte was born, she handed her to me. Placed my daughter in my arms, and I stood there by a bed, holding in my arms
thing. A murderer who didn't even know what she'd done.
Major Challoner.
Do you wonder that I hate her, Doctor? Do you wonder that I'd almost given me eyes not to have to look at her again? And yet, I keep her near me. And do you know why? I look at Sharon. Catherine is there. I cheated, Doctor. You won those games.
Here, I'll help you with the pieces.
Yes, well, good night, Dr. Lorna. This is something I'm adept at doing. I've been doing it ever since Catherine died. Picking up the pieces, Doctor. Picking up the pieces.
12:15, Skipper. You might as well turn in. I don't think I'll hear from Hacking tonight, either.
What kind of man is he?
Hacking? Oh, the epitome of elegance. White carnation. Looks like an ad for men of distinction. On the trail of a killer or a criminal of any kind, he's the most cold-blooded hunter you can imagine. Why do you ask?
I'd always thought of a policeman as, well, you know, red face, bowler hat, that kind of thing.
Not Hacking. The rest of us spend our time trying to keep up with him.
Oh, have you got what Mr. Kendall's after there, Sparks?
Well, that night, sir. But, it is for Mr. Kendall from London.
No. I didn't expect an answer this soon. Let's see now. Dear Kendall, please don't waste my time. Your taking the place of Price was arranged because we knew he was innocent. His joining the ship after it had sailed was investigated at the time. If you can't do better than this, perhaps I'd better take over myself. Yours cordially, Hacking. What's this?
Why, that... What is it?
Hope you're enjoying your leave. Standing there on the moonlit deck shortly before midnight on our 9th day at sea, I read the message from Colonel Hacking again and then crumpled it into a ball. So all I'd done was follow another red herring. Price was innocent, and I was back where I'd started in my search for the killer aboard ship, in this passage of the Tangmar.
Well, Kendall, it looks as though you've wasted your time. Mr. Price isn't the man you're looking for. That means we're back where we started. The killer is somewhere on this ship.
Passage of the Tangmar. The story of a ship and its cargo of death.
I'm for turning in, Kendall. I'll leave you to it. Come on, Sparks. I've a hunch Mr. Kendall would rather be alone right now.
I hardly noticed the skipper and Sparks walk away from me on the shadowy deck of the Tangmar. I was too concerned at the message I'd received from Colonel Hacking assuring me that I was wasting my time checking on the first officer I'd replaced in Sydney, the man called Price. Midnight. 9 days out from Sydney, heading for Papeete and then Jamaica. Already 2 of the beneficiaries under the terms of Victor Wedderman's will were dead. Peter Slavin had died in England, and Ben Miller, the likable Australian, had been knifed on the boat deck 6 days before. 6 days in which every clue had led to a blind alley. As I went below to my cabin, I couldn't know that the killer was waiting to strike again.
I'm not in the habit of wearing my heart on my sleeve, Dr. Lawler. I hope I can trust you to keep what I've told you to yourself.
Certainly, Major Challoner. Is that all you came to see me about?
And I did rather run on last night, didn't I?
Major, if you're asking me for advice...
I am not, Lawler. In any case, I gave up accepting advice a great many years ago.
Well, then, don't you think that it's a little late for this kind of casual conversation? I was just going to turn in.
I'm sorry to have kept you. Good night, Doctor. Oh, you're right. It is late.
Good night, Major.
Oh, well, Ben.
Yes, this was supposed to be your holiday, Martin, my lad. Proving more exhausting than a... Oh, what now? Yes, who is it?
It's me, Doctor. Edwin Tuker.
All right, come in. Yes, what is it?
You're all right, then?
Of course I'm all right. Why?
Well, I was watching outside, you see. I saw the Major leaving your cabin, and I thought perhaps you might need assistance.
Oh, now, for Pete's sake, Tuker.
We can't take any chances, Dr. Lawler. At this time of night, anything could happen.
Now, if you're trying to imply that Major Challoner is the killer on this ship...
I didn't say that. It doesn't hurt to take precautions. After all, you know, I'm only trying to help you and...
I'm sorry if I seem abrupt. But you could help me a lot more by letting me get some sleep. Do you mind?
You're like all the others, aren't you? You don't like me, do you?
Tuker, I don't like myself much at this hour of the night.
Why is it that people don't like me, Doctor? Is it because they know about my past?
I really don't know, Tuker.
Or is it because they're afraid?
What?
Afraid, Doctor. After all, it's not everybody who has a murder in their past.
Now, look here, Tuker, I don't want to talk about it. Do you mind?
Oh, very well, Dr. Lawler, very well. But if you need me, don't hesitate to call. I shall only be in my cabin. Sleep well, Dr. Lawler.
Yes, I know it would be more charitable to feel sorry for you, Tuker, but No, don't say it, Martin, my boy. I'm a rambler again, I'm a long way from home. Now, who the devil... Is that you, Tuker?
No, Goddard, the captain.
All right, come in.
No, thanks, Doctor. Just checking. Everything all right?
Yes, thanks. Except that this cabin is beginning to remind me of Paddington Station.
Well, it's safer that way. Good night.
Good night, Captain. Now, how the devil in a space as small as this could a man lose his pajamas? Oh, here they are. Get into my bunk before anyone else decides to call. Oh, no. Look, I'm sorry, but I'm in bed. Do you mind? I said I'm in bed. Well, who's there? I don't know what you think you're... No one's there. I must be imagining things. The sooner you get to sleep, laddie, the better. Might be better at that. Get the ruddy light off. Now, look here. This has gone far enough.
Something wrong, Doctor?
Kendall. Was that you knocking just a minute or two ago?
No.
Hang on. I'll let you in. Come in, Kendall. I'm giving up the idea of sleep tonight anyway.
Well, what's up, Doctor?
Well, it started with the Major, then Tuker, and then the Captain making his rounds. See that we're all tucked up. And a few seconds ago, someone knocked at the door and didn't answer. You sure it wasn't you?
Positive.
Would you like a drink?
No, thanks. I'm sure I'd have seen someone if it only just happened.
What about the other passengers? They're all in their cabins?
Seems like it.
Look, Kendall, You know, I'm very grateful, and I appreciate that you and the captain are worried, but well, these midnight checks are getting me pretty edgy.
It's better to have a nervous breakdown than something worse, don't you think?
I suppose so.
It seems a pretty tasteless time to start playing practical jokes, doesn't it? Or was it a joke?
What?
Knocking on your door.
Oh, then you agree I didn't imagine it.
You don't strike me as the kind of person to imagine things, Doctor. Tuker's got the next cabin to you, hasn't he?
Yes, why? Oh, now look here. You don't think that little... Oh, no. I won't buy that.
Well, if anyone knocked on your door, he's the best bet. The only one who could have got back to his cabin when he heard me coming.
Wait. Do we answer?
Let me. What? Lee, what the devil?
Say, what is this? Some new kind of parlor game?
You want to see the doctor?
Yeah.
Well, you better come in.
What's going on around here?
Yes, that's what I'd like to know. Doesn't anyone sleep on this ship?
That's why I wanted to see you. I can't. I've been tossing and turning for the last hour. I thought you might be able to give me something, huh?
Is that all?
Say, what's the idea of flinging the door open like that, Dirk? What'd you expect to find?
Not you. Someone knocked on Dr. Lawler's door a few minutes ago. When he asked who it was, there was no answer. No one there when he opened it. You see what I mean?
Oh, sounds cozy.
Yes, I think this should do the trick, Lee. Take 2 with water. You might as well take them here.
Oh, sure, thanks. I'm tired. You think it might be the person we're looking for, Dirk?
I don't know. It could be. Why else would anyone play that kind of caper? Probably want to find out if the doctor was asleep and then...
Yes, I think I'd better take a couple of these myself. I'm wide awake now, anyway.
Say, how did your query about the price guy finish up?
Nothing. He's in the clear.
Would you mind letting me in on this?
Not at all. I heard that the mate I replaced on the Tangmar had still been in England when Peter Slaven was killed.
Along with the rest of us, eh?
Yes, but it was another blind alley.
Oh.
What did Major Challoner want with you?
Oh, just an assurance that something he told me last night would go no further. Well, they're always the same, his type. They finally have to tell someone what's eating them, and then they've got something else to worry about. The fact that the recipient might blab it.
Well, I'll leave you, Doctor. And thanks. Bye.
I imagine I've kept you up as well, Doctor. Night.
Oh, Kendall. Wait a minute.
Yeah?
Well, I wouldn't mind your company for a few minutes more. You've got me on edge now.
All right.
Cigarette?
Yes, thanks.
Which one of us will be next, Doc?
Oh, now, wait a minute.
No, I'm quite objective about it. I'm trying to put myself in the killer's place. First Slavin, then Miller. Now, why in that order? Why not Miss Fedorov, or the Major, or Tuker, or myself?
Well, I suppose the opportunity was right, that's all.
Suppose that knock on the door was another right opportunity.
It may have been, if you hadn't answered.
You mean that?
Look, I don't want to scare you, Doctor, not any more than I have to, but if the killer's intention is to collect that million...
But I thought you'd pretty well made up your mind that the passengers were in the clear.
Well, I had. Now I'm not so sure. Maybe you need to think that the murderer is smarter than we think. And there's another thing, Doctor. What?
Do I answer?
I'll leave it to me. Just stay where you are, Doctor. Testing the door to see if it's locked. I have a feeling that this is our man. I watched the doorknob turning slowly, carefully from the outside. In the quiet cabin, the faint noise of it was the only sound. It was after midnight. The gun in my pocket felt solid and comfortable in my hand as I stood there, waiting, on the 9th night out from Sydney of this passage of the Tangmar. He's coming in, Doctor. Why, well, come on in, Tuka. What are you waiting for? Passage of the Tangmar. The story of a ship and its cargo of death.
Well, Mr. Kendall, would you mind pointing that gun elsewhere? Please. I only came to the doctor's cabin to talk. You do believe that, don't you?
Believe it. Either Edwin Tuker took me for a fool, or else he'd been so startled to find me with the doctor in his cabin that he hadn't had time to think up a better story. He stood now with his back against the door, his pasty features even paler than usual, and his bulbous eyes glued to the revolver I was holding. We all knew Tuker had served a sentence for poisoning his first wife, and watching him now, it was easy to see him in the role of killer. It was after midnight on our 9th day en route for Papeete and then Jamaica, and I'd been with Dr. Lawler in his cabin, checking his story that someone had knocked at the cabin door a few minutes before and then gone away. And now Tuker had knocked, and when the doctor hadn't answered, he'd turned the knob and gently opened the door. At that moment, Edwin Tuker had a lot of explaining to do.
Please, Mr. Kendall, I wasn't doing anything wrong.
You feel it's quite normal, Mr. Tuker, to enter someone else's cabin at this hour of night without being invited?
That, well, you see,
Well, go on, Tuker. We see what?
Well, I was just going to talk with Dr. Lawler earlier, and I don't know why, but I've been quite unable to shake off a certain feeling that he was in danger.
Yeah, I had that feeling myself, just now.
You don't mean me. Really, Mr. Kendall, that's quite ridiculous.
Is it?
Dr. Lawler, you must bear me out. I came in to see you because I thought you were in need of assistance. They were my very words now, weren't they?
The first time, yes.
Did you think the doctor needed help when you knocked at the door just a few minutes ago and then scurried for cover when he opened it?
What? Oh, really, Mr. Kendall, what are you talking about?
You have no idea, naturally.
Oh, none at all. You implying that I've made 3 attempts to see the doctor tonight?
You've got it in a nutshell.
All right, I did. Then you see, when I heard the doctor coming to the door, I remembered, of course, that he'd been just a little short with me, and so I ran back to my own cabin. And then after a few moments, I thought how very stupidly I was acting, and so I came back again. Give you my word, that's the honest truth. When there was no answer, I thought perhaps my worst fears had been realized. So I just forced myself to investigate.
Just as you forced yourself to jump overboard to throw suspicion on everyone aboard but you, right?
Right, Mr. Kendall.
There never was any question that you were pushed over, was there?
Never.
You'd risk being drowned?
Oh, with a past like mine, Doctor, you risk many things. I thought that by taking drastic steps, I should be regarded as innocent. Should anything occur
Such as the death of Ben Miller?
Yes, exactly.
You never did explain where you were when he was killed, did you?
I was in my cabin.
You can't prove that, of course.
Neither can you disprove it, Mr. Kendall.
Yes, you've got a point there. All right, Tuker. Go on back to your cabin.
Well, I assure you I was only acting in the very best interest of all of us, Dr. Lawler.
Good night, Tuker.
Oh, good night.
You think he's telling the truth?
Oddly enough, yes. I've thought there was something fishy about that going overboard business ever since it happened.
But I mean about tonight.
Yes? Don't you?
Well, I think I'll lock the door to my cabin just in case.
It's a good idea. Oh, and Doctor, I'd rather you didn't tell anyone else about this, all right?
You mean about him going overboard?
Well, that and the rest of it. Okay?
Yes, yes, of course. Good night, Kendall.
I'll wait outside until I hear it locked.
Good morning, Major Challenger. Or is it? Yeah, I'm fond of walking in the rain myself.
Mr. Blake, if you haven't learned yet, we have nothing to talk about. Then perhaps it's as well for me to take this opportunity of making that quite clear.
You know, I've had nearly 10 days to get the general idea. But I think if you take a turn around the deck with me, you'll find you're quite wrong.
I doubt it.
Try. You, don't much care for Americans. America, do you?
Correct. I do not.
And you've lumped all that dislike into a hearty and forceful loathing for me.
One of the things I dislike about your people, Mr. Blake, is their inability to take a hint.
Oh, we can be as thick-skinned as the average Englishman when we have to.
Your impertinence is another trait of which I disapprove.
Well, now that we've got that straight, let's try and...
Mr. Blake, I look forward to my morning stroll on the deck. I take it in all weathers. I do not enjoy taking it in company.
Particularly mine.
Since you must apparently be beaten over the head to make anything penetrate, that is right, Mr. Blake. Just what is it you wish to talk to me about?
The story you told Dirk about hearing two people race past your cabin on the morning Miller was killed. You don't think that's a little thin?
I do not.
And standing by and watching him being attacked on deck, Dirk I'm talking about now. How do you justify behavior like that, Major?
To you?
It's me who's asking, Major Challenger. You're entitled to think what you like about me, but I'm interested in talking with someone who'd stand by and watch a man killed to make sure that he inherited his share of $1 million.
I have only this to say to you, Blake. If the day ever comes when you have the authority to challenge my behavior, I may answer your questions. Until then, I suggest that you keep out of my way. Good morning.
If I were you, Major Challenger, I'd keep that little whistle of yours pretty close to you. Keep on being so nice to everyone, you might get to blow it real soon.
Photographic record of the test series.
Talking to yourself, Doctor.
Eh? Ah, Miss Fedorov.
Mind if I join you?
Not at all. You know, old magazines and the rain seem to go together. The only thing we need in this lounge now is a dental chair.
Oh, as bored as that?
Oh, I'm sorry. No need to take my boredom out on you. Cigarette?
Thank you, Doctor.
Yes, you know, I was very proud of you, whaling into the Major like that.
Oh, really?
He does treat Sharon abominably.
She does rather ask for it. Oh. Well, doesn't she?
Oh, if you think I'm going to be drawn into a discussion on the relative merits of the two charming ladies we have on board, you're wrong. Anyway, why are you bothering with an old fogey like me? I had the impression that, what's his name, Lee Blake was monopolizing most of your time.
Has it been as obvious as that?
Well, on a ship of this size, there's nothing much else to do but observe the activities of one's fellow passengers.
And you do not approve?
Approve? Oh, my dear girl. I gave up approving, or for that matter, disapproving of my fellow human beings quite a long time ago.
Oh, why do you make yourself out to be so ancient, Dr. Lawler?
Oh, do I?
Yes, I think so. I think, too, that if you cared to try, you could be very charming.
Oh, really?
That you always talk to a woman as if your nurse was in the room.
Well, that's the way I usually meet women.
I have not come to you for treatment.
As a matter of fact, I'm beginning to wonder just why you've come to me.
Well, we are traveling together to Jamaica.
And is Lee tied up at the moment?
I haven't the faintest idea.
Oh, my dear young lady, when you say it like that, I know you know exactly what he's doing and where he is.
You see, there you go again. My dear young woman, my dear girl. Talking as if you are old as Methuselah or as old as Mr. Werriman.
Well, he did rather qualify for the title of Methuselah, didn't he? He was well over 80 when he died last year. He was pretty well preserved, old fellow, when I met him first in 1937. 60 then. Yes, recovered after his operation a darn sight better than a lot of younger men I've seen.
Doctor, let us talk about you. And to convince you that this conversation is not taking place in your surgery, I'm going to call you Martin. Do you mind?
No, not at all.
You have never married, have you?
No.
You can tell me to mind my own business.
Oh, well, if I did that, I should have to go back to the pictures of the test series my countrymen lost. And wanting England to win the cricket test is about the only English trait I have left.
What will you do with your share of the money?
Oh, I don't know. I'll buy a new microscope to start with, I think.
Oh, very dull. Martin,
Oh, sorry, I didn't know there was anyone in.
Blake, come on in. We were just talking.
I was looking for a loaner.
Well, you have found me, and now you can go. Can't you see that I'm very busy? Well, run along, Lee, and shut the door after you. There is a draft.
I'd been so concerned with trying to locate a killer aboard ship that the activities of the passengers as they filled in time had missed my notice. But on that 10th day at sea, although I wasn't aware of it then, there was born between the doctor and Ilona Fedorov a bond that was to grow on this passage of the Tangmar.
Course east of Pete. Weather squally with rain. Visibility poor. Oh, blast. And find these log entries a darn sight easier, Kendall, if I'd ever learned to spell.
Passage of the Tangmar. The story of a ship and its cargo of death.
Were you serious, Kendall, when you said that if necessary we'd be detained at Pete until you find the person who killed Ben Miller? Oh, don't answer. I can tell just by looking at you. Go on, clear out and let me finish this entry.
I let myself out of the skipper's cabin and made for the bridge in the midday to 4 watch. At that moment, I could have done with a pep talk from Colonel Hacking. I was getting used to the sly grins of the crew and the barely veiled amusement of Major Challoner at my inability to solve the murder of Ben Miller. I followed lead after lead, only to find myself either in the position of having to make an arrest and perhaps admit later that I was wrong and have the Blake shipping line involved in all kinds of actions for damages, or else to go on waiting, hoping that the killer, for whom I was developing a healthy respect, would make a mistake. But while I stood my watch, staring out at the choppy sea and the wind-whipped whitecaps, the people who stood to gain by Miller's death were below decks.
You heard me, Lee. I'm being entertained charmingly by the doctor.
Miss Fedorov, Ilona, was there any need for that? He's a nice boy.
Yes, he is. You are right. But I don't feel like the company of a nice boy just now. Now, where were we? Oh, yes, you were telling me all about yourself.
I wasn't, you know.
Well, do.
Oh, well, there's nothing very much to tell. I'm a doctor, and that's about it. Now, getting back to Lee, don't you think that he deserves rather better treatment than that very brusque dismissal?
Does he?
Well, I mean, if you're using me as a kind of, how do you put these things? Using me to,
make him jealous? Is that what you're trying to say?
No, I don't think it'll work.
Why not?
Ah, then you are.
No.
Oh. Well, if you want to go after him, I'll be quite comfortable with these magazines.
Martin, that's not very nice of you.
Oh, I didn't mean it like that.
Will you please try to understand that I came in here to the lounge because I wanted to talk to you?
I'm very grateful.
You say that as if you were so very, very old and I was so very young.
You are, surely.
Oh, there you are, you see? It's taken a little time, but now you're even passing compliments.
Oh, am I? Another cigarette?
No, thanks.
Oh, may I?
Do. I like talking to you, Martin. I'm enjoying myself at the moment more than I have since we left Sydney.
Yes, you're a very sweet child, but I do wish I knew what was behind all this.
Oh, I'm not a child, and there's nothing behind it. Who do you think it was, Martin?
Now, if you really mean that you're enjoying this chat, I'm hanged if I'm going to spoil it by talking about what happened to poor Miller.
Very well, the subject is closed. But I wish Mr. Kendall would hurry up and find the man.
Well, whoever it was has been very clever, Ilona. Finding him isn't going to be easy. Yes, you know, there was a time when you seemed to think that I might be responsible, wasn't there?
Not really. But you seemed so withdrawn, so completely out of it all. And when you admitted that you'd been in England when this man Slavin was killed, I wanted to make you feel as uneasy as I felt myself.
You did?
And I'm very, very sorry now. Isn't it odd that we were all there? All of us except Miller.
The subject's closed, remember? I shall want to remember this conversation, so let it be only about present things.
And you're still of the same mind, Sharon? About this ridiculous business of going off to fend for yourself?
I am, Father.
Oh. I think you'd better listen to me.
I'm finished listening, Father. If you don't mind, I'd rather like to write some letters.
Squad dismissed, eh? Sharon, I realize I've been pretty difficult on occasion, but, well, I don't think it's been as bad as you make out now, has it?
To know that you hated me.
Now listen.
To know that you think I'd accuse you of murder.
I didn't mean that.
To listen to your rudeness day after day. To have people feel sorry for me because I have to put up with you. Oh, no, Father, it hasn't been unpleasant at all. Not a bit. That's why I don't intend to stand it any longer. Father, please leave my cabin.
If you think I'm going to take that kind of talk from the girl who... Sharon, I came in here to apologize.
To what? You, Father?
I had a talk with Dr. Lawler, and it wouldn't have been so bad if you hadn't looked so much like her, Sharon. I think that's the thing that hurts most.
I'm me, Father. I'm not a reincarnation of anyone. Now, please. Who is it?
Lee Blake, Miss Challoner.
Oh, Mr. Blake. Well,
Don't let me interrupt your plan, Sharon.
Father,
Knowing how I feel about that fellow, do you have to entertain him?
I didn't even know Lee Blake was... Oh, what's the use? But since you choose to think I asked Lee to my cabin, I do have to entertain him. Come in, Lee.
Miss Challoner, the rain seems to have cleared, and... Oh, Major.
But what are your intentions towards my daughter, Blake?
What?
Father, please.
Perhaps you're the reason for this newfound independence of hers. Sneaking down here to see her when you were sure that I was out of the way.
Now listen, Challoner.
Knowing that I disapprove of you. Is that why you tried to strike up a conversation with me on deck this morning? You thought it might make it easier for you if you were on the right side of me, eh, Blake?
Mr. Blake, I'm terribly sorry.
Yes, I can see it. The whole thing. Persuading my daughter to stand up to me.
If you were a younger man, I'd like nothing better than to beat the tar out of you, Major. I came to see Miss Challoner to ask her if she'd care to join me on deck now the rain has cleared. If you must know, the only reason I knocked on that door was because I felt sorry for your daughter. And having just been stood up, I felt kind of sorry for myself. I'm sorry, Miss Challoner. I'll get along.
No, don't go, please. My father's just leaving. Aren't you, Father?
Sharon, if you intend to be even halfway civil to this ship-jumping... I wouldn't mind betting now that he's the murderer who killed Miller. That he's responsible for all the trouble on this ship. When my daughter needs someone like you to feel sorry for her, Blake, then... Yes, Sharon, I am leaving. And you watch yourself, Blake. Just watch yourself, that's all.
Major, before you go, let's get one thing straight. I'm sorry for your daughter because of you. There is no other reason. Yeah, well, I guess after that you'd rather I just took myself off. Must be losing my touch, I guess. I seem to be doing all the wrong things today.
On the contrary, Mr. Blake, I'm very grateful. And if you meant it about going up on deck, I'd be delighted.
You call yourself a policeman, Kendall? You come and tell me some rigmarole about Interpol, and you can't even find the killer who's stalking the decks of my ship.
Listen, Skipper.
I've been sitting here the whole afternoon trying to work it out. All I do is finish up with a splitting headache. If Scotland Yard and Interpol couldn't find Slavin's killer in England, what makes them think that one man can do what they fail to do? You know, I'm beginning to think you want us to be holed up in Papeete. I'm beginning to think that... Oh, I'm sorry, Kendall, but I don't know which way to turn. It's bad enough for me to carry passengers at all, but when one of them's stupid enough to get himself killed, then I give up. After this, the Tangmar goes back to cargo.
I came to see you, Captain Goddard, to ask your assistance. I spent the afternoon watch working out a plan that might lead us to the man or woman we want.
Well, why didn't you say so? What is it?
This. Supposing this unknown killer was told that I knew who the killer was and that I intended to make an arrest tonight.
Well, how do you propose to do that?
Well, that's up to you, Skipper. If it comes from you and the word is spread around that I'm in my cabin writing out a report on the whole thing, I think our killer might show up.
You'd be prepared to do that?
We're up against a situation that calls for drastic action, Captain Goddard. It's just after 5. Supposing you start spreading the word now.
Am I supposed to know who it is?
No, I've kept it even from you. Mm-hmm. But the report I'm working on is for Interpol, for Colonel Hacking.
You want me to broadcast that too?
If the murderer we're looking for thinks that he's been tricked, then he might show his hand. If he hears from the captain that the first officer is really an Interpol agent, I think he might panic. Try something desperate.
You're taking a risk, lad.
And not before time.
Well, what happens when you get back to England and Colonel Hacking finds you let everyone on board know that you're with Interpol?
Well, providing I take back the killer of Slavin and Miller, he's likely to leap across his desk and kiss me. At least give me my overdue leave.
Well, I think you ought to have someone in your cabin with you.
No, thanks. I want to be there alone. Don't worry, Captain Goddard. I can handle it.
All right. You're in your cabin and you intend making the arrest tonight. You're writing out a report for Colonel Hacking of Interpol.
That's it.
All right, Kendall. If it means not being held up in Papeete, I'm with you. I'll start spreading the glad tidings now.
A matter of days from Papeete, and the Tangmar was scheduled for Jamaica. There was no more time to waste. To catch a murderer, I had to bluff my way to the person I sought in this passage of the Tangmar.
I can't say I like the idea of you taking this risk, Kendall. Waiting alone in your cabin for the killer to show his hand. But if it means not being held up in Papeete, then I'm with you. Give me half an hour to spread the word.
Passage of the Tangmar. The story of a ship and its cargo of death.
Keep it to yourself, Major. But Kendall's going to make an arrest. He knows who killed Ben Miller. That's all I could get out of him. But he's in his cabin making out his report for Colonel Hacking of Interpol. Yes, Interpol, Major. Dirk Kendall was planted aboard this ship to find a murderer. And it looks as though he's done just that.
Captain Goddard was as good as his word. He picked his men carefully, swearing them to secrecy and knowing darn well that as soon as he turned his back, the story would be all over the ship. First, Major Challoner was informed. Then, Edwin Tuker. And as night fell on our 10th day at sea, bound for Papeete, the Tangmar was a hotbed of speculation and theory. I sat in my cabin watching the minutes tick by and waiting for my bluff to come off. Waiting for the killer, who'd outwitted all of us, to make a desperate last-minute attempt to keep his identity a secret. I found myself watching the cabin door and trying to work out whether it would be a passenger or a member of the crew who'd take the bait. The Tangmar cruised on through the shadowing sea, and night drew a curtain across the porthole of my cabin. As I waited, and went on waiting.
I always knew, Major Challoner, that there was more to Mr. Kendall than met the eye. I can only say how glad I am that my conscience is clear.
You must have a very convenient conscience, Tuker.
What exactly do you mean by that?
Well, if you can't work it out for yourself, my telling you won't help.
Major Challoner, if you happen to be referring to that unfortunate incident in my past...
Unfortunate incident? You've no idea how funny that phrase would be under other circumstances, Tuker. Unfortunate incident, you call it? Giving poison to one's wife does seem to me to need a slightly stronger description, don't you think?
If you only knew the facts of the case...
I know the only one that matters. Now, if you don't mind, Tuker, I'd like to continue reading this book.
How can you sit reading in a lounge at a time like this? Do you realize that someone is going to be arrested, Major? Perhaps even you.
I can assure you that I am not. Now, please...
It certainly won't be me. So who will it be? Doesn't it give you an odd feeling, Major, to know that at this very moment the murderer knows that the game is up?
If you wish to talk about it, please do so elsewhere. Along with the rest of them, you laughed at my scheme to apprehend the murderer, and I have no further interest in the matter. Now take your theories and your idiotic conversation out of my sight.
Major, really?
No. Better still, you have the lounge. Perhaps I can find some privacy in my cabin. I should almost look forward to being arrested, Tuker. It would at least save me the trouble of making polite conversation with fools.
Well, really,
You, Tuker? From the look on the Major's face as he slammed out of here, I thought maybe he'd been having another set to with his daughter. What did you say to annoy the old buzzard, huh?
I was only trying to be polite. I was trying to talk with him about the arrest Mr. Kendall is going to make.
Oh, that.
Oh, so you aren't interested either?
Oh, yeah, sure I am, but speculating doesn't help. Seems Dirk is the only one who can settle it.
But it is rather... well, I mean, after all, it rather makes you wonder, doesn't it?
Tuker, along with Dirk and everyone else aboard, I've been wondering ever since it happened. Now I'm looking forward to having it settled. You know, with all this talk of murder, I never seem to lose my appetite. Coming, Tuker?
No, I'm not really very hungry now. I think perhaps I'll miss dinner tonight.
All right, just as you like. I find the sound of that dinner gong acts on me like an aperitif.
How pleasant, Sharon, to think that after tonight we will be able to enjoy ourselves. That there will be no unpleasantness anymore.
If Kendall's going to make an arrest, why the devil doesn't he get on with it?
Perhaps he wishes the condemned men to enjoy a hearty breakfast. Or in this case, dinner, Major?
I wonder where it'll be. In here, do you think?
Where doesn't matter. Who is rather more important.
I thought you said when you first came into dinner that you would not stay if anyone talked of this, Major.
I meant it too. I'm beginning to find that on this ship one's wishes are always defied. Even by one's own family, aren't they, Sharon?
If you keep on using pepper at that rate, Father, you'll ruin your dinner.
Did you hear what I said?
I'm not deaf.
I think until after dinner you could for once try to be pleasant, Major Challoner. Of course. If this is a way of trying to hide your fear...
Miss Fedorov, I have never been afraid of anything in my life. I don't intend to start now. I knew it was a mistake to come in here tonight. You're coming, Sharon?
I'm enjoying my dinner, Father.
And enjoying making me look a fool, is that it?
Father, please.
That infernal American put you up to this, didn't he? To defy me. Is that what you discussed with him on deck this afternoon? Is that how you think you'll get rid of me? Is it?
Something wrong, Major?
Yes, Blake, there is a great deal. I will not have you pestering my daughter, do you understand?
You know, the only man I ever read about who reminded me of you was that fellow in the barracks of Wimpole Street. Except that he had the good manners to keep it in the family.
Why,
I shall continue to see your daughter at every opportunity.
Well done, Lee.
You intend to stand there like that all through dinner, Major Challoner? All right, if I sit here, Sharon?
Of course.
I told you earlier to watch yourself, Blake, and I meant it. I've distrusted you ever since you came aboard this ship. I know what you are, Blake. A no good fortune-hunting gigolo. But it won't do you any good. No good at all. You'll never get a penny of my money, do you understand? Not a penny. Since Sharon prefers your company to mine, ask her to explain why.
With your father aboard, Miss Challoner, we never lack variety, do we?
Yeah, just as well we don't have a ship's orchestra. We'd never have managed to accompany that successfully.
Will you excuse me, please? I'm sorry for that.
Oh, Sharon, don't cry. That's what he wants.
Why does he have to spoil everything?
What did he mean by that last remark about his money?
He thinks I want it. He doesn't realize that I wouldn't soil my hands with it. I'll go to my cabin.
No, wait, Sharon. I'll come along with you.
There's no need, Lee.
Will you excuse us, Alona?
Of course. And, Lee, you do work very fast, don't you?
Who is it?
The skipper. May I come in?
Oh, yes.
Oh, how are you enjoying being solitary?
I'm not.
Well, they all know. If the man we're looking for is going to make any kind of move, it won't be long.
Well, then you better clear out of here, Skipper. There's no need for both of us to wait.
I don't like it, Kendall. Dash it all, man. This is my ship, and I don't feel like shirking any part of this. Between us, we can handle anything that comes up.
No, Skipper. The whole point of this scheme is to let the person we want think that I'm in here alone.
But
it's my guess that this cabin is being watched pretty closely. If the killer knows there are two of us, he won't risk it.
Yeah, all right, Dirk.
Did you learn anything at all as you spread the news?
Not much. Not anything, really. Oh, Jones, that fellow who was my steward. He said something about, what's so important about telling us he's a copper. I knew that all the time.
Open the door and then turn back and say you're turning in, Skipper. Nice and loud.
Well, if you're sure. I'm taking the dog watch, Kendall, so I'll grab a couple of hours' sleep.
Mention the arrest.
Oh, when you make the arrest, bring him to my cabin, Kendall. I'll see you later.
9:30. He's got to make a move soon. By now he should be worried sick, expecting to be picked up at any moment. I'll have another look at that will. Not a thing in it that helps, but I'm beginning to wonder whether you really did like these people, Wellerman, or whether you knew that this would happen and now you're laughing your head off. I, Victor Wellerman, being of sound mind and body, do hereby direct my solicitors, Brancher and Smith, that upon my death, the following 6 persons, Mr. Lerner Fedorov, Major Basil Challoner, Mr. Peter Slavin, Mr. Ben Miller, Mr. Edwin Tucker, and Dr. Martin Lawler, are to each receive a 6th share of my fortune. It shall be the duty of my solicitors to find these people and to inform them of providing they take ship from the port of Sydney in Australia en route here to Jamaica. Then and only then will they benefit. I wish that they will find in each other's company the same pleasure that their various personalities have given me. Also, and most importantly, Who is it?
Challoner.
Challoner. All right, come in.
When are you going to make this arrest, Kendall?
Any minute now, Major. Why?
It's Lee Blake, isn't it?
What?
I'd like to be with you when you take him.
You would?
I've been thinking back, Kendall. I'm sure it was Blake. I saw attacking you on deck with a knife. Our 3rd night out at sea, Kendall, do you remember?
Well, yes, of course, but...
He's a murderer. He's the man you've been looking for. Let's make the arrest together.
as I stood talking to the bitter old Major, the engines throbbed through the night, bringing us all closer to another rendezvous with death in this passage of the Tangmar.
I'm going on deck for a breath of air, Shorty, my lad. Then I'll be turning in. Will you keep an eye on that main shaft bearing, laddie? I wonder if Kendall has made an arrest yet.
Passage of the Tangmar. The story of a ship and its cargo of death.
I'm telling you, Kendall, Lee Blake's the man you want. He's the killer. I saw him attack you that night on deck. Now, I've kept quiet till now because I didn't want to be involved. But for the sake of the rest of the passengers, I demand that you apprehend this man.
It was shortly after 3 bells on the 8 till midnight watch. I'd been waiting in my cabin, hoping that the killer who stalked the decks of the Tangmar would show his hand. Captain Goddard had informed everyone aboard that I was going to make an arrest that evening. I was in my cabin making out my report for Interpol. Just when it seemed that the scheme wasn't going to work, that we'd continue to be in the dark about the identity of Ben Miller's murderer, Major Challoner had come to see me and informed me that Lee Blake was the man who'd attacked me on deck on the same day that Miller had been killed. But the Major was forgetting 2 things. One, I'd solved that mystery days before. And 2, it was common knowledge on the Tangmar how he felt about the American Lee Blake. At that moment, I disliked the Major more than I'd felt possible. He waited for me to say something, and then went on,
It's obvious enough, isn't it? Damn it, old man. What are you waiting for?
For a murderer, if you must know.
I've told you it's...
Lee Blake, I know. You're wasting my time, Major Challoner.
But I saw him on deck.
Attacking you, not me.
What?
Attacking your ego by daring to talk with your daughter, Sharon.
Sharon has nothing to do with this, and what's
She
more...
has everything to do with it. The first day you came aboard in Sydney, you ordered me to stay away from Sharon. Well, I didn't care one way or the other, so I didn't make an issue of it. But Lee is different. And accusing him of murder won't stop him seeing your daughter, Major.
This is preposterous.
Fantastic would be a better word. In that you're prepared to swear an innocent man's life away simply because he has the guts to stand up to you.
I was on deck the night you were attacked, aren't you forgetting that?
Not for a moment. You also told me that you didn't intend to become involved in anything that might interfere with you getting your share of Wedderman's estate.
Now look here, Kendall. I came to your cabin to help you.
Then you should have thought up a better story. The man who attacked me with a knife has been found. His name is Jones. He admitted the whole thing.
Oh.
Now, either you get out of my cabin, Major Challoner, or I'll forget the difference in our ages and pitch you out.
Very well, then. I shall take the matter to Captain Goddard and report that you've refused to take any action.
Do that, Major.
I will not have Sharon pestered in this way. A fellow who sneaks aboard at the last moment. A brash, conceited American.
I feel I should tell you that Captain Goddard is resting. He's taking the dog watch, Major. Wake him by all means, but if you do, then I shall see that he learns that you were going to give false evidence in this case.
Why, you...
Good night, Major Challoner. I almost wish you were the man I was after, Challoner. Arresting you wouldn't be difficult to take at all.
Have you heard anything yet, Martin? Has Dirk made the arrest?
I don't know. I don't think so.
Then why not?
Lona, you haven't anything to worry about.
Oh, I just want it to be over, that's all.
That doesn't sound a bit like the collected and icy-toned young lady who put me in my place on our first night at sea.
It's difficult to think that he died up there on that boat deck. With no one to help him?
It must have been very quick.
How do you know? Martin?
Hey, now, wait a minute. I examined him afterwards, remember?
Oh, I wasn't thinking anything. I just...
Oh, come on. Let's go below. The deck isn't a good place to be at a time like this.
The stars always look different at sea. Have you noticed?
Yes. Look closer.
I have not met anyone like you before, Martin.
Well, let's take it slowly then, eh?
You mean I'm inclined to rush into things?
While you look backwards instead of forwards, judging everything that happens by the past. I'm not a very rushable bloke, Eleanor.
I think that is why I enjoy being with you.
It's far too soon to take it further than that.
You mean you don't want to kiss me?
When the time comes, I want to know that you want me to. More than anything else in the world.
You say when?
Would you rather I said if?
I would rather you said nothing.
Yes, let's walk again, shall we?
Oh, wait, please.
Well?
I need to be sure of one thing. It was not you, was it?
Who, what?
You know.
It wasn't.
Don't you want to ask me?
No.
Then you trust me?
I trust you.
Thank you. And Martin, there is another thing that
Hello there. Pleasant night, isn't it? I thought we were in for some really rough weather there for a while.
Hello, Chief. Or should I say good night?
Well, I'm turning in at any moment. I'm just getting a wee breath of fresh air after sniffing those engines of mine all day. Well, I'll say good night then. It seems funny even now seeing passengers aboard the Tangmar. I just can't get used to it.
What is it you were going to say, Eleanor?
No, it couldn't have been important. I've forgotten.
It sounded important.
Ooh. Mr. Cragen's yawns are catching. Oh, yes, I know what it was. I really wasn't trying to make Liebleg jealous when I said I'd rather stay with you this afternoon.
Well, I promised myself a couple of hours with the Lancet before I went to sleep. I think instead I'll spend the time thinking up ways of entertaining you tomorrow.
You in there, Dirk?
Lee, here, come in.
Yeah, must be quite a report you're writing for friend Hacking.
And I wish I was writing one.
Well, what do you mean?
It's a frost, the whole thing. Skipper and I cooked up this little scheme, thinking that whoever killed Miller would panic.
You don't know who the person is? You hadn't figured on making an arrest, huh?
No, not in the way we led the passengers and crew to believe, but I thought out of it I would get an arrest. That whoever killed Miller would come to my cabin determined to prevent me making out the report.
Why didn't you let me in on it?
Well, you seem pretty well tied up lately. It isn't the exotic Ilona, it's the apple-cheeked Sharon.
Oh, she's a nice girl.
Which one?
The second one.
Well, she has a very unpleasant father.
Oh, don't I know it?
Well, half as well as I do. He's been here tonight. Wanted me to arrest you.
What for?
Murder. Said that you were the person who attacked me on our third night out.
Why,
It won't get any further. He left looking distinctly peeved. I pointed out that Jones had confessed to that attack.
Yeah, seems he dislikes me even more than I thought.
Well, there goes another plan down the drain. Tomorrow, both the skipper and I are going to look pretty foolish. Tonight was to be the finish.
Well, it might happen yet.
I could have written a novel by now, let alone a report. I've been cooped up here in this cabin for hours. What is the time?
11:15.
Ugh. I was sure it would work. Dash it all, why didn't it? If you were a murderer, Lee, well, wouldn't you be out of your mind thinking that someone on board knew your identity, knew the whole thing, and was calmly sitting in his cabin writing a report that would send you to the rope? You'd take some action, wouldn't you?
I would, yeah, but...
Oh, let's forget it. I'm going to take a walk before I turn in. Call in at the galley and get some supper.
You mind if I have a look at that will again?
No, I've been through it. There's nothing there. I seem to have spent most of the evening on it.
Two minds, my friend.
Yeah? It's all yours. You know, Lee, I'm glad that after this trip I don't have to sail under Captain Goddard again. I don't think he'd ever let me forget what a prize mess I've made of this case.
Now, let's see. Yeah. I forgot the cigarettes. Blast. I guess you won't mind, Dirk. The Major's brand. The cooler, longer, old British cigarette. Yeah, I can see why you like a Major. No American contamination. Now, let's see just what it was about you, Major Challoner, that Wherryman liked enough to leave a fortune to. Here we are. Say, what the devil... Hey, turn that light on. Turn it... Dirk! Dirk Kendall! Dirk! I know who did it. I got to write it down.
I was on my way to the deck when I heard the 2 shots. And I knew in that moment that I'd made a mistake. The hours I'd waited for the killer hadn't been enough in this passage of the Tangmar.
Dirk! I know who it is. Got to write the name. Got to write it down. I can't see. Got to get the light on again.
Passage of the Tangmar. The story of a ship, death.
Pencil. Been very clever, but this time we've got the truth. Write it down. Right.
I heard the shots as I made my way to the deck. I'd waited since 5 in the afternoon for the killer to accept my challenge, to fall for the bluff that I knew his or her identity and intended to make the arrest that night. And then, shortly before 6 bells on the 8 to midnight watch, Lee Blake had come to my cabin and we decided that the trick hadn't worked. As I sprinted back to my cabin, I knew that I'd given up too soon. The killer was only waiting his chance. I almost tripped over Blake's body as I pushed through the door, and then I was kneeling beside the man who'd taken the bullets meant for me. The man I'd left alone in the cabin only a few minutes before.
Dirk, we were wrong.
Who was it, Lee? Did you see who it was?
Yeah. Turned the light off and fired.
The name, Lee?
Could see against the light outside the door. Clear. Dirk, it was... Dirk, you've turned the light off again.
Lee! Lee!
Kendall, are you...
Blake! Yes, Skipper.
I heard the shots. Is he...
Would you get Dr. Lawler, Captain?
You mean he's still alive?
Just get the doctor. Fast.
Be right back, Kendall. Well, there's nothing to be alarmed. Nothing to be worried about. Just go back to your cabins.
Lee, I'll find whoever killed you if it's the last thing I do.
Well, Kendall, what does Lawler think?
I knew Lee was dead before I sent you for the doctor, Skipper.
And why?
I want the bullets that killed him. Dr. Lawler's getting them for me now. He's going to report here to your cabin when he's through.
How did it happen?
Well, he came to my cabin and we talked the whole thing out. Decided the person we were after hadn't risen to the bait. I was fool enough to leave Lee alone. He wanted to have another look at Wedderman's will.
So it was you who was meant to die?
It was. And Lee saw the person who fired the shots. He tried to write the name down, and then he tried to tell me the name, but he died before he could do either. I found this pencil on the floor and a piece of paper. He'd forced himself up after he was shot and went to the desk and collapsed.
Had he managed to write anything?
This. What do you make of it?
It looks like the start of a letter C.
That's right, that's what I thought, too. But have another look.
Hmm?
It could have been the start of an S. Or an A. Or a G.
Then it's not much help.
None at all.
But there's got to be some clue. This is beginning to look like Ben Miller all over again.
No, there's nothing, Skipper. By the way, do you have a gun?
I do. To the best of my knowledge, apart from yours, it's the only gun on the Tangmar. I'll get it for you. It's Smith & Wesson, 32. It's right here under... I saw it only this afternoon. I was making up the log.
Is it missing?
It can't be. I haven't moved it in years, apart from cleaning it and... Here it is. You must be getting absent-minded in my old age.
Either that or it's the gun that killed Lee and the murderer put it back in the wrong drawer by mistake. A man in a hurry might do that, Skipper.
Now, wait a minute. You don't think that
No, Skipper, I don't. But that knife was taken from your cabin, remember? I dare say practically everyone aboard would expect the captain to have a gun.
But I tell you, I saw it only this afternoon.
Would you be prepared to swear to that?
I don't know. I'm so used to seeing it there.
Exactly. So used to seeing it. Whenever you take out the log. But I doubt if you could be certain that the last time you saw it was this afternoon. Or yesterday, or the day before that, for that.
Now, look here, Kendall. I'd soon notice if it was missing, I'm sure of that.
Well, until I hear from Dr. Lawler, there's no point in speculating anyway.
There must be some clue to the killer's identity. There has to be.
There's nothing. I went through that cabin with a fine-tooth comb.
And you're convinced that the murderer mistook Blake for you?
Yes, I am. Why? Are you thinking of Challoner?
I had a report on a row in the dining room tonight between Blake and Major Challoner. I understand the Major was furious. Something about Blake chasing his daughter.
He came to my cabin after that, prepared to swear that Blake was the killer we were after.
What?
Wanted to bring it to you. Until I pointed out that we knew it wasn't Blake. Tried to say that Lee was the one who attacked me on the deck with a knife.
But that was Jones. We know that.
But the Major didn't. He left my cabin in full retreat.
You feel pretty badly about this, eh, Dirk?
Well, if it hadn't been for me, Blake would still be alive.
The traveling American, he called himself.
He was more than that, Skipper. Does the name Blake mean anything to you? His father owns the Tangmar.
What?
He was aboard to protect the family's interest. Been helping me all along the line.
Who's going to tell his father?
Well, he has to be told.
I didn't even know old man Blake had a son.
This was Lee's first job for the shipping firm. To see that the Tangmar got through to Jamaica without further trouble.
The old man has paid a mighty high price for this charter. I just wish I'd never heard of the Wherryman estate.
Skipper, Lee must have had his back to the door when he was killed. That means as far as the murder is concerned, I'm the one who's dead.
Well, how does that help us?
It might. Providing we can keep Lee's death quiet. For tonight, anyway. Look, I'm going to talk to each of the passengers in turn and then the crew. Find out where they were and what they were doing between 10:45 and 11 p.m. Someone on this ship is going to get one heck of a shock to find that Dirk Kendall is still alive.
Yeah. Is that you, Doctor?
Yes.
Come in.
I got what you wanted, Doc.
Oh, thanks. I'm sorry you had to be dragged out of bed.
On this ship, I'm beginning to expect almost anything. Here you are.
There is another gun somewhere on this ship. These are from a .38 caliber. Dr. Lawler, have you talked to anyone about this?
No, no one.
Well, good. Don't. Tonight, anyway. I'm going to call on a few people, Skipper. I'll report to you on the bridge if I find out anything.
Who's the first one on the list?
A certain Army Major, Captain Goddard, by the name of Basil Challoner.
Come in. Colonel, I thought you were...
Go on, Major Challoner. You thought I was... what?
Well, I was going to say, in your cabin, writing that report for Colonel Hacking.
Oh, I see. You haven't heard anything out of the ordinary tonight, I suppose? No pistol shots, nothing like that.
I heard the shooting, yes.
But it didn't concern you enough to make you want to find out what it was.
Aren't you forgetting something? I told you days ago that I intended to reach Jamaica alive. Investigating shots could prevent that.
Major, you seemed a little surprised when I came in just now. Why?
But after the tone of our discussion earlier, you were the last person I expected to pay me a visit at this hour of the night.
Have you seen Lee Blake tonight, Major?
Not since dinner, no. My Kendall, don't tell me that you're bringing me good news.
Is it good?
That Blake is dead? Well, I rather think so. Saves me the trouble of having to deal with him myself.
And how would you have done that?
I might even have killed him if he continued to see Sharon. Is Blake dead?
He was shot in the back, in my cabin. But he saw the person who killed him.
But how? Didn't you say he was shot in the back?
The force of the impact must have spun him around, and he lived long enough to tell me who shot him.
Well, then why don't you arrest the person? Kendall, I don't see what you hope to achieve by telling me all this. Seems to me that you've done a lot of talking lately, talking that you haven't managed to back up with any firm action. I thought tonight was the occasion of the unmasking, as it were, of the villain of the piece. Now, it seems that someone else has been killed. And if Blake had told you this person's identity, you wouldn't be wasting valuable time talking to me now. And it won't wash, Kendall. You're in the dark about this whole thing, aren't you?
You like the thought of that, don't you?
You know, I didn't really fall for this bluff of yours from the first. If you knew who the murderer of Miller was, you'd hardly waste time making out a report on it while he was free to kill again.
You say he?
Figure of speech. Killer is a rather masculine word.
Do you possess a gun, Major Challoner?
I do.
Caliber what?
38, Kendall. Would you like to see it?
Major Challoner was enjoying himself, laughing at my questions. And I found myself thinking back to Miller's death and the Major's weak alibi. Was he the murderer I sought in this passage of the Tangmar?
There you are, Kendall. My gun. A 38. It hasn't been fired in anger for years. Not since I left the Middle East. Well, say something, Kendall. Oh, my dear fellow, you don't mean that Lee Blake was killed by a 38, do you? Oh, I see. You do mean that. But how very interesting.
Passage of the Tangmar. The story of a ship and its cargo of death.
Look here, Kendall. You both know I didn't care for Blake. We got a quarrel with him in the dining lounge only this evening. But I would never shoot anyone in the back. Not even an American.
At no stage did Major Challoner offer anything like a reasonable explanation for his movements at the time Blake had been murdered. But in spite of that, there was a quality about him that seemed to preclude murder. I'd come to his cabin pretty sure in my own mind that he might, after all, be the criminal for whom I was searching. But the moment one talked with him, it seemed impossible. In spite of the fact that I held his gun, a .38. But one look at the beautifully kept weapon was enough to indicate that even if Major Challoner had killed Blake, it hadn't been with this gun. The weapon was wrapped in a chamois, and the barrel and chambers were smeared with fine oil. It was almost midnight on the 10th day out from Sydney, bound for Papeete to Bunker, and then through the Panama to Jamaica. Lee Blake had been killed between 10:45 and 11 p.m. And an hour later, I still had no idea where to start searching.
Do I assume myself to be under arrest, Kendall?
You were in your cabin when you heard the shots.
Yes. And this time I have positive proof of that fact. My daughter was with me. It's really rather amusing in a morbid kind of way. When we heard the shots, she was assuring me that she would continue to see Lee Blake as often as she wished.
Didn't she make a move to find out what the trouble was?
Oh, she wanted to. However, I persuaded her that it was probably you making your advertised arrest.
You couldn't have told me this when I first came in. Saved me valuable time.
Well, isn't it the job of an Interpol agent to ask the questions and mine to provide the answers? But you can check with Chardon if you wish. She'll be back in a moment.
You had another reason to kill Blake. You realize that?
No.
He was killed in mistake for me.
Poor fellow. And Kendall, he didn't, or rather wasn't able to tell you the killer's identity.
How do you know that?
But if he had, you wouldn't be here bothering me. Come in.
Father, it's Lee. He's been killed.
Who told you that?
Doesn't matter who told me, Mr. Kendall. But if you must know, it was one of the seamen, a man named Jones, I think. He said it was a pity it hadn't been you.
Trust him to find out.
Now, I know you're upset, Sharon. But would you mind telling Mr. Kendall here what we were doing at the time we heard the shots?
Doing? Why, we were talking.
About Lee Blake, as I remember.
Yes, that's right.
Thank you, Miss Challoner.
Mr. Kendall here felt that I might have been responsible, Sharon. I'm afraid you've disappointed him.
Now listen, Major Challoner, you've had your fun. You seem to think that it's all one heck of a joke. But remember this, for all I know, you may be the next one on the killer's list, and try laughing at that.
I'll have my gun back if you don't mind.
Did you hear what I said?
I did. That's why I want my gun back. I think it's time it was loaded, don't you?
Who did it, Mr. Kendall? Who was it?
He has no idea, Sharon. Just as he has no idea who killed Slavin or Miller. It begins to look as though if we're to reach Jamaica, we'd better protect ourselves.
Good night, Miss Challoner.
You know, Kendall, that plan of yours reminds me of certain military maneuvers. They succeed when it's decorated. But if they fail, a court-martial often follows. Tell me, did they court-martial policemen?
I assure you, Mr. Kendall, that I was in my cabin. Then when I heard the shots, well, naturally I went to investigate. Do you mind? I'm awfully tired, Mr. Kendall.
Do you possess a gun, Tuker?
Me? Oh, really, I can't bear them.
I know you hate knives, too. Maybe you hate them both just enough to use them awfully well. I know it's late, Tuker, but it's never going to be late again for Lee. Try and remember that. Now, exactly where were you when you heard the shots?
I told you. Here in my cabin.
What part of your cabin?
On my bunk. I was asleep and the shots woke me. I was naturally perturbed.
But you still went to investigate?
We are all curious, Mr. Kendall. All of us. When my first wife died, I found myself thinking that after all I hadn't been so very unkind. She was enjoying an experience that awaits all of us. I only hastened it slightly.
Now listen to me, Tuker. I've heard enough of your cleverness. Just answer my questions.
Oh, very well.
Did anyone know you were in your cabin?
Why should they? I'm not like some people on this ship, Mr. Kendall.
And just what does that mean?
We all know what Miss Fedorov is.
I never heard of Ilona Fedorov using poison.
Women use the subtlest poison of all. Themselves, Mr. Kendall.
So you haven't got a witness?
No, but I was here. I was asleep. I was dreaming of my dear Martha, if you must know.
Do you mind if I search your cabin?
At this hour, Mr. Kendall.
Perhaps you hate the thought of being found out to be a murderer more than you hate guns and knives, Tuker. Do I go ahead?
Of course. But you won't find anything.
I hope not.
Poor Mr. Blake. Such a nice young man. And so polite. Even to me. You know, you're like all policemen, Mr. Kendall. Just because I happen to have one conviction, you assume I should have another.
Just be quiet, Tuker. So, you don't like guns?
Oh, that.
A .38 caliber. Well?
I haven't the slightest idea what it's doing there, I assure you.
This time, Tuker, even jumping overboard wouldn't make me suspect you any less. Start explaining. I've got all night, if need be.
Well, you see, what with all the trouble we've had, I felt it was best to take precautions. I felt that... what's the use?
Well?
I might just as well admit it. I killed him. That's what you want, isn't it? I poisoned my first wife. I spent 15 years in prison for it. I might just as well go back to prison. Then it'll all be satisfied, all of you.
Listen, Tuker.
I killed him. I sneaked into your cabin and I killed him.
When you fired, was he facing you?
Yes, he was.
And how many shots did you fire?
Does it matter? I killed him. You've got your man, Mr. Kendall. So go on, arrest me. Go on, arrest me. I've been expecting this ever since I stepped aboard. Now it's come. I'm glad it's come. I killed Miller and Slavin and I... Oh.
Blake was shot in the back, Tuker. I didn't come into your cabin to pin a murder charge on you. The way you're behaving, I almost wish I could.
They all despise me. You as well. You might just as well arrest me. I can tell just the way they look at me. That Major Challoner...
Tuker, shut up. So you're that scared, eh?
I am scared, of course. Well, who wouldn't be?
And you imagine if I arrest you, you'll be at least safe. Is that it? It doesn't matter a hoot to you that someone else might get a knife or a bullet. All you're thinking of is your share of the $30 million. But it won't work, Tuker.
Mr. Kendall, listen.
I want the truth, Tuker. This gun, have you ever used it?
Never, Mr. Kendall. I wouldn't know how it worked. My wife was so worried about my safety, you see, that I brought it along just to please her.
Have you any ammunition for it?
None at all.
Good night, Tuker.
But Mr. Kendall,
Better lock this, Tuker. I wouldn't like anything to happen to you.
Stop engines.
Stop engines, sir.
A beautiful morning, Kendall, with a cloud in the sky.
Maybe not in your sky, Skipper.
We're well ahead of schedule. Boat drill, Kendall.
Listen, Skipper, I'm anxious to get to Papeete, too.
I'd like to get there also, but boat drill, it's overdue. And it's just the morning for it. Quartermaster, tell Harris and the bosun. Have the portside boats cleared away.
Right, Captain.
Oh, and Quartermaster, tell Harris to inform the passengers. Boat deck on the double, wearing life preservers.
Okay, Skipper.
You know, Kendall, Harris might be right. Aye, sir, does sound better.
What's on your mind, Skipper?
My ship. And more importantly, my crew. You say you questioned all the passengers? You're sure none of them had a hand in it?
Positive.
Yeah. It means that I was wrong from the first.
Captain Goddard, I'm sorry to trouble you, but...
Well, Sparks, what is it this time? We're running into a typhoon?
No, sir, it's a message from Mr. Kendall. It's from London, sir.
Oh, thanks, Sparks.
Well, Kendall, what does it say?
It's from Colonel Hacking, sir. Oh? Listen. Kendall, my boy, have apprehended murderer of Peter Slavin. Stop. Killed in waterfront brawl. Stop. Obviously no connection with Wetherman affair. Stop. If you wish, leave Tangmar at Pepit. Stop. This time I was wrong. Yours cordially, Hacking.
So there are two murderers?
That's right, Skipper, two. And one of them's been found. But where do I find the other? The Tangmar must have looked like that line from the Ancient Mariner, a painted ship upon a painted ocean, as the boats were lowered away for drill. Peter Slavin had not been killed by the murderer we had aboard. Then why was it that death still shared with us this passage of the Tangmar?
First of all, you demand maximum revs and bust my engines. And then, John, you stop engines out here in the middle of nowhere, thousands of miles from Sydney for boat drill. What are you playing at, man? Why can't we have the engines running while the passengers play of being shipwrecked? Eh? Will you tell me that?
Passage of the Tangmar. The story of a ship and its cargo of death.
Now, look, Chief. I know he's not come in practice to carry out boat drill my way. I know all that. But I like drill that looks like the real thing. Now, why don't you go below to those engines built by Scots so that only Scots can understand them?
Sparks had brought me the message from Colonel Hacking in London. The message saying that Peter Slavin's murderer had been arrested and that Slavin's death was in no way connected with the Wetherman affair. I was standing on the bridge reading it again and again, trying to take it in. To realize that all along our theories had been wrong. Cregan, the chief engineer, had come stumping up to the bridge and demanded to know why we'd ordered stop engines. In spite of his rage, he looked oddly comical with grease from his beloved engine smeared across his face. Already the boats were being lowered, and looking down on the boat deck, I could see the auburn halo above Ilona Fedorov's life jacket. But all I could think of was Colonel Hacking's assumption that I could leave the Tangmar at Pepit. And then I remembered that he didn't know of the death of Miller or Blake.
For Pete's sake, Mr. Chilkins, you want to float upside down? No, you don't, eh? Well, then, put it on this way.
Get those boats cleared away, bosun.
Right, Skipper. Come on, all of us. Get your message.
Will you listen to me for a moment, Captain?
Oh, Chief, I thought you'd gone.
Aye, you mean you hoped I had. What's going on aboard this ship? That's what I want to know. 1 minute you can't wait to be rid of these passengers, and the next you're prolonging the agony for all of us.
Chief, listen.
And you, Mr. Kendall, wasn't it last night that you were going to make an arrest? Settle this murder business once and for all? What happened to that idea? I'll tell you what happened. Someone else was killed. Oh, don't look like that. We all know about it.
Right side, boats away, Skipper.
A pity we didn't have a torpedo in our hull. Let us speed you up a bit.
Hey, Limpy, where do you think you're going? Here, Hector, you bring that boat and the speed off back here.
Well, haven't you got anything to say for yourself at all, Kendall? You know, it seems to me the only sane place on the ship is in the engine room, where you can find solid Scots workmanship. Aye. Very funny, John. Very funny. I'll take your advice. I'll go below. Every time I come on deck, I find trouble. For the rest of this voyage, I think I'll stay below.
All right, bosun, get those boats inboard. Make ready to secure.
All right, Skipper. Now make it snappy, Jippy. Now you gents can bring all your first to the rest.
What were you saying, Chief? Oh, where'd he go?
Below.
Kendall, are you accepting the Colonel's invitation, leaving us at Papeete?
What do you think, Skipper? Apart from anything else, I like Blake.
Me too.
I wonder if there is a connection after all.
Connection?
Between Slavin's death and these others.
But you've got the proof that there isn't right there in your hand. Read it again. Even I can see that.
I know it looks that way, but supposing... Oh, all right, forget it.
No, go on, tell me.
Well, supposing Slavin's death and the attendant publicity gave our killer the idea.
But you said a few minutes ago that you were sure none of the passengers killed Blake.
I am sure as question and answer and alibi can make me, but there's one thing we've tended to overlook.
What's that?
That proviso in Wetterman's will saying that any passenger on the Tangmar, in other words, any beneficiary under his will, could sell his or her share of the $1 million. We assumed that would be too stupid, that no one would do that. But supposing someone did. Slavin.
What are you getting at?
And the person who bought Slavin's share heard of his death and decided to be the only beneficiary to arrive in Jamaica.
But he's not if he bought a share.
The will doesn't say he's not.
The police darn soon would if the rest of them were dead, wouldn't they? Even your crowd couldn't be that stupid.
Oh, I know it sounds fantastic, Skipper, but...
What side boat secure, Skipper?
Oh, carry on, bosun. Oh, Chief? Skipper, get them rolling. We're making for Papeete. Fast. And I'll make you a promise now. You're going to thank heaven for the rest I gave those pampered engines of yours.
And get this off for me, will you, Sparks? To Colonel Hacking, Marlborough House, London. Cannot leave ship at Papeete. Investigating murder of passengers Ben Miller and Lee Blake. And Sparks, add 11 days out from Sydney and double that many blind alleys. Kendall.
Sugar, Miss Fedorov.
No, thank you.
Why is it, I wonder, that aboard ship tea always tastes of salt?
Oh, is that all you can think of when last
night Lee Blake was killed. Murdered.
You're glad he's dead, aren't you?
Well, I can't exactly say I'm going to be chief mourner. Oh, no, you don't, do you? Personally, I like lots of it. I suppose, like the rest of us, you had a perfect alibi.
Mr. Kendall accepted it.
But weren't you a little put out when Blake began to enjoy my daughter's company in preference to your own?
What does that mean to imply?
Imply? Why, nothing. I'm merely making conversation. Why do you ask? Have you a guilty conscience, is that it?
Major Chan...
No, don't get up. The dinner gong will go soon and we can go in together. I should like that.
Why?
Well, being a gentleman, I shall allow you to walk ahead of me. Doing that will make me feel safer. The next time you decide to embarrass me in public, to try and make me look small in front of the other passengers, I trust you will curb your tongue, Miss Fedorov. You should take sugar, you know. Sweetens the disposition. Sit down. Ah, that's better. There's no need to be afraid of me. I can assure you that I am not a murderer. If I were, you would have died some little time ago. You know, you fascinate me, Miss Fedorov. I've never met a completely self-possessed young woman before.
Really?
Now, of course, it's the doctor, isn't it? Dr. Lawler.
Is that any business of yours?
If he should die, yes.
How dare you?
You see the difference between us, my dear. I wait until you are alone to tell you exactly what I think of you. People with any kind of background do. Oh, are you going? Oh, what a pity. I have enjoyed our little chat.
Major Challoner, there's something horrible about you. You want to hurt everyone and everything. I meant what I said the other night when I spoke about the way you treated your daughter. I meant every word of it. And I can understand why you are interested in a person whom you describe as self-possessed. You cannot bear a woman to be like that. I do not wish you to come with me, Major. I cannot help being sorry for you, Major Challoner.
You go and enjoy your dinner, Miss Fedorov. It may be the last one you'll have. Oh, Kendall, come on in.
Aren't you going into dinner, Major?
Presently, dear boy, presently. Oh, you look worried. Did you want to talk to me?
I didn't think there'd be anyone in here.
Oh, then I'll go.
You think this is all rather amusing, don't you?
There is a certain irony, which I think you'll admit. Boat drill the night after a murder. It was very efficient, wasn't it?
They were both efficient.
Yes, I see what you mean.
Is that what you meant by irony?
Not really, no. I was thinking more particularly of poor Blake.
Why?
Sitting in your cabin, in your chair, I think you said, with his back to the door, unsuspecting. After all, who apart from me would want to kill him? Then the unfortunate chap who dies in place of you. I don't wonder you have no appetite tonight.
Now, look here, Major.
I suppose you feel that it would be unfair to gorge yourself when, what's his name, Blake, can't do so anymore? Oh, what a pity.
Just what is this leading up to?
Not a thing, not a thing. I'm merely chatting for chatting's sake.
Major, a friend of mine was killed last night. I don't find it funny in any way.
No, I suppose not. Well, how are we getting along? And why you have a friend like that, I can't imagine. Spare everyone to their own taste, I suppose. I suppose someone's got to befriend them. I must admit I can't see why.
Why, you owe... If you could only have told me, Lee. Who is it? Come in. Well, who is it? What the devil?
Well, get alarmed, Kendall.
You won't get away with it, Challoner. Give me that gun.
Certainly. Here. Catch. It's all right. The safety catch is on.
What kind of a game are you playing?
I am not playing, I assure you. But don't you think you're a little unwise, Kendall, sitting in here alone? You could die in the lounge as easily as anywhere else, couldn't you?
If this is some kind of joke...
Joke? What an odd term to use. Haven't you realized yet that you're a marked man? That Lee Blake was killed by someone who wanted to kill you? That is all I'm trying to bring home to you, Kendall. On the Tangmar, your life isn't worth a row of beans. Why don't you leave the ship at Papit?
I had realized that my life was in danger, but I couldn't understand the acidic major pointing out the fact. He stood there, framed in the door of the ship's lounge, his hand outstretched for his gun. And it was hard to realize that he was trying to assist me on this passage of the Tangmar.
I mean it, Kendall. Leave the ship at Papit and save your life. Even a fool could tell that Lee Blake died because he's foolish enough to remain alone in your cabin at a time when you'd laid a trap for the killer. He was killed in error. And I have a distinct impression that the killer will not make that kind of mistake again. Also, of course, I cannot help feeling that the rest of us might be somewhat safer without you on board.
Passage of the Tangmar. The story of a ship and its cargo of death.
And now, if you don't mind, Kendall, I'll have the gun of mine back. I find dinner a much more satisfying meal with a loaded gun in my pocket. Thank you.
I was still reeling from the news I'd received from Colonel Hacking that Peter Slavin's murderer had been apprehended in London, and that his death was in no way connected with the deaths of either Miller or Blake. And yet, in spite of that, I was sure that there was a connection. Something I'd overlooked, in my mind, a connection that had to be there. And now there was Major Challoner, his thin lips twisted into a grimace that I suppose was the closest he ever came to a smile. Standing at the door of the forward lounge, warning me that to save my life I'd be wise to leave the Tangmar for Pete. It was possible that he really was concerned for my safety, but somehow I felt the reason behind his apparent concern was deeper than that, and rather more personal.
I mean it. I assure you, Kendall.
I'm in no doubt about the fact that you want me off the Tangmar, Major Challoner, but I find it hard to believe that you're concerned for my safety.
I am, my dear fellow, I assure you. Up to a point. Also, of course, I'm concerned for my own.
You think you'd be safer without me on board?
I do.
Why exactly?
You came aboard the Tangmar to find a murderer. Or so you say.
Go on.
It is just possible, of course, that you might be telling the truth. If you are, then my faith in the British police or Interpol or whoever you're supposed to represent has suffered a severe jolt.
You think you could have done better?
That is quite beside the point. However, you will admit that one is entitled to suspect that perhaps you have an interest in seeing that the rest of us do not reach Jamaica.
You're beating around the bush, Major. I want the real reason why you're so anxious to get me off this ship. You know jolly well who I am, what I am, so let's have it.
My daughter is the reason.
Sure.
But the people of our own age are being removed one by one, aren't they? I'd be just as pleased if you weren't in the vicinity.
Major Challoner, let me assure you of one thing. I'm not leaving the ship in Papeete, and I intend to find the man or woman I'm looking for. Your concern, if that's what it is for your daughter and the company you don't wish her to keep, is something you better take up with her, but you're wasting my time.
At the moment, Kendall, Sharon likes to imagine that she hates me. She'll get over that when she realizes that I'm all that she has. So stay away from her.
No, go on into your dinner, Challoner.
Won't you join me?
No, thanks. It's remarkable how talking to you takes my appetite away. Mm, 10 o'clock and all's well. Who was it, Lee? Who's the person I've overlooked? If I could be sure it was Challoner or Tuker, I think I'd almost relish this job. It's got to be one of the crew, but which one? Which one?
Mr. Kendall, I want to talk with you.
Oh, I need someone to talk with. I have a bit of deck rail that's on the house.
It's about Lee.
Oh, yes?
My father didn't kill him. I was telling the truth. He was with me when we heard the shots.
Yes, I believe you.
Well, it's unbelievable. He told me that if I continued to see Lee, he wouldn't stop at anything to prevent it. And then we heard the shots. It's almost as if he's only got to will a thing to happen, and it does.
Oh, come now. Well, I'm sorry. I know how much Lee had come to mean to you.
But he hadn't. Oh, he was nice to me, yes, but why, I hardly knew him.
Anyway, aren't you out of bounds, being on deck at this time of night? If your father knew...
I've told Father. It doesn't matter what he knows. From now on, I'm doing as I please.
You know, Sharon, I hate to sound like a Dutch uncle, but in his own way, I'm beginning to think your father is fond of you.
It's the kind of affection you can't live with. It's more like hate.
Well, I'll admit he hates with plenty of conviction. But take my advice for what it's worth. Stay away from me. I'm bad medicine in the Challoner family.
You're not alone in that. There's never been anyone of my own age who wasn't warned off. And if that doesn't work, then plan number 2 goes into operation. Oh, it's very simple. He simply informs the person concerned that I'm a flirt. It spoils everything even before it's begun.
You know, if your mother had lived, I think you might have been just about the most contented girl one could find.
Thank you, sir. But since she didn't, I do have to face the problem. I'm sorry I bored you with it, Mr. Kendall.
Hey, wait a minute.
Don't give me that old fogey kind of advice, please.
Well, I'm sorry,
I know you have problems, Mr. Kendall. I know that Lee was a friend of yours, but... Can't you see why I came to talk with you?
No,
Because I wanted... Would it be so hard to take me in your arms?
Sharon, it wouldn't be hard at all.
I know you don't care for me. I know you're looking for a murderer, but... Dirk, I need someone just for a moment. Just to... Now I sound exactly as if I am a flirt.
I think you're a girl who'd do almost anything to have a shoulder to cry on. And I don't blame you. The moment I feel in need of a shoulder myself.
You read about them, Dirk. The ones whom nobody wants. Children abandoned, outside someone's door, left unwanted. And do you know, sometimes I envy them. They never know anything else. Whoever takes them in must seem like a good angel. But to belong to someone, to be proud of someone who can't bear you to be in the same room, to spend your life wanting to look up from a book or just to sit in the silence and catch the eyes watching you and loving you.
I think you'd best go below, Sharon.
Thank you for listening to me, Dirk.
Before you go, Sharon.
Yes?
If at any time I can be of help, if there's anything I can do... It does sound awfully trite, I know, but... Count on me, will you?
Good night, Dirk.
Will you?
I'm grateful you didn't kiss me. I think now I'll count on you even more.
Yes? Oh, Chief, come in. It's a bit late for the last of the Creegans to be prowling around, isn't it?
Late? Aye, I suppose it is. But I've had a long, hard spell down there with the engines. What with Captain Malcolm Campbell Goddard pushing them all the way, and I'd like to talk to you.
Help yourself to a drink?
No, thanks.
Well, I'm not tired, so go ahead. What's on your mind?
The same thing that's on everyone else's mind on this ill-fated ship. Death, Mr. Kendall. Death.
What?
Oh, I'm not concerned, not for my own sake. But my stokers. Oh, maybe they are big burly fellows, and they are, about things they can understand. But they can't understand what's happening on the ship, and for that matter, neither can I. There's been 2 murders, and they're not solved. And the boys in the engine room are getting restless. They're getting edgy. I can feel it. So before you take your beauty sleep, you'd better give me some kind of a story that I can tell them.
I wish I could.
But you must know something.
Do you think I'd keep it from you or the skipper if I did know? Well, I'm beaten, Mr. Cregan, and I know it. I've sat here for the past hour trying to work it out, and the more I plan, the more involved it becomes. Aboard this ship, there's the most cunning murder it's ever been I was going to say pleasure to come up against.
But the clues,
What
man.
clues? You tell me what the clues are.
Well, how should I know?
Oh, forget it. Maybe something will break soon and I'll have something to work on, but tonight, Chief, I'm convinced of my own inadequacy. Completely and utterly convinced. I'm no closer to finding the killer than I was when I came aboard the Tangmar.
You know, son, when you look like that, you remind me of my own boy. Down in the mouth over something that was too big for him.
I didn't know you had a son.
Didn't you now? Do you think I carry a placard saying, I, Chief Engineer Cregan, have a son? A finer boy you'd never meet anywhere?
Was he in the Navy?
No, he died.
Oh, I'm sorry, Chief.
That's all very well, but look, unless you give me some comforting news, Mr. Kendall, there's going to be a mutiny aboard this ship, and it's going to start right down in the engine room. Aye, they're frightened, Mr. Kendall, and men who are scared are dangerous men.
It was shortly before midnight, and within another 48 hours at the most, we'd be in Papeete. But what could I say to the chief officer that would reassure any of the crew? Cregan's fear for his men was only one more reason why I had to find the killer who stalked the decks in this passage of the Tangmar.
I'm not the kind of a man who scares easily, Dirk. But the men under me are different. And someone's playing on the natural fears they're all feeling. Either find the man who's committed these murders, or we're in for trouble.
Passage of the Tangmar. The story of a ship and its cargo of death.
I don't want to add to your troubles, lad, but if nothing worse happens, I'd say we stand to lose some of the crew when we get to Papeete. They're not going to stay aboard a ship with a killer on the loose.
Chief Engineer Cregan had come to my cabin aboard the Tangmar shortly before midnight on our 11th day at sea. At the most, we were only 48 hours from Papeete, and the news that the crew were restless meant that I had to find the man or woman who'd killed Miller and Lee Blake very soon. Once we got to Papeete, it looked very much as if I was going to have to arrange with Captain Goddard that no one was allowed ashore. I couldn't afford at this stage to give the murderer a chance of jumping ship. I had a fair idea who was at the back of it. Seaman Jones, the ex-steward who tried to knife me a few days out from Sydney. Since then, Jones had been given almost every unpleasant job Goddard could find for him. And I was willing to bet that this was one way Jones had devised to square the account. I suddenly realized that Cregan was still speaking.
And, there's another thing, Dirk. I hope you don't take it too badly. You remember my outburst on the bridge during boat drill. Well, I'm sorry about that.
Oh, forget it. I don't blame anyone for being edgy. I'm getting that way myself.
Do you have any ideas at all?
A few. They don't seem to lead anywhere. Look, Chief, let's leave it for tonight, eh? I'm going to try and get some sleep.
Why, sure, son, sure. I think I might have that drink before I go.
I'll join you, Chief. About 4 fat fingers.
Right. You know, until now I would have never believed it possible, Dirk, that a man could kill 2 people and get away with it. Not leave a trace.
I agree, but if Lee had only lived a few moments longer, I'd have had the killer's name.
Aye. Here.
Thanks.
Well, whoever it is fell for your bluff that you knew his or her identity anyway.
Yes, Chief, and Lee died because I thought the killer wouldn't show up.
Aye. I wonder how he feels.
Who?
The killer. Knowing that he made a mistake.
I don't think this particular killer will let that worry him.
He or she is obviously determined to prevent you continuing your investigation.
And I'm equally determined that I won't be stopped.
Aye. Oh, well. Here's luck.
Thanks, Chief. I can do with all the luck around the place.
Well, I'll be getting back to my engines. By the way, Dirk, I I don't want it talked about all over the ship, so forget what I said, will you? Just forget what I said about my son.
Of course.
And they all like to think I live only for those Injuns. Let them go on doing that. Means I get better results out of them.
What was his name, Chief?
Funny thing, you know, she wasn't worth a brass farthing. But the boy, he was everything you could wish for, Dirk.
How did he die, Chief?
She even changed his name. Went back to using her own maiden name. Cragen wasn't good enough for her. What were you saying, Dirk?
Nothing. That isn't important.
Oh, fine. Well, good night. I'm afraid that when your boy's dead, engines aren't much consolation.
Oh, it's hard to believe on a morning such as this that there's anything wrong on the Tangmar, Doctor.
Miss Fedorov, that is, Ilona, I've been thinking a good deal since we last talked together, and... well, look here, we've both got ourselves involved in something we don't really understand.
You mean us?
I wasn't thinking of that so much, but... well, Ilona, I know I'm going to sound like an old fogey, but... you don't have to go on... well, how do they call these things? Keeping me company.
You really are old-fashioned, Martin, aren't you?
Yes, I suppose I am. But what I'm trying to get at is this. Well, between here and Jamaica, I'll do everything in my power to protect you, to see that you reach Jamaica safely, but I don't want anything in return.
What?
No, I apologize if that sounds offensive. What I mean is...
You think I'm throwing myself at you because I'm frightened, don't you?
No, I'm under no illusions about myself.
Or me, apparently.
Oh, but I didn't mean that.
Then what did you mean?
Well, you're, as I said, you're a very beautiful woman, and it would be easy for a romantic old goat like me to be carried away.
Doctor... Martin, don't be afraid of me. Or yourself. I make no demands on you.
Well...
I know what it is. You cannot rid your mind of the stories you've heard about me. That so calculating Ilona Fedorov. Isn't that it?
No, I never listen to gossip.
Oh, how pompous you are. I wish you would laugh a little more, Martin. You look very young when you laugh.
I'm not young enough, I'm afraid.
What are you afraid of?
Myself, mainly, I think.
Why?
Well, you see, I can't help being flattered with anyone so young and attractive. You appear to prefer my company.
I'm not so young as you believe.
No? Well, I lead a very well-ordered life, Ilona. It's very exciting, I suppose, but, well, I'm used to it. Surgery, the club, round of golf, that kind of thing, and... Look, what I'm trying to say is, don't become part of it just to decide that you've had enough and laugh.
Martin, I know what you're trying to say.
Do you? Wish I did.
Shall I say it for you?
What am I trying to say?
That you are very much afraid you have fallen in love with me. And you're trying to get round to saying it without using those words. Because if you do use them, you are scared that I might laugh.
I suppose I must seem an awful old daughter.
You seem nothing of the kind, and you're not to talk like that anymore. Come on, let's finish our walk. Will you think me very forward if I take your arm?
No. No, of course not, Ilona.
Oh, suddenly this morning I do not care about anything. Except being with you, Dr. Martin Lawler. Suddenly I'm happy for the first time in almost as long as I can remember.
Quartermaster, what the devil's wrong with you this morning? That's the second time you've wandered off your course.
Sorry, sir.
Well, watch it, will you? I want to reach Pepite, not the South Pole.
Sorry, Skip.
And don't call me Skip. Beginning to think a little more discipline on my bridge might be a good thing. What are you laughing about, Kendall?
Oh, nothing, Skipper.
I should have thought you'd have more to do than loaf around up here.
Skipper, just at the moment, I think I'd be prepared to smile at anything that took my mind off Lee Blake.
No further news?
No.
Well, at least the weather's fine. We reach Pepite tomorrow at noon.
You spoken with the chief engineer at all?
Yes, I have. Cregan must be going soft in the head. While the men are grumbling, they're not up to anything. It's when they become silent you start to worry. Anyway, it's easy enough to make them happy again. Just find that killer, Kendall. That's all it needs.
Look, Skipper, I didn't have much to go on before, but since Colonel Hacking's message came through that Slavin's killer has been arrested and had nothing to do with the Werriman estate, I honestly don't know where to start. And yet I'm sure there is a connection. I'm sure of it.
Then for Pete's sake, find it. Isn't that what the Blake Shipping Company's hired you for?
Oh, okay, but if I don't find him before we reach Pepite, I want you to do something for me.
What?
No one's to go ashore. No one. Crew or passengers.
Are you out of your mind? Are you...
No, I mean it, Skipper. Every person aboard the Tangmar remains aboard, including you.
Now listen, Kendall. I put up with...
Supposing you listen, Captain Goddard. In one breath you want this murderer found, in the next you're hauling off and doing everything you can to prevent that happening. Can't you see that if anyone's allowed ashore, the murderer might escape, disappear, like that?
I can't say I'd mind. It would mean that the rest of the trip would be trouble-free.
But... By the Lord Harry, I think you've got something.
What?
Don't you see? If the killer intends to get rid of all the beneficiaries, then he's got to work fast. Before we get to Pepite, because he knows as well as we do that with the things that have happened aboard this ship, there'll be a police guard on the Tangmar from the time we arrive.
I don't see...
Of course you do, man. The Tangmar probably won't be permitted to leave Pepite, and you know it, while there's a murderer aboard. So that means that if our theory is correct, in spite of Slavin's death having nothing to do with the Werriman will, that the rest of the beneficiaries have to die tonight.
Yes, I see what you mean.
I want a curfew applied to all passengers. I want a double guard outside their cabins all night long.
All right, but...
I don't think we'll be getting that much sleep, Skipper. Tonight, we might just catch the fellow we're looking for.
All right, Kendall. I'm with you all the way. If it means that we can solve this thing tonight, then I'll take any steps you recommend.
I'll get below and make arrangements now, Skipper. And by the way, I think we might let Cregan in on it, don't you? Between the three of us, we might just pull it off.
Yeah, if you can drag that Scot away from the engine room, I'll be surprised, Kendall, but try by all means.
Well, he's as anxious as we are to trap this killer.
He can't be. He doesn't know yet that if we don't, no one's going to be allowed ashore at Pepite.
All right, then I'll tell him. See you later.
Yeah, if there is another killing aboard ship tonight, I intend to resign this command at Pepite. I've had enough. Quartermaster! Suppose you stop using your ears and use your eyes. You're off course again.
Once again, I had a chance to arrest the killer of Miller and Lee Blake. It was a long chance, I knew, but the time had come for long chances. On this passage of the Tangmar.
Nearly 10 p.m., Dirk. So far, so good. The passengers all in their cabins, no sign of anything suspicious. Well, I'll be glad when Cregan takes over for me. Better check him again, I suppose. It's the skipper, Miss Fedorov. Everything all right?
Passage of the Tangmar. The story of a ship and its cargo of death.
Everything is perfectly all right, Captain Goddard. And I feel very safe knowing that you and Mr. Kendall are on guard. Good night.
It hadn't been easy persuading the passengers that on this last night at sea, before reaching Papeete, I wanted them in their cabins by 8 o'clock. Major Challoner had spearheaded the objections, but I'd received considerable support from Dr. Martin Lawler and, oddly, Edwin Tuker. So now the skipper and I were patrolling the companionway outside the cabins, waiting to see if the unknown killer would realize that tonight might be his last chance to dispose of the rest of the beneficiaries under the terms of Victor Wetherman's will. I knew the skipper had a gun, and my own felt comfortable in my pocket, comfortable and friendly. At midnight, Chief Engineer Cregan was to relieve the skipper, and until then all we had to do was to watch and wait.
Better check Tuker once more, Kendall.
Yeah, the killer has to make his move tonight, Skipper. Once we reach Papeete, this ship will be swarming with police.
For which I, for one, will be darn grateful. Goddard, Mr. Tuker. Everything all right?
Yes, thank you. I'm trying to get to sleep.
Good. Well, don't forget, we're just out here if you need us.
Thank you.
Well, come on, Skipper. Major Challoner next. I can't be wrong about this, Skipper. I'm sure that in some way Slavin's death is tied in with Miller's and Blake's death. Has to be.
In spite of what Colonel Hacking said?
There has to be a connection. I'm dashed if I can see it.
Major Challoner, Goddard. Routine check, nothing more. Challoner. Major Challoner, answer me. Are you all right?
He was perfectly all right at 9. Hasn't been a soul down here since then, except the two of us.
Challoner, get this door open.
Will you two amateur detectives go away and leave me in peace? I'm trying to sleep. I have a gun next to me on the pillow, and I intend to use it on the first person who tries to open that door.
Why, that old... Challoner's sense of humor, Skipper.
Should you feel like knocking me up again, either of you, I'd stand to one side of the door, because I'll shoot first and ask questions later.
Now listen to me, Challoner.
Good night, Captain Goddard. You can assure Mr. Kendall that I shall arrive on Papeete safely, in spite of him.
What the devil does he mean by that?
The Major doesn't think much of our plan, Skipper. Said he didn't like the idea of being locked in like a blasted schoolboy. That was the way he put it.
And I wish he'd stop behaving like one. Come on, let's check the others.
What's wrong, Tuker? No appetite? Well, I should have thought this morning you'd feel like eating heartily. After all, we'll be in Papeete by midday.
No, I'm not very hungry, I find.
Something on your mind?
I suppose Mr. Kendall thinks it's safe now it's daylight. Do you?
Do I what?
Think we're safe? Well, I mean, he guards us all night and nothing happens. And then, well, after all, he didn't catch the killer.
Didn't think he would. Not for a moment. Pass the salt, will you?
Oh, yes, here.
I told him it's a damn bull scheme from the start. You and Lawler wouldn't listen to me. All of us locked in like... That's ridiculous.
But supposing this murderer decides to move against one, or perhaps even all of us in daylight.
So that's it. Well, stick close to me, Tuker. I'll look after you. Why don't you try some of this kidney? It's delicious.
No, thank you.
Good morning, Mr. Tuker.
Oh, morning. Did you sleep well, Miss Federoff?
Dreamlessly. I felt very safe. I think I used to enjoy it more, Major Challoner, when you took your meals in your cabin.
Really? Why? Oh, yes, of course. You were able to queen it at the table, I suppose. No one here to see through you.
Major Challoner, I've come to a conclusion about you.
Really? What?
That you are perhaps more afraid than any of us. That you have to bluster and bully the people around you because that is the only way in which you can hide your fear.
What the devil do you mean?
And since you have decided to be so persistently unpleasant, so rude, it may be as well if I tell you now that I think I know why you hate all talk of the army. Why you insist on being called Major Challoner.
Pepper, Tuker.
Yes.
Carry on, Miss Federoff. I am all attention.
You are also a coward.
I beg your pardon.
Your kind invariably pick on women. in the stupid assumption that they cannot fight back. But we can, Major Challoner. And unless you wish to have me mention my theories about your army career to the rest of the people on this ship, you will in future behave, if you can, as a gentleman.
Your theories...
You are so unlike an officer and a gentleman that I begin to think you might have been dishonorably discharged.
Why, you...
Let me finish, Major, if you please. I don't care why you left the army, but I will not tolerate your rudeness any more. And that is all I have to say.
Now listen to me, young woman. I'll have you know that I served my country in half a dozen outposts for years, and I have never before been called a coward.
Were there any women on these posts? Women who would bother to look beneath that bluster, that noise, and see the rather frightened little man underneath?
Really, Miss Federoff? Shut up, Puka! Why, if you were a man, Miss Federoff,
But I'm not. Is that why you have to bully your daughter, Major Challoner? So that she will believe you are what you claim to be. A tough ex-soldier. A man who is afraid of nothing. Except, perhaps, that if he stopped shouting, someone might puncture the balloon of his defenses.
I've had all I intend to take of this.
Oh, won't you finish your breakfast?
I will not eat at the same table with you, madam. Steward, bring the coffee to the cabin.
Miss Federoff, why? I mean, what is the point of antagonizing him like that? Surely you don't really think that Major Challoner's afraid of anything, do you?
I didn't. But now I'm not so sure. Men of his kind, Mr. Tucker, must be kept in their place. He's the rudest man I've ever known. He has made his daughter's life incredibly miserable, and he would like to do the same to me. But I don't think I will have any more trouble with Major Challoner. Will you pass the marmalade, please, Mr. Tucker?
Half speed, quartermaster. We'll make Pepite comfortably by midday. No need to bust Cregan's engines.
Half speed it is, sir.
You can leave the bridge, quartermaster. Mr. Kendall and I will take over.
Right, sir.
Well, Kendall, where did we go wrong? Why didn't the killer show up, eh? Answer me that.
I can't. I've been asking myself since dawn.
I'll tell you why, because he couldn't.
Couldn't?
He or she was locked in for the night, and we were on guard outside. There wasn't one of those passengers who could make a move without us knowing about it.
Yes, I've thought of that. It does make it look as if one of the passengers must be the person we're after, but there's another aspect you might not have thought of.
What's that?
Well, in the charter for this boat to make the trip to Jamaica, it was stated that in order to collect their share of the Wherryman estate, the beneficiaries had to arrive together on a specified date.
The 21st of September, but...
If the killer is sure that his identity is safe, he's achieved part of his aim already.
I don't get this.
Well, if the Tangmar is held at Pepite for a police investigation, the passengers have no chance of being in Jamaica on time. Therefore, they lose their shares in the million. You follow?
I hadn't even thought of that.
Neither had I until now. I can't see the passengers wanting that to happen, can you? Each of them knows that they have to be there on the 21st of September.
So it comes back to the crew?
I think so. Unless there's some loophole in Wherryman's will that we don't know about.
Now, you've been through that will with a fine-tooth comb.
I know. So the moment we dock at Pepite, the Wherryman fortune is lost to the 4 beneficiaries who are left.
But I can't let that happen, Kendall, and you know it. Why, dash it, old
Listen,
man.
Skipper, this is police business now.
And the Blake Shipping Company accepted a charter which I'm going to be incapable of carrying out once we reach Pepite.
Well, that's too bad.
I said once before I would bypass Pepite if I had to. My first job is to the shipping company, Kendall. Unless these passengers reach Jamaica, they stand to lose a fortune. I can't let that happen, because if it does, the Tangmar will have made this voyage for nothing.
Do you think Blake will put the fortunes of his shipping company ahead of the fact that his son was murdered? Well, I don't, Skipper. You want the killer found and arrested.
Yes, you're right. I don't know what to do, Dirk.
If there was only the faintest clue to his identity. I've questioned every member of the crew until they hate the sight of me. I can't make an arrest until I have proof. It's getting very hard to find.
Do you think the local police in Pepite will be able to do any better?
They might find something that I've missed.
And they might not. Now look, Kendall.
Mr. Kendall, there's trouble in the engine room. Seaman Jones and a whole bunch of them. They reckon if they're not going to be allowed ashore at Pepite, then they're not taking the ship any further.
Chief Engineer Cregan had warned me that the crew were frightened, and that when they discovered they wouldn't be allowed ashore at Papeete, there'd be trouble. In my anxiety to find the killer, I'd forgotten the warning. And now it looked as though we faced a mutiny in this passage of the Tangmar.
Now listen to me, lads. Listen to me, boys. Jones, you can't get away with this. If you refuse to work this ship, then it's mutiny. Mutiny on the high seas.
Then see that we're allowed ashore at Papeete, Mr. Cregan.
Passage of the Tangmar. The story of a ship and its cargo of death.
Now look, Jones. Jones, you really don't care a hoot about going ashore at Papeete. And you know it, and I know it. This is only an excuse to get out of doing your duty. I'm ordering you back to work now. If I have to send for the skipper, you're going to regret this, every last man of ye.
When the quartermaster came racing up to the bridge to inform the skipper that there was trouble in the engine room, that Seaman Jones was leading a gang of stokers who'd refused to work the ship any longer, Goddard sent for the second officer to take over the watch, and we raced below. By midday, we were due in Papeete to bunker for the run to Panama. But the skipper and I knew we'd be detained there, while the police investigated the deaths of Miller and Blake. Cregan had warned me to expect trouble from the men unless the unknown killer aboard the Tangmar was found. But this was something new. A near mutiny because no shore leave was to be allowed at Papeete. It looked to me as if Seaman Jones had decided to settle some old scores. In the engine room, we found Chief Engineer Cregan pleading with his men to return to duty.
All right, let's have it. Who's the ringleader, Cregan?
I am, Skipper, but don't get any ideas. You're not taking it out on me. We're standing together. That right, boys?
Jonesy? Is that so?
And we won't mind talking with you, Skipper. Might get somewhere. But we don't want that slimy copper down here. Right, men?
Right. Mr. Kendall, to you, Blickhorn.
He ain't no first officer, sir. We know all about him. Jones told us the whole story. Spying on us, asking questions, trying to pin the murders on us, he is.
And because he ain't a good enough copper to find the killer, we're expected to lose our shore leave. Well, it ain't good enough, Skipper.
Now, look, Jones, I'm going to...
Hold it, Cregan. I'll handle this. So you refuse to work the ship unless I allow you all ashore at Papeete, is that it?
It is.
Yeah. Mr. Cregan, is it necessary that we go to Papeete? Could we make Panama without bunkering there?
Aye, we could, but...
You're sure of that, Mr. Cregan?
But, Skipper, we've got to go to Papeete, and you know it.
And I fully intend to, Mr. Kendall, much as I wanted to bypass it. But you can see what we're up against as well as I can. Jones, I'm the only man on this ship who gives the orders. And I'm ordering you now to return to your duty. Is that clear?
Supposing we don't want to do that, Skipper.
The rest of you feel the same way?
There's a jinx on that Tangmar, Skipper. There's been 2 murders, and they ain't been solved. I'm leaving the Tangmar in Papeete, and that's all there is to it.
And those of us who ain't leaving are going ashore when we feel like it. I got friends in Papeete, Skipper.
Shut up, you lazy, trouble-making lower-deck rat. We're not going to Papeete, Jones. Does that settle the first part of your complaint?
Now, wait a minute.
Mr. Cregan thinks we can make Panama without bunkering, and that's what we're going to do. I'm not running the risk of any one of you leaving the ship. To get this voyage over, I need a crew. I've got one, of a sort. Even though, looking at this bunch of frightened old women, I find that hard to believe.
And I say we're either going to Papeete or nowhere.
Is that so? Well, first off, I want to tell the rest of you the kind of man you've been listening to. The kind of murderer's dog you've allowed to sway you away from your duty. Do you know why Jones is making trouble? Oh, it isn't because he's on your side. It's because since the night he attacked Mr. Kendall with a knife, I've seen that he's been too darn busy to take a knife to anyone again.
What? What are you talking about, Skipper?
Just ask Mr. Kendall there.
It's a lie, and I can prove it.
The skipper's right, men. Jones discovered that I was an Interpol agent and tried to stab me in the back. Just a few nights after we left port. Then he tried to claim the skipper had put him up to it.
You're a rotten liar, Kendall. I'm gonna kill you. You stinking copper.
Get him apart, men.
No, Skipper. Keep back. You started this, Jones. And this time I can see you.
Wait, Wilford. Keep back there, lads. Keep back. Like that. I should have finished you that first time. But this time there'll be no mistake.
You're on your own, Jones. Just you and me. And you've had this coming for a long time. Oh, don't say you've had enough. Do I have to hold you up? Come on, man. Fight. Get up, Jones.
Let him be, Dirk. He's all through. Come on now. You, Blinkhorn, get Jones out of here. I want him in the brig. You'll spend the rest of the boys there.
Oh, listen, Skipper.
You shut up. The rest of you get back to work. Do you understand? There'll be no more talk of mutiny aboard my ship. And we're making for Panama, so you can forget Papete. Mr. Cregan, I want you on the bridge as soon as convenient. We'll need to check our supplies of fuel.
You can say that again. I think you made the right decision, Skipper. Our job is to get this ship to Jamaica. I don't reckon we could sail it there without a crew.
Well, at least Jones solved one problem for you, Skipper. If it means losing your crew, you can make for Jamaica with an easy conscience.
Yeah, I'm sorry if you're disappointed, Kendall.
I'm not really. I've been after this killer too long to want anyone else to make the arrest.
But I don't understand, Dr. Lawler. I understood we were to be in Papete midday, and here it is, slightly after 2.
We're not going to Papete. Hadn't you heard? The skipper's decided to head straight for Panama and then Jamaica.
But why? Surely we should have been consulted.
Mr. Tuker, you're overlooking one thing. We're supposed to arrive in Jamaica on the 21st of September in order to collect our shares of the Federman estate. I understand from the captain that if we put into Papete, we wouldn't have been able to do that.
I fail entirely to see why not.
Oh, well, it's simple enough. There have been 2 murders on this ship. We'd have been held up by investigations and heaven knows what else. Yes, the skipper even doubted that we'd have a crew left.
You mean to say that they actually deserts the ship?
I dare say. The crew are just as frightened as we are, you know.
What have they got to be frightened about, anyway?
Yes, I see what you mean. But Lee Blake wasn't the beneficiary, was he? That didn't prevent his death.
Well, I don't seem to be nearly as frightened as I was. Do you know that?
Well, I'm glad to hear it.
Well, after all, it's easy enough to make quite certain that one is with somebody else for most of the time here.
Is that why you came to my cabin?
Yes. As a matter of fact, you guessed right. Yes, it is. The major and his daughter are up on deck, you see.
Yes, well, would you care for a drink?
A drink? Oh, no, thanks. By the way, did you happen to hear about the fight, Dr. Lawler?
The fight? Oh, yes, I heard about the fight. I understand Mr. Kendall gave a pretty good account of himself.
Well, I see no need at any time for that sort of violence, you know. It's so unnecessary.
It's just possible that kind of violence might be needed to save someone's life on this ship. Have you thought of that?
Oh, no, I hadn't. Of course, in circumstances like that, it's different, I suppose. But still, as a general rule, I must say that, well, it's not really a very gentlemanly pastime, is it? You must agree with that. I mean, fighting with a crew, it's not gentlemanly, is it?
Tuka, I don't want to remind you of something you'd undoubtedly rather forget, but how would you say it compared with, we'll say poisoning as a gentlemanly pastime?
Poisoning? Oh, that. Well, Dr. Thorne, I think you don't mind. Perhaps I will have that drink after all.
I had to come and find you, Dirk. I thought when I heard there'd been a fight, I thought you might have been hurt.
Well, my jaw feels a little like something else, that's all. And I told you before that...
Dirk Kendall, if you're going to warn me about my father again, don't bother. Yes. Surprising as it may seem, he didn't say anything.
I don't know. Is that good?
Well, let's forget about Father. Dirk, I want you to tell me why we're not calling at Papeete.
Skipper's orders.
Oh? Is that all you have to say?
No, there's a number of reasons for it, but...
Well, it's common talk, so you don't have to be so secretive.
Common talk? What is?
That the men were going to mutiny, and that you and Captain Goddard were afraid the ship would be delayed in Papeete. I'm glad you weren't hurt, Dirk.
So am I.
Dirk, when this is over, I mean, when the Tangmar reaches Jamaica and the Wherryman estate is settled, will you be going back to England?
When I find the killer I'm looking for, I suppose so, yes.
Dirk, do you have to be so... Well, stodgy? What I'm trying to say is...
Sharon, if you're in England, I'll be glad to go back.
You mean it, then?
Dirk? Dirk?
Why does Dr. Lawler have to show up now?
A message from Major Challoner, Dirk. He'd like to see you in his cabin now. I'd say the old... Oh, pardon me, Miss Challoner. I'd say he's pretty worked up about something.
I'd been waiting for my next encounter with Major Challoner ever since Sharon mentioned that she'd told him she was coming to look for me. The ship steamed east-northeast from Tahiti, bound for Panama, as I went below. Major Challoner was prepared for a final showdown in this passage of the Tangmar.
Course east-northeast, Skipper.
Thanks, Quartermaster. I'll take the wheel myself for a spell. Right, Helmut?
Passage of the Tangmar. The story of a ship and its cargo of death.
I sent for you, Kendall, because this time I'm not asking, I'm not suggesting. I am telling you that if you don't stay away from my daughter, I'll personally see that you do not reach Jamaica alive.
Dr. Lawler had been right. The Major was in a worse temper than I'd ever seen him, which for Challoner was saying quite a lot. I'd been on deck talking with Sharon Challoner when I'd received the message that her father wanted to see me at once in his cabin. I'd told Sharon to stay on deck with Lawler and gone below. It was mid-afternoon of the day we'd been scheduled to bunker at Papeete, but now Tahiti was behind us, as the Tangmar headed toward Panama and Jamaica. I couldn't blame Goddard for his decision to bypass Papeete. It was obvious that the only way of keeping the crew aboard was to remain at sea, at least until I'd located the killer who sailed with us. Anyway, we could always bunker at another port if we had to. At least it meant that I had another 2 weeks or more to track down the murderer of Miller and Lee Blake. And, of course, 2 weeks of protecting the passengers. And a very angry Major Challoner. Look, Major, threatening me doesn't solve anything.
I'm not merely threatening, Kendall. I mean it. I will not have you even talking with Chardon.
And just how do you propose to prevent it?
With this, if I have to.
You leave me no option, Challoner. I'll take that gun.
Make one move, Kendall, and I shall blow your head off.
I'm going to take it. Come on, hand it over.
Keep back.
Sorry. The gun, Challoner.
If you're fool enough to try and take it, then take what...
I said give it to me.
Get back!
Thanks, Major. I'll give it back to you when we reach Jamaica.
You're a brave man, Kendall. I could have killed you.
Now, just for the record, Major Challoner, you're going to listen to me. I'm not in the habit of allowing anyone to threaten me, and that includes you. You're not any different to any other passenger on this ship, except that you're a dashed sight more unpleasant than most. I could have you confined to your cabin for the rest of the voyage for this, but I'm not letting it go any further.
I don't ask any favors of you.
Or anyone else, eh? The self-sufficient Major Challoner, who seems to derive his greatest satisfaction in causing trouble. Doesn't it occur to you that I've got enough on my plate at the moment? Wasting time listening to your stupid threats is keeping me from the job I've got to do. To find a murderer.
You won't ever find him.
And what makes you so sure?
Because it's obvious that he's killed for the last time. Now and he wants to cover his tracks.
For Pete's sake, what gives you that idea?
The fact that he or she tried to kill you. Fell for that ridiculous bluff of yours that you knew the killer's identity. Went to your cabin to see that you never divulged it. Instead, Lee Blake died. But it proves to me you are the only one in danger now. I maintain the rest of us are quite safe.
Doesn't it also occur to you that with me out of the way, the killer would have a free hand? Mightn't that have been the reason for wanting me dead?
I prefer to believe otherwise.
Because you're hoping that I will get mine, is that it?
I don't care what happens to you, provided you keep away from my daughter.
Make one wrong move, Major Challoner. Do anything that I can sheet home to you. Make one more threat or cause the slightest trouble of any kind. And you'll be confined to this cabin for the rest of the voyage. Is that clear?
I think Captain Goddard would have something to say about that.
He'd back me to the hilt. He loathes the sight of you. You're a loud-mouthed, unpleasant old man, Major. You've caused all the trouble on this ship you're going to. From now on, you either behave or take the consequence.
You have the faintest idea to whom you're talking, Kendall.
Just think it over.
Of course you're looking for an excuse, I realize that. And there'd be nothing to stop you and Sharon.
For the fact that Sharon Challoner bears your name, I find it hard to believe that she's your daughter.
All right, Kendall. But remember this. I meant what I said. And taking my gun won't stop me. I'll find another way. So if you value your life, stop even talking to Sharon. In the army, when I gave an order, my men knew better than to disregard it. I'm giving you an order now.
Skipper, if you can't keep your mind on the game, why play it? Now watch. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. And that, I'd say, is my game, right?
All right, Chief, you win.
You invite me to join in a game of drafts is no fun if you won't concentrate, Skipper.
How can I concentrate? Answer me that. Murders, mutiny. Yeah, I'd like to get hold of that fella Jones and break his neck.
Well, Kendall took care of that for you.
Jones is staying in the brig for the rest of the voyage. It's where he should have been the whole time.
Well, we won't have to worry about him anymore.
Who do you think is the killer, Chief?
I've no idea.
Kendall seems pretty sure it's one of the crew. Even though I pointed out that I know this crew. I know the kind of men they are, the way they behave in any given circumstances.
That's a big thing to claim, Skipper. You didn't know Jones, for instance.
Jones? I don't regard him as crew. He only joined for this trip.
Oh, you mean the old hands?
Well, wouldn't you vouch for them, Chief?
Not anymore. Not after what's happened aboard this ship. It's getting that way that I don't even trust my own shadow.
Yeah, I know how you feel. Anyway, we've doubled the guards in the companionways for the rest of the trip. We'll have to both take our turn, Cregan.
Aye, well, suits me. You know, it seems that everyone on this ship is watching everyone else. Anyway, how does Kendall know that one of the guards might not be... Well, it could be, couldn't it?
That's why he's using them in threes. Anyway, it's pretty obvious that the killer wouldn't do anything like breaking into the cabins at night. He seems to prefer to wait his time until he can find his victim alone.
Aye. You want to play again?
Yeah, all right, if you like.
You know, maybe you'll play better if we have a small wager on the result, eh?
You know, Cregan, when we find this killer, if we do, I'm going to be hard put to keep my hands off him.
Well, he'll have to take his chance in a court of law, Skipper, and, well, who's to know what it is that drives a man to kill?
You mean you can feel pity for him?
Aye, I can feel pity for anyone who's suffering.
Well, I'll be... All this killer is doing is causing suffering.
Probably. For all I know, he thinks he's got a good reason to kill.
£1 million worth of reason. It's greed, nothing more.
Aye. Aye, well, if it's one of the passengers, then I'd be inclined to agree.
If it is, then you don't think it is either.
Skipper, look, we've sailed together a long time. We understand the sea. You, the skippering, and me, the engines that drive the Tangmar on our way. Now, why don't we stick to that? Murder's way out of your line, that's way out of mine. Leave it to Kendall, it's his job.
Whose move is it?
You. First this time, you first.
I'm beginning to wish I'd never sailed with anything but cargo.
Beginning to? I'd wish that right from the first. You know, people mean trouble, and people who stand to inherit a deal of money make a lot of trouble. For themselves and for others. Greedy, wee, clawing hands reaching out for money they haven't earned by the sweat of their brow. Money they've no right to.
Chief, don't tell me you'd refuse a share of £1 million.
Oh, it's not really likely to happen, so I don't know. But I do know when this voyage is over, I never want to hear the name of Werriman again. My wife came into money, and it ruined our marriage. She got ideas above her station. I have seen what money can do to people. And it doesn't surprise me to find it kill to get more. I will. Make your move, Skipper. Oh, and talking of money. How much you prepared to wager on the result?
It's easy to forget that there is anything wrong up here on the deck, Martin. Easy to forget everything.
You are sure, aren't you?
Surer than I've ever been. And I'm sorry if it seems to have been too fast for you.
I would never have believed it possible.
Well, Martin, anything is possible. Even that you should admit you care for me.
It's not much of a life for you, you know, being a doctor's wife. You'll have to put up with being alone a deuce of a lot.
I've never heard such a romantic proposal.
I should have been able to do better than that.
I have the night to help you. Everything that the romantic novel prescribes. The moon, stars, the water rushing by.
Elona, would you mind very much if I kissed you?
I would mind very much if you did not.
Elona. I never believed it could happen like this. Oh, I love you, Elona. My darling. Elona. I wish I was the kind of smooth-talking character who could, well, you know, go down on his knees and I could tell you that your hair was lovely and that your eyes are like... Well, does pools of moonlight sound too silly?
It sounds wonderful.
I'll be awfully good to you, Elona.
Hold me close, Martin.
Elona.
I will make you a promise now, Martin. Martin. It is such a gentle name. It becomes you. Martin. Dr. Martin Lawler. I promise you that as long as I live, I will work only to make you happy. Thank you for proposing as you did. Doctor's wife. I was never asked to be a wife before. And you said it as if it was the most natural thing in the world. Oh, Martin, no matter what the future holds for us, I shall remember this night forever.
It was quiet on deck. The water swirled past and the engines throbbed. One would never expect death to be a passenger on this passage of the Tangmar.
All right, Kendall, I'll take over the watch. You better get down to the brig and see that wharf rat, Jones. He's asking to talk with you. Says it's a matter of life and death.
Passage of the Tangmar. The story of a ship and its cargo of death.
Sure, I got something to tell you, Kendall. Something you want to know pretty badly, I reckon. The name of the killer you're looking for. But before I talk, you're getting me out of this hole. Is it a bargain, Kendall?
I'd taken Goddard's advice and gone to the brig to find out what it was that Jones wanted. I hadn't expected to find that he knew anything that might help me in my search for the murder of Miller and Blake, but now it seemed that I might be wrong. After all, until now, Jones had had the run of the ship, and he just might have discovered something. He was talking to me through the barred window of the cell where the skipper had confined him after his attempt to start a mutiny in the engine room. And as I watched the shifty eyes and slack mouth, I was reminded of that other occasion when Jones had claimed to know something, when he'd alleged that it was Captain Goddard who'd told him to attack me with a knife. Jones' motive then had been revenge, and I wondered what it was on this occasion. Who did Jones want to settle a score with? Who did he hate badly enough to accuse him of murder?
Well, is it a deal, Kendall?
No.
Now, listen, you want to find that murderer, don't you? It ain't going to do you no good if we reach Jamaica and you ain't solved these crimes, is it, Mr. Copper's narc?
I'm not making any deals with you, Jones. If you know something, you better talk and talk fast. You've got enough trouble hanging over you without facing a charge of withholding information.
I'm not withholding information. I've offered to tell you, and
At a price I'm not prepared to pay. And in any case, why have you kept it to yourself till now? Was there a price behind your silence, Jones?
What do you mean?
Assuming you do know the killer's name, what are we going to do about it? Blackmail him or her?
Man's got to live, Mr. Kendall.
Sometimes I can't help wondering why.
But that was before the skipper ordered me locked up. Now I'm prepared to sell the murderer's name in exchange for my freedom. Man could go mad locked in here. Another fortnight at least till we get to Jamaica. I couldn't face it, Kendall.
You haven't forgotten the episode with the knife, have you, Jones? When you said it was the skipper who put you up to that?
I was lying then, and you know.
All right. But I'm not making any deals with you until I've checked the information. If it's on the level, I'll talk to the skipper then, not before. So let's have it, Jones. The name.
All right, Kendall, but you drive a hard bargain.
Have you talked to anyone else about this?
No one. Why should I?
I'm just checking. All right, now let's have it.
Come closer to the bar. Don't want to shout it out. Dangerous knowledge for me to have, locked in down here. Wouldn't be hard for someone to sneak down and let me have it, would it?
You mean the killer knows that you know?
I didn't say that. But he might.
Oh, stop beating around the bush and talk.
Sure, I'll talk. It's the bloomin' chief engineer who done it. I saw him. Saw him both times. Cregan's the murderer you're looking for. That smug Scot.
Kendall, are you down there with Jones?
Yes, skipper. Is something wrong?
Oh, no, Mr. Kendall. Everything's just dandy. Did Jones give you any information?
Well, yes. He just told me that the chief engineer is the killer we're looking for.
And yes, Skipper. I wouldn't lie to you. Not now.
Not now, eh? It might interest you to know that Mr. Cregan just came up to the bridge, Kendall, and we had a very interesting conversation. Are you going to deny that you've talked with Cregan just a half hour ago, Jones?
Sure, I talked with him. He come in to make sure that the padlock on the door was secure and...
There you are, convicted out of his own lying mouth. You know what this dirty rat said to Mr. Cregan, Dirk?
He told the chief that I was the killer of Miller and Blake.
What? I give you my word.
Your word? You ought to have your tongue cut out. First it's me, and now it's Cregan. How many other people are you going to accuse? Get this door unlocked, Kendall. I'm going to tear you apart, Jones. I'll break every bone in your body.
Cut it out, Skipper.
I gave you an order, Mr. Kendall. Either unlock that door or you'll spend the rest of this voyage in the brig with Jones.
Well, he makes a lot more accusations, involves any other person he cares to. Look, can't you see his game, Skipper? He blames you, Cregan, and me for the fact that he's in custody. He'd try anything to get square with the three of us. After I'd arrested you and Cregan, it'd be my turn. Major Challoner, or perhaps the doctor, would be told that I was a fake, a fraud. They'd be informed by Jones that I was the murderer. Before you know it, this ship would be a hotbed of warring factions, accusing each other, fighting each other, while Jones sat back and laughed to himself. I'm right, aren't I, Jones?
You gotta believe me, Mr. Kendall. I'm telling you the truth. Cregan did it.
Yes, and I did it. Which one of us was it?
Oh, come on, Skipper. Let's get back on deck.
Yeah, you're right, Kendall. There's a smell of rottenness down here.
Okay, Mr. High and Mighty Captain Goddard, but you'll be sorry. I'm gonna get even with both of you. When we reach Jamaica, I'll talk. I'll have the both of you plastered across the front page of every newspaper that'll listen to me. Try jamming that in your filthy
Just
pipe,
one
you...
more word, Jones. Just one. I'm waiting for it. And so help me out.
Okay, Skipper. You win. But I can wait me time. I can wait. And maybe the time's going to come when you realise that I was right. And when it does, I hope I'm there to laugh at both of you.
Forget it, Chief. Kendall didn't believe a word that Jones said, and flying off the handle now isn't going to help matters. We both know the kind of lying dog that Jones is. And...
I want to see Kendall. If he doesn't believe Jones, then I want to hear it from his own lips. I'm not going to work on this ship for another fortnight under any kind of cloud, and that's flat.
Kendall's making his rounds, Chief. He said he'd join us in my cabin.
A lifetime at sea, and I've got to face this kind of thing. Only wish I'd retired before this voyage. If it hadn't been for you, I would have, John.
Look, Chief, come in.
Skipper? Mr. Cregan?
Well, I'm waiting, Mr. Kendall. Have you got the handcuffs with you?
Yeah, the leg irons, Chief. Don't forget those.
It's no laughing matter, my boy. I'm just committing a crime.
Along with the skipper. He might share the cell with you.
If you don't find me getting all hot under the collar about this, Chief. Although I must admit, after you told me what Jones said to you, I went down to the brig to tear him apart.
Aye. Well, that might happen yet.
Now, look, both of you, I've got enough trouble to face on this ship without anything happening to Jones. Is that clear? Just for the record, Chief, I don't believe a word of what Jones said, but if it's going to make you any happier, you can step along to my cabin and make a statement.
I'll do that. I'll do it this very moment. I'll not continue as chief engineer of the Tangmar until I know you both believe in my innocence.
For Pete's sake, Chief.
Come on, Mr. Cregan, let's get it over. I have a feeling that if Jones could see the way you're taking this, he'd be tickled to death.
Well, my dear Sharon, have you nothing further to say?
It's all been said.
Except for one word.
Which one?
Yes, will do. Meaning that in future you will refrain from even passing the time of day with Mr. Kendall or any other so-called eligible young man on the ship.
Can't you understand even now? I'm not afraid of you any longer. How many times do I have to tell you?
Then I would suggest that you fear a little for Kendall's safety. If you wish that young man to reach Jamaica alive, then
Elona was right about you, Father. You're terrified that something might happen to you before you get your hands on that money. And to hide your fear, you're trying to shout it down, trying to terrify me. You wouldn't dare do anything to Dirk, because if you did, then you'd never get that money. You'd go to prison.
Where do you think you're going?
To find Dirk and apologize to him. Apologize for the fact that my...
You will do nothing of the sort. Come back this instant, you hear me?
It'd be hard not to, wouldn't it? But if you try to stop me, Father, I shall take the matter to the captain.
Sharon, please. Please come back.
Father, it's no good.
I'm begging you, Sharon. Don't go to Kendall.
Well, Father?
You're right, Sharon. I am frightened. I can't bear to face the thought of life without you.
Father?
I know I haven't always shown it, but You mean more to me than I can ever possibly tell you. I've watched you grow more like your dear mother every day. More the kind of woman she was when I married her than I ever thought possible. These fellows like Blake and Kendall, they're not good enough for you, Sharon. I want you to have everything. I want you to have...
Please stop this, Father.
No, you've got to let me say it. You've got to remain with me, Sharon. Always. Why, when I look at you, I feel a young man again. As if it wipes out the past and I'm back to the start of my army career. A young penniless officer, fired with ambition, determined to prove that a lack of money does not matter. That I'll make my way by proving my ability as a soldier. And while your dear mother was alive, I could do that.
But I've got to live my own life.
When I get my hands on my share of the Wetherman's estate, you can have anything you like. I'll give you the world. It'll be yours. £250,000, Sharon. Stay with me and help me to spend it. Anything you've ever dreamed of possessing. Anything that
you can't buy the thing I want most, Father. My own home, my own family. To watch my own children growing up in the kind of warmth that I never knew.
All right, Sharon. Go your own way, then. But when you find out the kind of fortune-hunting young lout you've sacrificed yourself for, don't come crawling to me for comfort. Don't expect me to take pity on you.
Good night, Father.
Good night, Catherine.
Father. Good night.
Catherine, she mustn't ever leave me. Never leave me. If she does, Catherine, I'll have to believe that you really are dead. And you're not. You won't ever be. Not while I can look at her.
As the chief engineer wrote out his statement, I couldn't know that with Cregan's help, I was to finally trap the killer who stalked the decks of this passage of the Tangmar.
Barometer's falling fast, Kendall. Order double lashings on the hatch covers and the boats. I want everything movable on deck double-checked. We're in for a blow. A bad one.
Passage of the Tangmar. The story of a ship and its cargo of death.
I'm almost looking forward to the bad weather, Kendall. Give us all something to occupy our minds. Won't have time to think of Miller or Blake. And maybe it'll give Mr. Cregan something to think about. 2 days, Kendall, and Cregan hasn't poked his head outside the engine room. Haven't I got enough to worry about without my chief engineer sulking like a blasted schoolboy?
I left the bridge and made my way along the steeply canting deck of the Tangmar, checking the lashings that were secure. Already the bosun was at work, driving the oilskin crew, his voice raucous above the rising wind. Astern, huge green, cream-tipped rollers piled up, tons of water that threatened to crash down on us and then miraculously raced by, almost level with the deck rail. 2 days had gone by since Jones had asked to see me and threatened to divulge the name of the killer. 2 days during which Mr. Cregan, the Scots engineer, had remained below, driving his engine room staff and himself, rapping out orders, demanding efficiency from his men, while they swore under their breaths and wished Cregan and Jones elsewhere. One thing was sure, if Jones was released from the brig, he'd wish he was back behind bars when Cregan's engine room staff got through with him. But below decks in the passengers' lounge, Ilona Fedorov and Dr. Martin Lawler gave no thought to the rising storm.
A penny for them, Martin.
Oh, yes.
Well, what were you thinking of?
I'm afraid to think too much in case someone pinches me and I wake up.
Oh, don't you believe it's true even now? I mean us?
I want to. I should. After all, you've put up with me for quite a few days now.
Dr. Lawler, that's quite enough. Put up with you, indeed. Do you think I was putting up with you, as you call it, when you asked me to marry you?
You did say yes, didn't you?
Shall I repeat it?
No.
You must remember it could easily turn out to be a dream for me, too.
Could it?
Since you proposed to me, I've thought of nothing else except your future and how I would fit into it.
You'll make a wonderful doctor's wife.
You see, I need reassurance, too. Supposing your friends don't care for me. Supposing they don't like the idea of Dr. Lawler having a continental wife. It might even affect your practice.
Only for the better. One look at you and my waiting room will never be empty. Yes, as a matter of fact, that's not a bad idea. I might even sack my receptionist and use you.
Is she pretty?
Miss Hawkins? Oh, no. Inefficient and positive terror. I'm scared of her.
Oh, I bet you she eats out of your hand.
Bites it, you mean? Oh, but she's a good receptionist. Yes, it's going to be dirty weather, I should think. Are you afraid of storms?
If I say yes, will you take me in your arms and comfort me?
You mean you are afraid?
A little, I think.
Ilona, darling.
But not anymore. Oh, Martin, if I were to die at this very moment, I could be happy.
Oh, now, don't talk like that.
But I must confess it, I like storms. Oh, no, please don't move away. I like them even more when you're holding me close.
I don't know how you put up with me.
How do you mean?
Well, here's every man on this ship would give his right arm to hold you in his arms, and you have to think up excuses to persuade your fiancé.
But I like that. I think at heart it must be very wicked. A dancing girl who wants only to please her lord and master. Oh, Martin, nothing must happen to you. You must be careful, very careful.
Yeah, what's wrong?
Oh, the death of Miller and Blake, I can't forget them, no matter how hard I try. And if anything happened to you...
Oh, beg your pardon. Really, I'll go right away and come back later.
No, wait, Tuka. It's all right. Come in.
Are you sure?
Don't look so frightened, Mr. Tuka. Close the door.
I wanted to see you, Doctor, to ask your help. I didn't mean to intrude, I assure you.
Mr. Tuka, you're not intruding in the least. And you can be the first to know. Dr. Martin and I are to be married.
Oh, really? Well, then allow me to congratulate you from the bottom of my heart.
Thank you. Now, what can I do for you?
Well, you see, I don't really know how to put this, but I heard that tonight we're going to have poultry, the chicken, for dinner.
Oh?
Please don't laugh at me, will you? You see, I was always considered to be something of an artist in the preparation of a bird. I had quite a reputation at one time during my first wife's lifetime. Special kind of stuffing that I invented, you know. Little wines and herbs.
Oh, now, look here, Tuka. What the devil does this have to do with needing my help?
Well, I thought perhaps you might ask Captain Goddard if I could be allowed into the galley to supervise the cooking of the poultry for dinner tonight. There, you see, it's 2 o'clock now, and I should like to know one way or the other quite soon. If the bird is not cooked, just so, you know, slowly and with, with affection. Oh, it's a criminal wait.
Yes, but why not go to the captain yourself, Tuka? I mean, after all, Oh, I see.
Exactly, Dr. Lawler. I thought you'd arrive at the correct conclusion. A convicted poisoner. Even my dearest Martha, who loves me deeply, will not allow me to prepare any food. And I love to create dishes. I do so love it. The memory of my first wife's death, Doctor, rises between Martha and myself to prevent that mutual trust upon which, of course, marriage should be founded.
Now, Tuka, I'm awfully sorry.
I served my prison sentence, Dr. Lawler. I paid my debt to society. At no stage of my trial did the judge in sentencing me say that I was to be barred from the kitchens of the world. It's most unfair, Doctor. Shockingly so. All I want to do is tickle the planet and...
You haven't got a chance, Duke, and you know it.
You really think that?
Well, you haven't exactly kept your past a secret, have you? What do you think would happen if you did go to help out in the galley?
I know. One attack of indigestion and I would be arrested on suspicion of poisoning someone.
Yes, forget it, Duke.
The doctor is right, Mr. Duke.
Yes, and apart from anything else, the captain is going to be much too busy to care what's for dinner or who cooks it.
Well, thank you. I felt it was a hopeless cause. Thank you again for listening to me anyway. Oh, yes, and I do wish you both all the luck in the world.
Oh, that poor little man.
He was so blessed serious about it. I dare say he'd have even let his first wife live if he'd thought that he'd be barred from the kitchens from the rest of his life. He'd probably sit at dinner tonight with his nose in the air and... Oh, wait a minute. Ilona, why do you suppose Tuka wanted to help to prepare the poultry?
Shift your course by 1/2 degree, Harris. I'll have the skin off your back.
Okay, Skipper.
We'll run with the storm.
So this is where you play God, is it, Captain Goddard?
What the devil do you think you're doing on my bridge?
I used to command myself. A soldier, Captain Goddard. Gave my life to the army. I've got a right to be...
You're drunk, Challoner. Get below.
And drunk? And why shouldn't I be? You ever tried sitting in a cabin, Goddard, surrounded by ghosts of the past? That's what I've been doing for 2 days now. Longer than that. Ever since we sailed. I want my gun back, Goddard. I have no intention of leaving this bridge without it.
You'll get it back when we get to Jamaica and not before. You threatened to use that gun on Mr. Kendall. If I'd had my way, I'd have had you locked in your cabin for the remainder of the voyage. Now take yourself below.
Just who do you think you're talking to? Captain of a battered old tramp that should be scrapped. I'm a major, Captain Goddard. You'll pay my rank and give it the respect it deserves.
I'm giving you till the count of 3. If you're not on your way by then, I'll throw you off the bridge.
I wouldn't advise that, Goddard.
1.
Man against the elements, eh? Pitting his puny strength against the forces of nature.
2.
Different kind of fighting in India, Captain Goddard. Behind every rock lurks an enemy.
3. All right, Challoner, you asked for it.
Leave me alone.
This drunken fool demands his gun back, Kendall. If I thought he'd blow his brains out, I'd let him have it like a shot. Now, on you wait, Major.
Well, aren't you going to help him, Kendall?
Keep back, Kendall. I can handle this. You take the bridge. I'll escort Major Challoner below myself. Now, start walking, Challoner. Walk, curse you. Not to carry below.
I'll have your right for this, Goddard. I report you. Have you run down? Do it yourself. Have you run down?
What happened?
Major Challoner was drunk. Came charging up to the bridge, yelling about his army career. Said he wanted his gun back.
Dirk! Oh, Dirk, are you all right?
Sharon.
He threatened to kill you, Dirk. He's mad. I was so afraid you might be...
Sharon, Captain Goddard's taken your father below.
First he pleads with me to stay with him. Then he threatens that if I don't, he'll kill anyone who looks at me. I can't stand it, Dirk.
Oh, look, I can't leave the bridge now, Sharon. Not until Captain Goddard comes back. You go to your cabin and I'll come down as soon as I'm free.
Oh, I'm sorry to make such a fool of myself, but if he doesn't leave me alone, stop torturing me, threatening me, I'll kill myself, Dirk.
Sharon.
I only wish I had the courage to kill him. My own father, Dirk. I hate him. I hate him.
Sharon Challoner had taken all she could stand. She was white-faced and trembling as she left the bridge. Unless Major Challoner was stopped, I knew that before long the will of Victor Wherryman wouldn't be the only reason for murder in this passage of the Tangmar.
I don't give a hoot how far off the course we are, quartermaster. What do you want me to do, risk bringing her around in a sea like this? We'll run before the storm till she blows herself out.
Passage of the Tangmar. The story of a ship and its cargo of death.
And another thing. If Major Basil Challoner shows his face on my bridge again, you have my permission to chuck him off. For his own sake, I hope he gives me sea room for the rest of this voyage.
I could hear the skipper's voice above the storm as I left the bridge and went below to talk with Sharon Challoner. If the Major intended to continue making all our lives miserable, then he had to be stopped now, before we came face to face with a tragedy that would have nothing to do with the Wherryman estate. We were 17 days out from Sydney, bound for Jamaica via Panama, and the storm was getting progressively worse. I stumbled along the tilting companionway to the passengers' cabins, my mind concerned only with the plight of Sharon Challoner, who had grown up in the shadow of her father's hatred and possessiveness. As I knocked on the door of her cabin, I'd even forgotten that there was a killer aboard the Tangmar. A killer who'd already tried to kill me once.
Is that you, Dirk?
Yes?
Come in.
Sorry I couldn't get down earlier, but I've only just come off watch. Everything all right?
If you mean by that, has Father been bothering me again? He hasn't. I imagine he's gone back to his cabin to drink away the ignominy he'd feel at being hustled off the bridge. Oh, Dirk, I'm frightened. If he gets hold of a gun,
Sharon,
then...
he won't try to kill me or anyone else.
How can you be sure?
I can't, but I've got a feeling that he wants his gun back for a different reason.
What? Well, he threatened to kill you. You know he did.
To scare you into doing as he wants, to force you to remain with him.
But we had all that out 2 nights ago. And although we had a dreadful scene, I thought he'd understood at last. He was quite pleasant for him when I left him. Since then, he stayed in his cabin. And I knocked, he told me to go away. Until today, when he burst in here and said he was going up to the bridge to kill you.
Knowing very well that you'd rush up after him and see that nothing happened anyway.
But he's been just locked in his cabin drinking, Dirk.
While he worked out this last desperate method of making sure that you didn't get away from him. Well, I'm going in to see Challoner now.
I thought I'd find you in here, Kendall. I told you to stay away from my daughter.
Father.
My very first day aboard this tub, I told you to come to me if there's anything you wanted to know. That was an order, Kendall. An order that you chose to disobey.
I was on my way to your cabin, Challoner.
Major Challoner. Major.
Father, you're drunk.
Of course I'm drunk. Well, shouldn't I be? My own daughter parading in front of the officers of this tramp steamer like a...
Shut up!
Were you speaking to me, sir?
I was, and I repeat it. Shut up. There's been enough tragedy on this ship. I'm not going to stand by and watch you cause another.
You have no right to interfere between my daughter and I.
I asked him to. I need someone's help.
Oh, I'm glad your mother isn't alive to hear you talk like that, Sharon. You mean you turn to a man like Kendall? A man who has no right to the uniform he wears? An amateur? Like all the other men who walk over the graves of those who deserve promotion. Men who have given their lives to their country. And for what? To be discarded. Thrown to one side. Oh, I've seen you 100 times, Kendall, in 100 different places, fattening your own chances of promotion on the experience you gained from trained officers.
You're not making sense, Major Challoner.
You couldn't be expected to understand. Anything to drink in here, Sharon?
No.
Don't lie to me,
Challoner, listen to me.
Are you still here? Don't you know when you're not wanted?
I've told you, Father. I want Dirk here.
Dirk? Dirk?
Did you give her permission to use your Christian name, Kendall?
You've had your say, Major Challoner, and now whether you like it or not, you'll listen to me. Sit down. I said sit down!
My daughter doesn't think I would kill you, Kendall. She thinks I want that money from Victor Werriman's estate too badly. Well, she's wrong.
On the contrary, you wanted your gun back to play your last ace in your attempt to keep Sharon with you.
I'm afraid I don't understand.
Then I'll set it out for you. The threat to murder me was only a bluff. You wanted your gun back for a different reason. A sword of Damocles to suspend over Sharon's head. Suicide, Major Challoner. You intended to make her believe that if she carried out her intention of living her own life, you'd commit suicide. Isn't that right?
Go on.
You never would have done it, of course. Because if you had, she'd be free. You've tried everything else. Threats and pleading, all to no avail. This was to be the final card, and you sat in your cabin working it out while you drank enough courage to go up and see Captain Goddard.
I've never needed to drink myself into a condition where I could handle riff-raff.
With Sharon chained by the knowledge that if she left you, you'd commit suicide. You had the game neatly played.
Is this true, Father?
Of course not.
You're lying, Major. And you're afraid to face the reason why you won't let Sharon go her own way.
So you think you know that, too?
Yes. While Sharon plays the dutiful daughter, there's no chance of her dying as her mother did. Is there?
Don't ever speak of Catherine. Do you hear me? You have no right, either of you. All right, Kendall. But I'll still have the last laugh. There's a killer on this ship. Not someone like me who just makes threats, but a killer who's already struck twice. And I hope next time it gets to you, Kendall. Gets to you before you find out his identity. And I pray that this time there won't be any leave late to take the bullets for you.
Don't you think I've enough to do in the engine room, Skipper, without having to fight my way up to the bridge in weather like this?
I'll take the wheel, quartermaster. Get on over to the other side of the bridge, will you, and keep a lookout.
All right, Skipper.
No need for the crew to know what a stubborn old fool you are, Cregan.
I don't care who knows. I'll not be accused of committing a crime I've done my best to prevent. And while I'm about it, I'd rather you didn't ask me to stand guard over the passengers in the future. If anything else happened, I'd be the first man that Kendall would suspect.
For Pete's sake, man, I asked you to come to the bridge because I wanted to talk to you about the ship. How are the engines taking this pounding?
They'll be all right, providing you don't keep asking me to leave them on fool errands like this.
Chief, we all know the kind of man that Jones is.
And he accused me of being a murderer.
Well, me too. Have you forgotten that?
How you feel about it is your own affair. I can only answer for myself.
Yeah. And so you lock yourself in the engine room and won't have a sociable word with anyone, including me.
Well, while I'm down there, I can't be accused of anything. I've got an alibi the whole time.
Oh, obstinate Scots. Oh, all right, forget it. I suppose I can't blame you.
Have you finished now?
Listen, Chief, if you won't stand your turn as guard, then it's only making Kendall's job harder.
Look, he'll never find the killer, and we both know it. The job's too big for the lad. Look, he should be defending the reputation of innocent men as well. That's what the police are for.
In the name of... What was he supposed to do, gag Jones?
That's not a bad idea, that.
Get on back to your engines, Chief.
Thank you. And you've owned me again, Skipper. Try using the voice pipe. That's what it's for.
Why, you old... All right, quartermaster, come back here and take the wheel. And stop flapping those big ears of yours. You use your eyes for lookout, or didn't you know that?
Come in. Oh, Doctor. Something wrong?
No, not yet.
Have you been up on deck? You're wet through, man.
Yes, it seemed like the best place to do some thinking.
That's what I've been trying to do. Better hang that slicker behind the door. Look.
Here, let me give you a hand.
Oh, I'm getting tired of picking things up.
Yes, do you think you'll weather it all right?
Well, as long as there aren't too many like that. I've seen bigger seas. You go overboard in this, we never find you. What's on your mind?
Well, it's Alona. I don't suppose you know that we're engaged to be married.
What? Well, congratulations.
Yes, thank you, but that's just the point. This murderer. You've got to find him. I couldn't bear it if anything happened to Alona now.
Oh, I know how you feel, Martin, but... Well, look, you're going to learn something about these murders that I'm probably a fool to tell you, so... So far, only Goddard and myself know about this. It's the Slavin killing. He died at the hands of a man who's just been arrested. I received word from London from Colonel Hacking.
What?
That's why I'm more in the dark than I was before. While I thought Miller and Blake and Slavin were killed by the one person, I had a theory to work on.
Yes, and you had a motive. One of us, one of the beneficiaries who didn't want Slavin or Miller to collect their share of the Wherryman money.
And the same person killing Blake in mistake for me in order to stop the investigation and have a free hand in wiping out the others. The motive was greed.
Yes, but don't you see, Dirk, this alters the whole thing. There's got to be another motive. There's a second killer. Why not a second motive? Revenge, hatred. It's my belief that this murderer, whoever it is, wanted you to think that greed was the motive, to throw you off the scent while he or she killed, to satisfy some insane desire for revenge.
I sat staring up at Dr. Martin Lawler and wondered if he, too, was trying to throw me off the killer's trail in this passage of the Tangmar.
There's got to be another motive, Kendall. Miller and Slavin were linked through the Wherryman estate, but that doesn't prove anything, not anymore. Find the man or woman on this ship who's motivated by hatred or revenge, and you've got your killer.
Passage of the Tangmar. The story of a ship and its cargo of death.
Unless you find that killer now, at once, then someone else is going to die. I don't want it to be Alona.
Dr. Lawler had come to my cabin after having been alone on deck. He was sure that I'd been thrown off the scent by the unknown killer in my belief that greed was the motive behind Miller's death. Now that he knew the facts in regard to Slavin's death, he was even more certain that if there was a second killer, then there must be a second motive. It was almost 8 bells on the evening of the storm-tossed 17th day out from Sydney. And while the storm raged above decks, suspicion and mystery were causing their own storm below. I wasn't aware at this stage that Mr. Cregan, still fuming over the accusation made against him by Jones, had refused to stand watch over the passengers' cabins, and that for the first time in days, the lives of the people that I had to protect were in danger. Dr. Lawler lit a cigarette and spoke again.
Look at it this way, Kendall. You've suspected Major Challoner and Alona, Tuka and me. We're the obvious suspects, the ones who stand to gain by Miller's and Slavin's deaths. Now you say Slavin's killer has been arrested. That alters the entire thing.
Up to a point, I know, but none of the passengers had ever met before. There's nothing in any of your past to suggest that any one of you could have any other motive but greed.
On the surface, that's the situation. While we're about it, you very quickly dropped Shah and Challoner out of your calculations, didn't you?
Dr. Lawler.
I know it's not gentlemanly to suggest such a thing, but I'm beyond all that. Alona's life is in jeopardy as long as this killer remains unknown. And if your theory should prove to be right, that greed is the motive, then Sharon has as much reason as the rest of us for killing.
Well, I don't see how.
If her father was the only beneficiary to come through, then she'd stand to inherit the entire Wherryman fortune.
There's only one thing wrong with your thinking. Sharon Challoner doesn't want a bar of her father's share. She's anxious only to be free of him.
Well, that, too, could be a superb front.
It could, but I doubt it.
Yes, I do, too, really. But Ilona Fedorov means everything to me. I don't want anything to happen to her because I overlooked the possible killer.
Aren't you presupposing that she'll be the next one to meet the killer? Why not you, or the Major, or Tuka, Shar, and perhaps me?
You can't deny that it might be Ilona, and that's all that concerns me.
Oh, well, I'm due on the bridge in a few minutes.
All right, I'll be on my way then. But remember what I said, Dirk. I still think there's a motive behind this that you haven't considered yet.
And about time, Kendall. Am I supposed to take the 8 till midnight watch as well?
I'm sorry, Skipper. I was held up by Dr. Lawler.
And what's wrong with him?
Oh, nothing. Except that he seems to think Ilona Fedorov might be the next victim.
Does he now? Why?
Well, he's in love with her for a start.
He's one of our prime suspects. He's bound to try and fog the issue. Anything to take suspicion away from himself.
But, Skipper, Slavin's death does alter things in a way. The fact that he wasn't killed by the same person we're looking for.
I don't see how. It's my belief his murder was the trigger that fired this whole thing. Gave your murderer the idea.
Well, I've wired Hacking for details of Slavin's background. Perhaps we can tie him in with someone aboard this ship. A friend, a relative, perhaps.
Well, there's no one on my ship by the name of Slavin.
I know that.
Anyway, Slavin was killed before we left England. The day before.
Yes, but you put into Plymouth for engine trouble, didn't you? Mr. Cregan was worried about that shaft there.
We were there for a couple of days while some fellow came all the way down from London to check. Couldn't find anything wrong, though.
Exactly, but by then, Slavin's death was all over the front pages of the papers and the story of the Wherryman estate.
So what?
Well, any one of your crew could have read about it. Even you.
The owners told me.
Supposing the killer isn't one of the passengers. And supposing he knows that each of the beneficiaries was in England at the time of Slavin's death. Automatically, if he cared for Slavin, he'd think that the people who stood to gain by Slavin's death had contrived it.
Do you mean to tell me that this cock and bull story of Lawler's has set you off on this track?
Now, just a minute. You, Lawler, and I are the only ones who know that Slavin's killer has been apprehended. Well, I'm going to see that everyone aboard finds that out. I don't know why, but I've a feeling it might save someone's life.
Well, good night, Kendall. And keep your thoughts on the Tangmar tonight. I don't want you to founder because catching a murderer was more important than keeping my ship on course.
Why, Major Challoner. Come in.
You sure you don't mind?
Not in the least. I'm glad to have somebody to talk to.
You don't object to the fact that I didn't knock? Join me in a drink, Tuka.
I'd rather not, you see.
You don't want to drink with me, is that it? Can't even persuade a convicted poisoner to drink.
Please, Major.
I'll drink by myself. And to myself. We're the true people on this ship whom everyone loathes, Tuka.
Really, I don't see it's necessary
now, be quiet and listen to me. Did you know there wasn't anyone on guard outside our cabin tonight, Tuka? Did you? Didn't that make you scared? The killer might come in here at any moment and terminate your miserable little life. Wasn't that frightening at all?
I'd rather you went back to your old cabin, if you don't mind.
It's no good, Tuka. You can't pick and choose your own company. You've got to accept any of us who throw a bone of companionship in your path. How does it feel to be an outcast, Tuka? A pariah. The money won't make any difference, you know. You'll still be pointed out as a convict. It'd be better for all concerned if you died, Tuka.
If you don't go, Major Challoner, I shall call the captain.
What would you say to him? I told you a few home truths. Come on! Join me, Tuka. I'm in the mood to be generous. Even to your kind tonight.
I insist that you leave my cabin. cabin.
Yeah, perhaps I'm the killer that Kendall's looking for, huh? If I was, this could be your last drink. Couldn't it? You better have one, Tuka. Give you the courage to face it.
You are trying to frighten me. I don't believe you. Just because we all know you for what you are, you...
And what am I?
If I had a daughter, I should be proud of her.
Really? Or would she be proud of you, Tuka? I think not. I think not.
At least I wouldn't treat her badly. I wouldn't take out my anger on people who couldn't fight back.
Can't you fight back, Tuka?
I don't want to fight. I just want you to go. Please.
Ooh, I'm going. Sleep well, Tuka. But not too well. I just might come back and see that you don't get to Jamaica. Look at you. You're petrified. Tuka, you ever suffer from nightmares, huh?
No.
Well, I think you might tonight, my friend. I think you just might. That is, if you get any sleep at all.
Martin, my dear, what's wrong? You seem so preoccupied.
I was just thinking of my conversation with Kendall. I know I'm right. He's on the wrong track over this whole thing.
No more. Not tonight, please. You will begin to frighten me soon.
Yes, but you haven't heard about slaving yet.
And I don't want to. Now, please, come on, smile. Let's talk about us, our plans.
There'll be time enough for that when we get off this confounded ship.
Martin.
I'm sorry. I feel so edgy tonight.
Then don't, please. Cigarette?
Yes, thank you.
Let me light it for you.
Thank you.
I don't think any of us will get much sleep tonight if the storm keeps up.
I'd be too busy trying to stay in our bunks, I suppose. Yes, who is it?
Me, Doctor. I'm sure you don't mind if I come in and join you. Or do you wish to be alone?
Major Challoner.
I'll handle this, Alona. I think you better go back to your cabin, Major Challoner.
Funny thing. That's what Tuka said, too. Imagine that. Convicted poisoner. A killer. Not wanting to drink with one of Her Majesty's officers.
Get out, Challoner.
Just a little drink. Won't hurt you. I'd like to drink to your problematical future.
Come on.
Out. They should have marked me not wanted on the voyage, Dr. Lawler. Take your hands off me!
I'm sorry about that, Alona, but...
Oh, go after him, Martin. Make sure that he's all right.
Yes, perhaps you're right. Major, Well, that's odd. There's no one on guard outside tonight. Perhaps I'd better go and find Mr. Cregan. I won't be a moment.
Is the Major there?
Yes, he's here, sitting in the companionway. Out to it. Come on, Major Challoner.
Poor Sharon. I wonder what will become of her. Hurry back, Martin, please. Ilona Fedorov, don't be silly. What can happen to you when Martin is here? What can... Martin? Is that... Who is it? Turn on the light, please. No. No, don't. Stay away from me. No.
It was just after 10 o'clock. I had 2 hours to go on watch. And on the bridge, staring out into the storm-racked night, I couldn't know that the killer had struck once again in this passage of the Tangmar.
I'll take the rest of your watch, Kendall. Get below, fast. We've got another killing on our hands. And this time it's Ilona Fedorov.
Passage of the Tangmar. The story of a ship and its cargo of death.
I was only out of her cabin for a few minutes, Kendall. The killer must have been hiding somewhere along the companionway. I'd gone to help Major Challoner back to his cabin and to find out why no one was on guard outside tonight. When I came back, I found her like this.
On watch, I'd had the feeling that the storm was blowing itself out. But by midnight, the Tangmar would be in calm water again. And that was true of the storm above decks. But down in Ilona Fedorov's cabin, a different kind of storm had blown up with savage ferocity. This time, the instrument of destruction was one of Dr. Lawler's scalpels, and I found myself wondering how the murderer had obtained it. The only fingerprints on it were Dr. Lawler's. It was just possible that I was face to face with the murderer I sought at last. The doctor, who'd warned me only that afternoon that Ilona Fedorov was in danger.
You didn't take any notice of me, did you, Kendall? I warned you that this might happen.
I know that, Lawler. That's the thing that puzzles me. How could you have been so sure that Miss Fedorov would be the next victim?
You think I killed her?
These are your fingerprints.
Oh, for heaven's sake, man. When I came back and found her, I acted automatically. I removed the weapon and tried to help her. Even as I did so, I knew I was too late.
I see. And you say there was no one on guard outside this cabin tonight? I thought Mr. Cregan was to take care of that.
So did I. When I went up to inform Captain Goddard of what had happened, I mentioned it to him. About the guard, I mean. He said that Cregan had spoken to him that afternoon. Asked to be relieved of guard duty.
You say why?
I don't care what his reasons were, Kendall. All I know is that Ilona... She's dead, Kendall. Murdered because none of you thought her life was important enough to save.
Oh, Martin, try and...
Calm down. Is that what you're going to say? On the very day that I begged you for more protection, pleaded with you to see that nothing happened to her, that's the time you decide not to have a guard on duty. If I had my way, Mr. Cregan would be arrested for neglecting his duty, and the same goes for Captain Goddard and for you, Kendall.
I know how you feel, Lawler, believe me.
Find the man or woman who murdered Ilona and give me just 5 minutes alone with that person.
Well, you know that's impossible. Now listen to me. I want to know everything that happened from the time you left this cabin. How long you were out of it, who you were with, the whole story. Don't leave out the smallest thing.
All right. We were sitting in here talking. Then Major Challoner came in, drunk. He was as objectionable as usual, and I suggested he should return to his own cabin. As he left, Ilona seemed to think that he needed assistance, so I went with him. When I opened the door, he was slumped down against the companionway. Then I noticed that there was no one on guard. I tried to help Challoner to his feet, but he was pretty much of a dead weight. I finally got him to the door of his cabin where I left him, and I went off to look out for Mr. Cregan.
So you didn't actually see Challoner go inside his cabin?
He had the door half open.
Was the cabin empty?
I didn't notice. Why?
I just want to get it straight, that's all. Then you went after Cregan?
Yes.
Did you find him?
No. I knocked on his cabin door and there was no answer. I was going to try to open the door when one of the seamen came along the companionway and told me that Cregan was down in the engine room and that I'd better not disturb him, not unless I wanted to be ordered back to my quarters.
Cregan's been in a filthy temper ever since that business with Jones. Go on.
Oh, none of this helps, Kendall. All that matters is that when I got back here, I found that this light was out and Ilona was... What I was doing while I was away from her cabin is not important.
This seaman you saw, do you know his name?
No. I've seen him a few times on deck. I'd know him again.
Good. So I can check your story with Challoner and this seaman. Have you any idea how long it was between the time you left Challoner at his door and the time you saw this seaman?
About 5 or 6 minutes, I suppose.
Thanks, Doctor.
If you're trying to say that after I left Chellan, I came back here and killed Ilona and went off to find Cregan, you're wrong. I didn't kill her. I couldn't. I loved her, Kendall.
Major Challoner, according to Dr. Lawler, you went to Ilona Fedorov's cabin last night and you were drunk. Is that right?
I haven't the faintest recollection.
Now, look here, Challoner.
The events of last night are a blur to me.
But you must remember something.
I was anesthetized, Kendall. Purposely, I might add. This morning, I'm paying the penalty. So if you've quite finished...
Ilona Fedorov was murdered last night. Does that mean anything to you?
I gathered something unpleasant must have happened. Even in my shattered condition, I've noticed the undertone of tension in the air this morning.
And unless you can account for your movements at the time she was killed, then I wouldn't find it difficult to say your drunkenness last night was an act. An act which allowed you to get away with murder.
You mean literally?
It's been done before.
If you doubt that I was drunk, take a look at that bottle of whiskey. I think if you took care, you might squeeze just one nip out of it.
All right, so you were drunk.
My head's proof of that. Now, why don't you go away, Kendall? I want to go back to sleep. You know, you could have proved my condition by waking me up last night.
I tried to. I have come in and dragged you out of your bunk, except that your door was locked from the inside.
Well, does that sound as if I was in a normal slumber?
It could mean that you were in here wide awake and determined not to answer the door.
Dirk Kendall, my boy. I know exactly how much you'd like to pin this on me, but it won't wash, just as the other crimes couldn't be laid at my door.
That hasn't been proved yet.
I have Sharon's alibi for the time that, what was his name? Where's Blake? The time he was killed.
And without that alibi, you'd be under arrest now.
Well, then I must be grateful to Sharon, in spite of her apparent loathing.
Listen, Challoner. Were you with any of the other passengers last night?
I really can't say. If I was, then I must have been very drunk, wasn't I, since I can't stand the sight of them.
Then you can't or won't help me at all, not even to back up Dr. Lawler's story.
Exactly. Well, you better run along, Kendall. Your investigation beckons. Oh, by the way, since you seem to doubt my story, to doubt that I was drunk last night, too drunk, I might add, to hurt a fly, there is something I can tell you.
What?
One night in the desert, I was in charge of a section of the line near Merza Matru. I was drunk then, Kendall, and that's why I was invalided out of the army. Now get out of my sight, you're making my hangover worse.
If I was a superstitious man, Quartermaster, I'd swear that storm last night was the work of a devil.
Why, sir?
Because the moment Ilona Fedorov was killed, it started to die out. As if the elements knew what was going to happen. And the moment it did, they were satisfied. Well, don't look at me like that, man. I'm not out of my mind. What's our rate of knots?
10, sir.
And apart from losing one of the boats, no damage. Just another murder. Nothing to worry about at all.
You sent for me, Skipper?
I did, Mr. Cregan. I suppose you know what happened aboard my ship last night?
Aye.
Doesn't concern you that if you'd not backed down on your guard duty, Miss Fedorov might still be alive?
I warned you of the way I felt. You had plenty of time to appoint someone else.
Yeah, I know I did. And with the storm, I forgot, Chief. I went off watch last night, and I must have been asleep in a matter of seconds. Next thing I remember was Dr. Lawler knocking on the door, yelling that she was dead.
And the person who killed this Peter Slavin has now got 3 murders to answer for.
No, he hasn't. Or she hasn't.
What does that mean?
Dirk Kendall was going to see that everyone heard the truth about Slavin's death this morning. So it won't hurt if I tell you, Mr. Cregan. Colonel Hacking of Interpol sent Kendall a message informing him that Slavin was killed in a waterfront brawl and that his killer had been apprehended. So the murderer we're looking for is someone else again.
Did you see this message?
Aye, I did. Sparks brought it up to the bridge himself.
And why has Kendall kept quiet about it till now? If it isn't some kind of trick, that is.
Why in heaven's name would it be a trick?
Well, he seems to dream up all kinds of schemes to find this murderer. Like the time he was waiting in his cabin, claiming he knew the killer's identity and intended to arrest him. That was the night Blake was killed.
It's no trick this time, it's the truth. I saw that message with my own eyes.
Look, I know how you feel all about this, Skipper. We've sailed together a long time now, and... well, I'd have liked our last voyage to be one we'd look back on with pleasure.
Pleasure? Commanding a floating morgue.
And maybe if I had been on guard duty last night, Miss Fedorov would be alive now. But there have been other times when she would have been unprotected, Skipper. You know that. We can't follow them around 24 hours a day.
It's an odd thing, Chief, but after the first shock, it's almost as if we're following some kind of predestined pattern. I'm beginning to wonder if any of us will be alive when we reach Jamaica.
I'd give my right arm to bring her back.
And I wish you'd have thought the same last night. When you allowed that damn fool accusation of a man like Jones to stand between you and your duty.
Now listen to me, Skipper. While we're in that storm, the engines needed my full attention. If I hadn't been down there tending them, watching that shaft bearing with my heart in my mouth the whole time in case it seized up, then maybe none of us would have been here this morning.
If you can't trust your officers...
Trust them! Of course I trust them. While I can watch them. While I can see that they're carrying out my orders. I stepped out of the engine room for 5 minutes last night. And when I got back, that shaft bearing was red hot because I'm full of a grease that had forgotten to use an oil can. So remember that, Captain Goddard. My job is to tend the engines of this ship, not to find murderers.
As I went to talk with Tuka to find out if he'd seen the doctor or Major Challoner the night before, I was in for another shock in this passage of the Tangmar.
I'm only too anxious to help in any way I can, Mr. Kendall. You can be quite sure of that. That poor girl. Poor Ilona Fedorov. It wasn't even as though her manners were bad at all. Not like my first wife, Mr. Kendall. Not like that at all. She deserved to die.
Passage of the Tangmar. The story of a ship and its cargo of death.
It's odd, isn't it? I don't feel frightened anymore, Mr. Kendall. I have a feeling that I'm going to reach Jamaica safely. That with the passing of the storm, the danger is past for all of us. Now, what is it you want me to tell you?
I hadn't expected Edwin Tuka to be one bit composed. I'd thought that with the death of Ilona Fedorov, he'd be bathed in the perspiration of terror. But not Tuka. On this, our 18th day at sea, he was completely at ease. And I couldn't help wondering what had brought this about. Normally, he'd answer questions with his eyes performing acrobatics in order not to look at his interrogator, while his hands washed themselves with invisible soap. And this was the same man who'd skulked in his cabin, afraid to venture on deck, afraid almost to eat in case his food was poisoned. In the short time we'd been at sea, Tuka had found some hidden strength, while Major Challoner seemed to be falling to pieces. I let Tuka sit there for a moment, waiting for the usual nervous babble. But he looked me straight in the eye. And finally, it was I who spoke. I don't have to outline to you, Tuka, what happened last night. You've obviously heard all about it.
I have, yes. But I assure you I'm completely innocent. I wouldn't have harmed a hair of that dear girl's head. Why, of late she's been most pleasant to me.
Yes, well, getting back to last night, did you see Major Challoner at all?
Yes, I did. He came to my cabin.
Why?
He wanted me to have a drink with him.
And did you?
No, he was most insulting. I asked him to leave.
He claims he doesn't remember anything about last night, that he was drunk.
He was under the influence, yes. Not drunk enough, though, to be any pleasanter than usual.
I see. So he left your cabin at about what time?
Well, he really couldn't say for certain. I imagine it was getting on for 10 o'clock.
And you went straight to bed?
Yes, I did. I wasn't feeling awfully well. With the ship tossing, you know.
Did you hear anything unusual outside, I mean?
Well, come to think of it, yes, I did. I remember a noise outside in the companionway.
What kind of noise?
It was as though somebody had slipped or fallen against the wall.
Well, didn't it concern you?
Oh, Mr. Kendall, please. Not enough to make me want to investigate.
Anything else?
Yes, odd footsteps. I think I must have dozed off. But I do seem to remember someone. Yes. Though I can't be quite sure, I do have a feeling I heard someone walking. Very slowly.
Stealthily?
No, not quite. Rather more carefully, you know. Of course, the ship was rolling a good deal at the time, so anybody would have to be very careful, wouldn't they?
These footsteps...
I think I've heard them before, but where or when, I can't quite say. I'm probably imagining the whole thing, of course, simply because I know what happened to Ilona Fedorov. Should I hear them again, of course, I shall inform you at once.
Listen, Tuka, do you mean to tell me that you heard footsteps and yet you didn't hear anyone cry out?
Yes, the empty cabin that Mr. Miller used to have between mine and Miss Fedorov's, Mr. Kendall. I can only hear anything when it happens right outside my cabin door.
Well, as usual, and just like the others, you don't have any proof that you were in your cabin during the time the killing took place.
I didn't kill her, I assure you. It's my belief that Dr. Lawler did.
What makes you think that?
She was killed with one of his surgical instruments.
Oh, yes.
And we all know how very carefully he looks after them. I remember once I was in his cabin. He had the instrument case open. I noticed then that the lock's on the case. And I noticed that he pocketed the key.
It would have been possible for anyone to steal that key, even you.
Oh, no, not without him knowing. You know, I've seen him change coats and very carefully put the key in the new one. Always the same pocket, right-hand breast pocket. Of course, it'd need an accomplished pickpocket to get at it. And whatever my past record may be, I assure you I am not, nor was I ever, a pickpocket.
So there's nothing else you can tell me?
Nothing at all. Except that if you take my advice, you'll arrest Dr. Lawler at once. Doesn't it strike you as odd that he should firstly warn you that Ilona was in danger? Why, I mean more danger than the rest of us. And that secondly, she should be killed with a scalpel which bore only his fingerprints. And thirdly, that he should conveniently leave her side to search for the person who was supposed to be on guard last night?
Well, it does, of course.
And another thing, Mr. Kendall, what better way to throw his intended victim off her guard than by making love to her?
I would have thought the boot was on the other foot.
Perhaps.
What makes you so sure that it was Lawler and not Challoner, for instance?
Because Major Challoner is a coward.
What?
Along with the rest of the people aboard this ship, you appear to think me a fool, Mr. Kendall. I am not by any means. And my conviction all those years ago has never prevented me from using my eyes and my ears to sum people up. Major Challoner is a coward. I'm quite sure he couldn't kill anyone.
Well, he was in the army, you know.
Was Mr. Kendall? Was, exactly. I have no doubt he once was probably a very fine soldier. Once, Mr. Kendall.
Yeah, I can't understand you, Tuka. When you came aboard the Tangmar, you were petrified with fright. What happened to change you?
It was when I saw the people who appeared not to be afraid gradually changing, gradually letting their masks slip.
Well, Tuka, I've said some pretty harsh things to you since we sailed. I find myself hoping now that you reach Jamaica.
Thank you. I still think Dr. Lawler is the man you're looking for.
I've talked with the chief already, Kendall. I don't think harping on the fact that he wasn't standing guard is going to help now.
But listen, both of you, she was killed because there was no one on guard. Can't you see that?
Aye, I can see it. Now,
we agreed that there'd be a guard on duty the whole time, every night for the remainder of the voyage.
And I'm as much to blame for forgetting that the chief had spoken to me that afternoon.
Did either of you mention to anyone that there'd be no one on duty?
Well, I might have said something in the engine room. I can't say for sure. I don't have to remind you that I was in a pretty foul temper at the time.
And you both complain because I can't put my hands on the murderer. Tell me I don't know my job. The first time I needed your cooperation...
I'm a sailor, Kendall. And last night my mind was full of my ship.
You can keep out of this, John Goddard. I'm the one who's to blame. And I'll take what's coming to me.
Well, there's nothing I can do to either of you, and you know it. We were in a storm last night, and I know the ship comes first, but... Oh, what's the use?
It seems to me that instead of wasting time like this, you do better to arrest that doctor, Kendall, before anyone else gets killed.
Seems that everyone on this ship wants me to arrest Dr. Lawler.
I wouldn't go so far as that, but you've got to admit, it looks black for him.
I do admit it.
Kendall, the skipper was telling me that Peter Slavin wasn't killed by anyone on the ship, that his murderer had been arrested in England.
That doesn't matter now, Chief. What are you going to do about Lawler? That's what I want to know. You've got a watertight case. I demand that you make the arrest. I'll not have a murder...
Now, wait a minute. Everything points to Lawler, but I can't believe he's guilty.
Well, I can. And I've got the lives of 60 people to consider. He's been clever enough up to date, I grant you. But this time you've got him. You even found his fingerprints on the weapon that killed her.
You agree with the skipper, Mr. Cregan?
Unless you can come up with something else.
No, it's the time lag between when he took Challoner to his cabin and knocked on your cabin door, Chief. He could have left Challoner, gone back inside Ilona's cabin, killed her, and then rushed along to your cabin and said he was trying to find out who was on guard.
And I say he did.
And the fact that he tried to make me believe that the victims had all been killed for another reason. Revenge.
Revenge?
Yes. I told him about the message I got from Colonel Hacking in regard to Slavin's death. Oh, by the way, I'm expecting another message from Hacking. I've sent for details of Slavin's background.
Let's deal with one thing at a time, Kendall. Dr. Lawler. Are you going to arrest him or not?
Well, I'll go down and talk with him again.
I'll come with you. What about you, Cregan?
Eh? Oh, I'd better go back to the engine room. I think the skipper's right, though, Kendall. You've got the man you're looking for.
I've you to thank for it, in a way. Even though if you'd stood guard, Ilona Fedorov would still be alive. All right, skipper, let's go.
Dr. Lawler, I thought there might be something I could do, or say.
That's good of you, Miss Challoner. I can't believe it even now.
It sounds stupid, I know, but sitting here like this, why not come out on deck for a moment?
If you don't mind, I'd rather not take up your time.
I thought I might be able to help. That between us, we'd be able to come up with something that might help Dirk, Mr. Kendall, to find the murderer.
That won't bring Ilona back.
Dr. Lawler, I'm here on false pretenses anyway. I've heard what happened last night. That if my father hadn't been in here, hadn't needed your help to get back to his own cabin, then this mightn't have happened. I want you to know that I'd do anything in the world to make up for that.
Miss Challoner, Yes, come in.
Dr. Lawler, I'd like to go over... Oh, Miss Challoner, I think you'd better go back to your cabin. Do you mind?
Oh, no. I'll come back later, Doctor.
That won't be necessary, Miss Challoner.
Oh? Is there something wrong?
Sharon, please.
I will come back later, Doctor.
Martin, there's just one or two points that I'd like to get clear in my mind.
One or 2 points be hanged. They're all clear in my mind, Kendall, and I demand that you arrest Lawler. Arrest him on suspicion of murder.
Captain Goddard was right. I had a foolproof case against Dr. Lawler. For the first time since we left Sydney, I could bring enough evidence to bear to obtain a conviction. But even now, I wasn't sure in my own mind that Dr. Martin Lawler was the killer I sought in this passage of the Tangmar.
All right, Kendall. What are you waiting for? Do we have to have yet another killing on my ship before you're convinced Dr. Lawler is the man you're after? I demand that you arrest him for murder.
Passage of the Tangmar. The story of a ship and its cargo of death.
Captain Goddard, you can't believe that I killed Ilona. I loved her. Can't you realize that? You've got to listen to me, Kendall. You've got to believe me.
In spite of Captain Goddard's certainty that Dr. Lawler was the murderer who'd stalked the decks of the Tangmar since we left Sydney, somehow I couldn't see the mild-mannered, withdrawn Martin Lawler in that role. There was a damaging case against him, I knew. His fingerprints on the scalpel that had been used to kill Ilona Fedorov. The fact that the scalpel belonged to him, and the time lapse between Major Challoner leaving the cabin and Lawler's arriving at Mr. Cregan's cabin. A few minutes only, but enough time for a murder to take place. But unless I came out openly against the skipper, I had little choice in the matter. And unless I took the initiative, it was pretty obvious that Captain Goddard would take action himself.
I mean it, Kendall. We've a fortnight at sea before we reach Jamaica. And that fortnight isn't going to be like the weeks we've been through. I want this matter settled now. Either arrest Lawler or turn him over to me. There are men in my crew who would like nothing better than to get their hands on you, Dr. Lawler.
But Captain Goddard...
Quiet! One more word out of you and I'll make this a personal matter. I've been through 3 weeks of hell on this ship. And you're getting a chance to kill anyone else. Kendall, I demand that you do your duty.
Skipper, I'll guarantee that Dr. Lawler reaches Jamaica and that he'll stand trial.
I want him in custody, Kendall.
All right, Skipper. Dr. Martin Lawler, I'm holding you on suspicion of murder. I have to warn you that anything
you can cut the warning, Kendall. You're both convinced I'm guilty, so let's leave it at that.
I know you're guilty. I wish you weren't aboard the Tangmar right now, Kendall. I'd like nothing better than to handle this in my own way. Just see he doesn't get a chance to leave this cabin. I'm going to arrange for a 24-hour guard outside this door.
Skipper, wait.
There's been too much waiting. Just watch him, that's all. If he tries anything, don't pull any punches.
Well, I suppose I'm lucky that Jones is in the brig. At least I'm to have the use of my cabin. You're sure I'm guilty as well?
No, I'm not. But you're a lot better off with me handling this than being left to Captain Goddard and the crew. If they had their way, you'd be lucky to reach Jamaica alive.
You mean you arrested me for murder in order to protect me?
Partly. But you've got to admit that for the first time we've a strong case.
Except for the fact that I'm innocent.
Listen, are you sure you saw no one down here last night, apart from Major Challoner, that is?
I've told you I... Oh, what's the use of going over it again? I still can't believe that Ilona's... I just can't believe it, Kendall. It must be a dream, a nightmare.
Challoner claims he wasn't even in Miss Fedorov's cabin last night, but Duca backed up your story that the Major was drunk. Well, this morning he certainly looked like it.
Oh, for heaven's sake, man, if I was going to kill Ilona, why would I wait until that moment? I'd been with her for most of the evening, apart from the few minutes I'd spent on deck and then in your cabin. And... Yes. That must have been when it happened.
What?
The scalpel. When I was on deck, or with you. Someone must have sneaked in here and taken the scalpel, knowing the key was in my jacket.
But Tuca told me you always carried the key with you.
Usually I did. But if you remember, when I came to your cabin, I was wearing a Macintosh. I'd left my jacket hanging in here, behind that door, with the key in the pocket. You saw for yourself, Kendall, when I took the Macintosh off, I wasn't wearing a jacket.
That's right.
So whoever killed Ilona must have watched my movements pretty thoroughly. Known where to look for the key to the instrument case. You say Tuca knew where I kept that key? If If he did, then it's reasonable to assume that the rest of the passengers and the crew knew as well. Anyone could have come in here and taken that scalpel.
Listen, Martin, for the time being, you've got to go along with me. To all intents and purposes, you're the guilty person we've been looking for. But I'm warning you now. Even with that guard of Goddard's outside your door, you'd better watch yourself night and day.
You think I'm in danger?
I do. If you're innocent, the murderer, the real murderer of Ilona Federoff and Blake and Miller would like nothing better than to have you out of the way before we reach Jamaica.
I don't see why.
Well, I'll tell you. A trial might prove your innocence. But if something happened to you between now and the time we dock, something accidental, it would be assumed that after an inquiry that your motive of killing had gone to the grave with you. There's enough against you now to brand you a murderer, providing you never reach a court.
I see. All right, Kendall, I'll be on my guard.
I still think all the beneficiaries under Wherryman's will are in danger, but if you were assumed guilty, and then something happened to you, the killer would be able to move against the others at his or her leisure.
Her? You mean Sharon Challoner?
Oh, I've become so used to suspecting everyone that I use that phrase more or less automatically.
So you're still convinced that the motive is the Wherryman fortune?
No, I'm not convinced of anything, but your theory about revenge is going to be proved or disproved very soon.
No?
I'm waiting on a message from Colonel Hacking in London. I'm hoping he can supply me with information tying Peter Slavin in with someone aboard this ship. And if I can do that, Doctor, I think we're going to clear your name.
Now, steward, another glass of that excellent claret, if you please.
Yes, sir.
Oh, you know, I haven't enjoyed a meal like this since we left Sydney, Captain Goddard. Superb. It's amazing the way a feeling of security tickles the palate, don't you agree? What about you, Kendall?
What?
You know, seeing that we've found the murderer, you all seem deucedly miserable.
Well, what would you like to do, Major? Shoot him out of hand without a trial?
After all, Major Challoner, just because we think Dr. Lawler is guilty doesn't follow that he is.
My sentiments exactly, Mr. Tuker. I'm firmly convinced that Dr. Lawler did not kill Ilona or anyone else.
Oh, of course he did, Sharon, and what...
Couldn't we talk of something else just for once?
Can't help a certain amount of speculation, Captain Goddard.
If we can't find another topic of conversation, then I'm going to take my meals in the engine room. 4 days since Lawler was arrested, and that's all I've had. Will he hang? Will he get life? Let's shoot him out of hand. I tell you, I'm sick of it.
That's all very well, Mr. Cregan. But how do you suppose poor Martin feels locked up in his cabin? Guards outside his door, imprisoned because he was in love with Ilona.
Miss Challoner, even for a woman, that's pretty muddled thinking.
But it's true. And you'll find I'm right, all of you.
I wonder how much you believe in his innocence because it means you can stand out against me, Sharon.
Oh, Father, don't be stupid.
Well, I agree with Mr. Cregan. Let's forget it.
And talk about what? Oh, come on, Tuker. You must have had some experiences you'd care to share. Tell us about your first wife and how you...
Cut it out.
It's perfectly all right, Mr. Kendall. The Major doesn't bother me at all. Not anymore.
Anyway, I must say I'm relieved it's over. For the first time since we left Sydney, the Tangmar feels like a ship again, instead of a floating charnel house. Pass the salt, will you, Kendall?
Yeah.
We've been living under a cloud for so long. Let's have a little pleasantness for a change. That goes for you particularly, Major Challoner.
Really? Well, then perhaps you'd care to set the example, Captain. Tell us how you came to follow the sea. Enthrall us with the story of your meteoric rise from cabin boy to captain of this, battered old...
By heavens, Challoner,
Easy, Skipper.
Major Challoner, the Tangmar means more to the skipper and me than you'll ever know. And to hear a loudmouthed landlubber calling our names is more than I can stand. I'll see you later, John. The engines might be dirty with oil, but at least it's the kind of dirt you can wash off.
Well, there's no need to take offense, Mr. Cregan.
Good night.
Well, I'll be...
It might be simpler, Major Challoner, if for the rest of this voyage you took your meals alone in your cabin.
Are you presuming to give me orders, Tuker?
No, he isn't, Challoner, but I am. You've had your last chance. I want the rest of this voyage to pass off peacefully, and I'm not standing for any more of your blasted sneers.
It's no good looking at me, Father. I feel the same way.
Do you now? The whole ship's company against me, eh? My own daughter with them. I suppose you're all sorry that you couldn't have arrested me. Would have fitted in with your plans very well, I suppose. Well, I shall continue to take my meals where I please.
Of course, we can do the same. It does appear you might rule this dining lounge in solitary splendor, doesn't it? And I know from experience you don't like to be alone, Major. So, if I were you...
But you're not, Tuker. When I want your advice, I'll ask for it.
Oh, Kendall, the wireless operator asked me to give you this. Said you're waiting for it. It's a message from London.
Oh, thanks, Cregan.
Well, now you're back, Mr. Cregan. You might as well finish your dinner in peace, don't you agree?
I'm not hungry anymore.
But this is...
Something wrong, Kendall?
Yes, Captain Goddard, there is.
What is it, Dirk?
Don't spoil his little moment, Sharon. Policemen enjoy this kind of suspense.
I might as well tell you now, all of you, that I was expecting this message from Colonel Hacking to clear Dr. Lawler.
What?
Yes, Skipper. I wired Hacking, asking him to give me full particulars on Peter Slavin's background, thinking that if I could tie him in with someone aboard this ship, I might have something to work on. But according to this message, there's nothing. In spite of what any of us think, it seems the case against Dr. Lawler is stronger than ever. I had hoped desperately that Colonel Hacking would be able to give me the lead I needed so badly. That the beneficiaries under Victor Wherryman's will had been killed by someone who'd known Peter Slavin and killed for revenge. But the slip of paper in my hand had tied the noose tighter around Dr. Lawler's neck in this passage of the Tangmar.
Dirk, you're wrong, and we both know it. I don't care what you say. Dr. Lawler did not kill Alona Fedorov. I know how he felt about her. While you're sure that you found the man you were looking for, the murderer, the real murderer, is sitting back and laughing at you.
Passage of the Tangmar. The story of a ship and its cargo of death.
You might just as well have arrested Mr. Tuker or my father. Neither of them have alibis for the time of Alona's death. For that matter, neither do I. Why did it have to be Dr. Lawler, Dirk? Why arrest him and make Alona's death even harder for him to bear?
It was the morning after I'd received Colonel Hacking's message from London, saying that no one on the Tangmar had any relationship with Peter Slavin. I'd come off watch at midday, and as I left the bridge, I found Sharon Challoner waiting for me. Her certainty that Dr. Lawler was innocent only strengthened my own doubts. But she wasn't aware that if I hadn't placed Dr. Lawler under arrest, he would have been a lot worse off than he was now. Panama was not more than a few days sailing away, providing the Tangmar kept her schedule. And after Panama, Jamaica and Savannah Lamar and the Wherryman fortune for the survivors of the voyage. Sharon Challoner had changed a lot, and in the warm sunlight she looked anything but the shy, withdrawn girl who'd come aboard with her father in Sydney.
Well, haven't you anything to say, Dirk? Are you going to sit back and let an innocent man be charged? Because you want this case to be closed?
Oh, I want it to be closed, all right. I can't wait to be clear of the Tangmar, to be back in London living in some kind of sanity.
And to do that, you'd let Dr. Lawler go to the wall?
Sharon, let's get one thing straight between us. Quite apart from the evidence against him, I had a very good reason for arresting Dr. Lawler.
You mean you think he's innocent?
As it happens, I do. And if you must know, Dr. Lawler is risking his life to help me. It's my belief that the real murderer won't want him to reach Jamaica alive. Well, he's down there in his cabin knowing that any moment our killer might make a move against him.
So that's the reason for the guards on his door.
Not completely. That was Captain Goddard's idea.
But why should the murderer want him out of the way? With the evidence you've got against the doctor, I should have thought a trial would be simply a formality.
The murderer wouldn't think that because he knows his own guilt. But with Dr. Lawler out of the way, enough of the mud might stick to him to establish his guilt. He wouldn't be able to prove his innocence.
And Martin knows the danger he's in?
Yes. If only my hunch about Slavin had paid off. I was sure that Hacking would give me the information I wanted. And instead of that, nothing. No connection between Slavin and anyone aboard.
Somehow Alona's death seemed so much worse than the others. She and Martin had found something in each other that was... Well, I know I'd like to have found what they had.
How are things with your father now?
An armed neutrality. I think he hopes that by drinking too much he'll make me feel as though I'm to blame. Make me agree to stay with him.
Sharon, when all this is over, when I do get back to London, I'd like to see you again.
Please don't say that if you just feel sorry for me.
Oh, no, I'm not. I'm not nearly the stiff upper-lipped character I tried to pretend to be, you know, but in my line of country, my work for Interpol, it's always been better to go it alone. If you know what I mean.
Why?
Well, Colonel Hacking frowns a little on married agents. Well, not that I was... Well, you see, he's a dyed-in-the-wool bachelor and feels that... I'd better be getting along, Sharon. I want to have a word with Dr. Lawler and make sure that everything's all right. I'm glad you feel the same way about it.
I'm going to find your murderer for you, Jack. I'm going to find him before anything happens to you.
Sorry, Mr. Kendall, sir. Captain's orders. No one allowed in to see the doctor without he gives the order.
Either get that door open, Watson, or I'll break it open.
But we're only doing what the captain wants.
Get out of my way, both of you.
But, Mr. Kendall, sir, Oh, here's Captain Goddard now.
Sir, we... see, Watson.
Skipper, what's the idea? Dr. Lawler is my prisoner, and I'm entitled to see him whenever I wish.
Providing I know about it first, yes. All you got to do is come and ask me, Kendall.
But why?
I just want to make sure that no one gets it into their head to let Dr. Lawler out of there.
What, do you think that I...
You don't think he's guilty, I know that. Well, I do. I'm making sure that Dr. Lawler is around to answer charges when we reach port.
Oh, but for Pete's sake.
All right, you can open it up, Watson.
Yes, sir.
We've got quite a way to go yet, Dirk. There's not going to be any more trouble on my ship.
When did you decide to take this action?
Last night, when you got that message from Colonel Hacking. As far as I was concerned, that was Lawler's last chance to prove his innocence. He's guilty, and you know it. And for 2 pins, I'd have him in the brig with Jones.
There we are, sir.
Are you coming in, Skipper?
No, thanks. The less I see of that murdering swine between here and Jamaica, the better I like it. Remember what I said, Watson?
Yes, sir. Whew. The old man sure is in a foul temper.
I'll yell when I want to come out. All right. Lock it up. You hear that, Martin?
I heard.
Cigarette?
No, thanks. I don't suppose you found out anything, have you?
Nothing that would help.
I'd pinned my faith on that message from Colonel Hacking. Now it only makes it look as though I was trying to drag a red herring across the trail, inventing a motive that would implicate somebody else.
I know. Had any visitors?
For 5 days I've been locked in this cabin. If it wasn't for you, I might as well be dead. 5 days, Kendall, while my mind races along the one line. Who killed her and why? Why Alona? Who used my key to get that scalpel? Anyway, it doesn't matter anymore. I've made up my mind that I'll hang for a crime I didn't commit, and I don't even care. Did you say something about visitors?
Yes.
Oh, yes. Sharon Challoner came to the door. I heard her arguing with the guards outside, and they wouldn't let her in. Oh, and Mr. Cregan, the chief engineer.
Cregan? What did he want?
He just sang out through the door, said he was going to make sure that nothing happened to the engines between here and Jamaica.
Why, that old... Anything else?
Yes, he said that you were trying to prove that Peter Slavin's death had nothing to do with the passengers, but that he and Captain Goddard knew differently.
It was Cregan who brought me the message from the wireless operator. The message from Hacking. I think maybe I'll show Cregan Colonel Hacking's message about Slavin. The first one. Telling me that he'd caught Slavin's killer.
What good will that do?
It might stop the old buzzard pestering you.
He probably thinks you faked the message anyway.
Faked? Hey, wait a minute. Wait a minute.
What's wrong?
I've got an idea, Martin. It's probably crazy, but so is everything else about this case. All right, Watson, let me out.
But I don't see what...
You're not meant to yet. Just start praying, Martin. This time I've a feeling we're on the right track.
You all right, sir?
Yes, fine, Watson. I'm going to have a word with Sparks, Martin. A word I should have had with him last night.
Weather clear, sea slight. Come in. Oh, hello, Kendall. What can I do for you?
About that report you handed to Mr. Cregan last night.
Yeah, bit of a change, that, from these blasted weather reports.
You remember what it said?
Well, don't you? Anyway, what do you mean last night? I gave that to Mr. Cregan early yesterday afternoon.
Well, he gave it to me over dinner last night.
Suppose the old coot forgot it. You know it's Cregan's last voyage. Wouldn't have made this one if the skipper hadn't persuaded him. Thought he'd be a piece of cake, passengers instead of cargo. Well, pretty indigestible cake, if you ask me.
What did the message from Colonel Hacking say?
I've got a copy of it here somewhere. Wait a minute.
Oh, you always take a copy, do you?
Of course I do. Got to cover myself in case there's any kickbacks, haven't I? Anyway, all copies have to be handed into Blake's at the end of the voyage. That's funny. It should be here, but it isn't.
Sparks, can you remember what it said?
Look, what's this all about? I handed the thing to Mr. Cregan. If you got it, why question me?
Just tell me what it said.
Look, I get hundreds of wireless messages every day. And if I could remember what every one of them said, then I'd have a photographic mind.
Yes, but you just said it was a change from weather reports.
All right, as it happens, I suppose I can remember it. It was something about a bloke called Slavin. That right?
Peter Slavin. I told you I wanted details of his background when you sent my query to Colonel Hacking.
Yeah, that's right. Well, as far as I can remember, his reply stated there was no connection with anyone aboard.
Are you sure?
Well, why should there be? No one by the name of Slavin on this ship.
You mean that this was the actual message?
You had it all the time. What you ask me for? You're feeling all right, Mr. Kendall?
And that was the message you gave to Cregan to give me, huh?
Yeah, of course it was.
Well, then suppose you answer one question, Sparks. Why is it that this is the one message you don't have a copy of? And why did Mr. Cregan wait until dinner time before handing me a message you say you gave him early yesterday afternoon? I'd had very little to do with the wireless operator on the Tangmar. He was a shifty-eyed fellow in his early 20s, and his name was Mulcahy. He sat at his desk watching me as the Morse code started clicking again in this passage of the Tangmar. I'm waiting, Sparks. Why is this message from London the only one you haven't got a copy of? And why did Mr. Cregan wait until dinner time last night to give it to me? Passage of the Tangmar. The story of a ship and its cargo of death.
Look, what are you trying to prove, Kendall? You come busting in here asking all kinds of stupid questions when you got the message Colonel Hacking sent you all along. Now should I know why Cregan didn't pass it on when I gave it to him? Why don't you get out of here? I've got work to do.
Mulcahy, the wireless operator on the Tangmar, knew something, I was sure of it. Ever since I'd started asking him about the message from Hacking, he'd talked too fast. In some way that I hadn't yet fathomed, he knew more about Peter Slavin than he was prepared to admit. According to the message I'd received from Cregan, Colonel Hacking had wired the Tangmar to say that there was no connection between Peter Slavin and anyone aboard. But Dr. Lawler had started me thinking when he'd mentioned the possibility of Colonel Hacking's first message, saying that he'd arrested Slavin's killer in London, being faked. It was just possible that the second message had been faked. And if so, Mulcahy must have known about it. As I stood waiting for the wireless operator to answer my question, I could hear the steady throb of the Tangmar's engines as she ploughed eastwards bound for Panama and Jamaica.
Oh, I don't know anything. You better take it up with Mr. Krieger.
I intend to, Mulcahy, but at the moment I'm taking it up with you. Are you willing to swear that this was the wireless message that came from London?
Of course I am.
The genuine message didn't incriminate someone aboard this ship. Someone you're covering up for.
Why should I do a thing like that? Be more than me job was worth to interfere with a cable. You ought to know that.
Maybe it was made worth your while to lose your job if anyone ever found out.
What do you mean?
Simply that a slice of the Wherryman fortune could easily recompense you for being beached.
Ah, you're out of your mind, Kendall. And I'm not answering any more questions, see? Just get out of here. Go on, get out.
Take my advice, Sparks. Find that copy of Colonel Hacking's message. I want to see it.
If I had it, I'd give it to you.
Find it. That's all. Come in.
Sparks, I want it. Oh, it's you, Kendall.
Come in, Chief. I was just coming down to the engine room to have a word with you.
Chief, Kendall's trying to claim...
Shut up, Mulcahy.
Well, what's going on?
Why did you go down to Dr. Lawler's cabin and claim that you and Captain Goddard knew that one of the passengers had killed Peter Slavin?
Why did I what?
Now, look, Chief, I was with Dr. Lawler only a few minutes ago. He told me that you yelled something through the cabin door to him.
Well, of course I did. I told him that I'd make sure my engines didn't fail between here and Jamaica, so that he'd be brought to justice.
And that was all?
Well, if you don't want to take my word for it. If you'd rather take the word of a mother...
That's easily checked. There are 2 guards on Lawler's door.
Oh, they won't be much help to you. I spelled them while they went to eat.
What? Whose idea was that?
It was mine. They were only gone half an hour. It's the duty of every man aboard this ship to make sure that Dr. Lawler doesn't have a chance to escape, Kendall.
That message that Sparks gave you for me. You left the dining room last night and said you were going back to the engine room. What made you come past the wireless cabin?
I didn't.
You gave me the impression that Mulcahy had only just given you that wire from Colonel Hacking.
Did I now? Then you got the wrong impression. I suddenly remembered I hadn't passed it on and came back with it.
I see.
Well, you satisfied now, Kendall? What's the matter with you? You got the killer you wanted. Isn't that enough for you? You want to bring the rest of us into it, too?
After we sailed, Mr. Cregan, you told me you'd had a son. I asked you his name, and you didn't answer. You told me his mother had left you and had gone back to using her maiden name. What was her maiden name, Cregan? Could it have been Slavin?
I don't know what you're talking about, Kendall.
You haven't answered my question, Mr. Cregan.
And I don't like people prying into my family affairs.
How much did you pay Sparks or promise him to have him fake that message from Colonel Hacking and lose the duplicate? I'm waiting, Cregan.
Oh, I knew we'd never get away with Cregan. Oh, I knew we'd...
Shut up, you fool! You know altogether too much, Mr. Kendall.
It was you, wasn't it? You heard in Plymouth that Peter Slavin had been killed, and you decided that it must have been one of the passengers. You set out to wipe them out, one by one. Every person who stood to gain by the Wherryman will.
I wouldn't say any more, Kendall. And don't try anything, will you?
A gun won't help you now. Even if you get rid of me, Colonel Hacking will be waiting for you when we get to Panama.
That won't interest you, Kendall. Sparks, lock the door.
But Cregan...
I said lock the door!
You were wrong, Cregan. There was no need to kill. Colonel Hacking wasn't lying when he informed me that he'd found the man who killed your son.
It was lies, all of it. Lies to try and save the lives of these money-hungry rats. To let them live and enjoy the money they'd stolen from my son, Peter.
Tell him, Sparks. You took the first message from Hacking. Tell him.
That was what the wireless message from London said, Chief.
I don't care what it said. You've got some rope handy, Marquis?
Listen, I don't want to be involved in murder.
Shut up! You were right, Kendall. Sparks did fake that second message from London. I've been waiting for that message, and Sparks wanted to pass it on to you just as it was. You know what it said? Peter Slavin was the son of your chief engineer, that was all. But it would have been enough for you, wouldn't it? You could have gone ahead and arrested me.
How did you get Sparks to play along with you?
Because he's a crook, that's why. He smuggled stuff through the customs, valuable stuff. Anything you lay his dirty little hands on. And if the customs knew, then you'd face a long term in jail, wouldn't you, Marquis?
I see. Well, just how do you plan to get rid of me, Cregan?
It was going to be done differently, but your cleverness is going to force me to change my plans. For the time being, you'll remain here in the wireless cabin. And then tonight, you'll get some swimming practice.
But you can't leave him here. Supposing someone comes
They
in...
won't find him. He'll be tied hand and foot. And a wee bit uncomfortable in that locker, eh, Sparks? Too bad for you altogether. All right. Start tying him up, Sparks, and shove a gag in his mouth. Jump to it, man, or I'll let you have it, too.
But, Captain Goddard, I know something's happened to Dirk. No one's seen him all afternoon.
Miss Challoner, I'm due on watch in a few minutes, and I'm trying to rest. Now, will you stop behaving like a woman and leave me alone? Do I have to act as nursemaid to every blasted officer in this ship?
Supposing he was right, Captain Goddard. Supposing Dr. Lawler isn't the murderer you've been looking for.
You don't start that again, or I'll... Oh, all right. What do you want me to do? Organize a search party? Where the devil do you think he could get to?
I know he's in danger, Captain. I know it.
Yeah, well, I'm due on the bridge. Who the devil is it?
It's me, Skipper. The chief.
Oh, come in. Something wrong?
No. I just wanted to know if you'd seen Kendall anywhere. He was coming down to the engine room to see me. Something about making faster time to Jamaica.
You see, Captain Goddard?
Chief, Miss Challoner seems to think something's happened to Kendall. How can she work that out with Lawler in custody? I'm hanged if I know. But maybe you'll talk to her, because I got to get forward. As long as Kendall's on hand for the 8 o'clock watch, I don't care if he's hanging over the side, dangling his toes in the ocean.
You know, Miss Challoner, I think you're getting all worked up over nothing. You know, this voyage is getting us all down.
Then why did you come here looking for Dirk?
Well, the first officer spends quite a bit of time with the skipper, miss. Likeliest place to look.
I'm going to search the ship.
I wouldn't do that if I were you. It'd make Kendall look pretty foolish when he shows up.
But he was onto something. I know he was. He never did believe that Dr. Lawler killed Alona and the rest of them.
Aye, facts all point that way, miss. But you can't go against the evidence, can you?
Mr. Cregan, you've got to believe me. Dirk is in danger. And unless you help me, then I'm going to get Mr. Tuchel and my father to search.
Oh, look now, Miss Challoner. Look, you come along with me, lass. I'll take you back to your cabin. Kendall's probably making an inspection of the holes. As a matter of fact, I heard the skipper suggesting it to him only this morning. All right, Sparks. Put them down.
And no one saw us, Cregan. Dark as midnight here on deck.
Aye, that's good. Well, he'll be safe enough here in my cabin until we can get rid of him.
Anyone noticed he's missing?
Aye, Major Challoner's daughter. I had her talking to the captain at 8 bells this afternoon.
Yeah, we got to get rid of him fast, Cregan. If he's found in your cabin...
Aye, don't worry. He won't be. All right now, come on. Roll him under the bunk. Right under. That's it. That's fine. Well, no one's going to look for him there. And I'll lock my cabin.
Leave me out of it, will you, Chief? Oh, I don't think I will.
You'll be here at midnight, Sparks. Midnight, remember? You're going to have the privilege of dumping him overboard.
My head ached. I was half choked with the gag in my mouth. As I lay there under the bunk and heard Cregan's plans to get rid of me, I had till midnight to work out some way of escaping in this passage of the Tangmar.
steady. Engines at full speed, Skipper.
Tell it to the second, Atkins. You better take over the rest of Mr. Kendall's watch, Harris. He's an hour late now. And you better take Miss Challoner's advice and organize a search party.
Passage of the Tangmar. The story of a ship and its cargo of death.
Just get back here to my cabin by midnight, Malky. Then we'll carry Kendall on deck and get rid of him. Now get him back to the wireless cabin and keep your mouth shut.
I'd heard the distant sound of 2 bells tolling the hour of 9 p.m. as Cregan and Mulcahy, the Sparks, carried me from the wireless cabin to the chief engineer's cabin. I was lying under the chief's bunk, bound hand and foot and gagged, and cursing myself for the fact that I'd stumbled on the killer I'd been searching for, only to botch his arrest. I had until midnight to work out a way of escaping and apprehending Cregan before he decided to get rid of the remaining passengers. Dr. Lawler had been right in his theory about the killer and the motive of revenge. But he was under guard in his cabin, and I could expect no help from that quarter. Major Challoner was probably in his cups by now, and I couldn't see him wanting to help me in any way. Edwin Tuker seemed no longer afraid for himself, but my absence wouldn't cause him any concern. If I was to get help, it had to come from either Captain Goddard or Sharon Challoner. As Sparks left Cregan's cabin, I heard the door shut, and then it was locked from the inside.
All right, my interfering friend, Mr. Kendall. I think it's time we had a talk. I needn't come out of there. I'll get the skag off ye. But one sound and I'll shoot ye.
Oh, thanks for small mercies. If you're planning to drown me, there's no point in strangling me first.
Just keep your voice down, Kendall.
That way I get to stay alive till midnight, huh? All right, I'm not a complete fool. Do you mind if I prop myself up against this?
No, not at all. I'll help you.
I feel even more helpless than I am lying there in the middle of the floor.
That better? Good. You know, I don't bear you any ill will, but unless I get rid of you, then I can't go through with my plans, can I?
Good point. But what do I have to do to prove to you that Peter Slavin was killed not by anyone on this ship or any of the people you've murdered, but by the man arrested in London by Colonel Hackney?
If I thought that was true...
Well, you know very well it's true.
Unless I'm to gag you again, keep your voice down.
You know it's true, Cregan. I've no reason to lie to you now, but if you admit the fact, then you admit that you killed Miller, Lee Blake, and Ilona Fedorov for no reason at all.
They deserved to die, each one of them. Ben Miller was a cheap criminal.
He wasn't a murderer.
He'd been in and out of prison all his life.
Is that why you chose him first?
He was the obvious choice. I saw him each morning up on the boat deck. He told me once that when he was carrying his swag, he could never sleep after sunrise. We talked up there on 2 occasions before I decided to kill him first.
But he was the one person aboard who'd never been to England. This was his first trip away from Australia. You knew that just as I did.
That was what he said. Would you take the word of a pickpocket? A lying, thieving scoundrel?
Oh, listen, Cregan. I could have told you weeks ago that no one on this ship killed Slavin. Why didn't you come to me and tell me that Slavin was your son?
I wanted to kill you too, Kendall. That was how Blake came to die. And as long as you were alive, it meant that I could be discovered and arrested before they all paid for Peter's death.
So you sneaked down to my cabin and waited, afraid that I really did know who had killed Miller.
There was rough justice in that, even. I hid in Miller's cabin until I had Blake leave your cabin.
It was me you heard leave, Cregan. Blake was still there.
Ah, but I didn't know that, did I?
How can you say he deserved to die?
Because he was helping you. Helping you to save the lives of people I knew should never be allowed to live. Lice. With clawing, greedy hands reaching out for an extra share of the Wedderman fortune.
And you killed Lee Blake and he recognized you.
Well, he half turned after I'd shot him. He had his back to me when I opened the door of your cabin and turned the light off. It wasn't until I'd fired that I'd realized I'd shot the wrong man.
You better make very sure of me at midnight, Chief.
I will. You'll have a cleaner death than your ideas of justice would accord me. And I understand that before you drown, your whole life passes before your eyes. I wonder if that'll be so in your case, or whether you'll just remember the things I'm telling you now.
Where did you get the knife that killed Miller?
It was his. He was very skillful with that knife, and it was very sharp. On each of the mornings I saw him up on the boat deck, after my all-night stint in the engine room, he'd be whittling at a piece of wood. It wasn't hard to admire his handiwork and examine the knife. He handed it over to me, with never a thought that it was to be the means of his death.
And you can sit there talking about this as if it was just something in the everyday round.
I can. And you know why? Because it stops me from thinking. Thinking of Peter. He was a bonny lad. I didn't see him after the break-up of my marriage. I was at sea, and it was obvious that, even being the kind of woman she was, my wife could give him a better home than I. But I was to see him on this voyage.
That's why you let Captain Goddard talk you out of retiring. Talk you into making this one last trip.
Aye. When I heard that Peter was to travel to Jamaica to get his share of the Werriman fortune, nothing would have made me swallow the anchor. Suddenly, all the years I'd wanted a boy by my side were over. I'd spent my last voyage with the lad, and I'd know at the end of it that I'd be well provided for.
And then you read of his death, then?
I went ashore at Plymouth to meet the man who'd come down from London to examine the Tangmar's engines. I bought a paper and, well, they had his picture on the front page. It was then that I knew that one of the other beneficiaries must have killed him. I decided that not one of them would reach Jamaica alive.
How did your son meet Victor Werriman? How did he come to be included in the will? There was nothing sent from Jamaica about that. All the details of the other passengers, yes, but nothing about your son. How did he meet Werriman?
I knew you'd want to know that, Kendall. And since it can't do you any good, I'm going to tell you. It was a long time ago when I was serving as a third engineer on the old Geraldton. You know, in those days, my wife used to come to sea with me.
Am I to take it, Captain Goddard, that you're blaming those of us present for the absence of your first officer?
You can take it any way you like, Major Challoner. But Kendall was due on the bridge more than an hour ago. And according to your daughter, he's been missing since early this afternoon. I want to know if any of you have seen him.
I'm afraid not, Captain Goddard.
I do not seek the company of Kendall from choice, I can assure you, Captain.
I am not here from choice either, Challoner. But if any of you know where Kendall is, then now is the time to speak up.
Perhaps he's fallen overboard.
Father, do you have to joke about it?
I do, yes. After all, you'll admit, Goddard, that Kendall doesn't exactly strike one as the logical successor to the mantle of Sir Francis Drake.
Kendall is a fine seaman, and he's not the kind of idiot who'd fall overboard in a calm sea. But he might have been pushed, eh, Major?
By me, is that meant to imply? Sorry, Captain. I've often felt like it, but no. No, my hands are clean. Now, Tuka is really the authority on this kind of thing, aren't you, eh, Tuka? At a time when he knew he must be picked up in a perfectly flat and mirror-like sea, he leapt overboard himself. Now, isn't it logical to assume that a man who would think along those lines would assist someone else to do the same?
I'd come to respect and admire Mr. Kendall.
Had? You mean that there's no reason to do that now, eh?
I don't mean anything of the kind. But while Kendall was on this ship, I felt safe. We all did, I think.
But he still is on the Tangmar. I know he is.
Female intuition again, Sharon. You know, my dear, firstly there was Lee Blake. Well, we all know what happened to him. Now there's Dirk Kendall. You know, I think you must be something of a Jonah, Sharon.
And where do you think you're going?
To my cabin, of course. And if you do locate Kendall, tell him I was most concerned. Good night.
Major Challoner, come back here.
Let him go, Captain Goddard. My father wouldn't be any help to us. We're wasting time talking. Can't we search the ship?
I'm more than willing to help in any way I can, Captain.
I've already been over the ship. Every place where a man might be hidden.
I have a suggestion, Captain.
What is it, Tuka?
Why not search in the places where a man might not be hidden? The unlikely places.
Such as?
The obvious places. The places which one automatically overlooks.
Let's start looking now, Captain Goddard, please. If we waste any more time, something dreadful might happen to Dirk.
In those days, I was happier than I thought any man had a right to be. A wife who loved me and a wee son. Peter was only 3 years old. And then we stopped to take on passengers and cargo at Shanghai. Victor Werriman came aboard. Well, do I have to tell you any more?
Is that the reason that you and your wife...
I saw them together. Something seemed to snap in my wife's brain when she discovered just who Werriman was. That he was a millionaire in his own right. You know, they say a woman at sea... Anyway, we parted company for good when we reached home.
And Werriman?
Oh, it was a joke to him. He found it amusing that anyone would take a shipboard affair seriously. Do you think I don't know why he chose the Tangmar as a vessel to transport those people to Jamaica? Oh, of course I do. He knew that I served aboard her, and he wanted me to know that he hadn't forgotten the name of Cregan.
But why didn't he leave part of his estate to your former wife?
He knew as I knew what she would do for money. He probably enjoyed the thought that it was Peter who was to reap the benefit of her anxious greed.
Feeling the way you do about women, Cregan, it wasn't hard for you to kill Ilona Fedorov then.
What was she? Was she a fine woman, Kendall? Was she? Did she deserve to marry a man like Dr. Lawler? Answer me that. Ah, no. She was a loose-living... Don't say a word, Kendall. Unless you want to be killed now. Don't say a word. Who is it?
The skipper, Chief. We're looking for Kendall. Open up. I want to talk to you.
The chief engineer held the gun pointed straight at my head. Outside the door was a man whose help I could count on in bringing Cregan to justice. But how was I to summon that help? It looked like stalemate in this passage of the Tangmar.
It's the skipper, Chief. We're looking for Kendall. Searching the ship. Open up. I want to talk to you.
Passage of the Tangmar. The story of a ship and its cargo of death.
Don't make a sound, Kendall. If Captain Goddard finds out you're in here, I'll use this gun on you without a second thought. If you want to stay alive until midnight, keep your mouth shut.
The Tangmar plowed eastwards, bound for Jamaica and Savannah Lamar. And I lay on the floor of Cregan's cabin, bound hand and foot, staring into the barrel of the revolver in the chief engineer's hand. Outside the door, Captain Goddard waited impatiently for the chief to open up, while my mind raced as I tried to think of a way to attract Goddard's attention without feeling a bullet smash into me. The captain knocked again, and Cregan moved fast. The gag was shoved back in my mouth, and I was rolled back under the bunk. I heard the chief's steps move to the door, and then Sharon's voice.
Mr. Cregan, this is urgent. Please hurry.
Aye, I'm coming.
Chief, what the devil kept you, sir?
Oh, look, can't a man take 40 winks from this blasted tub without being disturbed?
It seems not, Chief. That darn fool of a first mate has disappeared.
There's no sign of him anywhere, Mr. Cregan.
I'm beginning to think that we might have been all wrong, Chief. About Lawler, I mean. It looks as if our murderer is still at large.
Well, has anyone spoken to Lawler? Maybe he knows what's happened to Kendall.
You don't think he might have... Oh, don't be daft, man. How could he? Locked in his cabin with guards outside the door?
Have you seen Dirk anywhere, Mr. Cregan?
Oh, no. No, not a sign of him. I just hope he's all right, that's all.
No one seems to have seen Mr. Kendall since he went to the wireless cabin.
What was he doing there?
Well, Mr. Mulcahy, the wireless operator, said he was in there talking to him at midday, asking if there were any further messages for him from London.
And then?
And then Kendall left the wireless cabin and just, disappeared into thin air.
It doesn't make sense, Cregan. How can a man simply vanish? Someone's got to have seen him since then.
Well, I wish I could help you, but I haven't seen him. Do you want me to help you look?
No, you're going back to your bunk.
Miss Challoner, there's something wrong.
Oh, no. No, of course not.
Come on, you two. Let's keep looking. It seems to me there isn't a corner of this darn ship we haven't been over.
Oh, Captain Goddard, there is the brig. You know, where you've got that man Jones locked up.
Now, why, for the love of heaven, would Kendall be down there?
Well, it won't hurt to look.
Oh, all right, let's go. But why Kendall would want to spend all this time talking with a rat like Jones, I'm hanged if I know.
I'll get that gag off you, Kendall. There. Well, I'm glad to see you've decided to behave sensibly. If they'd found out that you were in my cabin, it would have been too bad for them and for you.
You can't kill everyone on this ship, Cregan.
I don't want to. But you see, I've become used to killing. After the first time, the shock is never so bad. You can look at the man you've killed and not feel a thing.
Your only chance is to give yourself up.
And hang? Oh, no, Kendall.
Colonel Hacking knows all about you. The message that you destroyed. He's got your number, Chief. Doesn't matter where the Tangmar bursts, he'll be waiting. Getting rid of me won't help in the long run. You can't shake off a man like Hacking. He'll find you if it takes him years.
I very much doubt that.
How did you get that key to Dr. Lawler's instrument case?
The doctor is a man of habit. I've often seen him fingering that key and placing it back in the same pocket.
And you used it to get the scalpel?
Aye. I used Miller's cabin again. I had the doctor talking to Major Challoner and waited until the Major had staggered off to his cabin. Then Dr. Lawler said he was going to look for the guards who should have been on duty in the passengers' quarters.
I should have known why you weren't in this cabin when he went looking for you.
And no one knows better than I the time it takes to get here from the passengers' cabins.
Time enough for a loner Fedorov to die.
Look, how you spend your last few hours alive is your business, Kendall. But asking me questions won't help you.
It helps me to realize what a blind, trusting fool I've been. 3 people have died needlessly because I thought you wanted to help me.
Time after time I've wanted to burst out laughing at you, suspecting one person after another. Goddard, Challoner, Tucker, and the doctor. But never me.
What is it that's driving you, Cregan? You know you've killed for a reason that doesn't exist. Your son's murderer has been arrested by Hacking. Why go on with this?
None of them will live to inherit the Werriman fortune. That money is tainted. Amassed by a man who used it as bait to smash my marriage into...
You're insane, Cregan. Your mind is warped and twisted with killing. Why don't you admit you've developed a taste for it? You're like a mad dog that's tasted blood.
Shut up! Shut up, you hear?
But when it comes to your turn, you're going to have time to think, Cregan, to know that every breath you draw brings the rope that much closer. It won't be sudden for you, not something that you won't have time to believe before it happens. Oh, no. You'll see the judge place the black cap on his head, and you'll stand and face him and hear the words that condemn you to only 3 weeks more.
I told you to shut up. Do you think I can't see your game? Do you think I don't know what you're playing at? Trying to make me shout you down so they'll hear outside. Well, it won't work, Kendall. And no one's going to hear.
You're smarter than I thought, Cregan. But getting me up on deck is going to be difficult. By that time, I'll have nothing to lose.
Mulcahy will be here at midnight.
Oh, yes. Mulcahy. Now, there's a weak reed, if ever I saw one. Do you honestly think he'll obey your orders and come?
He knows that if he doesn't...
Oh, yes, the customs people, the smuggling, but that would mean only a prison sentence. For murder, he'd swing with you. He's got plenty of time to think about that, Cregan, and by midnight I think he'll crack and spill the whole story to the captain.
That still won't save your life. No one gets through that door, Kendall, unless I open it. And it won't be open again until Mulcahy gets here. If he doesn't...
Well, Cregan, it's usual for the condemned man to be granted a last request. You'll find that out for yourself. But I'll settle for a cigarette.
Aye, all right. I'll light one for you and I'll put it in your mouth. But I'm not untying you, Kendall.
Thanks. You know, Cregan, when you've got only 2 hours to live, it's amazing how clearly you can think. Well, a deputation, eh? Come to see old Jones. Don't tell me you let me out of this stinking hole, Skipper.
Just answer one question for me, Jones. We're looking for Dirk Kendall. Have you seen him at all?
Now, what would I want with Kendall? The less I see of that copper, the better. Wasn't for him, I wouldn't be locked up, would I?
Please, Mr. Jones, if he's been here...
No one's been here, no one at all, except the swine who brings me something to eat.
Are you quite positive, Mr. Jones? You see, it's very important...
Oh, Mr. Jones, not just Jones anymore. You must be worried about this mug, Kendall. What's happened to him? Someone stick a knife in his back? If they did, then good luck to him.
I'll see you never get another ship, Jones. There won't be a deep water man will allow you near the gangplank.
That wouldn't be any skin off my nose. None of you'd listen to me when I tried to help you. When I told you the murderer was. Now you tell me you've arrested the wrong man, this Dr. Lawler fella. He never killed anyone in his whole life.
You know who the murderer is?
Of course I do. I told Kendall. Was this fella Cregan?
You rat,
Jones.
Jones.
Oh, yeah. Before that, I said it was the skipper here. Cried wolf, I did once too often, miss. And that's why no one will believe me.
Have you any proof, Mr. Jones?
I got the proof of my own eyes.
You saw Mr. Cregan killed?
Not see him kill, miss, but I saw him washing blood off his hands when I was working down in the engine room, and he tried to tell me he'd cut himself. Funny thing was that there was no cut. I had a look at his hand afterwards, and there wasn't a cut anywhere.
Well, why didn't you tell us this before?
Because you all thought I was making it up. Everyone was so busy calling me a liar, they didn't want to hear what I had to say. Even Kendall, he was the same.
If you're lying now...
All right, so don't believe me.
When was it that you saw Mr. Cregan washing his hands?
After Miller was killed.
And you kept quiet about it till now? What are you up to, Jones? You've got some scheme in your head to make trouble. What's the percentage in accusing a man like the chief?
Nothing else to do, Skip. Locked up down here with all day to think. Things start to fall into place. Well, it has to be this bloke Cregan. He's the only man, apart from you, Skipper, who can go anywhere he likes on this stinking ship, any time he likes.
I've known the chief engineer for years. We've sailed together across the 7 seas. I'd trust him with my life.
Then you'd be a bigger fool than I thought you was, Skipper, and that's saying a lot.
Oh, come now, Mr. Jones.
Of course, Cregan did come up to the bridge when Kendall was down here with you. And he told me that you'd made another accusation against me.
And you come storming in just as I was giving Kendall the whole story. Looked like I was trying to talk myself out of another tight spot, didn't it? Like when Kendall discovered it was me who'd attacked him on deck that night. And I said you'd put me up to it, Skipper. Oh, yeah. Yeah, I know. But Cregan knew darn well that I was onto him. And that's why I started the trouble in the engine room, because we weren't going to be allowed ashore at Papeete. Well, I was scared of Cregan. He could have seen to it that something happened to me. I've been expecting it all the time, locked up in here, waiting for Cregan to come and let me have it. Yeah, but I guess he was just biding his time.
Captain Goddard, I noticed it at the time when we were talking to Mr. Cregan outside his cabin. He locked the door as he came out. Well, why would he do that? Unless there was something or someone inside he didn't want us to know about.
I didn't know how close help was as I puffed at the cigarette Cregan had given me. And the pattern of death fell into place on this passage of the Tangmar.
I don't believe it, Miss Challoner. No matter what proof Jones thinks he's got. Cregan a murderer. Dash it all, I might as well admit I killed Miller myself. To convict a man I've sailed with for more than 20 years, I need a lot more than the word of a wharf rat.
Passage of the Tangmar. The story of a ship and its cargo of death.
With you out of the way, Dirk Kendall, I'm in the clear. No one can tie me in with the murders. And your Colonel Hacking can search to his heart's content. He'll be looking for a Scots needle in a South American haystack.
Cregan was mad. He sat rocking back and forth in the chair opposite, where I lay, propped against his bunk, the gun cradled in his arms. The Tangmar ploughed eastwards for Panama and Jamaica, only a few days from the canal, while I strained at the ropes on my wrists. Days were of no concern to me now. In 2 hours, I was scheduled to take a weighted swim downwards. The whole picture, the jigsaw of murder and horror, had fitted into place. But outside the brig, and unknown to me, Captain Goddard was faced with a puzzle he didn't want to admit he could solve. Cregan was talking again, leaning forward, almost drooling at the realization of how completely he'd fooled all of us.
You'll only be one more, Kendall. And one more won't make any difference, not now. The rest of them will join you. Only you won't be concerned with that.
And just how do you plan to do that?
You forced my hand. I haven't time to wait and dispose of them one by one. Oh, no, not anymore.
Just how do you see yourself? As some kind of avenging angel, killing on behalf of your murdered son and the wife you once loved? No, Cregan, all I can see is a maniacal old man. You've even forgotten the motive that started you killing. You kill for the satisfaction it gives you because you're...
Shut up! Do you hear me? Shut up!
Go ahead. Use the gun. Or have you suddenly realized that one shot will bring the whole ship's company racing to your cabin? Well, what are you waiting for, Cregan? Not Mulcahy, now, surely. He won't come. It'll be just as I said. He'll go to the captain. Confess his part in this whole monstrous scheme.
Go on. Go on. Talk all you want, Kendall. Whatever happens, you won't be here to know.
How are you going to finish them all off? Scuttle the ship? Send them to join me in Davy Jones' locker? What about Goddard? Your lifetime friend. How will you convince yourself that it was necessary for him to die? And the rest of the crew? And Jones, locked down in the brig, waiting to die? I hope while you're waiting for Hacking's hand to fall on your shoulder, you'll sleep well at night.
Jones. I was clever about Jones. I fooled you all. And you played right into my hands, Mr. Kendall. I knew Jones had asked you to talk with him, and I guessed why. You see, he saw me after the killing of Miller.
You mean he did know?
Why, of course he knew.
Then he wasn't...
Go on, Kendall. Finish it. Lying, was that what you were going to say? No, he wasn't. But he'd already accused the captain of murder. Then he tried to start a mutiny in the engine room. Who was going to take his word against mine, eh? All I had to do was rush to the bridge and tell Captain Goddard that Jones had accused me again. I knew I could leave the rest to John's righteous anger and your stupidity.
Let me tell you about Hacking, Mr.
Shut up
Cregan,
about Hacking!
But I want to tell you. You know, he never fails, no matter how long it takes. And in that musty office on the banks of the Thames, he'll go over and over this case. And he'll find you no matter how clever you are.
I said shut up.
Why did Jones keep it to himself for so long about you?
Because the fool was going to try and blackmail me. I knew that. And he knew that I knew. Jones is a lazy, ambitious man. Ambitious for money that his brain could never earn him. He would have been quite content to sit back and let me pay for his silence. Would you care for another cigarette, Mr. Kendall?
Yes, I need it.
How does it feel to know that you've failed? That I was always that one step ahead of you?
Not pleasant.
Here's a light.
So it's to be South America, eh? After Panama or before it?
You know, this ship will never reach Panama. I have the lifeboat picked out, and I can make for any one of 100 ports where no questions will be asked.
To live with the memory of the most swinish crime ever committed on the high seas.
To live with the memory, Mr. Kendall, of the duty I discharged in wiping out all trace of the people who gained by my son's death.
Now will you believe me, Captain Goddard?
You've admitted yourself that apart from Mr. Cregan's cabin, there isn't another place we can look. We're wasting valuable time. Dirk is in danger. We all saw Mr. Cregan lock the door of his cabin as he came out to talk to us.
I know that. But supposing we're wrong.
Oh.
How do you think I can explain to Cregan that I thought he was a killer? And on the word of Jones.
But, Captain Goddard...
You keep out of this, Tuka. Your only interest is in making sure your record as a poisoner won't be held against you. If you can arrange for someone else to stand trial, then...
Captain Goddard, that's enough. Mr. Tuka has helped us search this ship.
All right, then. Perhaps Kendall met with an accident. Perhaps he did fall overboard.
Anything rather than face the truth. Is that it, Captain Goddard? Because you still refuse to believe that a member of your crew might be a murderer. It doesn't matter that Dr. Lawler is under arrest. That Dirk might be lying in your chief engineer's cabin. Nothing matters except that the scandal should be confined to the passengers' quarters. That way you can wash your hands of the whole thing. Your beloved Tangmar will still be the ship you've always known. And...
Now, wait a minute, Miss Challoner.
Wait? Oh, no, Captain Goddard. There's been enough waiting. Unless you agree to search Mr. Cregan's cabin now, then I shall go there alone.
It will be my privilege to escort you, Miss Challoner.
Captain Goddard, sir.
Oh, for heaven's sake, Mulcahy, do you have to pester me now? Can't you see I'm busy?
Oh, I think you should let me say what I have to, sir.
All right, man, what is it? Trouble of some kind?
In a way, sir. But before I tell you, you've got to agree to protect me, sir. To make sure that nothing happens to me.
What in the name of all that's... What is it, Sparks?
It's about Mr. Kendall, sir.
Kendall? You mean you found him? Good man. So I should search Cregan's cabin, eh, Miss Challoner? I should barge in there and accuse him.
Yes, sir. You should, sir.
What?
He is there, isn't he, Mr. Mulcahy?
Yes, miss. In midnight, I'm supposed to knock on his door and help... Well, I'm supposed to help Mr. Cregan get rid of him.
Has he been hurt in any way? Dirk, I mean.
Not when I last saw him, miss. He was knocked about a bit in the wireless cabin, but apart from tying him up, I didn't really hurt him.
You were in on this, Mulcahy? In it with Cregan?
Not until yesterday, sir. You see, Mr. Cregan found out that I'd been, smuggling, you see, sir, and, I had no choice but to do what he wanted. First, it was that message from London. You know, about Colonel Hacking saying that Cregan was Peter Slavin's father.
Slavin's father?
Yes, sir. Mr. Cregan made me fake a message to put him in the clear. Then he took it down and gave it to Mr. Kendall.
Well, Captain Goddard, you've got your proof. And this isn't the word of Jones.
You're relieved of duty, Mulcahy. Go to your cabin and stay there till I send for you.
No, wait, Captain Goddard. I've got a better idea.
Well, what do you want me to do with him, Tuka?
Quite simple, sir. Mr. Mulcahy is supposed to go to Mr. Cregan's cabin and help him to dispose of Mr. Kendall. Now, why don't we go along with Mr. Mulcahy and follow him in and overpower Mr. Cregan?
Oh, I couldn't do that, sir. Oh, I don't want no part of this.
For 2 pins, I'd ram the morse key down your lying throat, Mulcahy. You'll do as Mr. Tuka says, do you hear me?
Captain Goddard.
It's all right, miss. I'm only getting a gun. To deal with a man like Cregan, I think I'll need it.
He's alive, Mr. Mulcahy. You're sure of that?
Miss Challoner, Mr. Tuka, I owe you both an apology. Now, if you're ready, let's go. Start walking, Mulcahy. And when you get to Cregan's cabin, knock and call out to him. I want him to unlock that door without suspecting anything.
Tell me, Cregan, who is the next one on your list? Major Challoner?
Who would miss him?
Then why not him instead of Ilona?
I was keeping him back. I watched him drinking to steady his nerves. Drinking more every day while he hoped that he'd live long enough to get his hands on that money. I wanted him to reach the stage where he thought he was safe and then... Wait a minute.
What's wrong, Cregan?
I thought I heard something. As if someone was creeping along the companionway.
You're imagining things, Cregan. There's no one out there. Do you mind ashing this cigarette for me?
Wait a minute. Don't say a word.
Nothing.
Aye. Well, perhaps not.
You know as well as I do that Mulcahy won't
I'm tired of talking with you. It's time you were gagged again, Kendall.
With a cigarette in my mouth.
You know, Kendall, I admire your courage. Here, let me take it.
This is for all of them.
Captain Goddard! Goddard, it's me, Kendall. I'm in Cregan's cabin.
All right, Kendall, you asked for this. I'm going to kill you.
Cregan, it's Mulcahy. Have a look, quick. You want the old ship's company now on me in?
My kick with bound feet had sent Cregan spinning back against the wall, but he was up in a moment, his hands groping over the cabin decking for the gun he dropped. And then Mulcahy knocked on the door. Whichever way it went, the gun or drowning, death seemed suddenly very close at that moment, in this passage of the Tangmar.
Mr. Cregan, it's Mulcahy. Have an up, man. Come on, chief, let me in. It's urgent. They're onto us. We gotta move fast.
Passage of the Tangmar. The story of a ship and its cargo of death.
So Mulcahy wasn't going to show up, Kendall? You can thank your lucky stars he did. When he knocked on that door, he saved your life. Until midnight.
It was 5 bells on the 8 till midnight watch, and with Mulcahy's arrival, my last hope had gone. Once again I tried forcing the ropes, but they held fast. It seemed an age since I'd faced Cregan that afternoon in the wireless cabin. And now, though I knew the whole story, I'd never be able to arrest Cregan. Just before Mulcahy knocked, I'd lashed out with my feet and sent Cregan sprawling back against the cabin wall. But he'd scrambled to his feet and was about to shoot when the wireless operator knocked. There was a grim jest in that somewhere. Mulcahy had saved my life by arriving to help Cregan toss me overboard. As I watched the chief engineer move to the door and unlock it, I was in no mood to appreciate any humor. The case of Victor Wherryman's will that had started some 3 months before with the murder of Peter Slavin was over as far as I was concerned.
They're onto us, chief. They know all about it. Jones told them. We're going to get rid of Kendall. It's got to be now.
All right. Did anyone see you coming down here?
Yes, drop it, Chief.
What?
The gun, drop it.
Mulcahy, why?
Don't try it, Chief. Move back here, Mulcahy. Come on, man, move.
So you know.
I don't want to be the one to kill you, Chief, but unless you drop that gun... Pick it up, Chuka.
Yes, rather.
And keep it pointed at Cregan.
That will be a pleasure.
All right, Miss Challoner, you can go in now.
Dirk, you all right?
Well, I will be when you get these blasted ropes untied.
Here, let me.
Skipper, I could kiss that weather-beaten face of yours.
The man's delirious. Come on, Cregan, let's go.
Where are you taking him, Skipper?
I should think he and Mulcahy will enjoy each other's company. They can have that pleasure in the brig.
Well, what about Jones?
He's in Miller's cabin. I had him moved there.
Oh, fine. I'll need Jones as a witness.
I know.
Thanks, Sharon.
You can't put me in with Cregan, Skipper.
Shut up. You'll have lots to talk about, I should think.
Mr. Kendall, would you mind taking this weapon? You know how
Yes, of course. Thanks.
Mr. Kendall, it's still a long way to Panama. I wouldn't be so sure if I were you that you've finished with me.
I haven't even begun. I want the story down in black and white, Cregan, and your signature on it. It should make interesting reading for Colonel Hacking.
All right, Mulcahy. Cregan, start moving.
I'll come with you, Captain, just to assist.
Glad to have you along, Tuka.
Oh, Dirk. Dirk, I thought... I was quite sure that you were... I didn't think I'd ever see you again.
It's all right, Sharon. It's all over now.
Oh, I can't believe it. I thought... I knew it was Mr. Cregan from the time I saw him lock his cabin door as he came out to talk to us, when we first came looking for you. But Captain Goddard didn't want to believe it.
He was the one man none of us thought of. I even accused Jones of lying when he told me that it was Cregan. Somehow the role of mass murderer didn't seem to fit that solid, brusque kind of... Well, anyway, he told me the whole story. He was gloating about it. He won't hang, Sharon. I think he'll spend the rest of his days in Broadmoor.
Dirk, do you remember once I asked you to kiss me, and you wouldn't?
Well, you know, the thing about Cregan is that... What did you say?
I'm asking you to kiss me.
Well, Sharon, I want to tell you something first. From the time that I was in that cabin, waiting for midnight and knowing that it was to be the finish of everything, I found that...
Go on.
Well, it seems a pretty drastic kind of way to find out that you love someone. To be tied up, waiting to be chucked overboard. But that's what happened to me.
Dirk.
If you can bear the thought of being married to a not very efficient policeman, I'd very much like to marry you.
Dirk Kendall, you sound so pompous.
Oh. Do I?
I'd very much like to marry you. What kind of proposal is that?
Oh, yes. Well, you see... Oh, dash it all, Sharon, come here.
Oh, darling. Oh, Dirk.
Now I can face telling your father. Oh, Sharon, I've just remembered Dr. Lawler. He's still locked up in his cabin. We'd better go down.
2 days to Panama, hey, Kendall?
Yes.
Dirk, I've a favor to ask of you.
I know what it is, Martin, and the answer's no.
Just 5 minutes with him, alone.
Nope.
You know, it's incredible, Dirk. I keep expecting her to appear, to come around the corner of the deck and to find her with the wind in her hair.
Martin, we were all wrong about Cregan, but that doesn't make me blame myself any the less. I only wish there was something I could say.
Time, you know, the great healer. That's what we doctors say. I've only just realized how empty those words must sound to the hearer. Have you spoken to Chellener yet?
Oh, no.
I'm not so preoccupied with my own affairs that I've lost the use of my eyes, you know. I hope it works out, Kendall.
It will.
I'd better wish you luck when you speak to the Major.
I'm feeling I'll need it. Never been any love lost between us.
So there's just the three of us now. Tuker, the Major, and myself. Well, at least we know we three can reach Savannah Lamar.
You'd rather not be going, is that it?
I'm not going.
What?
I'm leaving the ship at Panama.
But why?
I don't want any part of the Wherryman estate. Not now.
Oh, listen, Martin, that's downright...
Is it? I know all about the will and the provision that we should arrive per the Tangmar, but... Well, if the learner was alive, I'd have gone on with that. But I'm flying back to Sydney.
Oh, look here, Lawler. Colonel Hacking's coming aboard when we get to Panama. I've had word from London. He plans to take Cregan back with him. Look, why not discuss it with Hacking first?
No, thank you. If you can't change my mind, I don't see how a perfect stranger could.
Good morning, gentlemen.
What?
Oh, hello, Tuker.
Am I interrupting something?
No.
It's just that after talking with Major Challoner for any length of time, I find I need the deck in order to cool myself down.
Well, what's wrong with him now?
Nothing wasn't wrong with him when we started this voyage. But now he's pointing out how any fool could have seen that Cregan was the guilty man from the beginning.
Oh. You know, Martin, I remember at dinner a few nights ago, they were the identical words he used about you.
Well, of course, I don't profess to ostent an entirely blameless life by any means, gentlemen. But the Major, I find, is able to cause me to think along homicidal lines for the very first time in many years.
I know exactly what you mean, Tuker. Oh, well, I think perhaps now I'll beard him in his den, as it were.
He's not exactly in an approachable mood, Mr. Kendall.
Oh, that's too bad. I'm not exactly in an approaching mood, so watch out for fireworks.
I do wish that young man success, Dr. Lord. She's a very charming young lady.
Yes, she was. Very charming. Will you excuse me, Tuker?
Why? Why, of course. Yeah, of course. Sometimes, Edwin, it seems odd how safe you were in prison. It was so peaceful. 15 years of security, and now... Edwin Tuker, you must not think along those lines.
time now to write to dear Martha. Come on, my lad.
Come in. It's you, Kendall. I've been expecting you. Well, come in. I won't ask you to sit down because I imagine what you have to say requires that you remain standing.
Major Challoner, this is not a scene from a Victorian melodrama.
No. It appears to me to have all the ingredients. A young man rescued in the nick of time from death who was about to ask for the hand of a young woman who imagined herself in love with him.
Yeah, I had intended to ask.
Well, don't waste your breath. It's out of the question.
What?
Sharon has already acquainted me with this shipboard affair you appear to have been enjoying.
I intend to marry Sharon, Major.
Then we've reached an impasse, since I intend that you shall not.
Well, how do you plan to prevent it?
The fact that I appear to have lost a great deal of my influence over Sharon since we came aboard this ship should not make you hopeful, Kendall. Once we leave the ship, things will be much the same as they were. And a third share of £1 million can be very useful in that respect.
Aren't you awake yet to the fact that your daughter can't bear the sight of you?
Since that is exactly the way I feel about you, we have quite a problem, haven't we? I shall move heaven and earth to prevent a marriage between you and my daughter. Is that clear, Kendall? My only regret in this entire sorry business is that Captain Goddard did not attempt to rescue after midnight. Now get out of my cabin!
Kendall! Kendall, are you in there?
Yes, Skipper.
It's Cregan, Kendall. He's escaped. That damned maniac is climbing to the masthead screaming about vengeance. He's up there in the cross trees yelling his head off. We've got to get him down, Kendall.
It seemed incredible that Cregan could have escaped. But then I remembered something he'd said 2 days before when we took him to the brig. That it was still a long way to Panama. With Cregan on the loose again, anything could still happen in this passage of the Tangmar.
By the greed for money you have no right to possess. You're rats, all of you. Rats who will die for greed.
The story of a ship and its cargo of death.
We've got to get that crazy fool below decks again, Kendall. He's braced up there in the cross trees, screaming his fool head off about vengeance.
How the chief engineer had escaped from the brig. And as we raced for the deck, I could hear Cregan's voice myself. At the top of the companionway, the skipper and I stopped and looked up at the black-jacketed figure at the masthead. He looked for all the world like a vulture, with his reefer jacket winging back behind him in the wind, and the thin-necked head thrust forward, watching us with venom in the staring eyes. Somehow, I had to find a way of getting the chief below decks to the safety of the brig. Colonel Hacking would be waiting in Panama, and he'd want the chief engineer alive.
Kendall! You're a fool! Do you think I'd spend the rest of the voyage cooped up like a rat? From here, it's my turn to pass judgment on all of you. From here, you look as puny as the rest of them, Kendall.
Cregan, listen!
I've tried talking to him, Kendall.
Oh, wait, Skipper.
Cregan! Either you give yourself up or I'm coming up to get you.
Then I can take you with me, Kendall. Up here, I'm the master.
Dirk, he only wants to take you with him. If you go after him, you'll both go overboard.
Well, I'm going all the same, Sharon.
Get back, Kendall. Get back, you fool. All right, and cuss you. But while you're climbing, Kendall, remember one thing. I'm only waiting to take you overboard with me.
Oh, Dirk, be careful.
What's all the excitement, Captain Goddard? Can't you use your own eyes, man? Kendall's gone after that criminal lunatic in the cross trees.
Really?
Go back! Go back while you have the chance, Kendall!
I'm taking you down, Cregan. You're going back to England to stand trial.
Sharon, I should say that your chances of marrying Kendall now are even slimmer than they were.
Challoner, get below. Get off this deck.
My dear Captain,
Get below, you venomous swine, before I knock your brains out. Do you hear me, Major?
Just a little closer, Kendall. A wee bit closer, that's all. Another few feet, and I can swing us both into the ocean.
How did you escape, Cregan?
It was simple. The fool you left to guard the brig came too close to the bars.
And Mulcahy?
Mulcahy? I offered him the chance to come with me, but he stayed there, huddling in the corner, afraid, terrified to move. I didn't kill the guard, Kendall, but he won't want to stand guard duty again for a time. And you... you hear that? You hear that? They're worried for you, Kendall. They know I'm not bluffing. Even John knows. You were a fool to climb up here.
Why, I could pull you down, Cregan. From this close, I could force you to let go of the mast.
All right. All right, bring your hands a wee bit closer. Closer. Come on. Afraid, Kendall? Afraid that my boots might crush your hands? How do you think you'll get me to climb down?
Because you're afraid to hurl yourself off. You've been looking down ever since you climbed up here. The deck looks further away each time.
You think I'll go back to the brig? Go back to the brig knowing that each ton of my engines takes me closer to prison?
Well, you can please yourself, Cregan, but if I go down without you, it'll be to get a gun.
You're bluffing again, Kendall. It wouldn't do for you to kill me. There are too many questions that only I can answer. Too many loose ends that must be neatly tied off before your case is complete. Don't come any closer!
If I have to, I'll stay up here with you, Cregan. Watching you grow weaker, tireder. You won't be able to close your eyes. You have to keep a firm hold on the mast. Feeling your hands numbing as you cling on.
Get back on deck! Leave me alone!
Much better to come down now, Cregan. You're not a young man. And you'll find that killing yourself isn't easy. Until you're sentenced, you can always hope for life. Your trial may be weeks, months away.
Oh, if I could only take you with me!
You can't. I'm not coming any closer. I'll stay here below you until you beg to be helped back to the deck. What's wrong, Cregan? The deck seems even further away now, doesn't it? And when night comes and the wind carries the voices of your victims to you, you'll...
Don't! Don't! I can't bear the night. They crowd in on me. Up here I thought I'd be safe, able to forget them, but... I can see their faces all around me. Ilona Fedorov, Ben Miller and Lee Blake. It's as if they came through the bars of the brig, crowding in to gloat over me.
Let's start down, Cregan.
Yes. Yes, Kendall. Help me down. But first, promise me you'll keep the faces away. Keep them away.
Are you ready to start down?
I'm ready. I thought I'd be able to take this way out, Kendall, to end it cleanly. To finish it. It's only a matter of a few minutes and I've beat the lot of you. And I've cheated all of you. Help me back to the deck, Kendall, please. Please help me.
How did you get that maniac to come down, Kendall?
Skipper, we won't have any more trouble with Cregan.
I hope you're right.
I've seen it happen before. Well, a man of his kind goes on killing and it never seems to matter after the first time. As if the act of killing dulled any sense of right or wrong. And then, when it's over, the murderer's trapped, he starts to think back, to relive each act of murder, to experience for the first time the horror of what he's done.
You think Cregan's going through that?
I know he is.
I still can't believe it was Cregan. I know he's guilty, but I was so close to Cregan, I feel as if I was a murderer myself. Now I just want to get him off my ship.
Well, we should make Panama comfortably in a couple of days, and if hacking is waiting, then you'll have Cregan off your hands.
I'll have to see Dr. Lawler before we get there. I owe that fellow an apology. You know, Sharon Challoner was the person really responsible for saving your life, Kendall. She practically bludgeoned me into breaking into Cregan's cabin. Even then, I didn't want to suspect Cregan.
Well, it's time I was going on watch, Skipper. With Cregan under lock and key, I'll enjoy my 4-hour stretch.
I suppose you'll be leaving the ship with Cregan too, eh?
Oh, I don't know. It depends on hacking, I suppose. I'd much rather stay aboard for the run to Jamaica.
Why?
Oh, a number of reasons. One of them is concerned with Colonel Hacking's reaction to the way I've handled this case. I don't think he'll be handing out too many laurels.
Is that the only reason?
No.
I thought not.
You know the Major won't hear of it.
If it was me, I'd tell that old shellback exactly where he could go and marry the girl anyway.
I tried that. He'll do his damnedest to prevent the girl even seeing me again, I should think. Anyway, it's Challoner's move now. I'm due on the bridge.
I've talked to your friend Kendall, Sharon.
Father, we've been over this time and time again.
But obviously the matter isn't settled. I ask you, my dear Sharon, how can you expect me to take this latest infatuation of yours seriously?
It doesn't matter how you take it, Father.
I disagree.
You can go on to Jamaica alone. I'm leaving the ship at Panama. I'm asking Dirk to take me back to England with him.
Really?
I watched you today when Dirk went after Cregan. You were hoping that Cregan would make him fall.
I beg your pardon.
It showed in your eyes. And when Dirk persuaded him to come down from the mast, you realized that your last chance of getting rid of Dirk had gone.
Sharon, if you absent of whom I approve, not some jumped-up little...
Stop it! I'm glad I came with you on this voyage, Father. Glad that I was able to see you for the man you really are, for the first time. You'll have your share of the wearing and fortune. I don't want 1 penny of it. I want to escape from the kind of life I've always known with you. The hatred of other people, the constant reminders that you hold an army rank, the excuses for your drunkenness.
That's quite enough.
No, Father. You've bullied and blustered for as far back as I can remember. How much worse will it be when you've got enough money to back up your impossible demands? I want no part of it, Father.
You mean you'd give up your future with me, with your security assured, simply to marry a man like Kendall?
If he'll marry me, yes.
You mean that part of it is not yet settled, eh?
Between us, it's settled. But I wonder when he'll start to realize that I'm your daughter. I shouldn't like to marry into a family like ours.
You'd better go, Sharon. And if you leave the ship at Panama, or try to, I'll have you brought back by force if necessary. You are coming on to Jamaica whether you like it or not. The situation is impossible, my dear doctor. You must see that. What could a fellow like Kendall offer my daughter, eh?
If you really want to know, Major Challoner, I'll tell you. We've all watched you pretty closely on this voyage. I think there isn't a person aboard who wouldn't be glad to see the last of you. We've watched you do your best to make Sharon share your unpopularity and watched you hate it because there was something you couldn't achieve.
Now listen to me, Lola.
You've hindered Kendall's investigations at every turn. You've changed places with Tuker, Major Challoner. When we left Sydney, there wasn't a soul aboard who could stand that little fellow, but I think I speak for all of us when I say that I prefer his company to yours at any time.
If you're quite finished.
I haven't. Not yet. You asked my opinion, I'm giving it to you. I don't have to put up with you after tomorrow, Major Challoner. I'm leaving the ship the moment we reach Panama.
Leaving? You mean you're going to sacrifice all that money?
Yes, Challoner. You never know. You might be able to talk Werriman's executors into letting you have it.
Dr. Lawler, I will not...
In tackling Kendall, you've bitten off rather more than you can chew. Marrying Sharon is the kindest thing he could do for her. In time, she might learn to forget you. Good night, Major Challoner.
I didn't know then that the quiet Dr. Lawler had crossed swords with Major Challoner. My thoughts were on Panama and the end of this voyage, this passage of the Tangmar.
Secure forward lines.
All secure, sir.
Secure aft.
Secure aft.
Panama, Mr. Kendall. Panama.
Passage of the Tangmar. The story of a ship and its cargo of death.
Mr. Kendall, have the second engineer come to the bridge. I want to get refueled and bunkered and make for Jamaica without delay.
Captain Goddard had no sooner tied up than he was making plans to get out of Panama fast. I could understand his point of view completely. Finish the voyage to Jamaica and wash his hands of the passengers who stood to gain a fortune under the terms of Victor Wedderman's will. Years before, during my merchant service, I'd enjoyed harboring at Panama. There'd been 100 ways to pass the time in that heat-smitten town, but not this time. Panama, for me, went one thing, and he was waiting for us. I watched the elegant figure of Colonel Hacking move forward and start to climb the gangplank. Below decks, I had the killer he'd sent me to find. But 3 people had died in that search.
Nice morning, Kendall. You free?
Yes, sir.
Let's go below then, shall we? I'd like to talk to you.
That's right, sir. This way.
I suppose you've still got the fellow I'm looking for.
Yes, sir.
Bit of trouble, I believe.
You haven't lost your ability to understate the case, I see, sir.
Good morning, Mr. Kendall.
Hello, Tuker. You going ashore?
Yes, one of the crew just told me there's a most interesting curio shop. I thought I'd take back something rather special for Martha. Will you excuse me?
Yes, of course.
Tuker, a poisoner, eh? Looks harmless enough.
There was a time when I didn't think so, sir.
I'm always doubtful of suspecting men with criminal pasts, Kendall. It's easy to fall into that trap.
Yes, sir.
Who's Martha?
His wife, sir. She came aboard at Sydney before we sailed. An enormous woman, most insistent that we should look after Tuker to the best of our ability.
And you've done so. Good man.
Down here, sir. My cabin's just forward.
Ah, Kendall. I was looking for you. I'm just going ashore.
Oh, Colonel Hacking, Dr. Lawler.
Oh, yes. How do you do?
How do you do?
You won't change your mind, Martin?
I don't think so. I'm all packed. I was just coming to find you and say goodbye.
You leaving the ship?
Yes, Colonel. Dirk can explain the reasons to you if he thinks they're important enough.
You realize, of course, that unless you arrive in Jamaica aboard the Tangmar, you automatically...
Yes, I'm well aware of that, Colonel. Goodbye, Dirk.
Martin.
If ever you're in Sydney, Kendall, don't forget to look me up.
No, I won't.
Well, Colonel Hacking, I'm afraid this is very much hail and farewell.
Listen, Martin.
I'm sorry, no time, I'm afraid. I have a car waiting to take me to the airport. So, goodbye, Dirk.
None of my business, really, Kendall, but he must have a pretty strong reason to give up his share of that £1 million.
He has, sir. Ilona Fedorov was his... They were going to be married.
I see.
Just along this companionway, sir.
I want to hear the whole story, Dirk, right from the start. I hope you got all your facts, right?
Yes, sir.
Why did it take you so long to get onto Cregan?
Well, because I made a bad mistake, sir. I suspected every other man on this ship but Cregan at one time or another. The skipper, Challoner, Dr. Lawler, all of them. But Cregan, no. After you, sir.
Thank you. And another thing. Oh, you've got a visitor, I see, Kendall.
What? What do you want, Challoner?
To meet the illustrious Colonel Hacking. And a feeling you'd bring him down here.
Major Challoner, I take it. Look, I'm a little occupied at the moment. If you could come back...
I'm afraid this won't wait, Colonel. You see, your man Kendall, having arrested his murderer, now intends
Major Challoner, our personal differences are no concern of Colonel Hacking.
But they are. It must concern him when one of his officers oversteps the bounds of good manners. That carries on a shipboard flirtation with the daughter of one of the people he came aboard to suspect.
Why don't you come to the point, Major Challoner? I'm not here to listen to your opinion of what constitutes good manners.
I will, Colonel Hacking. To be brief, then, Mr. Kendall
much against my wishes, has been seeing my daughter Sharon. I've warned him to stay away from her. He's filled her head with a lot of nonsense about getting married. Now, I'm dead set against Kendall, and he knows it.
Exactly what has this to do with me?
At least I meet you across the bridge of our mutual rank, Colonel. I should think you will be the first to appreciate that when my daughter marries, if she marries, it will be to an army man.
Oh, I see.
That's all I wish to say, Colonel. I'm sure you'll be able to see my point of view and send Kendall about his business. It's a nice place, Panama. Just hot, though.
Delightful fellow.
Isn't he?
I have a feeling that yours is going to be an eventful story, Kendall. Let's have it, eh?
Listen, Colonel.
I've tried to instill into you and the rest of my staff that a woman in any shape or form means trouble of one kind or another. Is she attractive?
Yes, sir.
More's the pity.
I intend to marry her, sir.
That makes it even more of a tragedy.
Oh, sir,
You were always regarded as one of Colonel Hacking's bright young men. When did you stop living up to that label?
Colonel Hacking.
Oh, do sit down, boy. I want to hear the story of your voyage. Oh, and Kendall, you can leave out all reference to your romantic interludes. All right, now let's have it. The Tangmar leaves Sydney Harbour with you, ensconced as chief officer, and somewhere aboard is a murderer.
Then, due entirely to Dr. Lawler, who'd maintained for some days that our theory of greed being the motive was wrong, I realized that the message Cregan had handed me, purporting to come from you, had been a fake. I tackled Mulcahy, the wireless operator, with it, and at that moment, Cregan came into the wireless cabin. The jigsaw clicked into place as I remembered him telling me that he had a son. As you know, that son was named Peter. His wife's maiden name had been Slavin. She'd gone back to using it when she left Cregan.
And so revenge had been the motive. That was where we were all wrong.
Revenge and the fact that Cregan hated Wherryman.
What?
Well, after he decided I should go overboard that night and lined up Mulcahy to help him, he told me the reason for his broken marriage. Wherryman had once traveled on the same ship that Cregan was serving on. At that time, Cregan's wife and young son were with him. You can guess the rest.
I see. How did you never come to put Cregan in the picture earlier?
Well, I accepted the fact that he spent his every available moment in the engine room. And he listened sympathetically as I discussed the problems I was up against with him and offered to help in any way he could. I fell for that hook, line, and sinker.
Do you remember my telling you in my office in London when I briefed you on the case that everyone on this ship was a suspect?
Yes, I remember.
3 people died because you chose to forget that fact.
Yes, but Colonel Hacking, I
don't think I'm being wise after the event. I am.
Well, I departed from your instructions in one other way, Colonel Hacking.
How was that?
I was forced to tell the passengers that I was with Interpol. I was getting nowhere fast until I had the authority of Interpol to back up my questions.
If that's to try and point out that I was wrong too, then it won't wash, my boy. You were the man on the spot, and it was up to you to make the decisions as to what had to be done. But I'm very grateful to you. It means that Interpol has scored neatly over Scotland Yard, and that's what I set out to achieve. Peter Slavin had been killed by a person or persons unknown. Well, we not only got his killer, we got Cregan. Which reminds me, Kendall, let's go and have a word with him. I want to hear the story from him. Well, Kendall, I'm ready to leave. Cregan's gone ashore under guard. We got our case. I'll see you in England when you get back from Jamaica.
What you mean I'm to...
When I told you to take over this case, you were leaving London on holiday, as I recall. Well, that's how you should regard the rest of this voyage. A holiday. Until you get to Jamaica, anyway.
Colonel Hacking, what are you cooking up?
I'm trying to save you from making a fool of yourself, my lad, that's all.
Colonel,
Oh, and you needn't worry about Miss Challoner leaving the ship here. I've had a word with her. She will stay aboard.
Oh?
I'm amazed to find you show such good taste, Kendall.
When did you see Shah?
I met her below decks. She was packing, I think.
But why the devil is it so important that I go on to Jamaica? I mean, hang it all. My part in this is finished, Colonel.
I'm taking Cregan back to England. By the time you arrive, I shall have the entire case prepared. He's mad as a March hare, of course.
Why do I have to go to Jamaica?
Oh, yes. You know that firm of solicitors, Brancher and Smith, who handled the Wherryman estate?
Yes.
I'd like you to be there when the will is read out.
But that's nothing to do with Interpol.
No? There are 3 beneficiaries left. 2 if you discount Dr. Lawler. and £1 million to share between them. It's a lot of money.
Oh, don't tell me we're back to that again.
No, I didn't mean that. Supposing, for the sake of argument, that money doesn't exist.
I stood there for a moment, watching Colonel Hacking as he grinned at me. I knew he'd tell me what was on his mind in his own good time. But suddenly, I had the feeling that the climax was yet to come in this passage of the Tangmar. Listen, Colonel, are you trying to tell me that this business of Wherryman's will, the £1 million he left to be divided between the 6 beneficiaries, the business of them all taking passage on the Tangmar, are you saying it's a hoax? Passage of the Tangmar. The story of a ship and its cargo of death.
Jump to it. Get those stores below, man. I want the hatches secured in 30 minutes. I'm granting no shore leave until this ship is ready for sea again.
I was standing with Colonel Hacking at the rail of the Tangmar, watching the harbourside activity. I could hear Captain Goddard yelling orders in the background as the stores for our run to Jamaica were slung overside and packed below. Down on the wharf, Cregan, the chief engineer, with his hands manacled, was being hustled into a waiting police car. And I'd always thought the sight of that happening would spell the end of my interest in the voyage. But Hacking had other ideas. Out of the blue, he'd casually stated that I should remain aboard for the last stage of the voyage. Colonel Hacking inserted a cigarette in the ivory holder he invariably used, puffed for a moment contentedly, and then continued.
I didn't say it was a hoax, Kendall. I said it might be. If it is, then I think you should be there when Challoner and Chuka discover the fact.
Why?
I would hate to have to answer for Challoner's behavior under a shock like that. It's obvious the man thinks of himself as a millionaire or close to it even now.
But do you have any proof, Colonel? Is there anything you've learnt since I left England that I don't know?
I've learnt a number of things, Kendall. That firm, Brancher and Smith, who are handling the estate, have been in pretty close touch with me ever since Slavin's death.
And?
There's not the slightest doubt that Ferryman was a millionaire. And we both know there's not the slightest doubt that he was eccentric. His passion for macabre practical jokes and so on. See what I mean?
No.
Willis, haven't you got anything better to do than lean against that ventilator? Get moving, you lazy swabber. Have you scrubbing decks for the rest of the voyage?
Oh, Skipper, you're blasted out.
What was that, Willis?
Nothing, Skipper. I just said it was blasted hot.
You'll find it hotter still if you don't pull your weight.
Did Goddard ever serve in sail?
Colonel Hacking, just what's on your mind?
I have a feeling, Kendall. I can't really put it into words, but it's there just the same. I've been through that will of Ferryman's. I don't like it.
Why not? It seems pretty straightforward.
I hope it is. But if there's any funny business, if Brancher and Smith have bad news for your passengers, then I think you'd better be there.
And that's all you're going to say?
That's all there is to say. What's another week or so to you, anyway? They tell me that all young lovers find Jamaica fascinating.
And if the will doesn't hold up, what's my job?
To make sure that it doesn't cause any further tragedy. Oh, by the way, I've had Jones and Larkey sent ashore. They'll keep Cregan company on the way home. You know, Kendall, after Miller was killed, Cregan had the perfect foxhole, Miller's cabin. Half the time he was supposed to be in the engine room, he was waiting in Miller's cabin for his next victim. Pity you didn't think to lock it.
Well, I'm not making excuses, sir.
No, I know that, Dirk. Give me a murder in the heart of London any time. Here you had an abundance of suspects in a confined space. None of them with alibis that would stand up. Taken by and large, you did a very good job.
Supposing I told you it would be my last job, sir?
Tell me again when you arrive back in England, then I'll listen to you. Well, I'd better be going ashore, Kendall. I'd say your captain was anxious to get underway.
He wants to get through the canal as fast as possible.
Oh, I saved you one unpleasant chore, by the way.
What was that, sir?
Lee Blake's father. I told him about his son.
Oh. How did he take it?
Pretty well. Looked up at me from behind that great desk of his in his shipping office, and then went on talking into the phone about a cargo that was overdue.
It doesn't sound to me as if he...
Don't say as if he cared, Kendall. He cared all right, but he wasn't going to let me see how much. You know, I'm not a vindictive man, but it makes me curl up inside to think that Cregan won't hang. A man commits 3 murders and then becomes a burden on the state for the rest of his natural life. Goodbye, Kendall. Oh, by the way, I saw an odd thing here in Panama yesterday. Cricket match. I've no idea who won. Ended in a brawl. Funny. Well, good luck with the girl, old man. You'll gain a positively frightening father-in-law.
But, Colonel, about that will.
You keep your eyes open and your ear close to the ground. You have not heard the last of Victor Wetherman yet, not by a long shot.
What the devil?
Mr. Kendall, if you've quite finished your little chat, I'd like you to remember you're supposed to be my chief officer. But this boy is in leave.
Oh, Senor Pepe. By the way, did you have any trouble with Captain Goddard?
No, senor. He was only too glad to obtain another passenger. He said I could have my choice of cabins. That there were 4 vacancies.
Yes.
Senor Major, I'm indeed grateful for this opportunity to cross the Caribbean again. And with you paying all my expenses, why should I have the faintest of qualms? But why? Huh? Why, senor?
Well, perhaps I wish to be advised on local customs. After all, I may be staying here in the Caribbean some time. I shall be able to afford it, and what's more...
For such a service, there are plenty of tourist offices, senor Major. One does not usually approach a private detective agency.
Well, if you don't care for the job...
Oh, I wish only to know what I have to do.
Well, your agency informed me that you had plenty of experience in the kind of work I wish you to do. Protecting my daughter from the attentions of certain fortune hunters.
Of course. You know, when the American tourists come to the Caribbean, I'm a very busy man. Panama is full of unscrupulous people who pay attention to heiresses in the hope.
I am not referring to Panama. I'm referring to someone aboard the Tangmar.
Oh. An officer, I suppose. They are always the ones.
An officer, yes. Dirk Kendall. It will be your job to see that he is never alone with my daughter. She was to leave the ship of Panama, but for some reason she changed her mind. Obviously because Kendall, too, was remaining aboard. I want you to make friends with my daughter. Take her mind off this fellow.
Well, Senor Pepe is the right man for you to have approached in so delicate a matter. Now, how far should I go?
Far enough to make Kendall realize that he's wasting his time. Sharon is a gal who will one day be worth a fortune. Kendall is a pauper. By the time we sail, I want you to be at Sharon's side constantly.
Well, that will not be hard. Pardon the question, senor, but is she, is she attractive?
Well, Kendall appears to find her so.
Good. A man should enjoy such an occupation. And in this part of the world, a Latin can compete with a uniform very successfully, I find.
Pepe, let's get one thing completely straight. This is a job. The whole purpose of hiring you will be defeated if my daughter should...
fall in love with me? Well, you can safely leave that to Pepe. The fond farewell when the time comes is my forte. The subtle hint that I am not worth...
Can we leave it at that?
Of course, senor. You can forget this, Senor Kendall. By the time we reach Jamaica, he will have ceased to exist. In your daughter's romantic mind, that is.
I can hardly believe it, Mr. Kendall. A few more days and we arrive in Jamaica. Panama is behind us. And the man Cregan. Do you know, I feel just as if I could see that money right there in front of me now.
Really?
I've been looking everywhere for you, Mr. Kendall, since we left Panama. I wanted to show you the gift I had brought to Martha. Could you spare the time to step down to my cabin?
Tuka, I've been on the bridge for hours, if you don't mind.
Oh, you're tired, of course. Then let me tell you about it. You see, Martha collects small animals, little china animals of every kind. And she's always wanted so much to own a lifelike cobra, with fangs ready to strike.
Whatever for?
I don't know, really. There's no accounting for a woman's taste, is there? I hate to have to look at a cobra very long myself, but I found one. Quite amazingly lifelike, too. The fangs are bared as the snake prepares to strike. Why would she want to own a thing like that? Her place for it's all ready. It's in her china cabinet. Whenever she dusts her pieces, she reminds me about it.
Well, what does she say?
Always the same thing. This, Eddie. She often calls me Eddie, you know, we're alone. This is where we will keep the snake. And do you know something? Oh, Mr. Kendall. Well, I've just had a dreadful thought.
You have?
It couldn't be because of me, could it? I mean, because of my past.
Well, I hope not, Tuka.
It's to serve as a reminder, not Martha. Oh, do I look like a cobra to you, Mr. Kendall?
Well, not a china one, anyway. Tuka, just supposing that when you get to Jamaica, you found... No, it doesn't matter.
Found what?
Nothing. Just thinking aloud, that's it.
Dirk, I've got to talk to you.
Why, what's wrong, Shark?
Well, I'll take myself off. Good night, Miss Challoner. Oh, dear, a cobra just waiting to strike. But Martha knows I wouldn't poison her.
Dirk, ever since we left Panama, I've been trying to get a moment alone with you. Every time I start to look for you, this Senor Pepe appears.
The fellow who came aboard at Panama?
Yes. It's as if he didn't want me to talk to you, Dirk. As if there was some scheme to prevent me seeing you.
He's coming now.
Senorita Challoner, I wondered where you had got to. Your father suggests that we join him for an after-dinner drink. May I take your arm?
Senor Pepe, Miss Challoner is busy at the moment. And unless you want that stupid smile wiped off your face, you'll stop annoying her. Do you understand? We were a few hours out from Panama, and ahead of us lay Jamaica, Savannah Lamar, and the Wherryman Will. But before we reached Jamaica, I had the feeling that the smooth, self-assured Senor Pepe would cause trouble on this passage of the Tangmar.
Annoyed, senorita? You must be under some misapprehension, senor. I bring to her only the message of her father. He would like us both to join him in his cabin. How can this annoy you, senorita?
Passage of the Tangmar. The story of a ship and its cargo of death.
I'm tired of being followed, Senor Pepe. Ever since we left Panama, you've hardly left me alone for a moment. When we sailed, you were a perfect stranger. That's how I wanted to be when we reached Jamaica.
It was the evening of the day following our departure from the Canal Zone, and the Tangmar rode smoothly on the slight swell of the Caribbean Sea. Colonel Hacking had insisted that I remain aboard for the run to Jamaica, and that I be present when the Wherryman Will was read in the presence of the remaining beneficiaries. But at Panama, a certain Senor Pepe had come aboard for the last stage of the voyage, and it was obvious that he'd been pestering Sharon. I looked at the smooth-featured face adorned with the ghost of a moustache and the white, even teeth of Senor Pepe, and he filled the bill. A gigolo. And Sharon was the only woman aboard. But even then I had the suspicion that somewhere behind Pepe's insistence, I could detect the unsubtle hand of Major Challoner.
Shall we go, senorita? You will excuse us, of course, Mr. Kent.
I think that the lady made herself quite clear, Pepe. Vamos. Do I make myself clear?
Senor,
Oh, and Pepe. Just why are you going to Jamaica?
A holiday only. I like to travel.
On the Tangmar?
Well, my cabin is comfortable enough.
You appear to have struck up a friendship with Major Challoner darn quickly.
Well, with only the Major and Mr. Tucker aboard, that is not difficult.
You may not be aware of the fact, but Miss Challoner and I are to be married.
My congratulations, senor. Senorita, I had no idea. The Major didn't mention it.
That's not completely surprising.
Well, I trust I have not offended you too deeply, senorita. I apologize.
Senor Pepe,
Sharon, we're detaining Senor Pepe. He has an appointment with your father. Good night, senor.
Oh, good night, Mr. Kendall, Senor Sharon. My apologies again. I should not wish to intrude.
Sharon, did you see Pepe come aboard?
Yes.
Goddard told me he'd asked for a berth.
And since then, he spent every available moment making himself agreeable to me. That is when he's not with my father.
He seems an odd fellow for your father to know.
Foreigners to father have always been the bottom of the barrel. He's convinced that the world should be made up of Englishmen.
Oh, let's forget him. What do you think of hacking? I believe he had a chat with you.
I felt like a specimen under a microscope. But I think he approved.
He'd better.
Why did he want you to go on to Jamaica?
Well, didn't he tell you that?
No. He came to my cabin as I was packing to go ashore, pointed out that as you were remaining aboard, it was rather a waste of time. I don't think he really dislikes women at all.
He's probably scared stiff of them.
Dirk, I can't believe it's over. That we can stand up here on deck and know that we're quite safe. Know that there's no one watching our every move. Even they sound different, comforting.
Sharon, supposing you were to find that your father wasn't going to inherit a fortune after all.
What do you mean?
Would you still feel the same way about marrying me? About leaving him?
But he is going to inherit a fortune. Why do you ask a question like that?
That doesn't answer my question.
Well, it's a silly question. Of course I'm not going to remain with him. I couldn't now.
That's all I wanted to hear. You happy, Sharon?
Oh, wonderfully. But I can't help feeling a little guilty that I'm so happy.
Guilty?
Because of Alona and Dr. Lawler.
Oh. Did you see him to say goodbye?
No.
He flew back to Sydney from Panama.
And now there are only two of them. 2 men to inherit £1 million between them.
Yes, I hope so.
Dirk, what do you know? That's the second time that you...
Nothing, Sharon. Forget it. I don't know anything. I'm only hoping that Colonel Hacking didn't either.
Senor Major, I think you're wasting your time and my own in this matter. Your daughter has very quickly made me realize that my attentions are unwelcome. I think she will marry this Senor Kendall in spite of you.
I beg you to see that she doesn't, Senor Pepe. And you remember that. I didn't pay for your passage to Jamaica only to get your advice.
What do you have against this man, Major Challoner? He appears to me to be a much pleasanter person than our first conversation led me to expect. I think if the young senorita was my daughter, I would not object to such a union.
I have had quite a few weeks to form my opinion of Kendall. I think you have known him for 2 days.
I talked with him only once, just now. I would suggest that you increase my fee if I am to continue to work for you.
Why?
It could be dangerous. And I have a decided aversion to being physically hurt.
You mean you're afraid of Kendall?
One must be practical in these matters. He's a well-built young man. I had the feeling just now that he would not hesitate to use his fists should I continue to take up your daughter's time.
Well, that's too bad. We made a bargain and I'm sticking to it.
Pity. A great pity. At heart, you know, I'm very romantic. I like to see young people in love. It warms me. And the Caribbean is such a magnificent setting for such affection.
Now, look here, if you're trying to back out now, Senor Pepe...
Not at this very moment. Tell me, Major, what will you do with your portion of the Wherryman estates?
How did you know about that? I didn't tell you.
No, not you, Major Challoner, but the newspapers in Panama were full of the story of the Tangmar and his passengers. That's really why I accepted this employment you offered.
And now you want more money. But if I don't pay you...
What do you think your daughter would say if I told her the reason you brought me aboard? What do you think Senor Kendall would do, huh?
You blackmailing...
Oh, Major, please. We are business associates. Such language between us is unwelcome. I can remove Senor Kendall from your daughter's affections, but it will need careful planning. And to take that amount of trouble, I need much more money.
And I can't pay you anymore. At least not until I collect my share of the Wherryman's fortune.
I see. If anything happened to you between here and Jamaica, Mr. Tucker would become a very wealthy man, would he not?
What are you hinting at?
The difference that £500,000 might make to a man's thinking.
Come in.
Oh, good evening.
What do you want, Tucker? Can't you see I'm engaged?
Oh, Senor Tucker, my name is Pepe. I've been wanting to shake the hand of a man who is so shortly to be so wealthy.
How do you do? I can hardly believe it myself. I suppose they'll be waiting for us out on the wharf, Major, and we shall be driven straight out to Savannah Lamar.
Ah, no. It will be then that your troubles will start, Senor. The moment you receive that money, you will be in danger.
Oh, why?
Well, the Caribbean is a hunting ground for the worst kind of criminal. And a man with £500,000 is bait that even a pleasant criminal would find hard to resist.
Then I shall hire a bodyguard.
My point exactly. My services will be at your disposal.
Well, but now look here, Senor Pepe, I have no
bodyguard. Major Challoner, I find the prospect of working for Mr. Tucker will enchant me much more than my employment with you.
I hadn't really thought. You see, well, until I get the money, I'm a poor man.
Well, I can't wait that long. I'd better start my duties immediately. We shall go to your cabin, Senor.
Oh, will we? But I was just going to take a stroll around the deck.
Then I will escort you.
Senor Pepe, come back here.
It's too late,
I'll pay you more.
You know, you've just offered it and I have refused. You see, our dealings are at an end, Major Challoner. I shall regard your payment of my passage as the settling of our accounts.
I thought you said you didn't like being hurt. You make somebody good.
Well, that wasn't your employ. For Senor Tucker, should the occasion arise, it will be almost a pleasure. Good night, my dear Major. And that is the whole story, Senor Kendall. I was hired to see that you and Miss Challoner were never alone together.
I see. And now you're working for Tucker.
I like him. He's such a pleasant little man.
Now, what exactly is your interest in the Wherryman fortune?
Well, who would not be interested in all that money?
There are 2 men on this ship, each of whom stands to gain £500,000 upon arrival in Jamaica. You came aboard in the employ of one of them, now you're working for the other. I can't believe it's because Tucker appeals to you that much. How long is it since you were in Jamaica?
Only a few weeks ago.
Well, how did you manage to persuade Major Challoner that you were the person he needed? You didn't even know that he would approach a detective agency in Panama.
Well, I followed him there. I spent a few dollars wisely and discovered that he was after certain something. It was not hard.
Why?
Well, I wished to travel aboard this ship to Jamaica without attracting suspicion on the part of either the Major or Mr. Tucker.
For what reason?
To study closely the 2 men involved in the first Wherryman will.
The first?
Exactly, Senor. I am in possession of another will, drawn up by the deceased exactly 2 weeks after the one on which the lawyers Branch and Smith have been operating.
May I see it?
It's a valuable document. I would be foolish to carry it with me.
Well, do you have the name of the beneficiary?
We both know who he is, Senor Kendall. He is in conversation with you at this very moment.
I'd misjudged Senor Pepe. This was no ordinary gigolo. And if he was right, and there was a later will in existence, Major Challoner and Edwin Tuker had traveled halfway across the world for nothing on this passage of the Tangmar. It's my guess you're bluffing, Senor Pepe. If you had a later will of Victor Wedderman's, you would have presented it to Wedderman's lawyers in Jamaica. Just what is your game, Pepe? Passage of the Tangmar. The story of a ship and its cargo of death.
Senor Kendall, you are entitled to your opinion, but I assure you that I am not the man to bluff. I am holding the full hand, and when the time's right, I shall play it.
No matter how I looked at it, Senor Pepe did seem to be in the box seat. And as we stood talking on the main deck of the Tangmar, I couldn't for the life of me see just what he hoped to achieve by telling me of his plans. He told me first of the method he'd used to get aboard the Tangmar, and I was really surprised to find that Major Challoner was still trying desperately to prevent Sharon marrying me. But the showdown with Challoner would have to wait. At this moment, with Jamaica only a couple of days away, I had my hands full with this unexpected sequel to an affair that I'd hoped was concluded in Panama.
You wish to know why I'm telling you all this, senor? Well, it's very simple. When the Major and Mr. Tucker discovered that I am to be the fortunate owner of the Huaraman estate, my life may be in danger.
Oh, you want protection, is that it? I thought you were going to protect Tucker.
Well, I can't watch him while I do so. But the Major's a man of different temperament. Who knows what his reaction will be when he finds that he's still a pauper, an ex-army officer struggling to keep up appearances on a modest pension.
You know all about the other beneficiaries, then?
Naturally.
And when exactly do you plan to tell them of your inheritance?
Well, I thought I'd dinner tonight. Bad news digests best on a full stomach.
If you feel that you might be in danger from either Tucker or Challoner, wouldn't it be wiser to wait until we reach Jamaica?
With a gentleman from Interpol aboard to protect me, I surely have nothing to fear, senor.
Now listen to me, Pepe. You're not leveling with me. If you think Challoner and Tucker have come this far to be cheated out of their inheritance by you, then you better start thinking again. It's not going to happen that way, Pepe. I don't believe there is any second will, and if you take my advice, you'll keep your mouth shut until you can back up what you say with proof. Now, I've got my rounds to take, Senor Pepe. But I'll tell you now, if you start any trouble on this ship, I'll see you in irons by the time we reach Jamaica.
If McLaren hasn't got the hang of those engines by this, he never will have. We've been running at half speed ever since we left Panama.
Don't tell me you want Cregan back aboard, Skipper.
Well, at least he did know those engines, Kendall. I think the new man's afraid of the darn things. Trained in these modern fancy craft where the engines can't go wrong even if they want to. 2 degrees starboard, quartermaster. Watch what you're doing.
I've got it, Skipper. Sorry, sir.
Anything to report, Kendall?
Rounds completed, sir. Ship shape below.
Well, then, what's on your mind?
Certain Senor Pepe.
You mean the Latin?
Exactly.
What's he up to?
Well, it's just that he tells me there's a second will in existence.
What?
Leaving the Wetterman fortune to him.
I don't believe it.
Well, I told him I didn't, but I don't know. What could he hope to gain by claiming a thing like that without the will to back it up?
Now, look, Kendall. We'll be in Jamaica in 2 days at the most, if those engines don't pack up. I've had all the trouble I want on this voyage. If Pepe looks like making more, then throw him in the brig.
Well, I told him that, sir, but I think we'd both better be at dinner tonight.
Why?
Well, that's when Senor Pepe plans to break the bad news to Challoner and Tuca. I think we'd better be there when that happens. Major, why did you hire Senor Pepe in Panama?
I wondered how soon you'd find out about that.
Did you honestly think that such a scheme would work?
You told Sharon about it,
No, and I don't intend to. I don't see much point in letting her despise you more than she does already.
You're very sure of yourself, aren't you? You think that you'll marry her no matter how much I object.
While you keep nursing that bottle, you're not offering her a great deal of choice, are you?
I drink when I wish, and when I need your advice on the matter, I shall tell you.
All right, Challoner. But before either of us loses our heads, let's get it straight. You made a bigger mistake than you realized when you brought Pepe aboard this ship. It was the action of a man who refused to face the truth even when it was staring him out. If that's the best you can do to prevent our marriage, then you've lost already. And if bringing that slimy little fool aboard this ship was the best strategy you were capable of, then I'm damn glad I never had to serve on you.
You hate me, don't you?
Oh, look, man.
Now sit down. I said sit down. Help yourself. No? Well, I will. You mentioned serving under me. There's a grim joke in that. It would have been better if no one had ever had to do that. I think that's why I dislike you so much, Kendall. You've seen through me. You've seen the yellow streak that I've tried to hide from everyone. Major Challoner. Major. Why do you think I live in a cottage away from London where I don't have to see the officers I knew walk to the other side of the road when they see me coming? You were right, Kendall. I am afraid. I'm afraid now of losing my share of Wetterman's fortune. And I'm afraid of losing my daughter and having to face myself alone.
Challoner, I don't want
the
to...
The first day I stepped aboard the Tangmar and saw you on the deck, I saw myself in the days when the wherryman knew me in India. Knew the young officer who was climbing the ladder. That's the humor of a situation that's beyond my control. Wherryman left a share of his fortune to that young man who suddenly became a coward. That young man who grew into a major and who only just missed being court-martialed. They invalidated me out, and I managed to convince myself that it was they who were wrong.
Until you heard that Wherryman had left you a fortune.
Oh, it was all right at first. But as this voyage progressed, I was haunted more and more by fear. The fear that I might be the next one to die. Yet, underneath that, I almost hoped I would be the next. At least it would mean I wouldn't have to hate myself as I reached out my hands for my share. And my hands will tremble, Kendall, and tremble with greed when I observe them and know that those hands belong to a man who's taking something to which he has no right.
Major.
The officer Wherryman knew is dead. The man who'll collect that money has no right to it. Do you wonder I can't bear the thought of being alone with that knowledge?
Challoner, you've given me a dozen reasons why you need Sharon with you. This time I believe you.
Don't take her from me, Kendall. She's all I have. The one person who remembers me as I used to be.
I'm sorry, Major.
She's so like her mother.
I've got to go, Major.
Do me a favor, will you? Lock the door as you go out.
Why?
I feel safer, that's all. Safer, Kendall.
Captain Goddard, will the Tangmar be sailing straight home for England?
Depends on cargo, Miss Challoner. And I suppose I'll have to find a new first officer, eh, Kendall?
Well, it looks like it, Skipper.
Pity. Still, even if you stayed at sea, I suppose you'd want to be off this ship. Too many unhappy memories.
Well, and some very happy ones, sir.
Perhaps we could sail back with you, Captain. Dirk and myself.
Then I'd never get any work out of him. He'd probably run us aground thinking about you.
I hope you'll both be very happy, Miss Challoner.
Major Challoner, sit down. You know, I have news for you. News that I think you should hear at once.
Senor Pepe, don't be a blasted fool.
You better be sure of your facts, Pepe.
But, senors, I am sure. I thought I had made that quite clear.
If you've anything to say, Pepe, say it and get it over and done with. We'll tell you if we think it's worth that self-satisfied smirk.
Dirk, what is it? What's wrong?
Wait, sir.
Suddenly you all look very worried, upset. Tell me, Mr. Kendall, did you ever hear of the strange practices of our country? Voodoo?
Voodoo? Well, of course, but what...
I'm coming to that, senor. Until his death, Senor Wherryman had been a fine figure of a man. He strode through his plantations at Savannah La Mar like a man of half his 80 years. And then he died quite suddenly. And in those last few days of his life, he was a wasted, shrunken caricature of himself.
Will you get to the point, Pepe?
Or you mean the will? Yes, of course. But first I wish to tell you how Senor Wherryman came to sign it. I worked for him in his house. I give him my love, my affection, years of service. Always he had promised me that when he died I should be treated as the son he had never had. And then one day he returned from Jamaica to tell me that he had drawn up his will. He was laughing, and he told me of the beneficiaries and why I had left them his money.
Go on, Pepe.
I asked him for my reward, the money he had promised me for so long. And he laughed. He patted me on the head and said that perhaps he would give me a glowing reference before he died, so that I would get another job. Within a few weeks he was dead, and only I was there to tend him. Pepe, the despised man of mixed blood.
You mean you killed him?
The doctor said he died from natural causes. But before he died, he wrote another will. He left everything to me. To me! And I swore that each of you, each of those to whom he had left part of his fortune, would know this. Know it. When you were so close. Know it and live to beg me to share that fortune with you.
So now I knew. Senor Pepe was consumed with hate for the memory of Victor Wherryman. If there was a second will, there was no glimmer of hope for Tucker and Challoner in this passage of the Tangmar.
There are only the two of you now. I had hoped that all six of you would be alive to hear the news together, so that I might watch your faces and see the realization dawn. I am the heir to the Wherryman estates. They are mine.
Passage of the Tangmar. The story of a ship and its cargo of death.
But, Mr. Pepe, there must be a mistake. Surely you're joking. Of course, yes, that must be it. You offered me your services to protect me against people who were going to steal my money. Oh, tell me it's all a joke, Senor Pepe, tell me.
Two days out from Panama, and in the dining room lounge of the Tangmar we sat, all of us. Captain Goddard, Challoner, Sharon and myself, watching the color drain from Chuka's face as he leapt to his feet, pleading with Senor Pepe to reassure him. And Pepe smiled at him, the white teeth glinting beneath the thin black moustache. At least now we knew Pepe's real reason for joining the ship at Panama. And watching the slim, dark-skinned man, I'd been prepared to dismiss as a gigolo. I knew he was enjoying this moment of triumph. Watching him, I could see the ease with which he'd slip off the veneer of civilization and give himself up to the beat of the drums and the voodoo rites of Jamaica. When Major Challoner had brought Pepe aboard, he'd caught himself a tiger.
I demand that you answer me, senor. Is this some horrible joke?
If you're lying, Pepe...
You don't believe he's lying, Captain. Neither do I. We've wasted our time, Chuka. We've cringed and lived in fear of our lives on a voyage of death in order to lose now. You're right, Chuka. It is a joke. Don't reach out towards me now, Sharon. I don't need you. Will you excuse me, Captain? I think I'll go to my cabin.
Major Challoner.
Oh, no, Kendall. Stay where you are. Learn the details of the second will. You know, the thing I find most amusing, Captain Goddard.
What?
Who'll pay you now for bringing us across the world? Will Pepe? Will he pay you for a passage? Ask him, Captain Goddard. Rather, go down on your knees and beg him to pay for your wasted voyage.
What's wrong, Pepe? Didn't the Major behave as you thought he should? Didn't he let you have the moment of triumph you've been waiting for?
Well, when the shock of realization is over, then he will come to me. And you, Senor Tucker, you wish to make a bargain with me?
There'll be no bargains, Pepe.
You doubt that I have the second will? Is that it? You doubt the truth of my story? Well, I will show you. I will show all of you. You can read it for yourselves.
I thought that swine said he didn't have the will with him.
He said it was in a safe place. I thought if he got worked up enough, he'd produce it.
Do you think he's telling the truth, Dirk?
I don't know.
It can't be true. I refuse to believe it.
Hold your horses, Tuka. Let's see the will first, huh?
Dirk, I'd better go to my father.
I think he'd rather be alone, Sharon.
No matter what's been between us, Dirk, between my father and me, I know he needs me now. I'm the only person he can turn to.
All right, Sharon.
I shan't be long, Dirk.
Yeah, women. There's no understanding them, Kendall.
No, Sharon's right, Skipper. He does need her now. And after what I know about Challoner, he just gave the greatest performance of his life.
How can you sit there talking normally? Oh, this is dreadful, dreadful. All those others, they died just because of this will of Wherryman's. And now to find out that...
I said wait until we've seen the will, Tuka. Pepe will be back with it very soon.
There's no need for you to leave the others, Sharon. I'd much prefer to be alone just now anyway.
You don't mean that, Father.
Sharon, I talked with Kendall this afternoon. And in view of Pepe's news, it seems that I talked just in time. You know, I'm almost relieved about Wherryman's will.
What?
And the reason doesn't matter. Not now. Perhaps someday Kendall will explain it to you, but I doubt it. He's not likely to repeat what I told him about myself.
Shall I pour you a drink, Father?
No, my dear. Oh, quite suddenly, it's not too difficult to live with myself. Now there'll be no question of being tempted when I reach Jamaica. Oh, Sharon, it's not a pretty picture that I've painted for you since we left Sydney or any other time, I'm afraid. I dare say I can get a housekeeper into the cottage.
Does that mean that you don't intend to stop my marriage to Dirk?
Could I have stopped it, eh? Now, could I? You know, it's an old axiom of military tactics that when you can't advance any further in the face of overwhelming odds, you consolidate.
But why has it taken this long to convince you?
Why? Well, because I'm a stubborn, bad-tempered and vicious old man. Now,
face to face with what should be the greatest catastrophe of my life. Losing a fortune when it was almost within my hands. I can only feel relief.
I never heard you speak this way before.
Which is all the more reason why you should marry that damn fool as fast as you can. You had every right to expect to hear me talk gently. Every right. After Kendall had gone this afternoon, I found myself looking at Major Challoner. It seemed that once having started to talk, I couldn't stop. I didn't much like what I found either, Sharon.
But that money meant everything to you.
Oh, you're right, Miguel. It did. It meant that I'd be able to buy the respect I forfeited a long time ago. But I couldn't buy you, Sharon. Go on back to the others, Miguel.
I'd like to stay and talk to you. It seems I never have before.
All right. Stay. But if you dare at any stage to give me that guff about not losing a daughter, etc., I'll go back to the bottle.
I won't, Father. I promise you.
Oh, that gloating swine is taking a mighty long time to find that will, Kendall.
He's enjoying himself. Enjoying keeping us on tenterhooks.
Just what went wrong with this voyage, Kendall? Why did it have to be my ship? First a blasted maniac, and now Pepe talking about voodoo.
I just don't know how I shall ever face Martha after this. She counted so much on the money.
Keep your head, Tuker. If Victor Wherryman's sense of humor was as twisted as I think it was, Pepe's in for a surprise.
I don't understand that, Kendall.
So you're still here, huh? Waiting for me. Now, before I show you this document, you still have time to make a bargain, Senor Tuker. Now, if you will come to terms with me, I will forget this will. All I ask is half of what you will get under the terms of the old will. Only half, Senor Tuker. And half from Major Challoner. And
no, Pepe, for all we know, that might be a blank piece of paper.
Oh, you think so, huh? Then you look at it. Here. Try to explain that away, senor. Observe the date.
Let me see that, Kendall.
Just a minute, Tuker. So the last one on testament with me is I, Victor Wherryman, being of sound mind, do on this date there, so.
Please, Kendall, what does it say?
Come on, man.
Pepe's right. This document does leave the entire Wherryman estate to him.
What?
No.
I'm afraid so.
Now you see.
All too clearly, Pepe. You've been very clever. But then so was Wherryman. Had he liked nothing better than to have the last laugh? You say he was on his deathbed when he made this will?
Well, he was only alive for a little while after he signed that.
Do you remember what he said when he signed it?
Of course I remember. He said, Pepe, you will be taken care of. You will be looked after. Of that you may be sure.
I see.
Then there's no hope, Kendall. No hope at all.
On the contrary, Tuker, Pepe's right about the will. It's dated later than the one that brought you out here. Here, take it, Pepe.
Thank you, Senor.
Take good care of it and present it to Brancher, and Smith.
But I have said...
They'll laugh at you, Pepe. Just as Wherryman was laughing. Laughing when he drew that will up.
What did you say?
Didn't you realize that will would need witnessing? It's a useless piece of paper, Pepe. Just as Wherryman knew it would be. What could you be expected to know of wills? It was enough for you that it was drawn up after the other one. But it wasn't witnessed, Pepe, and there's no court in the world that would accept it.
Witness? Now, what does that mean?
That it had to be signed in the presence of witnesses who would also sign it.
You're lying to me.
It was Wherryman who did that. Did you think he'd let you get away with it? Why, he's probably laughing at you at this very moment, Pepe.
He cheated me.
Well, since you brought about his death, or thought you did, I'd say you were just about even, Pepe.
Then we're safe, Kendall. The money's ours.
Look out, Dirk. He's got a knife.
I'll kill you for this, senor.
Drop it, Pepe. Drop it. Get back against the wall, Tuker.
But we should keep Kendall.
Keep out of it, both of you. We've had this coming for a long time, Pepe. This one is for Victor Wherryman. Well, I'll dump him in the brig, Skipper. Let him cool off before we get to Jamaica.
Dirk, you're bleeding.
It's all right, Sharon. Senor Pepe just found out that will isn't worth the paper it's written on.
Come to my cabin, Dirk. I'll bandage your arm for you. And then I want you to see my father. He's got news for you. Good news.
Go with her, Kendall. I'll take care of Pepe. I have a feeling Challoner is going to like the news you've got for him even more, Kendall.
Ahead of us lay Jamaica. And for Tucker and Challoner, a half share each in £1 million. But as I looked down at Sharon, I wouldn't have traded places with either of them on this passage of the Tangmar.
Secure forward.
Secure forward.
Secure aft.
Secure aft.
Finish with engines, quartermaster.
Passage of the Tangmar. The story of a ship and its cargo of death.
Jamaica, Kendall, and it's over. The voyage I'll spend the rest of my life trying to forget. Bosun, have Senor Pepe brought topside and taken ashore under guard. There's a welcoming committee waiting for him on the wharf.
I could see the local police waiting for Pepe, but I was searching for someone else. The representative of the legal firm of Brancher, and Smith, who would escort Major Challoner and Edwin Tucker to Savannah Lamar and take them through the formality of becoming, each one of them, £500,000 richer. 2 days before, after the business with Pepe, I'd talked with Major Challoner, and he'd withdrawn his objections to my marriage to Sharon. But when I'd told the gaunt-faced Major that the will Pepe had boasted of was a useless scrap of paper, he'd refused to believe me. Even now, I wondered if Major Challoner expected to return to England without his share of the Wherryman fortune. Only the firm of Brancher, and Smith would be able to convince him. And then, from the bridge, I saw the white-suited, Panama-hatted figure of a man moving towards the gangplank. There was no doubt in my mind that this was the person I most wanted to see.
Ahoy there! May I come aboard?
What do you think he wants, Kendall?
Well, can't you guess, Skipper? Even in that rig-out, he looks as if he's mentally wearing a barrister's wig.
If your name is Brancher, come aboard.
Thank you.
Let's get down on deck and meet him, Kendall.
Right.
Just, what did you say to Challoner, eh? He's been a different man this last couple of days.
I noticed you even let him come up on the bridge.
Well, how did you do it?
Oh, I didn't do anything. Challoner told me something that must have been gnawing at him for years. When he'd spoken of it, he seemed to feel a sense of relief, that's all.
Is that why he's agreed to your marriage to Sharon?
Relief, you mean?
No, you damn fool, so that he'll have a shoulder to cry on. Yours.
Oh, he won't need any shoulders.
Oh, Captain Goddard.
That's right. This is Mr. Kendall, my first officer. And you'd be...
Brancher. Our firm is handling the details of the Wherryman estate. Now, I have a car waiting and not a great deal of time at my disposal, so if I could see the two remaining beneficiaries as soon as possible...
They're in the saloon. I don't think either of them quite had the courage to wait on deck.
Can I see them now?
Well, of course you can. This way.
Mr. Brancher, there is just one thing before you see them. You've been informed of the kind of voyage we've had.
Dreadful, Mr. Kendall, dreadful.
You can say that again. And it wasn't made any easier by your local boy, Pepe, turning up in Panama.
I could hardly believe my eyes when I was handed your radioed report on that. But you can rest assured that Pepe had nothing to do with Wherryman's death. Half of these mixed bloods still believe in voodoo.
but Wherryman died of natural causes.
What makes you so sure?
I saw him shortly before the end.
Well, does that prove anything, Mr. Brancher? Personally, I think Pepe's voodoo might have done the trick.
No, you can't be absolutely certain of these matters, of course, but strange things do happen in Jamaica, but I'd prefer to believe otherwise.
Wouldn't we all?
Well, that wasn't my point, Brancher. Tucker and Challoner have both been through a great deal. Unless their claim to the Wherryman estate is watertight, I think you'd better break it very gently.
Mr. Kendall, there is nothing to prevent both of them leaving Jamaica within the next few days with the whole matter settled. The will in our possession, the will that brought them here, is absolutely watertight.
In here, then. Mr. Tucker, Major, this is Mr. Brancher of the legal firm handling the Wherryman estates.
How do you do?
And before we go any further, let me be the first to tell you that your worries are over. A car ride to Savannah Lamar, and you're both in clover for the rest of your lives.
If you gentlemen would get your things together as soon as possible, we can be on our way.
Mr. Kendall, there's no mistake. You're quite positive.
Well, you heard the man, Tucker.
Well, now go and get packed straight away. Excuse me, Mr. Brancher. Gentlemen, I suppose this will be goodbye then, Mr. Kendall.
Yes, it rather looks like it, Tucker.
Then will you do me a last favour, please? I know I've no right to ask it, but I'd be most grateful if you'd accept a small wedding gift from me. That cobra. I don't think, after all, I'll take it home to Martha. Thank you.
Kendall, you'll find Sharon waiting for you in my cabin. I've already said goodbye to her. She'll be going back to England with you.
If you would hasten your departure, Major Challoner,
Young man, you'll wait until I am ready to leave. Is that clear?
Oh, of course, sir. It's only that
If you imagine that I've annoyed and troubled these two gentlemen since we left Sydney in order to be run off my feet by a pompous young pipsqueak now that I've reached Jamaica, you are wrong, sir. Now go on. I'll be able to join you as soon as I've talked with Captain Goddard and Kendall.
Yes, of course, Major. I assure you that
Close the door. Kendall, there's a great deal I have to say. And well, then again, perhaps it's best left unsaid.
You're here, Major. That's all that should matter to you.
It was all that mattered once, that I should reach here, but not anymore. I won't be in England for your marriage, Kendall. I think I'll stay on here for a while. Perhaps when I do get back, you'll allow me to visit you.
Well, of course, Major.
I realize that the girl's in love with you, but don't you think it's a bad way to begin?
What?
Well, keeping her waiting, you young fool.
Goodbye, Major.
Are you flying back to England, Kendall?
Yes, Skipper. On the first available plane.
Captain Goddard, I'm not looking for charity, I can assure you, but without Sharon, I think you know what I mean. Would you be my guest at dinner tonight? At the moment I return from Savannah Lamar.
I suppose I'll have to be. We seem the only two left.
Thank you, Captain. Well, now I'll go out and bully that legal eagle again. By the time we reach Savannah Lamar, I can assure you he'll have his wings very thoroughly and severely clipped.
Oh, are we really going back to England, Dirk?
Unless I'm dreaming this flight.
Can we see the harbour from up here?
Yeah. Look, right below us. There she is, the Tangmar. Well, needs a new coat of paint.
I'm glad, in spite of everything, that I was aboard her.
You better be, Miss Challoner. There's no backing out now.
Well, that cuts both ways.
You think I dare? Your father's another man I'd like to have on my trail.
Does it seem awfully silly to tell you that I'm going to miss him? The father I knew at the end of the voyage, I mean.
No, I got to know him too, you know. He finally came out from behind that bristling moustache.
Do you mind if I tell you something?
Go right ahead.
I was furious when I first met you on the Tangmar. You seemed to join the others in admiring Ilona Fedorov.
I did not.
Not even a little bit?
Well?
Well?
Not even a little bit.
Liar.
Well, how was I to know that ogre who guarded you day and night was human underneath?
And you bearded him in his den and rescued the princess.
And they lived happily ever after. At least they're going to have a darn good try.
Oh, darling.
Sharon, I'm going to leave Interpol.
You don't have to.
Well, I'll probably have to go to seeing some down-at-heel old tramp. Tangmar did it. I've got the smell of the sea in my nostrils again. You mind?
Well, providing no one on board has a gun nor a will. Agreed?
Agreed. Oh, Sharon. Do you mind being kissed on a crowded place?
Dobson, don't be a clot. If Kendall's out there, of course I want to see him. Man comes halfway across the world to make his report and... Come in, man, come in.
Well, that sounds as if the weather's worse in here than it is outside, Colonel Hacking.
Don't try to be clever, Kendall. Sit down.
May I sit down, too?
Well, I shouldn't allow you in here, Miss Challoner, but I see by the look in Kendall's eye that I'd better not refuse. Before we exchange any small talk, Kendall, let me bring you up to date. Cregan will never stand trial, that's a certainty. He's in Broadmoor Asylum, mad as a March hare. That wireless operator Mulcahy, who helped him, is due to stand trial in a few weeks' time, and Jones is going to be our chief witness. I'll need your evidence for that case, too, of course.
Yes, of course, Colonel, but, how the devil did you know about Senor Pepe? What gave you the idea about that second will?
I didn't have a clue, my boy. I had nothing to go on but a vague suspicion that all was not well in Jamaica. It was as simple as that. Call it intuition, if you like.
Oh, isn't that usually the prerogative of the female sex, Colonel Hacking?
Is it? Well, I'm using it now. I have no proof that you intend to marry and leave the service, Kendall.
But I told you I...
Yes, you hinted at it in Panama, but now it's definite, isn't it?
Well,
Good thing, too. I dislike using married operators. They rarely have their mind completely on the job in hand, and Interpol depends on complete dedication, at least my branch of it does. Oh, by the way, I heard from Jamaica this morning that Tukar's on his way back to Australia. Challoner, of course, is remaining there.
Well, do you want my full report now, sir?
I've got most of the facts here. And I'd prefer you to drag yourself away from your fiancé, say, tomorrow morning, so that we can prepare our complete file.
Don't let him bluff you, Sharon. That growling is only for show.
All right, you can buzz off now. I got work to do. Goodbye.
But, Colonel,
Another time, Miss Challoner, because my agents desert me. It doubles my work. Good morning.
Come on, Sharon. Forecast is for squalls.
And close the door as you go out, Kendall.
Listen, Colonel Hacking, I haven't
finished. Neither have I. I wish you all the luck in the world, my boy. Both of you. Oh, and Kendall, I've pulled a few strings. If you want it, there's a first officer's berth on a brand new ship waiting for you. Well, goodbye. I really must get on.
And so ends Passage of the Tangmar by Alan Trevor. As Dirk Kendall, you heard Nigel Lovell. Others in the cast were Major Challoner, Don Pascoe, Ilona Fedorov, Dinah Shearing, Captain Goddard, Gordon Glenwright, as Sharon Challoner, Pat Crocker, Edwin Tuker, Lionel Stevens, Chief Engineer Cregan, Al Thomas, Dr. Martin Lawler, Robert Stewart, Lee Blake, Rick Hutton, Ben Miller, Derek Barnes, Seaman Jones, Stuart Ginn, Senor Pepe, Guy Dolman, and as Colonel Hacking, Athol Fleming. Passage of the Tangmar was directed by Donald McKay in the Sydney studios of Amalgamated Wireless Australasia Limited.
The CBS Radio Mystery Theater presents... Come in. Welcome. I'm E.G. Marshall, waiting to explore with you what is often puzzling and always slightly beyond rational understanding. This story is real, and what happened goes back almost 100 years when Joseph Conrad recorded it. Then, even more so than now, the word Congo had acquired sobering connotation. Sobering indeed, as a commercial trader was to discover. Kills. Wake up. Wake up, man.
Well, what is it?
Listen. What do the drums mean?
How should I know? Go back to bed, Carl.
I can't sleep.
I'll ask McCall. You stay inside the house. That's an order, Kalia. I don't want to lose you.
Our mystery story, The Warriors from Loanda, is adapted from a story by Joseph Conrad and was written especially for the Mystery Theater by Roy Windsor. It stars Bob Dryden and William Griffiths. It is sponsored in part by Contact, the 12-hour cold capsule, and X-Lax. I'll be back shortly with Act One. Man is gregarious. He likes the company of others. When men are deprived of human companionship, they undergo subtle changes. They hold conversations only with themselves. Solitary confinement is brutal punishment. It requires strong nerves to endure it. Mental change causes physical change, and a man released from isolation looks different and sounds different. Keep that in mind as we meet the director of the Dutch Great Trading Company. He is saying goodbye to Caertz and Collier aboard his steamer.
Have you any questions, Caertz?
No, Herr Director.
You are in charge. Collier takes his orders from you. Is that understood, Collier?
Yes, Herr Director.
This is not Amsterdam. It is the Congo. The jungle is dangerous and enveloping. I have left you with 10 men, all employed by the company, but responsible to you. They will keep the trading post clear. Mikola and his wife have survived here for years. He keeps the storehouse with its cloth and trinkets for barter.
I will rely on him.
The responsibility of the post is yours. We expect you to collect ivory. The company is generous with rewards for agents who are industrious. I am proceeding upriver. I will not return for 6 months.
By then, Herr Director, I will have filled the storehouse with tusks.
Good. You have ample food, and if you treat Gabila's tribe with decency and consideration, his hunters will bring you game and produce. Is there anything more?
No, Herr Director, we understand perfectly.
Then I will say goodbye.
We will step ashore.
Goodbye, Herr Director.
Well, Collier.
Oh, he's wonderful.
I feel like an overlord. A raised house with a veranda that overlooks the Congo. 10 men to do the work. Mikola and his wife to manage the storehouse. What more could we want? And the ivory tusks everywhere in exchange for a piece of cloth or a trinket. 6 months, Collier. 6 months, and we will be rich. You'll be rich. Your turn will come. But after you've made your fortune, I will meet your boat in Amsterdam and we'll celebrate our wonderful adventure in Africa.
Look how the sun casts a bar of gold across the river. Surface doesn't seem to move. I haven't seen Mikola since... Oh, he's coming down to us.
Well, Mikola, we have been admiring the view.
You must be careful, Tuan. It is a dangerous river.
Ah?
The crocodile is very swift. You see there? What looks like a branch. It does not move downstream. Crocodile. You turn your back and he is upon you. That is why our house is on stilts. We fear the crocodile more than any other animals in the jungle.
Just how do we go about the bartering, Mikola? I don't speak the native language. I suppose I could manage the sign language.
I speak the tongues. The natives come with tusks. I speak with them. You make the decision, Tuan.
The director says that Gibola, is that right, Gibola?
Yes, he is chief of a local tribe. Very friendly.
Does he supply tusks?
No, Tuan. His people hunt only for food and have a village. They do not wander through the jungle. It is the wandering tribes who hunt for ivory, and they bring the tusks to our trading post.
And they exchange ivory for cloth and trinkets?
Knives, bells, beads. We have many things.
Extraordinary.
The director speaks to me about the 10 men, Tuan.
Oh, he did? And what did the director have to say?
Tuan, it is very hot here. Men must be made to work. If they plant seeds, you will have plenty of produce. Over there was a clearing for growing vegetable.
There? Good heavens, it's a thicket. You say there was a garden there?
Agent before you had men clear the land.
He also had the house built, didn't he?
Yes, Tuan. He was, artist. He spent many hours painting on canvas.
Kids, look up there on the hill behind our house, close to that huge banyan tree.
A cross. A tilted cross. Is that where the first agent was buried, Makola?
Yes, Tuan.
Chewed up by a crocodile, Makola?
No, Tuan. Of fever.
Well?
They are no better than first agents I have to bury in ground.
Oh, do you like these men?
They seem nice men.
You should be the agent.
Perhaps one day. But the director pays me well. We will see.
The Congo is not good for these men who come from where it is cold and where heavy fog creeps over the shore and the land has no sun.
This is our land, and the land is their enemy.
Blast the sunset. Day after day after day after day. Like a cauldron of red-hot metal pouring over the black jungle. That silent, deadly river. Sometimes I think I shall go mad, Gaius.
Only a month now, Galia. The steamer will be along in a month. If it weren't for my daughter, Mary, you wouldn't catch me here.
If it hadn't been for that brother-in-law of mine, maybe I'd still be in the army. Or any place but here. He got me this appointment knowing I'd be miserable in the heart of this blasted continent.
Did your brother-in-law persuade you that you'd make your fortune as a trader? Did he urge you to leave the army? No?
That's neither here nor there.
I see.
What do you see? Were you discharged from the administration of telegraphs? Is that why you're here?
No. I left to earn a dowry for my daughter. She's 17. She's all I have. Mary lives with my sister. My wife is dead. When I have saved enough for her dowry...
You'll never have it. You were supposed to collect ivory. Supplies pitiful. The trading station looks abandoned and the men do nothing.
That will do. Shall I remind you, Collier, that I am the agent and that you are my assistant?
Yes, sir. What will you tell the director when he asks to see the ivory? And asks about the garden and the fencing and the new landing stage that the men wouldn't work?
Hold your tongue, Collier.
If you weren't in charge...
Yeah, but I am, and don't you forget it. Now get down to Macola's hut and tell him to come here to the house. Well,
look down there, Kyle.
Huh?
I've never seen them before. In front of the storehouse with Makola and his wife.
Fierce-looking devils, aren't they? I wonder where the tribe comes from. I better go down.
No, wait. Makola's wife is coming up here. Makola seems to be quarreling with her leader, pacing back and forth and gesturing. They don't appear to be friendly.
Makola sends me, Tuan.
Oh? Well, speak up, woman. What is it?
Makola says you are not to leave house. They are dangerous men, Tuan.
Get your revolver, Kalia.
No, Tuan. They also have guns.
I will not have Makola threatened.
He will barter with them. Do not go down there.
They have brought tusks. Well?
Oh, they are fierce men, Tuan.
Well, who are they? Where do they come from?
From the coast, from Loanda. They are warriors. Makola will talk with them, but you stay here. The natives from Loanda are dangerous.
I won't be intimidated by ignorance.
I think you will be, Cats. I will. Against 10 men armed with spears and guns? They'd leave us dead. Our director wouldn't like that, would he?
Shut up. Now, when Makola has gotten rid of them, tell him to come up here.
He will come up here, Tuan.
I should thank you, Cats. Not that I would have obeyed you.
When I give an order...
But you didn't. Because you're afraid to go down there. So am I. But I admit it.
The men are leaving.
And Makola has gone into his heart. Look, there's his wife coming up from the shore. She circled the clearing. She's afraid, too.
We should always carry our revolvers with us. I intend to.
You cannot, Makola. The director will be angry.
He will never know. I cannot stand up to the men from Loanda. They threaten all of us. They have guns.
But the trader and the assistant...
There will be no trouble.
Oh, they will know.
That may be. I am loyal to Great Trading Company, but also to you, to the children. The warriors threaten to kill us.
How is it to be done?
I have arranged it in my head. It is better you do not know. Better for them, too.
100 years ago, the jungles of Africa were impenetrable. It truly was the dark continent. 2 men are isolated there. What happens to them will unfold when I return shortly with Act 2. From the beginning of recorded time, man has been driven to explore and to plunder for survival. And from England, Belgium, the Netherlands, explorers lay claim to the riches in undeveloped regions. And they were followed by traders, such as Cairds and Collier, who manned outposts on jungle rivers to barter for ivory. 2 isolated men who await Makola and his explanation about those unfamiliar warriors from Loanda.
Takes his own good time, doesn't he?
The sun's going down. That's a blessing. It's positively balmy. Can't be more than 95 degrees. Perhaps we should go for a swim.
You're a fool. Congo gives me the shivers.
For heaven's sake.
Huh? What is it?
Isn't that smoke?
Huh?
See there, off the right. Isn't there smoke rising above the trees?
Yes, it is. 3 columns of it. Makola?
Yes? Yes, one Cairds, yes?
What's that over there?
Smoke?
Yeah, I can see that.
Fire. Villages burn.
Shouldn't we take our men and try to help?
No. It is too late.
Is that Gibola's village?
I do not know. It is close by.
And you don't care? Gibola's our friend.
Let's call out the men, Cairds.
Ring the gong.
No, Herr Cairds. When villages are burned, natives have been driven out. No one will be there.
Who drove them out?
Could be the Loanda.
The blighters who were here late this afternoon?
They are bad men.
Did they threaten you, Makola?
We argue about tusks.
Oh. They have ivory?
Very much. Do you get more ivory?
Yeah, certainly. We haven't collected very much in the past 5 months. Of course I want ivory, as much as they have.
Then I arrange for it. The director will be pleased.
I should hope so.
Director also asked about fencing and new landing stage.
The men he left with me simply won't work.
Well, maybe, Tuan, if you show them good time, tomorrow they will work. Give them party tonight.
What a wonderful idea. You to give them a party for doing nothing. Isn't that novel?
Palm wine has gone sour. I give it to them and they enjoy themselves. Tomorrow they will work.
Well, go ahead. Why not?
You stay in house, yes? It is dangerous.
You stay with me, Collier. One of them might go off his head. That's an order.
You and your orders. Ridiculous. You have fever, Tuan. You stay quiet. Fever will burn away. I will take palm wine to men. You do not leave house, Tuan.
Why should we have anything to fear from our own men?
Let me point out something I have said before. I am the agent in charge here, and you are my assistant.
The person in charge is McCullough, and don't try to deny it.
You will not call me ridiculous in front of a servant. I won't stand for that kind of insubordination. If it happens once more...
Yes, what will you do?
I'll discharge you.
You mean throw me out of our castle on stilts? This vermin-infested hutch of a platform? You're welcome to the whole place. I'll head downstream to the coast.
Well, you may do what you please, but you won't survive a day in the jungle. I've warned you, Collier. Now go to bed. Take your quinine and go to bed.
You may go to hell.
It couldn't be worse than this.
Chaos, wake up. There's trouble in the camp.
Who? What is it? Well, we'll go back to bed.
That's a yell for help. Go down there. Take your revolver.
No, it's just one of the men drunk on the palm wine.
Do you hear that? Go down there, Chaos. That's one of our men.
McCullough.
You're in charge here. That's what you tell me all the time. What kind of man are you?
Intelligent enough not to risk my life for a dead native.
And I'm dizzy.
Fever. Forget what you heard and go back to sleep. We will find out in the morning.
Oh, I have to go to the camp.
Do what you please, but remember the cross on the hill.
He died of fever.
That's right. Do you prefer a bullet? You're up, Collier. You look better.
Where'd the men?
Well, they will straggle down shortly. I'll call again.
Oh, there's McCullough.
Come up here and McCullough.
He doesn't appear to be excited. Maybe he didn't hear the gunshot.
When did you wake me up?
It was almost 3 o'clock.
Yes, Tuan Cares.
Where are the men?
They went last night with the coast people, the LOANDA.
What? They deserted?
They go away, Tuan.
But they can't. They're company men, employed by great trading companies.
They were no good.
The director will be furious.
He will like the ivory.
Ivory?
Down there, Kayats. In front of the storehouse.
Good Lord. I never saw such a collection. The LOANDA returned and...
You say barter with them, and they have many tusks. You wish to see it, Tuan?
Good work, McCullough. I will certainly mention this to the director. Wonderful. Are you coming, Collier?
Oh, yes, I'm all right.
You should stay in bed here, Tuan Collier. You have fever. The sun is hot.
First, I must see the ivory. That's why we came to this desolate place.
Beautiful. And never saw such tusks, Macola.
I will weigh and store for the director.
What did you have to give for it, Macola?
No regular trade. They bring ivory. I tell them to take what they want. The LOANDA need carriers very badly. Our men were no good here, Tuan. No trade, no entry in books. All correct.
You gave them our men? You exchanged the company men for these tusks? You sold them into slavery?
The men were no good to us.
Oh, you scoundrel. What a vile thing to do, sell our men for ivory. The director will hear about this, I swear it. I've never heard of a more despicable act. You have no more duties here, Macola. You and your family are to leave at once.
You are very red, Herr Kurtz. If you are so irritable in the sun, you will get fever and die, like our first chief.
We will return to the coast, to my people, Macola.
No.
You heard Herr Kurtz.
He spoke out of anger.
It was wrong to sell the men.
No. The chief of the LOANDA would accept nothing else. If I do not agree, he and his men kill us, take everything. We have the ivory and we are alive. Do not worry about Herr Kurtz. He will not drive us away.
Oh, what will the two men do now for food?
They have rice, things in tins. The steamer will be here soon.
Oh, let us travel with the director down to the coast, Macola. I no longer feel safe on this outpost.
Where have you been?
I went up to the camp.
You're mad. Have you no sense? You have fever. You're weak. Do you want to die?
I found one of Gibola's men lying dead in front of one of the workmen's huts.
What?
The way I see it, Macola carried the palm wine up to the workmen. They got drunk and fell asleep. That's when that tribe from LOANDA pounced upon them and carried them off. One of the men from Gibola's village was there and stayed sober. He protested. I was shot and killed. What will you do now?
We can't touch the ivory, of course.
What a frightful thing to have done. Made slaves in exchange for animal tusks. It's very wrong, Chaos.
They were walking down from the house, Macola.
Of course. Now you will see.
Kalia found one of Gibola's men lying dead in front of a workman's hut. You tell Gibola to have him removed.
Yes, Tuan.
What do you intend to do with these tusks?
The sun is very strong here for tusks. I must weigh them, place them in storehouse. They are very heavy.
That really is a splendid collection.
The LOANDA are great hunters, Tuan.
Yeah, and marauders.
Now, when I have stored them, I will go to Gibola as you have ordered.
I will help you, Macola. One man could not carry so big a tusk.
I can't see a woman doing that work. It's all right if I give them a hand.
We'll do as you please.
You are not well, Tuan Kalia.
The fever will break. Can't leave these beautiful pieces of ivory in the sun.
You will kill yourself.
No matter. I've given up. I don't expect to leave this place alive.
6 months.
Remember when we first put ashore?
Well, perhaps tomorrow the steamer will come. Oh, that's a great store of ivory, Cats. It's a shame. We should get credit for it.
I have been giving that a good deal of thought.
You need some credit. The clearing is overrun with rank grass, the fences...
That will do.
6 months, and you haven't accomplished a thing. The station's a disgrace. No ivory, you've lost the company of workmen, you've discharged McCullough, but he's still here. I'm sick and tired of listening to you talk about position. Where does your face it, Cats? We're like two blind men in a dark room.
But I intend to emerge from that dark room. With credit. You will be dead.
Credit?
Yeah. Credit for the ivory.
You said you wouldn't touch it.
I've changed my mind. Selling the workmen into slavery was despicable. McCullough did that. I'm still horrified by it. But the men he sold to the LOANDA were company men. They worked for the company. They were paid for their work. So the ivory is company ivory.
I see. And McCullough and his wife?
He, too, is a company man. If 10 workmen choose to desert...
Preferring to become carriers for the LOANDA? Yes, I begin to see. Well, you're not an absolute fool after all, Cats.
As compensation, the LOANDA brought us a fortune in ivory.
The men were worthless to us and to themselves.
Yeah, we've done them a favor, and the LOANDA have rewarded us.
The logic is peculiar.
Well, who will know the truth? The director has seen worse things done on the quiet, believe me.
I do, and I'm relieved.
Earlier I mentioned the effect that solitary confinement can have on a man. We will soon discover the fate of Cairds and Collier when I return with Act 3. We're unfolding a story written by Joseph Conrad, who in the year 1890 commanded a small Belgian Congo steamboat. He contracted fever, dysentery, and in his words, everything became repellent to him. Men and things, but especially men. From that experience, he wrote this story about the disintegration of a trader and his assistant. 3 more weeks have passed, and McCullough's wife is concerned.
The 2 men quarrel and break things, McCullough. I have heard them.
Stay away from their house. They have revolvers. They are no longer responsible for what they do.
Oh, they are starving.
They have rice.
But nothing else. Gabola's people do not bring game or fruit. They are weak and they are starving.
I do not care. I have no respect for them. They do not belong here.
Have pity on them.
No. Leave them alone. Time will tell against them. The steamer is late. The director is busy with other stations. I do not know when he will arrive.
The men will be dead.
Then Gibola's wish will be granted.
We need food. We'll rot of fever and starvation. You sit there. You're in charge of this pest hole. Do something, Cairds.
The steamer
for all you know, the steamer's passed us by. We have to do something.
I have ivory for the director.
Ivory. Blast the ivory. And the jungle. Burn it down. Exterminate the natives. Set fire to the whole continent.
Oh, you are crazy.
You sit there moaning over that picture of your men.
I warn you, Collier.
Free me. Free me from this place. Free me. I'm so sick.
The solitude. It is absolute. Everything has gone out of me. Images of home, gone. Those I loved recede into the distance, become indistinct. The great silence of the wilderness, its hopelessness, envelops me. I've lost the will to resist. Death stalks us, and I have no will to resist. No will. Talia? You're alive.
Get away from me.
You've slept all day.
Good.
Get up now. Don't lie there and rot. I fixed supper.
I can't choke down any more ice.
There's coffee.
Then bring out the sugar. What are you holding it for?
Only a few lumps left.
Well, bring it out.
It's for when we are sick.
Sick? I'm sick to death. Bring out the sugar or I'll strangle you to death.
I forbid you to speak to me that way.
You what?
I'm your chief.
Chief? Who's chief? There's no chief here. There's nothing here but you and me. Fetch the sugar, you blundering idiot.
Shut up, Kalia. I dismiss you. You miserable scoundrel.
You flabby, good-for-nothing civilian.
Put down that stool.
Make me.
Stop it.
Come back here. Open that door. Open it, you coward.
He's mad. Revolver. Where is my revolver? I have to control my nerves.
If you don't bring out that sugar, I'll break the doors down. I'll show you who's master.
I have to get out of here. The window. Drop to the ground and run for the river. Past McCullough's hut and the storehouse. Run. My legs. This morning I couldn't walk a yard without groaning. Run. Run for my life. He's mad.
I'm waiting for you, kids. You can't escape. Better jump in the river. You come near the house, I'll kill you. Come on now. You're out there someplace and I'm waiting for you.
What is this all about? This madness? What did we quarrel about? Sugar. A lump of sugar. How preposterous. I will remain hidden behind the house.
Where are you, kids? I'm coming for you.
I hear him. Which way do I run? To the left or to the right?
Yes, you are.
I'm hit. My shoulder. He'll fire again. I don't hear him. Kalia! McCullough! McCullough!
Yes, Tuan, yes.
Help! I can hardly walk. Help me to the front of the house.
Yes,
please.
Yes, Tuan. Here, hold my arm.
He tried to kill me. Get me back to the porch. A lump of sugar. Civilized men quarreling and killing over a lump of sugar. Thank you, McCullough. What was that?
It's Herr Kalia. He's been shot and killed.
But my shoulder. The gunshot. Let me. He's dead, McCullough.
Yes, Tuan.
I don't understand. He came round, threatening to kill me. We collided in the dark, and there was a shot. And my shoulder...
You are not shot, Tuan.
Isn't that wonderful?
I will see to Herr Kalia, Tuan.
miserable brute, that pompous, lazy, insolent misfit, he's dead. I'm well rid of him. Threatening me. He didn't learn very much in the army about obedience. There was mutiny. The director will understand.
Tuan, is this your revolver?
Yes. Yes, that is mine.
There is only one revolver, Tuan. Where is his?
I don't know. He came after me to shoot me.
I will look.
Now what will I do? Bury him, I suppose. Order McCullough to build a cross. Place him next to the first agent. I killed him. Killed in self-defense.
Tuan, I did not find the revolver near Herr Collier. It was in his room. This is his revolver.
I shot an unarmed man.
Herr Collier died of fever, Tuan. Yes, I think he died of fever. Bury him tomorrow. For tonight we leave him on the porch.
I'm dreaming. Collier is dead. What difference does that make? Thousands die every day. I'm at peace with myself. What if I, and not Collier, was dead? But I'm not. I must wake up. The mist is all around me, penetrating, silent, white, deadly, carrying my guilt through the jungle, calling me to justice, calling me. Help! 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 Help!
He's gone mad.
He runs wildly to the shore.
The steamer. Kids! Kids!
He's gone. He runs into the jungle. Oh, how do we explain what happened to Herr Kerr?
He went mad from fever, ran into the forest. Both men are gone. That is all the director will need to know.
And we go downriver to the coast with the director?
Yes. The company sends stupid men to the station. I want no more of them. They offend the natives. We do not collect enough ivory.
You have a great store of ivory, Macola.
Thanks to the Loanda.
And to the workmen who are now their slaves.
Come aboard, Macola. Tie your canoe to the ladder. Well, I'm pleased to see you.
I am honored, Herr Director.
May I ask where Kayertz is? And that assistant whose name I've forgotten?
Collier.
Ah, yes, of course. Well?
They are dead, Herr Director.
Ah. The usual, Macola?
Fever. Herr Collier died of fever. He is buried.
And the agent?
Herr Kayertz became wild in the head and ran into the jungle.
Madness. He cannot survive. And the station, has the work been done?
No, Sir Director.
I feared as much. Imbeciles.
The company men did not work. Last full moon, they leave station. They join Luandas. This unlucky station, Tuan.
Well, there's nothing wrong with the station. It's the fools the company sends me to mend them. Any ivory?
You come ashore to see.
Macola, it's a marvelous collection. Heaven's name, how did you collect such superb tusks?
I barter for it, sir.
Yes, well, you bartered well. I see you still have half the supplies I left with you. What tribe brought you this wonderful collection?
Luanda.
Ah, I understand. And it was with the Loandas that the workmen went?
Yes, sir.
Amusing. We think alike, McCullough.
Yes, sir.
Both of us have a shrewd understanding of real values. I think that you could become an outstanding agent for a great trading company. I'll have my men load the ivory aboard. Then you and I will talk further?
Yes, sir.
Strangers in a foreign land, isolated and destitute. Cairds and Collier gave up respectable positions to become ivory traders in the middle of equatorial Africa. Unqualified, they degenerated so swiftly that in 6 months they died, both violently. Greed drove great trading company, and greed drove the two men. Only a heartless man, such as a director, or a shrewd man like McCullough, can survive the challenges of exploitation. I shall be back shortly. Conrad wrote this tragic story in 1895. The days of colonial exploitation have ended. Those who hunt and sell ivory are no longer cheated with gifts of cheap cloths, glittering beads, and trinkets. Now they get value for what they sell. This is advancement of a sort. And the dignity we formerly accorded only to each other is now, we hope, accorded to all mankind. Our cast included Robert Dryden, William Griffiths, Joe Silver, and Joan Arliss. The entire production was under the direction of Hyman Brown. Radio Mystery Theater was sponsored in part by Buick Motor Division.
This is E.G. Marshall inviting you to return to our Mystery Theater for another adventure in the macabre. Until next time, pleasant dreams.
The sealed book.
Once again, the keeper of the book is ready to open the ponderous volume in which is recorded all the secrets and mysteries of mankind through the ages. All the strange and mystifying stories of the past, the present, and the future. Keeper of the book, what tale will you tell us this time?
What tale shall I tell you? I have here tales of every kind.
tales of murder, of madness, of dark deeds and events strange beyond all belief. Let me see. Yes, here's a tale for you. The strange tale of an old woman and of 3 heirs greedy for her millions. A tale I call Death Spins a Web. And here is the tale as it is written in the sealed book. In a great mansion far from the city, Mrs. Oliver Drake lies dying. Her door opens, and her attorney, Henry Arnold, enters.
Good morning, Mrs. Drake. How do you feel today?
Henry, 2 days ago, Dr. Smith told me I had 2 months to live. Well, that's how I feel, like somebody who has 2 months to live.
You take it well, Mrs. Drake.
Tell me, have those 3 worthless grandchildren gotten here yet?
Blanche and Vivian have. They're outside in the hall now. But you want to see them?
I don't want to see them, no. But I will. We have things to talk over.
Of course. I'll send them in. Your grandmother will see you now.
Oh, thank you. Oh, Granny, darling, it's so nice to see you again. Why, you don't look sick at all.
That must be quite a disappointment to you, Vivian.
Dear Granny, it's so good to see you again. How are you, darling?
Dr. Smith says I may live for another 10 years. Now, Blanche, you mustn't look so downcast. Perhaps I can arrange to die sooner.
Why, Granny, you know I didn't mean any...
Hello, Granny. Sorry I'm late.
Our family playboy has arrived. Chris, these are your cousins, Blanche and Vivian.
Well, I'm very happy to meet both of you.
Strange, Chris, that we've never met before. We've been to so many of the same places. Monte Carlo, Paris, Deauville.
I'm sorry that we didn't, Blanche. Until now, I had no idea that I had such a beautiful cousin.
Chris, I'm Vivian, one of your unknown polo admirers. I saw you play at Bentonhurst last year. You were magnificent.
Chris is magnificent at everything that's a waste of time. By the way, Chris, whatever became of that princess you were married to?
Oh, you mean Irina? We were divorced 2 months ago, Granny.
Congratulations. What about you, Blanche? Are you still married to that 3rd husband of yours?
Oh, no, Granny. I got rid of him a year ago.
What about you, Vivian?
I'm free at the moment, darling.
You know, if I were to search the entire world for the 3 most useless people, I don't think I could do better than you 3.
As far as I'm concerned, you're undoubtedly right, darling.
If I had my way, I'd cut you 3 vultures off without a penny and leave everything to charity. Unfortunately, under your grandfather's will, I have to divide the fortune among the 3 of you. But I'm permitted to divide it any way I see fit.
But of course you're going to divide the money equally between us, aren't you, Granny?
No, dear, that's just it. I'm not.
What?
I'm going to leave the fortune to just one of you. The other 2 will merely receive token inheritances.
But why, Granny?
I feel that one of you must be just a shade less useless to society than the other 2. And to that one, I intend to bequeath the fortune.
I see. And have you made up your mind yet?
No.
Ah?
I want the 3 of you to live with me for a few weeks, so that I can become better acquainted with each of you. And at the end of that time, I shall make my decision.
In the days that followed, Blanche, Vivian, and Chris spent a good deal of time with their grandmother. Mrs. Drake preferred to see them separately, and often, after one of the 3 had left her bedroom, there was a gleam of amusement in her eye, as though she were enjoying a private joke. Chris, meanwhile, working on a plan of his own, also saw a lot of his beautiful cousins separately.
Oh, Chris, isn't it beautiful out here?
You're very beautiful, Blanche. As beautiful as the night itself.
You don't have to say that, Chris. just because there's a full moon.
It's not the moon. Darling, life hasn't been the same since I met you. The moment our eyes met, I was lost.
Oh, Chris. Chris, I felt the same way. Only I didn't think you did.
But I do, darling.
Then you're going riding with Vivian each morning doesn't mean anything?
Oh, of course not. You're the one I love, and always will.
Oh, Chris. Chris, I do so want to believe you. I've been so unhappy. None of my husbands ever understood me.
But I do, darling. And I love you very much.
Oh. Oh.
You know that now, don't you?
Yes, Chris. Yes. I do.
Oh, Chris, it's a wonderful morning. Oh, the air feels so clean.
Oh, you look lovely, Vivian, with your cheeks so flushed and your hair windblown. Look at me, Vivian.
Oh, Chris, don't. You had no right to kiss me. Let me go.
Your lips say let me go, but that isn't what your eyes are saying, is it, darling?
No, Chris. No, it's not. Oh, Chris, this isn't just one of your famous flirtations.
No, darling. I think I fell in love with you the moment I saw you. You do care for me, don't you, Vivian?
Yes, Chris. Yes, I do.
I understand you want to see me, Granny.
Yes. Come over here, Chris. Well, how did you make out?
What do you mean?
I said, how did you make out? With Vivian, of course.
So you know that I was out riding with Vivian.
I know everything that goes on in this house. Vivian may not know that you took Blanche for a walk down by the lake last night, but I know.
Oh, now, Granny, you're not going to give my little game away, are you?
Oh, no, Chris, no. I find it very enjoyable watching an unmitigated scoundrel make love to two women at the same time.
Well, after all, Granny, if you don't leave me the fortune, I have no choice but to marry whichever one of them inherits it.
But they're such stupid women, Chris. You yourself are a rogue, but at least an amusing one. But those women...
And that's the reason you ought to leave me the fortune, Granny.
The pity I'm not 20 years younger, isn't it, Chris? Then your charm might have some effect upon me.
Yes, you're quite right.
Well, Chris, you'd better get back to Blanche and Vivian. After all, one of them might be an heiress. And heiresses demand attention.
A week passed. A week in which Chris found it more and more difficult to play his little game. Blanche and Vivian stopped speaking to each other, and it became steadily harder for him to convince each of them that he had no interest in the other.
Good morning, darling.
Oh, hello, Blanche.
What? Aren't you even going to kiss me?
Oh, of course, dear.
Oh, Chris, I do love you so. This past week has been heavenly. Chris, you do love me, don't you?
Darling, what a question. You know there couldn't be anyone for me but you.
Then why do you spend so much time with Vivian?
That's how I keep tabs on her.
What? Well, what do you mean?
Blanche, Vivian is cheating in an effort to get Granny's fortune.
Cheating? How?
The three of us agreed not to go see Granny unless she sent for us.
Yes?
Well, Vivian has already broken that agreement. Several times she sneaked into Granny's bedroom to try to influence the old lady in her favor.
What? Why, that dirty double-crossing, two-timing... Chris, do you think Vivian's getting anywhere?
Well, when Granny sent for me last night, she more or less hinted that it would be Vivian who would inherit the fortune.
But, Chris, how can you take it so calmly? We've got to do something.
Please, darling, let me handle this.
Wait.
I have a plan to take care of Vivian, and to take care of her very effectively. Hello, Vivian. How are you, darling?
Let go of me, Chris. Let go.
But what's wrong, darling?
Aren't you afraid Blanche may be wondering where you are?
Oh, so that's it.
Yes, that's it.
Vivian, listen to me. Whatever time I've spent with Blanche hasn't been because I wanted to. All I've been doing is protecting our interests.
Protecting our interests?
You may not know it, but Blanche has broken the agreement the three of us had. She's been sneaking in to see Granny behind our backs.
Why, that low-down, conniving, peroxide blonde.
That's the reason I've spent so much time with Blanche. To learn if Granny is being influenced by her.
And is she, Chris?
Blanche seems to feel certain she's going to inherit the fortune.
Oh, Chris, what are we going to do?
You can do as you please. After I've spent days with that hag trying to protect our interest and ensure our future happiness, you accuse me of making love to her.
I didn't say that.
Well, you intimated as much.
Oh, please, Chris, don't be angry. I'm terribly sorry I lost my temper. Oh, please say you forgive me, darling. Please. I'll never doubt you again.
A few days later, after a particularly severe heart attack, Mrs. Drake sent for her 3 grandchildren.
I suppose you're wondering why I sent for you, aren't you?
Naturally.
Oh, frankly, yes, Granny, darling.
In the 2 weeks that you've been living with me, I've come to the conclusion that you 3 are the shallowest and most useless people alive.
Why, Granny?
If I could, I'd leave the entire fortune to charity. But the will of your grandfather provides that the fortune is to be divided among you. I want you to know that I've finally made my choice.
You have?
And who's the lucky one among us, Granny?
My attorney, Mr. Arnold, is coming from the city the day after tomorrow to draw up my will. When I'm dead, he'll reveal to you who the fortune goes to. Until then, you'll just have to be patient and try to guess.
And now the story continues, as it is written here in the pages of the sealed book. For several days, Blanche and Vivian and Chris have waited in suspense to learn their grandmother's decision as to who is to inherit her money. Then one morning, looking very upset, Chris seeks out his cousin Blanche.
Blanche?
Chris, well, what is it? Is anything wrong?
Everything's wrong.
What is it? Chris, tell me.
Early this morning, Granny sent for me. I managed to wheedle out of her who the fortune is going to.
You did? Oh, Chris, who's going to get it?
Vivian.
Vivian?
Yes. We're each to receive $5,000 while she gets millions.
Oh, Chris. Chris, it's not fair.
Oh, shh. Don't cry, darling. I could stand the thought of losing the fortune. If it weren't that I'd lose you also.
But, Chris, what are you saying? We'll always be together.
Oh, darling, there's no use pretending. If we're both penniless, we can't get married.
Oh, Chris, it wouldn't matter if we were penniless. Really, it wouldn't.
That's what you say now, Blanche, but I know better.
Oh, no.
Both of us are too used to luxury to do without it. And listen, if somehow Vivian failed to inherit the fortune, it would mean that either you or I would be bound to. In either case, we could get married and have our chance for happiness.
Yes, you're right. Oh, I hate her. I hate her.
Darling, if we want our happiness, we've got to fight for it.
Chris, what are you talking about?
If something were to happen to Vivian, our worries would be over.
Chris, you don't mean... Oh, no.
Darling, the happiness of two people is more important than that of one. And we could be so happy together. I can't bear the thought of giving you up.
Oh, Chris. But murder... We'll be caught.
Not if we're clever, darling. Now listen. This afternoon, suggest to Vivian that the two of you take the canoe and paddle to the other end of the lake. When you get about a mile from shore, you'll see me approaching in the motorboat. That will be the moment for you to tip the canoe over.
Tip the canoe over?
Yes. Then I'll pick you up and bring you back to the dock. As for Vivian, it was a simple case of drowning. By the time I reached the overturned canoe, she had gone under. You were the only survivor.
Oh, Chris, I'm so frightened.
Well, will you do it?
Yes. I'll do it. If you want me to.
Are you tired paddling, Blanche?
No, Vivian. The lake is certainly deserted today, isn't it?
It always is this time of the year. Ooh, but that water's cold.
Oh, hear a motorboat.
Oh, look, it's Chris. He's coming after us.
Hello, you two. Who wants a lift?
Let's just ignore him, Vivian.
All right. We'll pretend he isn't there. He expects us to admit we're tired.
Shall we change places? I'm tired of paddling in the stern.
All right, if you like. But be careful. These canoes tip very easily.
Yes, I know. Now you work your way slowly toward the stern while I make for the bow.
Okay.
Now, we have to slide past each other. This is a tricky part to changing places in a canoe.
Blanche, look out. You're rocking the canoe.
Oh, I can't help it.
Look out. We're going over.
Hey, what happened to you two?
Chris, pick me up.
Come over here and I'll help you into the boat.
Chris, where are you?
Here I am, Vivian.
Chris, it's 30 yards to the boat. I can't swim that far.
Chris, pick me up. My clothes are dragging me under.
Swim to the boat and I'll pick you up.
Oh, Chris, don't let me drown. Chris. Chris.
It's only another 20 yards, Blanche.
Chris, my clothes, they're so heavy. I'm getting so tired.
It's just a few more yards, darling.
A few more yards. I couldn't swim beyond that if my life depended on it.
I'm afraid you may have to, darling.
Chris! Chris, come back! Chris, don't let me drown! Chris! Chris,
Hello, Granny. How are you?
Have the police left yet?
Yes, Granny. They asked me to convey their condolences over the tragic loss of your granddaughters. Oh, it was just one of those unfortunate accidents.
Yes, wasn't it? It's a pity you weren't able to get there in time to save them, Chris.
I shall never forgive myself for that, Granny.
I'm sure you won't. Well, Mr. Arnold is waiting to see me about drawing up my will and naming my heir. But I no longer seem to have a choice in the matter. I must give you credit, Chris. You worked the whole thing out like a master.
Why, Granny, Whatever are you talking about?
You may have fooled Blanche and Vivian and the police to boot, but not me, Chris.
What do you mean?
Chris, do you remember when the thought first occurred to you that with Blanche and Vivian gone, you would inherit all?
Why, Granny.
It was when you met your cousins for the first time in this room. The thought occurred to you because I said, it's a pity there isn't only one of you. Then I wouldn't have to bother deciding who should inherit the fortune.
Come to think of it, I do recall your saying something to that effect.
And when I did, your head came up and you stared at the two women, and then you smiled. And I knew exactly what you were going to do.
Of course, this is all nonsense, but if you say you knew what I was going to do, why didn't you stop me?
Because I wanted to see happen what did happen.
But if you wanted me to inherit the fortune, why didn't you promise to leave it to me in your will without...
Without forcing you to do what you did?
Yes.
My dear Chris, for reasons of my own, I wanted it to be quite impossible for those two vicious, stupid women to inherit my money. And equally impossible for you.
Well, whether you want me to inherit the fortune or not, I'm going to.
Oh, are you?
Yes. Under Grandfather's will, there's no way you can prevent me from inheriting it. It's mine, come what may.
Oh, is it?
Yes. What are you laughing at?
You fool. There isn't any fortune.
What are you saying? There are millions.
There's nothing. Absolutely nothing. Everything your grandfather left was lost in the Depression.
No, that can't be. You're lying.
Lying, am I? I've been paying the servants my doctor bills and other expenses by selling what few pieces of jewelry I had left. I have nothing now, nothing.
No.
In fact, I shouldn't even be surprised if you had to pay my funeral expenses.
You witch! You planned this all from beginning to end. Getting the three of us here. Speaking of leaving the fortune to one of us, driving me on to drown the two of them.
Yes, that's right. And I can't recall ever having had so much fun in all my life.
Well, you won't be having it much longer. You made a mistake in playing me for the fool.
I don't think so. You did exactly as I knew you would. Everything I expected came about.
It did it? Did you expect this also? You didn't expect this, did you? Well, why don't you laugh now? You'll never play anybody else for a fool.
Drake, is anything wrong? I thought I heard... Good heavens, Mr. Drake, let go of her. Let go, dear, here. Let go.
Something she didn't count on.
Let go of her.
There. You can have her. She'll never play another little game like that.
Mrs. Drake. Mrs. Drake. She's dead.
No more than she deserved.
Chris, what did you do it for? Murdering a helpless old woman. It's madness.
Helpless, was she? Why, she tricked me into believing she had a fortune. Tricked me into killing to get it.
What are you talking about? She tricked you into believing she had a fortune. She does have a fortune.
You're lying. She said there wasn't a cent of the fortune left.
You must have misunderstood her. She's worth at least $8 million. And with the death of your cousins, you were the sole heir to it.
$8 million?
But, Chris, no matter what you do now, that fortune can never be yours. I saw you kill your grandmother, and under the law, no murderer can inherit anything from his victim.
Then she planned this, too. She always said she didn't want me to have her money. And she fixed its way so it would all go to charity. But I'll show her. I'll show her. It's mine, do you hear? Mine, mine, mine!
So in the end, old Mrs. Drake defeated her 3 greedy grandchildren after all. But what a strange way to disinherit anybody. It looks as if murder ran in the family, doesn't it? But the sound of the great gong tells me it's time to close the sealed book again.
One moment, keeper of the book. What story will you tell us next time?
Next time? Would you prefer a murder or a tale of the supernatural? Remember, I have all the stories that ever happened here and all that have yet to come to pass. But I'll find one for you in just a moment.
And now, keeper of the book, have you found the tale you'll tell next time?
Yes, I found one. It's the story about a girl who goes to live on an island, a very strange island, where the dead walk by night and weird voices sound in the wind. I call the story Devil Island.
Be sure to be with us again next time. The sound of the great gong heralds another strange and exciting story from
The Sealed Book.
The Sealed Book, written by Bob Arthur and David Cogan, is produced and directed by Jock McGregor.